This guy was an entomology expert in his past life, but after reincarnating, he accidentally became the most OP poison master in the martial arts world. The giant blue-spotted centipede that once had the whole underworld shaking in their boots? Yeah, that's just his pet. And the queen bee commanding 1,000,000 bees? She's under his wing, too. His little larvae are cute as hell, super obedient, and always have his back. They might look harmless, but every single one is a rare, lethal poison. Any martial arts sect trying to mess with our boy is heading straight for the grave. The story kicks off with our guy Xiao Long, a low-key streamer famous for making videos about poisonous insects and critters. One day he has some rotten luck, gets bit by a snake, and ends up reincarnating into a cultivation world. But no matter where he is, Xiao Long can't shake his obsession with collecting venomous pets. Today, a group of travelers shows up, asking to crash for the night since it's already dark. Looking at their gear, he clocks them as members of the Sichuan Tang Clan. Xiao Long lets them stay anywhere they want, but tells them the main hall is off-limits since that's his workspace. Shan, the head of the Tang Clan, bows and thanks the young hero. Then Xiao Long excuses himself because he's got important business to take care of. Turns out, important business just means it's feeding time for his little monsters. Xiao Long goes inside and pops the lid off a jar. Inside are some bugs that look like crickets. He coos over them, muttering about how he's almost late. You guys hungry, right? Then he opens another jar, revealing a black ground scorpion. It's a species native to Hainan, China, and they can grow up to 20 centimeters long. Xiao Long grabs some chopsticks to feed a cricket to Little Black. Smelling the treat, Little Black devours it like it hasn't eaten in weeks. Old man, you can't even get feeding time right, he gripes to himself. He moves to a cabinet nearby where a gecko is hanging out in a drawer. This is another local species, easily spotted by the stripes on its body and tail. Back in his past life, these were impossible to find, but now they're just crawling everywhere. The gecko, annoyed that the old man keeps yapping without feeding him, bites Xiao Long's finger, making him yelp in pain. Just then, Tangshan shows up looking for him. He thanks Xiao Long for the shelter and asks if he wants to join them for dinner. They just bagged a deer in the woods. Hearing the word meat, Xiao Long's eyes start sparkling with tears. Since he reincarnated, he hasn't had a decent meal, mostly just surviving on snakes and lizards. He jumps at the offer, finally ready to eat some real food. Cut to them sitting around a campfire, grilling the meat. The mouth-watering aroma of barbecue fills the air and Xiao Long can't stop drooling. While waiting for the meat to cook, Tangshan starts chatting, asking if Xiao Long lives on the mountain alone and how old he is. Xiao Long says he's about 14 or 15. Not wanting to spill his guts, he plays it off, claiming he had a head injury as a kid and doesn't remember much. He says he's lived alone on the mountain since he was a kid, selling snake skins to get by. After a bit of talk, the meat is finally ready. Tangshan's father, Tong Jun, hands him a sizzling, steaming deer leg. Xiao Long says thanks, senior, and digs in, taking a huge bite that basically melts in his mouth. The deer meat is tender, flavorful, and seasoned to perfection, absolutely delicious. It was cooked at the perfect temperature, keeping it juicy instead of dry. It's been so long since he had something this good, and Xiao Long is in heaven. While eating, Tangshan reveals they're hunting a giant centipede with blue spots, the blue-spotted centipede, which is massive. A fully grown one could easily turn a human into a snack. Tangshan says they need it because his daughter is bedridden with a serious illness. Only the centipede's inner core can save her. Xiao Long thinks to himself, damn, the length parents will go to for their kids. Even though he feels bad for the centipede, he figures he owes them for the meal, so he decides to help. Xiao Long speaks up. I don't know much about this blue-spotted centipede, but I can guess where it's hanging out. He's got more confidence in his knowledge of toxins than anyone else. Out of 8.7 million living species, about 20,000 are known to be poisonous. I've got all that data locked away in my head, every last one. When it comes to poison, I've got this in the bag. Wei Xiao Long grabs a book and focuses his entire intent. The pages start flipping on their own, glowing with a mystical light. A moment later, he snaps the book shut and says, found it. Xiao Long looks up hyped and says, if it's a giant centipede, I think I know where it's at. Tangshan is shocked. Wait, for real? Tong Jun chimes in, if that's true, where would it be? He thinks for a second, then looks at them, asking, mind telling me where you've been looking and when you've been searching? Even though they're confused, Tangshan answers, we've searched the north and east, mostly during the day. Up north, we mostly checked along the riverbanks. Xiao Long strokes his chin, thinking, yeah, no wonder you guys haven't found it. The two men are stunned when Xiao Long says, well, obviously you couldn't find it. Tingjun blurts out, wait, obviously? He presses, care to explain why? Xiao Long smirks, sure. Centipedes are arthropods, they have a huge range and are cold-blooded, so they need a hideout to keep their temp and humidity steady. The funny thing is, unlike most bugs with waterproof shells, centipedes have weak protection and breathing pores on their skin, so they actually hate places that are too wet. They need high humidity, but they hate standing water. But without humidity, they die. That's the unique thing about them. Sitting on the porch, Xiao Long adds, so a giant blue-spotted centipede definitely wouldn't be chilling in the dense forest or near the riverbank. Tong Jun is getting a headache. I can't believe it, so you're saying they don't even like rotting wood? Duanquan's head is spinning. I kid you not. So you're telling me that rotten wood crevices aren't the only spots those creepy centipedes hang out in? Look, you said some small centipedes hang out in places like that, but you guys were talking about a giant one, right? Wei Xiao Long kept running his mouth. If it were that huge, fallen trees or river rocks wouldn't cut it, there'd be nowhere for it to hide. After hearing that, Tangshan and Tangjun exchanged a nod. Sitting right next to him, the old man worriedly said, "If we find it where you pointed out, we'll make sure you're well rewarded." He smirked, pointing at the mountain right in front of them with a cocky grin. Wei Xiao Long doubled down, pointing west. "You guys should probably try searching the rocky peaks to the west. Centipedes usually chill under sun-warmed rocks during the day and only crawl out at night." Once darkness fell, the moonlight lit up the jagged cliffs, and the group split up to search the mountainside. Up at the peak, Tangshan stood steady, observing everything with a furrowed brow. Just then, someone ran up and shouted, "Master, what if that young hotshot was wrong?" He went quiet, deep in thought. "Is that so? Get down here," Tangshan commanded. "We're setting up camp here for the night. Fire the signal flare and get all the search teams to regroup." The troops followed orders. "Yes, master." A flare shot up, blazing bright in the sky. Everyone started venting while taking a break. "Man, I'm beat to death. Hope that kid's intel is actually legit." They kept whispering among themselves, "Why the hell can't we find this damn thing? It really should be here." That kid seemed pretty sharp, though. Suddenly, they heard some commotion near Tangshan. They saw him gritting his teeth, shaking as he muttered, "Tang Yin'er, the greatest genius in the history of the Tang clan, is heaven really going to abandon me?" Right then, a shout rang out. "The grandmaster is back!" Everyone bowed. "You've returned, sir?" Tangjun walked over to Tangshan, asking about the situation. "Still nothing today?" He replied, "Yes, father." Then he asked, "Did you find anything, father?" Tangjun gave a dry cough. "Well, the situation isn't looking good. Tang Yin Air can only hold on for another 3 months at most. I don't know if we'll even find it in the next 10 days. Both men went silent, sharing the same heavy heart. He suggested, "Father, why don't we try the south tomorrow?" Since they hadn't found a single trace, the old man sighed and agreed, "Fine." Suddenly, Tangjun asked, surprised, "Nothing at all?" Then he suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed out loud. "Wait, that's it! Why didn't I see it before? It's right here!" Seeing a spark of hope, Tangshan immediately asked, "Did you find something, father?" But Tangjun's answer was totally unexpected. "No, just like you said. I didn't find any tracks or feel a single thing." He asked in confusion, "Is that right?" The old man confirmed it. "Because there was absolutely nothing," he added. "That's exactly why I know it's here." Tangjun scanned the area and asked, "In the last 3 days, have you guys found anything on this rocky mountain?" Tangshan replied, "No, sir. We haven't found any traces at all." He rubbed his chin deep in thought and said, "No beast droppings, no territorial markings. It really is like a ghost town." Right after he finished, he jumped, suddenly realizing the problem along with Tangshan. He said excitedly, "That's right! There's no way this huge mountain would be completely empty of animals, right?" He clenched his fist and muttered, "This is its territory." Tangjun smiled, "Exactly. That's why all the animals nearby either ran for their lives or became dinner for that centipede." He clapped Tangshan on the shoulder. "The blue-spotted centipede is definitely here. Now we can finally save Yin'er." It was like he'd seen the light. He bit his lip. But before he could finish his sentence, the ground shook violently. Everyone started screaming in a panic. "What the hell is that?" Someone yelled, "What is actually happening?" While someone terrified accidentally stepped into the campfire without noticing. Right where the fire was roaring, a massive explosion went off. Tangjun and Tangshan stood frozen, shouting, "What was that?" A sharp, massive claw suddenly smashed down into the ground. The soldiers stammered in terror, That thing!" Rocks and dirt rained down on them. The old man turned pale, crying out, "That's it!" The figure of a giant centipede, the blue-spotted centipede, slowly emerged. Meanwhile, back in the city, chaos was breaking out. Wei Xiao Long lazily muttered, "Man, everything's a mess." He sprawled out, wondering, just how big is that centipede to freak everyone out like that? "I told them to go find it, not flip the whole mountain over." Wei Xiao Long smirked, "Is it big enough to swallow me whole?" He was stoked, genuinely curious. Back in the mountain night scene, everyone was gathered around the carcass of the centipede they'd just taken down. Tangjun opened a small box and said, "This is the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede." Everyone around was deeply moved, while he coughed slightly to hide his emotion. "Now we can finally save Yin'er." Tangshan, looking battered and bruised, walked over and said, "Father, please send the warriors who aren't injured off to Sichuan first." Tangjun was confused. "What are you talking about?" He looked into the distance and replied, "Debts of kindness must be repaid and grudges must be settled. Grudges are carved in blood, but kindness is carved in stone." Tangshan asked, "Isn't there still work to be done here?" The old man slapped his forehead, remembering, and said, "I almost made a huge mistake because I was too focused on Yin'er." Tangjun stowed the box with the inner core and said, "Right, we should treat that young master like a guest of honor. Whatever he wants, we make it happen." "Yes. Leave the injured warriors in the village to recover. In the meantime, I'll go meet the young master." Tangshan added, "I'm sure he's dying to hear from us too." Wei Xiaolong looked bummed out, surrounded by strange little creatures crawling all over him. Ignoring them as they clung to him, he said, "What am I supposed to do now? Just overnight, I've become a father to a bunch of blue-spotted centipedes." Wei Xiaolong muttered, "When I get home, I'm going to polish those eggs and keep him right by my pillow. When he wakes up, he'll see the little ones crawling on him and say, 'My babies have finally hatched.'" Looking at their round little bodies and rabbit-like ears, Wei Xiaolong suppressed his feelings and said, "I saw this coming, but I didn't think they'd hatch this fast." He glanced at one baby sleeping on his cheek, then the little guy suddenly peed on him. He panicked, catching it and saying, "Hey, you guys, give me some space." Wei Xiao Long thought to himself, "The problem is, I don't know if these little punks think I'm their mama." One baby kept biting his shirt, and he sighed. "They're clingy as hell, won't leave me alone for a second." The night before, in a mountain crevice at the secret lair of the blue-spotted centipede I found, the closer I got to the cave, the creepier it felt. I accidentally kicked something and yelled, "What the hell is this? What kind of beetle is the size of a human fist?" The torch in Wei Xiaolong's hand dropped. The beetle next to him collapsed on the ground, panting. Wei Xiaolong wiped the sweat off his brow and said, "Thank God." He looked into his bag and added, "At least 3 eggs are still safe." Xiaolong ruffled his hair and mumbled, "Thank God the rain stopped. If it hadn't, none of these would have made it." Suddenly, he caught onto something, jumped up, and said, "No time to waste. Gotta get back and clean these eggs." He strapped the egg pouch to his waist and said, "All right, let's roll." With a hyped-up face, Xiaolong called out, "Hang tight, my little centipedes." Then, seeing some eggs had already hatched, he just sat there sighing. Even though he hadn't seen the actual blue-spotted centipede alive yet, just saving the eggs was a huge win. The little critters kept swarming all over him, which was low-key stressing him out. Xiaolong asked, "Yo, you guys planning on leaving me alone anytime soon?" The little troublemakers crawled behind his back, and he muttered, "I know once you hit the second molt you won't need to eat, so I don't gotta worry about food, but having you cling to me like this is super awkward." Xiaolong realized if he just jumped in the water, maybe they'd finally hop off. He gave off such a sketchy vibe that the centipedes got spooked. He figured it was time for a bath. Early next morning, Tangshan, his body wrapped in bandages, walked with a steady pace toward a certain spot. Arriving at a room, he called out, "Young master, you in here?" Stood at the door for a sec, then called out again, "Young master?" Getting no reply, he pushed the door open and said, "Young master, coming in." Scanning the room, Tangshan saw nobody and mumbled, "Herbs, jars, and even a medicine chest." Looking at the herbs, he wondered, is this kid actually a medical genius? He sighed, blaming himself, "Can't just barge into people's rooms like this, that's just rude." Tangshan decided to bail, muttering, "I'll come back later." Suddenly, he heard some weird noises, got curious, and turned back, whispering, "What's that sound?" Behind him were some giant jars. He stepped up, cracked the lid open, and couldn't help but gasp, "Whoa!" when he saw a spider holding something white in its mouth. He muttered, "The master." Looking over at the medicine cabinet, he was shook. Tangshan immediately yanked a drawer open and found a striped orange creature. He wondered, is this a lizard? He couldn't believe his eyes. The jars were filled with brown bugs. The basin next to it had weird eggs, and the box beside that was packed with dried snakes. Stunned stiff, he whispered, "All these poisonous critters." Feeling like he was standing in a den of monsters, he breathed out, "No way, this is insane." A thought crossed Tangshan's mind. Is he actually farming these toxic beasts and breeding them? Even the Tang family, famous for their poisons and toxic pets, only really managed and extracted venom. They'd never even dream of breeding them like this. He shut the door and headed out, murmuring, "Just by a stroke of luck, I managed to save my daughter's life." Clenching his fists, Tangshan whispered, "Is this young man actually the miracle I've been looking for?" Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. "Senior." He turned and answered, "Young master." Xiaolong rushed over, asking, "How's your arm doing? You hurt anywhere else?" Tangshan put a hand on his shoulder and said, "It's nothing serious. Actually, what I wanted to say is..." Suddenly, he felt something off and mumbled, "Wait, what's that?" A wicked aura exploded behind them. The door shattered, and a terrifying figure appeared, reeking of bloodlust, grinning with jagged, sharp teeth. Tangshan shoved Xiaolong aside and shouted, "Get out of here, kid!" Xiaolong didn't get what was going on and asked what was up. Meanwhile, the stranger got into a fighting stance. Clouds swirled, destroying everything nearby as he charged straight at Tangshan. He poured all his power into his arm and landed a massive blow, leaving Tangshan coughing up blood and badly hurt. Tangshan realized how strong this guy was, muttering, "A master on the same level as my old man." He screamed, "Young master, run!" No sooner had he said it, Xiaolong was already snatched by the throat and lifted into the air. Gasping for air, he choked out, "Senior?" Yunqiang laughed smugly. "I heard the Tang family was in Hainan, so I came to check it out. Looks like the poison god's little snake is hurt and all alone." Tangshan struggled to stand, coughing, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you going after this kid and me?" Yunqiang let out a huge laugh. "You'll figure it out when you look at my face and these red hands. Your old man did this to me. I'm the bloodhand Rakshasa, Jia Yunqiang." He remembered how the guy used to look and muttered, "Jia Yunqiang. I heard he got poisoned in the head and fell off a cliff into the ocean. Guess he survived." Seeing Xiaolong struggling, Tangshan yelled, "The kid has nothing to do with us, let him go." He offered, "I'll trade my life for his." Gripping the kid's neck tighter, he spat, "Not interested. Even touching me will cost you your life. A monster like you with high-level martial arts will only cause trouble for the world." Tangshan gritted his teeth, furious. The psycho wasn't planning on letting the kid go at all. By now, Xiaolong was being choked to the breaking point. Yunqiang laughed, "Die." Xiaolong managed to wheeze out, "Please, save me." Suddenly, the little centipedes crawled out of his clothes and latched onto the monster's arm. They bit Yunqiang repeatedly, freaking him out. "What the? Centipedes?" Yunqiang tried to shake them off, yelling, "Centipedes can actually hurt me?" The bugs pumped their venom into his body, making him cough up blood. Finally, Yunqiang collapsed, screaming, "Damn it!" He lay motionless at Xiaolong's feet. Panicked, Xiaolong muttered, "Holy, he's dead." He poked the body with his foot and called out, "Hey, you still breathing?" Tangshan stood there with his jaw on the floor, shocked. Then he started laughing like he'd hit the jackpot, muttering, "Is this kid not a total treasure?" Xiao Long kept poking Yun Chang with a stick. Finally, he was officially a member of the Tang family sect. A few days after Jia Yunqiang went down, a sigh of relief echoed through the room. Wei Xiao Long was looking after Tangshan, who was weak and bedridden. Tangshan spoke up, "Thanks, kid." Seeing him awake, Xiao Long said, "Can't wait any longer. If you tell me where you're staying, I'll go check it out." He turned away, scratching his chin and thought, "Wait, no, leaving you here alone ain't right, but I can't call a doctor either." Tangshan quickly said, "I'm fine, don't worry. A few days of rest and I'll be good as new." Xiao Long thought to himself, "Man, this old guy lost so much blood and he's still acting like it's nothing." Recalling how he was coughing even while trying to reassure him, "I'm okay," Xiao Long immediately retorted. "Please don't say that. Your condition is actually super serious right now." Duang Sun gasped for air, his voice weak. "I'm good. Didn't want you stressing out more." He added, "I'm a martial artist." Xiao Long looked at him, totally confused. "A martial artist?" he blurted out, buzzing with excitement. "You mean like those dudes who can fly around and throw energy blasts?" The old man chuckled. "Not everyone can do that, but yeah, I guess you could say that." The teen thought to himself, completely blown away. "This is insane. This world is built different. I mean, seeing a centipede as big as a house? That's not normal." Duang Sun cut his train of thought short. "Anyway, I'm grateful. I saved your life, and sorry for the lack of manners. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Duang Tuyet's son from the Sichuan Tang Clan." The kid didn't hesitate. "I'm Yu Xiao Long." The old man closed his eyes, smiling. "Xiao Long? Little Dragon, huh? That's a solid name." He stared at him, then asked, "Look, I've got a ton of questions. You mind if I ask?" Xiao Long nodded respectfully. "Go for it." Duang Sun pointed. "Is that black venomous critter a centipede?" Xiao Long looked down at the larvae clinging to him, poked them gently, and confirmed, "Yeah, that's a green-striped centipede larva." Duang Sun jumped up in shock, screaming, "You actually tamed a green-striped centipede larva?" The boy panicked. "Old man, please lie down." But Duang Sun ignored him, pressing on. "How the hell did you manage to tame something like that?" Xiao Long stammered. I found them while I was waiting for you." The old man cut him off again. "Did you breed these venomous bugs yourself?" Xiao Long hesitated, looking a bit shy. "Well, I mean, it's kind of a long story. Still want to hear it?" The old man covered his mouth and cleared his throat. "It's fine. Go ahead." Xiao Long began. "All right, I'll start from the eggs." He told the whole tale. Outside, the night was dead silent, like the shrine itself was hanging on to every word. Once he finished, Duang Sun asked in disbelief, "Wait, you mean you hatched them yourself?" Xiao Long replied, "Yeah, I just had a hunch they'd hatch." The old man was sweating. Who can be sure when an egg is going to hatch? How does he even do that? Xiao Long spoke up, "Hold on a sec, sir." He opened a cabinet, pulled out some creatures, and asked, "Want to see something cool?" He held up a lizard and bragged, "This is just a cave lizard, but it's got yellow stripes and white bands on its tail." He showed off another. "And check this out. I bred the ones with the big white tail stripes together, and look, this was the result." Duang Sun stared at the creatures, gasping. "No way," he shouted. "You created these colors?" The boy grinned. "Yep, pretty cool, right?" The old man gulped. "Wait, so if you breed the super poisonous ones, you could make something even deadlier?" Xiao Long was a bit caught off guard by the question. In his head, he was already crunching the theory. Yeah, maybe. He thought about it and said, "If we figure out which one is more poisonous, then yeah, definitely." He hesitated, but that's tricky. The old man barked, "What do you mean, maybe?" The boy jumped. He grabbed the boy's shoulder, super serious. Xiao Long gasped. "Huh?" He yelled. "Join the Tang Clan, and we'll hand over all our martial arts secrets. You'll have every rare herb, spiritual plant, and poison you could ever want." He was getting hyped up now. "With your skills, you could probably capture or raise one of the 10 great venomous insects of the Central Plains that everyone in the martial world talks about." And if that wasn't enough, Duang Sun played his ace card. "I'm not bragging, but one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains is my daughter." Xiao Long rushed to stop him. "Whoa, wait, what did you just say?" The old man looked stunned for a second, then snapped out of it and laughed. "You're a young guy, I get it. My daughter is one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains." Xiao Long realized he'd misunderstood. "No, not in that way." He kept thinking about those 10 great venomous insects. He clenched his fists, asking, "Are those things really as powerful as the green-striped centipede?" Duang Sun scoffed. "Absolutely, of course!" He smirked, looking smug. "The centipede is cool, but it's low-tier trash compared to the real legends." He went on to describe everything from centipedes the size of a house to others that shimmered like pure gold. Xiao Long was speechless, his mind racing. But Duang Sun kept going, and reality was even crazier than the stories. Duang Sun sighed. This was truly weird. He looked at Xiao Long's excited face and the 2 larvae tucked under his shirt. "Looks like I've got him hooked," he thought. 2 days later, back at the shrine, the Tang disciples were losing their minds. "Did you hear? The bloodhand Rakshasa, Tak Van Tuong, actually showed up." Duang Sun said, "I was nearly in deep trouble. I didn't think he'd been training in secret. He's almost on my level now." The disciples stuttered in terror. "What?" One disciple couldn't even get the words out. Then, another suddenly realized something. "Wait, did the master kill him? Did you reach the realm of 10,000 poisons?" Another one cheered. "Congrats, master." The others joined in. "Wow, incredible, master." He breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. "Nah, it wasn't me, it was this young hero right here." All the disciples were floored. Him? This young guy? The disciple grabbed Xiao Long's hand, shaking it like crazy. You're the hero? The group shouted. Thank you, young hero, for saving our master. Master of the Sichuan Tang Clan. Is it true he's some kind of immortal sage who never ages? Xiao Long was totally thrown off. Wait, what? Who's never aging? Duong Sun calmly cut in. Young hero, there's a bit of a misunderstanding. Mind showing them? The boy thought about it and shrugged. All right, guys, come on out. The disciples stared as the creatures wiggled their way out from under his shirt. The tiny larvae chirped and looked around. As soon as they saw them, the disciples screamed, Whoa, is that a centipede? Wait, these little things took down Tak Van Tuong? One disciple shrieked in terror. Wait, what? Are those things safe to be around? Another disciple yelled out, unable to hide his awe. You really tamed a green-striped centipede? A kid this young and he's this talented? Tangshan gently added, That's why I've decided to bring this young hero into our clan. The disciple shouted with excitement. Oh, young hero, this is a legit opportunity, Tangshan said. His voice grabbed the attention of the Stoke group. He clenched his fist, voice turning serious. We shouldn't drag our feet on this. Xiao Long asked, Old master, are you looking for something else? He just stayed deep in thought, not saying a word. Then he said grimly, The Bloodhand Rakshasa, Zuo Yuntian. His martial arts are all about that twisted bloodhand poison claw technique. It's a messed up dark magic that needs human blood and marrow to level up. Xiao Long panicked, thinking to himself, what kind of insane evil crap is that? Tangshan made a tough call. If that guy left behind any manuals or successors, they had to be wiped out. This kind of vile evil couldn't be allowed to spread in the pugilistic world. He tightened his grip and asked, If anyone's been snatched, we gotta help them out, right? The disciples nodded in agreement. For sure, clan master. Tangshan turned and asked, Young hero, you think you could give me a hand? I mean, you know the lay of the land here on Hainan Island better than anyone. Xiao Long went quiet, looking pensive. Just then, some larvae crawled closer, making noises. He closed his eyes and thought, Joining the Tang Clan probably means signing up for a lifelong mission, doesn't it? Usually, an internship is just for checking out the company vibe and seeing what the boss is really like, right? He grinned and replied, I got you. Once you're back on your feet, I'll do whatever it takes to help. The disciple was stoked to hear that. Tangshan praised him, Young hero, you've got a sharp mind. Xiao Long flashed a radiant smile. Helping people is a no-brainer. He seemed humble on the outside, but inside he was thinking, this trip is the perfect chance to dig deep into the Sichuan Tang Clan. He thought smugly. Smart guys always know how to interview the interviewer. It had been 3 days since old man Taishan recovered. Their group, including Tangshan, Wei Xiao Long, and the disciples, decided to track down the Bloodhand Rakshasa's hideout, so they stopped at a village near a rundown Taoist temple. They asked the locals if anyone had gone missing. One villager replied with worry, You're asking about the missing people? The old man recalled that over the past year, 1 or 2 people had vanished in the woods, but it wasn't happening all the time. Tangshan stroked his beard and thought. The group bowed in thanks, and speaking for the team, Tangshan said, Thanks, village chief. The old man replied warmly, It's nothing. Helping the Tang clan is an honor for me. Then I'll take my leave, the old man said. Tangshan added, Stay safe. Unfortunately, they didn't get any other leads, so they hit the road again. Xiao Long wondered, Is this village just like the others? Tangshan stayed silent, deep in thought, then finally answered. Seeing how he spotted us and showed himself, I thought he'd be lurking nearby, but finding him is a real pain. Xiao Long agreed, thinking it was sketchy too. How can there be 0 traces left behind? Xiao Long remembered Zuo Yuntian's attack and wondered what the guy actually said. Thinking back, he blurted out, Old man, do you remember what he said when he popped up? Tangshan turned to him and said, I don't recall it clearly. What about you? He reminisced. Well, I got smacked and sent flying, but wait, he analyzed it. Didn't he say the Tang clan had already arrived on Hainan Island? Tangshan asked, Is that so? He continued the breakdown. If that's the case, someone must have known the Tangs were on the island and tipped off Zuo Yuntian. Right? He nodded. Maybe. Xiao Long excitedly offered his take. Then it's easy. We just need to retrace the path we took on the island. If we use a sketch of his face to ask around, we'll track him down. Tangshan and his disciples looked at him, surprised. Tangshan said happily, I hadn't thought of that. That's brilliant. If the Bloodhand Rakshasa said that, he definitely heard it from someone who crossed our path. While Xiao Long felt awkward from the praise, Tangshan decided, That's easy enough. Let's move out. They kept on the journey until they reached a village where a heavy, gloomy vibe hung in the air. As they entered, Xiao Long spoke up, Clan Master, they say there's a port on Hainan Island. Tangshan looked around, thinking this must be the place where the women lived. He ordered, Let's go in and check. Like the young hero said, maybe the women here won't be so hostile toward us. The disciples agreed in unison. Yes, Clan Master. The villagers looked totally lifeless. Many were staring into space. Some were just lying in front of their doors. One villager was sitting there, moving in silence. When they asked if anyone was around, it grabbed the villagers' attention. Seeing them walk in, one villager asked, What's a bunch of men doing in a village of women? Tangshan was a bit surprised to see the village chief leading a little girl and 2 young men from the village. He stood tall and introduced himself. I am Tang Tishan, head of the Sichuan Tang Clan. We came here because... While everyone was talking, Xiao Long was silently checking out the scene. He silently judged that the village was totally drained of energy, and even the kids looked weak. Suddenly, he thought something was weird and wondered, what the heck is wrong with these people? Looking around, he saw everyone acting lethargic and thought, could they all have been drugged? The village chief spoke up. As for the missing people, I don't know anything because nothing happened. The chief's face changed and he said, go back. Tangshan tried to talk him into it, but it looked like there were even fewer people in the houses now. The old guy yelled, this isn't for you people to worry about, just get lost. Both Tangshan and Xiao Long were blindsided by the attitude. Tangshan whispered, young hero, I heard the people here were super friendly. Xiao Long didn't get it either, and just as he replied, yeah, the little girl the chief was leading collapsed. The old man panicked, screaming, Mama-chan, don't tell me you fell. He was losing it, sobbing, oh God, Mama-chan, no, you're the only family I have left. The old man cried, why are you suffering from this freaky sickness too? Tangshan knelt on one knee in front of him and offered, village chief, I know a bit of medicine. Can I help? The old man asked, Central Plains medicine. He answered, yeah, I'm not a doctor by trade, but I've got some medical knowledge. Can I take a look at the kid? The old man hurriedly agreed, desperate for any help. The village chief started to open up, saying that for a while now, this nasty, weird disease had been hitting the village. The kids were dying one by one, and the adults were getting weaker by the day. Tangshan comforted him, putting a hand on his shoulder. I see. Let me take a look. The old man teared up and said, thank you. Thank you so much. The village elder told them, hurry inside and shout for the villagers. What are you waiting for? Get the physician and his group in here now. The group scrambled inside. As he ran, Xiao Long asked the disciple, wait, the senior knows medicine too? The guy replied, oh yeah, he does. He explained, our Tang Clan martial arts revolve around handling poisons, so we're pretty cracked at pharmacology too. Plus, martial arts start with knowing your own body inside out, so you gotta have some medical knowledge. You suddenly thought, I thought they were just a bunch of assassins who specialized in poison, but joining the Sichuan Tang Clan means getting to learn fearsome secret arts and medicine? That's actually sick. The somewhat ruthless-looking disciple chimed in, yeah. Sometimes we grab bad guys and inject them with toxins just to see how they react. It's pretty fun. Hearing that, you panicked, wondering, are they experimenting on living people? You pictured Tangshan and that group of unhinged disciples, shivered and thought to yourself, that's way too much. These guys are honestly terrifying. The sky was still gloomy, but the first light of day began to hit a house. Ma Chen lay motionless, but her whole body was radiating an unsettling green aura, her eyes squeezed shut. Tangshan gave the village elder a quick rundown. First, I've channeled my internal energy into her to stabilize her breathing. The old man replied, oh, thank you, sir. The old man stroked Ma Chen's head and said sadly, this is my only granddaughter. I beg you, please help her. Tangshan asked, her pulse seems pretty unstable. It's weird, was the kid's heart weak since birth? The elder answered, the sickness only got this bad about 6 months ago. It's not just my granddaughter, a lot of other people are suffering too. The old man explained, we call it the monster plague. That's why I told everyone to head back at the main gate earlier. Xiao Long instantly caught on and blurted out, so that's why. Tangshan instructed, elder, first I'll prescribe a treatment for their heart conditions. Please gather everyone in the village for me so we can test the medicine. The old man choked back tears. Thank you, sir. The elder thanked him again. I am so grateful. Xiao Long watched Tangshan quietly with a gentle smile. When night fell, one of the disciples called out softly, clan head. The disciple said, you've been working hard treating everyone, sir. Tangshan replied, thanks. He turned to Jubai and asked, how are the patients doing? He thought for a moment and said, it's actually really strange. He proceeded to break down the symptoms. Lethargy, swollen eyes, irregular pulses, and a low fever. The symptoms varied, but the severe cases all had heart issues. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, what about that young hero? Jubai reported, that young hero seemed exhausted after helping everyone, so he crashed. I put him in a guest room. The image of the disciples carrying him off to rest popped into his head. The disciple sighed. The young hero really gave it his all. He said, his physique isn't trained for martial arts, so keeping up with us must have been brutal. Anyway, I should go check on how the kid is looking. Jubai replied, let me lead the way. The door opened gently. Xiao Long was inside, dead to the world, completely oblivious. Tangshan didn't step in, just stood outside watching quietly. Suddenly, he shoved the door open, rushed to the bedside, and his hand struck out like lightning, slapping the kid hard, making him scream in pain. Xiao Long woke up, staring at him blankly with an indignant look, and blurted out, Senior? Inside, he was wondering why'd he just stop. And right then, Tangshan's sudden strike left him totally confused. He clutched his cheek, bewildered, and said, what was that? Then he cowered against the wall, wondering, what is going on? Senior, that hurt. Tangshan immediately softened his tone. Sorry, I was just trying to swat a bug crawling on your cheek. Xiao Long frowned. A bug? Tangshan said, flustered. Listen to me. He looked through the door crack and said, I just wanted to drop in and check on you before I turned in. Suddenly, Tangshan spotted a bug and said, there it is. Out of nowhere, a bug flew over and landed on his face, you know? He pointed at the bug with sharp eyes and said, in Hainan, there are a lot of poisonous insects I'm not familiar with, and they're pretty dangerous, so I just swatted it instinctively. Tangshan held up the bug and said, look, this thing is huge. Xiao Long stared at the bug in his hand, dazed for a second, then suddenly said, wait, hold on, why is this bug even here? Did he just figure something out? Xiao Long asked, Senior, the patients have different symptoms, but don't they all have something weird in common? Tangshan confirmed, exactly. You're saying this is the cause of the monster plague spreading through the village? Xiao Long pointed at the bug in his hand and said, "It's this bug right here." Tangshan gasped in surprise. "Wait, what?" "This is a kissing bug. They got that name because they like to suck blood from people's eyes or lips while they sleep. They're quick faster than you'd think, so they're also known as assassin bugs." Xiao Long grabbed a cloth to wipe the blood off the bug and said, "The bug itself isn't poisonous, but its gut is loaded with parasites." He continued, "When it bites you, it infects you through its waste. Chagas disease, that's exactly what this bug causes. It's one of the top 7 most deadly creatures for humans." Xiao Long asked the village elder, "Do the dogs in the village have trouble breathing or show the same symptoms as the people?" The village elder freaked out and replied, "Yeah. Could it really be because of this bug?" Xiao Long sighed, "Possibly, but we can't be sure yet." The old man asked, "If that's the case, can my granddaughter be saved?" Xiao Long answered, "If we have the right medicine, maybe." But Tangshan chuckled loudly, full of confidence, and asked, "Jubai, what do you think of my eye for talent?" Jubai replied happily, "I've truly realized the young hero's value." Xiao Long walked in confused. "Why are they like that?" Tangshan spoke up, "Young hero, join our Sichuan Tang Clan." Xiao Long stood there stunned. Tangshan said confidently, "I mean it, come join our Sichuan Tang Clan." He was completely lost and muttered, "Why though?" He explained, "There's this thing called a goo worm. It's known as goo poison, or dark magic. This kind of parasite is raised by the worst scum in the Central Plains." Tangshan continued, "Those evil bastards force people to swallow these worms, and they use them to trigger periodic suffering, or just control people like puppets." Xiao Long replied in shock, "That's terrifying, being able to control people like that." Tangshan insisted that while the power is real, plenty of people in the martial arts world have lost their lives to this freakish magic. He explained, "Some people have been forced to kill their own kids, off themselves, or betray their families just to become slaves to those monsters." The village chief stood there, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Oh God, that poor child, Ma-chan." Tangshan explained that for the longest time, the martial arts world had been grinding to find an antidote for this twisted poison. Something that could either purge it from the system or just wipe it out entirely. Xiao Long couldn't believe it, saying, "No way, that's insane." Suddenly, Tangshan whipped something out from his robe and spoke up, "If the Murim world really had an antidote like that, where do you think they'd cook it up?" He proudly held up a round pill and said, "From our own Tang clan in Sichuan, obviously. If this thing can melt a tumor the size of a fist inside someone's body, do you really think those tiny little microbes stand a chance?" Tangshan held up the shimmering pill and said, "The venom-dissolving pill. Just a little bit is enough." Xiao Long's eyes went wide with awe. "The venom-dissolving pill?" he muttered, thinking how wild the name of this parasite-killing pill sounded. Then, looking at the teary-eyed village chief, he said, "So please, don't you worry anymore." Tangshan chimed in, "Your granddaughter's going to be just fine." And just like that, starting with the chief's granddaughter, the whole village started bouncing back. The chief hugged her, overjoyed. "Oh, Ma-chan, we're so lucky." The villagers' warm welcome was the real reward for all their hard work. Looking at their happy faces, it seemed the rumors about this tribe's optimistic nature were spot on. Tangshan clapped Xiao Long on the shoulder and said, "If this young hero hadn't figured out the cause, they wouldn't be thanking me. They'd be thanking you." The village youth shouted in unison, "Thank you, young hero. Thank you so much." Xiao Long felt a bit awkward and replied, "It was nothing." But everyone around him kept cheering, calling him the village's savior. Even though the cure came from the Tang family supply, Tangshan gave all the credit to him, just to see the crowd shower him with appreciation. It was honestly touching to see how happy he was, like the win belonged to him personally. The village kids crowded around and tossed Xiao Long into the air to celebrate. A bit later, the chief leaned in close to Tangshan and asked about that thing he mentioned back at the village gate earlier. He wondered, what was that again? The chief explained, "Everyone's been out looking for that village where people started disappearing." Tangshan replied, "That's right, but why do you ask?" The chief said, sounding uneasy, "I wanted to repay your kindness, so I did some digging and heard a real creepy story." Everyone went quiet to listen. "We've got a girl in our village who married in from out of town. The village where her parents lived had this weird thing happen a few years back where people just started vanishing, one after another." Tangshan's face went pale when he heard that. He looked around and muttered, "Finally a lead." He quickly asked, "So, where's that village?" The chief replied, "There's a small village to the west." When they got there, all they found was ruins. Tangshan covered his nose and said, "Dead bodies." One of the attendants mentioned that it looked like the place the clan leader was talking about. Tangshan suddenly gasped, "What in the hell is this?" The piles of corpses weren't just fresh, there were old bones everywhere. Tangshan said, "It's a mix of miasma and corpse poison. The poison is coming from the rotting bodies." A bearded man shouted, "It's giving me the creeps. Don't let the young hero see this mess." Xiao Long spoke up, "I've already seen everything." Then he suddenly noticed something and asked, "What's that over there?" He saw razor-sharp claws and the beak of some freakish bird busy swallowing the head of a decapitated snake. He grabbed a rock and said, "I can't let that bird desecrate the dead like that." He hurled the rock at it with all his might and screamed, "Get lost!" Tangshan yelled, "Wait!" The rock whizzed past, startling the bird. It slammed its claws into the ground, its eyes turning cold and bloodthirsty, ready to strike. Stop, something was seriously wrong. The bird took flight, radiating killing intent. Xiao Long watched horrified as a wave of black mist swept over the bones, melting them into nothing. He muttered, "No way, it's melting them." Suddenly, a hand clamped over his mouth. Tang San screamed, "Everyone get back! That's a trembling bird!" Everyone immediately dropped into a defensive circle. Tang San explained, when that thing spreads its wings, it can drop everyone around it dead. Its beak shines like copper and it's sharp as a spear, and its body is covered in deep purple feathers. The two attendants listened, faces grim. Tang San continued, "When it's pissed off and spreads its wings, it poisons everything in the area until it's all dead. That's why it's called the trembling bird." Xiao Long asked, his voice shaking with excitement. "Wait, are you saying that's one of the 10 great poisonous beasts?" Tang San nodded. Xiao Long's eyes lit up like Christmas. "Exactly, that's the big boss of the 10 great poisonous beasts, the king of all trembling birds, the king of the 10 beasts," he muttered. "That's absolutely terrifying. The venomous bugs and snakes back home are like cute little pets compared to this." Xiao Long couldn't hide his excitement watching the bird and said, "It's basically a living biological weapon just flying around. Looks like it was lured here by the swarms of venomous snakes." The other three whispered amongst themselves, saying the trembling bird eats the heads of the most poisonous snakes. Xiao Long asked anxiously, "Is this some kind of omen?" Tang San replied, "For sure. You could spend your whole life and never see a trembling bird in person. This species is so rare, you're lucky if you see one every 100 years. Xiao Long marveled at it, and Tang San asked, "What's wrong, young hero? Are you thinking of catching it?" To everyone's shock, he laughed, "You want to try and catch it?" The young hero said he could try, but looking at how toxic that thing was, Tang San just gave him a smirk and said, "Kid, you seem pretty obsessed with these 10 great poisonous beasts. If that's the case, there might be a way." Xiao Long asked, surprised, "You really mean it?" Tang San confirmed that if he successfully mastered the Tang family's secret poison arts, his body would become immune to all poisons, even the trembling bird's toxins. He explained that in this world, only the Tang family's martial arts could neutralize a poison like that. He pointed to his own face and said, "But here's the problem. Our Tang family doesn't teach our secret techniques to outsiders." He emphasized, "As much as I want to help you, kid, as the clan leader, I can't break the family rules." Xiao Long shouted, fired up. "If I become a member of the Tang family, can I learn it? And if I reach the state of being immune to 100 poisons, can I really stand up to the trembling bird's toxin?" Tang San replied with total confidence, "Of course, if you're ready to commit right now, I'll teach you everything, and we'll handle the initiation ceremony properly." Even though the others looked skeptical, Xiao Long was the only one who believed him. He gave a mischievous grin. "But look, if you take too long to decide, I might have to rethink this whole thing, right?" Wei Xiao Long felt hyped and started blushing. "You've got it, boss. I'm all in. I'm officially part of the Tang clan now. Looking forward to your guidance, my liege." Tang Shan laughed out loud. "For real? That's what I'm talking about." He clapped a hand on the kid's shoulder. "From here on out, you're part of the Tang family bloodline." Back at the hideout of the Bloodhand Rakshasa, Jia Yuntong, someone spoke up right near the poison stash. "Clanmaster." The bearded man handed over a scroll and said it was stashed in the cave. Tangshan flipped through the pages and confirmed the blood-written script was the secret manual of the Bloodhand poison ancestor. Wei Xiaolong was shook. "Written in blood?" The old man tucked the book away. "Let's bounce." The kid asked, "Heading to Sichuan then?" Tangshan replied, "We've got to snag that green centipede core in the manual." Wei Xiaolong thought about the venomous critters he'd been keeping and asked, "Mind if we swing by the Taoist temple for a sec? I want to set my little buddies free." The old man nodded. "Sure thing. I'll get your gear ready while you're at it." Tangshan turned back around. "All right, let's roll." Wei Xiaolong took one last look behind him and noticed something. He pointed at the cave. "Yo, check that out. Something's weird." The bearded guy asked, "What you talking about?" Everyone leaned in. "This thing?" they all asked in sync. It was a feather from a spirit bird. Every eye was locked on the glowing purple quill. Tangshan put on some gloves and picked it up to get a better look. He opened a box to store it and said, "Consider it a welcome gift for joining the Tang clan. Looks like you really dig it." Wei Xiaolong was stoked. "Thanks, boss." "Wait, elder?" "Nah, clanmaster is fine." Tangshan turned back with a grin. "Everything's cool, but I'm not really feeling that formal vibe." He continued, "How about after the initiation rite, we settle on a name that actually fits?" Wei Xiaolong muttered, caught off guard. "An initiation? Like an entry ceremony?" Meanwhile, at the Tang clan in Sichuan, Tang Jun was wounded, and the clan members rushed to steady him. One lackey reported, "Supreme Clan Master, Tang Boding already took off and just arrived." The old man roared, "Hurry it up! How's Yinner doing?" The lackey reported back, She's still hanging on, sir." The old man barked, "Get me to her now!" The room door flew open. Tang Jun stormed in, calling out for Yinner. Everyone by the bedside spoke in unison, "Supreme Clan Master." Tang's wife cried out in worry. Her father-in-law replied, "Don't sweat it, daughter-in-law. I brought the medicine." Tang Jun pulled out the pill. "Here's the core of the green centipede." She covered her mouth, trying to keep it together. "You actually did it." Everyone hovered around, waiting for him to give her the dose. Her face was pale, and she was struggling to breathe. Tang Jun said sadly, "Yinner." He held up the pill. "It was almost too late. Thank goodness I made it." The lady urged him, "Father, please, give it to her." He gently slipped the pill into Yinner's mouth. A surge of green energy rippled off her body, and Tang Jun checked her pulse. He pushed his internal energy into her while her mother watched, teary-eyed and whispering, "Yinner, please, wake up." Wei Xiaolong sat down, exhausted, thinking, "I heard the Central Plains were huge, but I had no clue they were this massive." From Hainan they sailed to Hangzhou, then through Nanning. It had been a month and a half of travel. Finally, they hit Sichuan, standing right before the Tang Clan gates. The bearded guy says this is the Sichuan Tang Clan kid. Wei Xiao Long was floored. For real? The sight of the massive estate was unreal. The guy explained, this whole mountain belongs to the Tangs. That's why they call it Tang Family Mountain. Wei Xiao Long couldn't believe his eyes. Clan members swarmed out, screaming, Clan Master, you're back! Welcome home! The kid panicked, muttering, are all these people part of the Sichuan Tangs? It was packed. From behind the crowd, a girl in red came sprinting toward them. Footsteps echoed. Everyone was hyped for his return. Tangshan was shocked to hear the voice. It was his daughter, the apple of his eye. Yinner had woken up and was charging at him, sobbing. Tangshan cheered. Yinner, you're back on your feet? She wrapped her arms around him. Father, I'm so sorry. Yinner turned to ask, are you doing okay, father? Wei Xiao Long stared at her, muttering, man, this is the first time I've ever seen someone shine like that. The old man turned to make introductions. I've got someone I want you to meet. Tangshan said, Wei Xiao Long, this is my daughter, Tang Yinner. Wei Xiao Long totally froze. The old man added, hey, I still remember what you said to me earlier. Something about grass? Yinner looked confused. Grass? Tangshan flicked her forehead. Weeds, obviously. Yinner was stunned, her face turning bright red. They just stared at each other in silence. Wei Xiao Long flashed back to what the old man had said. My daughter is one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains. The kid argued back, no, that's not what I meant by weeds. He felt super embarrassed. She was the poison flower Tang Yinner, the only daughter of the Tang clan. Ever since she was little, Yinner carried a heavy burden most people couldn't grasp. In a conversation between 2 elders, one guy thought her talent was still a big question mark, while the other guy just gushed about how she didn't quite make the cut as one of the 3 beauties of the martial arts world. Yinner had been hiding behind a tree, silently taking in every biting word. The bearded guy said, we just need to find a son-in-law to make things look official. The other replied, I told you we should have taken on more concubines. Why does the clan master keep saying no? The harsh gossip hit Yinner hard, making her whisper, that's not true, mother. Father isn't wrong. She was determined to prove her worth to the clan elders by perfecting her martial arts. Even though she wasn't a man, she wanted to contribute, but her impatience led to mistakes, creating an internal demon that landed her in a coma. When she finally woke up, thanks to the medicine and Tang Jun's help, everyone was relieved. Her mother cheered, you survived. Yinner burst into tears. Mother, what am I supposed to do? She sobbed, I'm sorry, mother. She thought to herself, it's all over. She had wanted to be useful to the clan. Looking at Tang Jin, she said, I've lost all my internal energy. Tang Jun grabbed her hand and said, little one, are you really beating yourself up for being a burden to the family? You've already achieved what everyone wanted. Stop crying and smile, Yinner asked, confused. Wait, the 100 poisons? As she lifted her hand, she noticed a faint blue glow radiating from her palm, leaving her shocked. Yinner turned to ask, Grandpa, what is this? Tang Jun grinned. Yinner, I've got news for you. Not only did we save your life, but you've unlocked heavenly poison energy. It's way beyond the 100 poisons. Yinner whispered, is it the weeds? The comment had everyone laughing, while Wei Xiao Long just stood there, red-faced and muttering to himself. Meanwhile, Tangshan stood to the side, shooting a smug look at the awkward Wei Xiao Long. Wei Xiao Long thought to himself, don't get cocky. He gave a strained smile and said, you're too kind, clan leader. It's a real honor to meet you, miss. He added, I heard you were sick, so it's a huge relief to see you doing so well. Nanyi replied, that's right. Then with a bright tone, she said, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Nanyi introduced herself. I am from the Poison Flower branch, Duong Nanyi. Thank you so much for saving my life, young hero. Poison Flower. I'll never forget this favor. Her introduction left Wei Xiao Long totally smitten, and he thought to himself, she's gorgeous, but he was snapped back to reality when she asked, what? Duong Sun whispered, this is voice transmission technique. He continued, even wild grass can be beautiful, can it? Higginbana, would you like to try picking some? Wei Xiao Long turned bright red, totally flustered. The scene shifted to the bathhouse, where Wei Xiao Long was chilling in the hot water. The little centipedes were fast asleep in a basin, and he muttered to himself, man, I'm dead meat. When he saw one of the baby centipedes wake up, he complained, you guys usually stick to me all day. Hot water isn't exactly good for your bodies, you know. You guys want to hop in the tub for a bit? They crawled in as if they actually understood him. Wei Xiao Long thought it was trippy. It felt like they were picking up on what he said. He chuckled and said, hey, stop staring at my naked bod like that, you're gonna make a guy blush. Suddenly, they freaked out and dove to the bottom of the tub. He chuckled to himself, these little guys are a riot. Wei Xiao Long sighed, remembering what the 9 defeated elder had said about these centipedes. These creatures are considered spiritual beasts. He suddenly remembered Duong Sun's words, Higginbana is beautiful, would you like to try picking some? He couldn't stay calm, so he decided to get out of there, right now. On his way out, everyone else was sitting around talking about something. Duong Sun picked up his teacup and said, so, we'll get everything squared away, right? Duong Quan shook his head. A young hero and so talented. He replied, yes, we stumbled upon a stroke of luck, but this opportunity is all thanks to this young hero. Duong Sun chimed in. His knowledge of poisonous creatures is truly off the charts. He didn't just take down Tak Van Tuong, he even encountered a legendary spiritual beast like the sunken bird. Everyone looked stunned. Lady Duong and Ngan Ni were both visibly shocked. Duong Sun continued, I heard the young hero even hatched those Thon-band centipedes himself. Duong Quan laughed. I didn't expect we'd miss out on such a treasure. Duong Sun nodded. Indeed, father. Then he called for Nga Ni. She looked startled and confused. Duang's son asked, I'm thinking of taking the young hero as a son-in-law. What do you think? Nga Ni was baffled. You mean, you want the young hero to be your son-in-law? She cried out. If he becomes my husband, then. She suddenly fell silent, eyes cast down, waiting for an answer. In her heart, she thought, I've already mastered the 100 poisons and reached the realm of heavenly poison. I want to prove I can be of even more use to the clan. Finally, she spoke up. I'm a Duong family member too, so I understand where you're coming from. Nga Ni slammed her hand on the table, her voice loud, but her eyes welling up with tears. She asked, is the young hero actually worthy of me? I need to test him myself. With that, she ran out, leaving everyone in the room worried. Duong's son stood up with a bad gut feeling. Be careful, young hero. Watching his daughter's back as she left, he muttered, even if the Higanbana is beautiful, it comes with sharp thorns. Now, I can finally set my sights on the heavenly poison body. If I stop here, the clan elders will never recognize me. I need to verify everything carefully, especially his character. Meanwhile, after his bath, Wei Xiao Long was sitting outside catching the breeze, wondering what just happened. With a gloomy look, he muttered, I think I made a terrible first impression on the young miss from a big clan. Wei Xiao Long rubbed the centipedes on his chest and asked, what am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, Nga Ni called out, young hero, from behind him, making him jump. She'd been running and was breathing hard. Wei Xiao Long asked, oh, Miss Nga Ni? She replied, sorry to bother you, young hero, I'm in a bit of a rush. Seeing the confused look on Wei Xiao Long's face, Nga Ni asked, could you let me borrow your hand for a second? Wei Xiao Long immediately held out his hand and said, sure, miss. But then he hesitated, his face turning red. He stuttered. About this, he was getting flustered. I don't know what you need, but maybe it's better to wait until we get to know each other better, right? He awkwardly continued, I mean, we need to have some real rapport first. Nga Ni was confused, what do you mean? When she heard that, she suddenly blushed and said loudly, no, that's not it at all. What are you talking about? Wei Xiao Long sighed to himself, yeah, probably not. The romantic afternoon sunset couldn't salvage the awkward tension between them. Nga Ni sighed and said, it's not what you think, I just wanted to check your pulse. Maybe I caught you off guard by asking to hold your hand so suddenly and you misunderstood. Wei Xiao Long gave a strained laugh. Oh, I see. My bad, I didn't get it. Nga Ni sat down and said, first I want to apologize for showing up so abruptly and acting so out of line. She looked at Wei Xiao Long, noticing he was still so young, barely a man yet, but he spoke with such maturity, so she decided to explain the current situation. Wei Xiao Long stuttered. Okay. After listening to Nga Ni for a while, he felt like he was in some classic historical drama. She was the only successor to the family line, constantly having to dodge the shady schemes of the branch families. To keep the clan afloat, the elders decided they had to recruit a top-tier son-in-law. Wei Xiao Long nodded to himself, muttering, they were even calculating my own position in the clan if I joined. Nga Ni continued, so, I want to apologize in advance, but there's something I need to confirm with you. She scratched her head and said, even if things don't go the way I wanted, I don't intend to treat you poorly. You're my savior, so we'll treat you like an honored guest, she added. Or how about we just become sworn siblings instead? Wei Xiao Long was caught off guard by the offer, but he held out his hand and laughed. I get where you're coming from. Whatever you need to confirm, feel free. Nga Ni stayed silent for a moment before taking Wei Xiao Long's pulse and saying, all right, let's get started. A weird energy started radiating from her, totally blowing Wei Xiao Long's mind. Nga Ni explained, the Duong family martial arts aren't for everyone. Only a select few can handle the poisons and master our secret techniques. She went on. On the flip side, there are people who can't do it at all. Using the clan's hierarchy, heavenly poison, 100 poisons, 10 poisons, and 5 poisons, she broke it down for him. The Duong family's poison techniques require the student to slowly adapt to different toxins as their inner energy grows. Only by accepting everything can you truly master the knowledge. After checking his pulse, Nga Ni said, luckily your body is capable of learning our poison techniques. But then she turned to him and added, it's just the 10 poisons body though. That means you can only handle 10 types of toxins. But for someone not from the Duong line, having a 10 poisons body is already pretty impressive. But Long froze at the news. Nga Ni stood up and continued, looking at your overall potential, you're basically a first-rate martial artist. That's the ceiling for anyone without natural-born talent. She bowed and said, sorry, I've got to run. Long stood up and replied, sure, take care. He was deep in thought. Do I really have the 10 poison body? He blurted out. So does this mean I can't catch the deep bird? This was a real mess. After stepping out of the bath, Nga Ni wrapped a cloth around herself and let out a sigh of relief. She checked out her body, wondering why it had been emitting this weird scent ever since she absorbed the Qingban centipede's inner core. She was even showering several times a day. After getting dressed, Nga Ni told herself, is this some kind of punishment because I was disrespectful to my benefactor? The scene cuts to Long's bedroom. He was fast asleep, seemingly caught in a dream. Suddenly, he found himself in a place full of cherry blossom trees. From somewhere far off, he heard crying. I am so grateful for your kind heart, Miss Nga Ni. Thank you, my benefactor. Long muttered, am I dreaming? A girl spoke up, not exactly. It might feel like a dream, but it's actually real. The Qingban centipede knelt on the ground and said, I'm just borrowing the form of this girl, the one who absorbed my inner core. So I wouldn't scare you. I am the mother of these little ones, the Qingban centipede. Long was confused. Huh? The Qingban centipede? At his feet were these adorable little critters. Long panicked, "You guys are freaking me out. Where did you even come from?" He looked at them and asked, "Wait, so are you kids? Are you all girls?" He knelt down on one knee and asked, "But why are you guys in my dream?" She hesitated. Then the Qingban centipede said with fury, "I was brutally murdered, leaving my children behind. The heavens have heard my cry for justice. My soul remained trapped in that inner core," she said angrily. "I placed a curse the moment I manifested inside the body of the girl who absorbed it. The time for revenge has come, and that's why I've appeared in your dream." The Qingban centipede said gratefully, "Thanks to you, I can bring these children along, my benefactor." After listening to her, Long replied, "I get it now." He thought to himself, "In the end, I was the one who revealed her location to those creeps." Looking worried, Long said, "I didn't mean for that to happen, but no matter how you slice it, I'm still involved in the Qingban centipede's death." Seeing the pity in his eyes, the Qingban centipede said, "My benefactor, if you don't mind, could you help me with one last wish?" Long was holding a sleeping child and answered firmly, "Of course, I'll grant whatever you ask." She stroked her child's head and said, "Could you look after my babies until they're all grown up?" He wondered, "But wait, aren't they supposed to be able to survive on their own after molting twice from their mother's body?" The Qingban centipede explained, "That's how it works for the lesser creatures, but we're different." She comforted her kids and explained that before they molt twice, they rely heavily on the energy flow from their mother's inner core. Afterward, they grow by absorbing energy from other living beings. Long asked, "But since Miss Nan-Ni absorbed the core, does that mean they need to stay near her?" She replied seriously, "You need to understand our situation, benefactor." The Qingban centipede asked, "Did I mention the curse I placed on that girl earlier?" He got nervous and answered, "Yeah, you did." She continued, "Because of my inner core, that girl's body is giving off a foul stench." Long was stunned. "A foul stench." With a sinister look, the Qingban centipede said, "I won't let any man get close to her. She won't be able to bear children." He panicked and repeated it back. "Oh man," she continued, "if you want to break the curse, have my babies absorb the energy from the inner core. Who knows? Maybe you can use this chance to win her heart." Long rested his chin in his hand, thinking for a moment, then smiled. "I don't think that's right. I don't want to take advantage of Miss Nan-Ni's tough situation." The Qingban centipede admitted he was a man of honor. She asked seriously, "But if that's the case, how do you plan on overcoming this challenge? It seems that girl is looking for a guy with real power." She also noted, "And as for me, I can't get you the inner core of the 10 great poisonous predators because it's already been absorbed by that girl." Long muttered, "Huh? The 10 great poisonous predators?" He said happily, "I've got an idea. Can you trust me?" She wondered, "What are you talking about?" Long rubbed the child's head and said, "Just leave it to me. I think this is going to work." The next day, when Long explained everything, Nan-Ni was surprised. "Oh, so the scent coming from my body is because of the Qingban centipede's inner core?" He brought her babies along and affirmed, "That's right. And if you keep these centipedes near you for a few days so they can absorb the energy from the core, the scent will vanish on its own." She said shyly, "I feel a bit awkward asking this, but..." Nan-Ni asked, "You told me all this without asking for anything in return. Shouldn't you ask me for some kind of reward?" Long smiled. "Nah, I can't bring myself to take advantage of someone in a tough spot, and I don't want to be that shameless." She was surprised by his answer, then looked down and stayed silent for a moment. Finally, she decided, "All right, if that's the case, I can't just keep accepting your kindness without giving something back." Nan-Ni said seriously, "I'll consider what my father said." "Long, I realize there are things more important than talent or martial arts." Long scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, "I mean, that's fair, but honestly, I've been thinking about this too." She asked, "Thinking about what?" He smiled bashfully. "You said I possess the 10 poison body and have the ability to absorb 10 types of poison, right?" Nan-Ni sighed and confirmed, "That's right." Long looked at the kids and said, "So if I can only absorb 10 types, is it possible for me to take in the poisons of the 10 great poisonous predators in the Central Plains?" Nan-Ni asked curiously, "Use 10 poisons from the 10 great poisonous predators?" She blushed and muttered, "So it turns out he wants to become the strongest person in the world. Wait, no way." For Duong Nan-Yi, one of the 3 beauties of Lam Vo, this was the first time a guy had expressed his feelings so boldly to her. The sky looked gloomy, but rays of sunlight were still cutting through the thick clouds, shining down on the pavilion outside. The two of them were sitting on the steps talking about something. Hoan looked confused. She stared at Long and wondered, does the young hero even know what he's saying? You just stared at Hua-an for a sec, then scratched your head and gave a clueless laugh. I don't know. She was losing her patience with this guy. Spinning around, she crossed her arms over her chest and opened up. This path is straight up brutal, seriously. It could take 10 years, 20, maybe even a whole damn lifetime to get anywhere. Little Dragon sat there looking totally lost, then stuttered, Is it really that serious?" He covered his face with his hands, letting out an awkward little huff. "All right then. Little Dragon, I heard you're only 15. In 3 years, when you're all grown up, that's when the wedding goes down." Little Dragon sat there, looking clueless as he listened to Hua-an talking about their future with the shy, nervous tone of a girl just hitting her prime. "In these next 3 years, if you can actually master one of the 10 great poisons, you might just earn everyone's total trust. So, if everything goes smooth, your chances are looking pretty solid." She blushed hard, her fingers fidgeting together, and said, "About the wedding, what I mean is..." But then Juan suddenly jumped up and yelled, "Either way, I'm always backing you." Little Dragon scrambled back in a panic. After dropping that bomb, she didn't even look back, just bolted, only calling out, "All right, I'm out!" Little Dragon was still sitting there, completely dazed, only able to spit out a, "Huh?" He hurriedly called out to her, retreating back. "Miss Hua-an?" She spun around, startled, and asked, "Does the young hero have something else to say?" Little Dragon flashed an innocent smile and patted the spot right next to him. He looked like he was glowing with holy light and said, "It's about the treatment. You just need to stay for 1 more hour. Miss, please just try to stick around a bit longer before you go." That line left Huan frozen like a statue, looking like she was about to crack under the pressure. She helplessly shrieked at his total stupidity, then stood there rigid, fists clenched, taking a slow step back to where she was. Her face was beet red from embarrassment, while Little Dragon, thinking she was just scared of the little bugs on him, hurried to reassure her, "Don't sweat it, they absolutely won't bite you." Once he said that, he turned to the bugs on his hand and called out, "Come on, my little babies!" And they actually popped up to answer him. Little Dragon translated what they said, which totally freaked Hua-an out. They didn't want to listen to their father, but wanted to talk to Mother instead. It was full of excitement as he repeated those key words. "Father, Mother?" Hearing that, Little Dragon panicked, his voice ringing out as he strongly denied it. No, that's not it at all." Inside the study, the three parents sat across from each other, talking seriously. "Looks like the young hero's talent still hasn't managed to win our daughter's heart." Tang Jun asked his wife in a stern voice, "Did you see them this morning? Something feels fishy between them." Hearing that, the old man fell into deep thought, stroking his white beard and said quietly, "Fine." Tang Shan was silent for a long time. Tang Jun cleared his throat to regain his composure. "Forcing the wedding isn't exactly right. It's better to let their feelings develop naturally." Tang's wife immediately got an idea and looked at her husband. "Why not have Huan teach him martial arts? They'll see each other all the time. Who knows, maybe that'll spark something." Tang Jun replied, "Now that's not a bad idea." Hearing that, the head of the Tang family nodded. "In that case, I'll ask Mr. Yi to see if there's any way to brainwash them. If we can, maybe we can bridge the gap between them." Tang Shan worriedly reminded them, but Huan isn't really into that stuff, and he feared his father was expecting way too much. The old man crossed his arms, huffed coldly, closed his eyes, and said, "Just give it a shot." He reluctantly agreed. It had to be done. Outside the door, a familiar figure appeared. "Father, it's me, Huan. I'm here to pay my respects." She shouted from outside, startling the three people in the room. They whispered, "Huan? Why is she here at this hour?" Tang Shan pulled himself together before telling her to come in. "Go." Without hesitation, she pushed the door open. Seeing the three elders looking so serious, she got a bit flustered and swallowed hard. Huan leaned back and stammered, "Everyone's actually here together." The three of them stared at her, not getting what she meant. She stood up straight, cupped her hands respectfully, and said, "I came here because there's something I need to say." "Something you need to say?" Tang Shan asked, surprised. Thinking about what she was about to drop, she felt super awkward, her face turning red, throat tight, stumbling over her words. I'll do what you told me to, Father." She squeezed her hands together to find some courage and said it all in one breath. Tang Shan just let out a confused "oh," his face stiff, trying to process it. A moment later, Tang Shan hesitantly asked, The words I said? What do you mean?" Tang's wife excitedly pulled her daughter closer, wanting to hear what Hua-an was struggling to say. She was getting impatient, so she jumped in. "Is it that the young hero Little Dragon has finally caught your eye?" She froze, her face changing colors like a chameleon. Just when it started to calm down, it turned bright red again amidst the excitement of the two parents. "Oh, why so sudden?" She clearly said she wasn't interested before. Her father was way too direct, leaving Huan not knowing how to answer. She tapped her two fingers together, showing just how flustered she was, and only after a while did she dare to speak up. "Young hero Little Dragon, because of me, he promised to become the best in the world. He actually took an oath like that." That statement got the two parents all hyped up. They asked, "What? The best in the world?" He stroked his short curly beard and said with real interest, "Can you tell us more about that?" Following her father's wish, Huan honestly told them, "What I mean is, even though his natural talent isn't exactly flashy, he swore to me that he'd master all 10 types of poison, and he promised me that." The head of the Tang family burst out laughing at the weird but proud declaration. "What? 10 types of poison? That kid really has no idea how big the world is." Her mother joined in on the teasing. "Oh my god, is there really someone like that out there?" It made Huan's face burn like a boiled shrimp. But a second later, she pulled herself together and explained, "Even though I've agreed in my heart, the wedding won't be approved until Little Dragon grows up and masters at least one of those 10 poisons. You guys get what I'm saying, right?" She glanced at the three of them to check their reaction. The parents were all happily in agreement. "Only a few, and he hasn't done it yet? If he's going to be my son-in-law, he better get it done," Tang's wife added. But men don't seem to be that sharp, do they?" Hearing her mother say that, Huan suddenly understood and asked, "So do I need to explain it again?" She patted her daughter's head and gently advised, "Honestly, hasn't the young hero realized that this is already a done deal? Why aren't you trying a little harder for our daughter?" Tang Jun also happily added, "So for now, treat him like a son-in-law. We should probably act like we don't know anything about this. If he keeps trying this hard, it won't be long before he's part of the family." And that's when they finally looked satisfied. Somewhere else, Little Long's hand was grabbed tight and he shouted in excitement, "Man, I'm speechless, benefactor." Haven't you totally won her heart already? The compliment made him blush, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Yeah, I guess it's just grit and guts. The creature, looking exactly like Hoa-an but with a green diamond-shaped gem on its head, smiled back. After a moment of silence, it said, Benefactor, today will probably be the last time. My resentment has been lifted, so my soul will pass on soon. Holding on to the three kids dancing around nearby, Long replied, Yeah, I get it. Standing still as his hair caught the wind, he asked, Is there anything I can do for you? If there's anything you need, we'll do it. He put a hand to his mouth, acting thoughtful. In that case, if you don't mind, could I just get a look? With a sharp snap of his fingers, Long made his move. The creature blushed, clutching its robe tight, thinking, So the benefactor is a real man after all. But it hesitated and agreed, Fine, okay. It pulled down its robe without hesitation, wondering, I guess he's a sucker for beauty. Seeing this, Long's face went dark with panic and he stopped her. Wait, hold on, do you really have to take it off? Now it was the creature's turn to be confused, wondering, Huh? The kids covered their eyes on their own. Hearing the two of them, Long said, I'll stop if that makes you feel better. Long shouted, rejecting the idea. No, that's not what I meant. That's not it. I just wanted to see the form of the green-striped centipede. To avoid any more misunderstandings, he just straight up asked, despite the creature's skepticism. Finally catching on, the creature hesitated and said, If that's all. A second later, the scene shifted. Long's excited scream echoed everywhere as the creature's body underwent a spectacular transformation. From a pretty girl, it turned into a massive centipede spirit, asking coyly, Is this what you wanted, benefactor? Long breathed out heavily, his eyes glowing with pure hype. Wow, it's real. It's seriously huge. Can I touch it just a little? He asked while rubbing his hands. Even the centipede was speechless. You're already touching it, dude. Once he got a feel for it, Long got greedy. Can I keep a little bit? Damn, how do these joints even hold up something this big? And when you walk, the front legs glow, right? Hearing that, the centipede wiggled its short front legs, embarrassed, and asked, The front legs? Seeing the adorable move, Long got even more hyped. Can I touch the legs too? The centipede was speechless for the second time. You're already touching them. Getting into his element, Long got way too excited, firing off questions. How strong is your venom? What about your eyes? Do you see with your eyes, or do you still use your antennae to feel stuff? The three kids were still covering their eyes, not out of shyness, but because they couldn't stand the sight. The creature could only give a vague answer. Of course. Then the creature let out a startled shout, staring at the razor-sharp claws. Long clenched his fist and asked, So can I touch the venomous fang, just once? That stopped the centipede dead in its tracks. Huh? It warned him. That might be a bit dangerous, you know. Hearing that, Long switched to his puppy dog tone to attack. But you said you'd grant any request. The centipede shook its head, blushing. Benefactor, what are you saying? The green-striped centipede thought to itself, Are my daughters actually okay? His hand reached out, his face clearly showing he was craving it. Ah, look at how that chitin shell sparkles, he thought, concluding that the whole situation was just bizarre. Duong Thiet's son folded his hands under his chin, his expression softening. Right then? Well, not young hero anymore, Long. I've heard the story from Tonghua Yin Yi. From now on, you're my son. Hearing the man's deep, booming voice, he looked over at Hoa-an in shock. She had heard her father too, and a gentle smile played on her little face. Long knew she wouldn't help him out, so he felt awkward and tried to explain, Yeah, but what about the 3-year trial? Before he could finish, Duong Thiet's son cut him off. No room for rejection. The wedding happens when you come of age. That's just how it is. Long waved his hands helplessly. No, that's not what I meant. Madame Duong sat nearby, cupping her aged but well-cared-for face, and chimed in with a grin. Oh my, a son-in-law? Long, welcome to the family again. I'm your mother-in-law now. Even the head of the Duong clan joined the excitement. His hair was silver, but his eyes lit up looking at the boy, his face beaming. Now that Tonghua Yin Yi has found her match, the Duong family is only going to see good times from here on out. Seeing the whole family acting so supportive, Long didn't know what to say. He glanced at Hoa-an Gan-yi. She didn't answer, but a small smile curled on her lips. He thought he'd seen it wrong, but looking closer, her face had already returned to that cold, indifferent look. He was stunned. What is going on? She clearly set conditions for the marriage, so why was she acting like she already accepted it? He didn't know the full situation, but he silently decided. For now, he'd just roll with it. Thinking that, Long pulled himself together and gave a sheepish grin. All right, I'm counting on you all. He thought things would get awkward after that, or at least that he'd be the only one cringing. But the old clan leader and his son didn't even care about him anymore. The two older men just laughed, their eyes crinkling, and dove straight into planning. Right, let's get started. The sight left a massive question mark floating over Long's head. After chatting with his father for a bit, Duong's son looked at Long and said, Before you learn the Duong family's poison arts, there's something I want to show you. Long turned, surprised. Oh, what is it? Seeing his cute reaction, the two men laughed at each other. As the clan leader, Duong's son's expression turned serious. The 10,000 Poison Palace. I guarantee you're going to love this place. The 4 family members lined up, with Long bringing up the rear following the old clan leader's footsteps. While Long was busy checking out the scenery in the backyard, Duong Quan spoke up. We've been waiting for this moment. Duong Quan said happily to Long, The moment you officially step into the 10,000 Poison Palace as a member of the Duong family. It's our tradition. We do this together as a family. Long responded with excitement. I've really been looking forward to this, Grandpa. Suddenly his breath hitched and his face flushed red with pure anticipation, ready to step inside and see all the wonders. He figured the 10,000 poison palace must be packed with countless types of poisons. It was totally fascinating. Before he could even wrap his head around it, Xiao Long glanced at Tang Huayin and couldn't believe his eyes. She looked absolutely stunning, glowing in the morning light. She had this magnetic beauty with perfect curves that left him totally awestruck. Man, his face turned bright red and he couldn't stop it. He thought she was even prettier in profile, like some kind of masterpiece. Tang Huayin's parents had been watching his reaction for a while now, and instead of giving him a hard time like most parents would, they just chuckled to see their future son-in-law damn near swooning over their daughter. Tang Shan chimed in, teasing him, "Kid, if you stare like that, you're gonna scare my daughter off. You're part of the family now, so why are you still acting so clueless? Looks like our son-in-law has already built his own little world with Tang Huayin." Tang Huayin nudged him. "Xiao Long, you need to watch where you're going, right?" He stammered, totally embarrassed. A moment later, they stood before a massive room built into the mountain, guarded by 3 ripped-looking soldiers. As they got closer, he recognized a Chow and a Do, standing there with muscles bulging, looking dead serious. Suddenly, one of the guards stepped up, cupped his hands, and said, "You've arrived. Supreme Patriarch." Tang Jun spoke up immediately. "I want to show my grandson-in-law the 10,000 poison hall. Open the gate." The 3 guards quickly acknowledged the order. Xiao Long was checking everything out, totally amazed. The security here was way tighter than anything from the medieval era. Following orders, the guy in charge shouted to open the gate. The 2 guards put their entire strength into it, their muscles straining, and it took a serious amount of effort to even budge the massive doors. One guard asked, "Why are we opening up so early today?" Xiao Long watched the 2 beefy guys struggle and thought to himself, "Damn, do you really have to go through all that pain just to open a door?" Once the doors were fully open, a Chow and a Do were gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Once things were prepped, the guards signaled back, "You may enter." Tang Shan nodded to Xiao Long. "Let's head in." As they stepped inside, he explained, "This gate is made of iron from the southern barbarian lands. Getting this thing open is a huge honor." Xiao Long was surprised. "Really?" Once everyone was inside, Tang Shan said proudly, "We're here." Xiao Long's eyes went wide as he looked around, totally stunned. Tang Shan continued, "This is the vault that holds all the deadly poisons of the Sichuan Tang Clan." Tang Jun reminded him, "This is the 10,000 poison hall of the 10,000 poison palace. Be careful, don't touch a damn thing." Xiao Long asked out of curiosity, "So this is the 10,000 poison hall. It's all kept in jars and pouches?" Tang Shan replied quickly, "That's right, we've got all sorts of nasty stuff in here like paralysis poison and soul sleep venom." As he said that, Tang Shan shoved Xiao Long toward Tang Huayin and said, "Tang Huayin, why don't you explain it all to Xiao Long? I'm sure my grandson-in-law would much rather hear it from you." Madame Tang agreed from the side, "Exactly." Tang Huayin didn't push back, just blushed a bit and said, "Yes, father." With that, she led Xiao Long on a tour of the hall and said, "Come here, I'll show you the most lethal poisons the Tang sect has, starting with the little golden toxin." The more she spoke, the more shy she got. This is the breathless poison, the kind of stuff people in the martial arts world have to be super careful about. If you inhale it, you lose your internal energy, so watch out. And here's the intestine-tearing poison, soul-destroying poison, fire-blood poison, and the 7th-step soul-severing poison. Seeing their daughter list off so many deadly poisons, her parents beamed with pride. They were both pretty cute, honestly. Meanwhile, Tang Huayin got serious and said, "Those are all powerful, but the Tang sect's absolute deadliest poison is something else." Then she handed Xiao Long a tiny bean and said, "Take this, Xiao Long." Looking at the tiny bean in his palm, Xiao Long was still confused. "This," Tang Huayin explained, "excluding the top 10 poisonous creatures, this is currently the strongest poison out there." She added, "This herb is the symbol of the Tang sect." Castor bean? Xiao Long was still blanking out. Castor oil bean? Actually, this is resin, a super toxic substance. Just 2 milligrams is enough to kill a grown man. He was still shocked and blurted out, "This is like 100,000 times stronger than cyanide?" Tang Huayin smiled at him. "This is the closest thing to the Tang sect's goal of a toxin that is colorless, odorless, and invisible. That's why this is called the gold poison, the most precious of them all." She went on to explain, "And taking someone out with this is called a gold strike." After hearing that, Xiao Long suddenly felt like there was a fiery intensity around Tang Huayin, and he heard her warn him, "Remember this well, Xiao Long. The deadliest poison isn't always the one that causes the most pain or looks the scariest. It's the one that kills silently and surely. That's what the Sichuan Tang Clan's poison arts are all about, being silent and guaranteed." Images of the clan members started flashing through Xiao Long's mind, making him realize he was standing among assassins. Suddenly, a voice cut into their conversation. "That's enough for now." Tang Jun spoke up from a distance. "Next, let's go see the poisonous creatures that Xiao Long has been looking forward to." Xiao Long immediately perked up. "Wait, you're talking about the creatures?" The old man encouraged him, "If you like them, you can manage them yourself. The clan will back you up on anything." Xiao Long was so pumped he started stuttering. "For real? You're going to support my hobby?" Tang Jun started calling everyone over. "All right then, let's go right now." But before he could finish his sentence, an urgent message came from afar, stopping them cold. "Patriarch, we have an emergency report." Jubai came sprinting over to Tang Shan, who asked, "Jubai, what's going on?" After catching his breath, the guy announced, "You need to get to the Xuanwu Pavilion right now." Tangshan asked, confused. Xuanwu Pavilion? Why there? Jubai explained quickly. The clan elders are waiting for you. As soon as he heard that, Tongjun growled. What? Those guys again? Xiao Long suddenly remembered. Were these the elders she had mentioned? Jubai added. There are two things. First, the medicine we sent to the Sichuan City Lord isn't working. He sent a letter of complaint. Second, he glanced at Xiao Long, looking awkward. Xiao Long sighed and just blurted it out. It's about the stuff in the 10,000 Poison Hall, isn't it? Tongjun wasn't even surprised, just grunted. News travels fast. With that, he left with everyone, not forgetting to tell Xiao Long, let's go, grandson-in-law, you're coming with me. Finally, they arrived at the Xuanwu Pavilion, where a bunch of old folks were bickering like crazy. As soon as they walked in, one of them shouted Tongshan's name. Before they could even say hi, they started laying into him. How could you make such a massive decision on your own? How could you marry off Tonghua Yin, our precious granddaughter, to some orphan with no background? Tongshan was furious, orphan with no background. He exploded and stood up for Xiao Long. Are you guys trying to insult my son-in-law? The group quickly shot back. No, that's not it, but it's the truth. Duangquan leaned in and asked, I'm the one who made the call, you got a problem with that? The elder stammered, Supreme Family Head. Xiao Long caught the hostile vibe and wasn't feeling it at all. The elder pressed on, Supreme Family Head, please talk some sense into the family head, I just agreed to this, man. Seeing the smirk fade from Xiao Long's face, Tonghua Yin quietly apologized for all the drama. Xiao Long sighed, man, seriously? Thinking to himself, great, now I've got her stressed out too. While the elders were busy bickering, Xiao Long suddenly spoke up, sorry for jumping into the elders' conversation. He said, dead serious, this whole mess seems to be because I ain't cutting it. He immediately patted his own chest and shouted, if I can actually show you what I'm capable of, will you elders stop tripping? One elder from a distance looked stunned and asked, what? With a confident look, he threw it out there like handling that tough situation with the Sichuan City Lord. Tonghua Yin and Lady Duong, standing right there, were worried, sick, and panicked, scolding him. Xiao Long, what the hell are you trying to pull? Look, I ain't one to care about saving face, but if anyone tries to mess with my peaceful life and my pets, I ain't letting it slide. In the main courtyard, everyone was buzzing because Xiao Long actually dared to talk back to the elders. You elders, you dare act like this? A white-haired elder shouted. The elders are talking, and a little punk like you dares to interrupt? A bunch of others jumped in to dogpile him. That's right. And besides, do you even know what's in that letter from the Sichuan City Lord, kid? Nga Ni and Lady Duong watched the drama unfold. Lady Duong whispered, family head, he's got no background, yet he keeps sticking his nose into our business. That's exactly why we nominated a guy from a prestigious family to be our son-in-law. Hearing that, Xiao Long felt totally over it, thinking, man, I can't even listen to these old heads anymore. This is straight up garbage. He remembered his live stream and all the positive feedback from over 1 million followers and the average 3,000 live viewers. Xiao Long confidently clapped back at the elders. I hear you guys still don't recognize me as the Duong family's son-in-law, so technically I'm still just a guest here. Xiao Long kept pushing his point, even leaving Duong's son, who was standing right there, feeling pretty impressed. Plus, I didn't just help out Huang Anyi, the Duong family's treasure, I also saved the family head's life by taking down that bloodhand Luosha Takfan Tuong. He folded his hands as a sign of respect and kept going. You elders have the nerve to insult a benefactor and a guest right to their faces? Is this the etiquette and decorum the Duong family is so proud of? In his world, it wasn't exactly news that Xiao Long had to deal with people coming at him. It had become just another Tuesday for him. Armed with all that experience, he handled the situation in a heartbeat. The grumpy elders suddenly had a change of heart. One of them cleared his throat, rubbed his neck, and started hedging. Well, that's not how it is. Maybe we were just a bit hot-headed and spoke out of turn. Xiao Long tilted his head, shot them a cold, mocking look, and thought, what a bunch of losers. Still, there were a few skeptics left. But wait, taking down the bloodhand Luosha Takvan Tuong? That's just straight up impossible. Duong's son, fully on Xiao Long's side, brought out the proof. Xiao Long ain't lying, folks. Check this out. That made the guy next to them drop his jaw, stammering, what is this? When the book opened, everyone was shook to see the secret blood hand technique written in actual blood. It was definitely from the blood sect. Duong's son smiled at his son-in-law. Xiao Long, show him the centipedes. He obediently replied, yes, father-in-law. The crowd's curiosity went through the roof. Centipedes? He summoned his little buddies, and a bright blinding light glowed around his hands, grabbing everyone's attention. His babies, those adorable little critters, crawled out from his sleeve, chirping to announce their arrival. Everyone was staring, totally unable to believe what they were seeing. Wait, a golden centipede? Duong's son quickly stepped in to explain. That's one of the Tan Ban centipedes my son-in-law is raising. If I told you they were the ones who took down Tak Van Tuong, would you believe me? The elders were floored by the news. What, the Tan Ban centipedes? This kid can actually control them? Duong's son didn't hold back. If I can't acknowledge this son-in-law, then what should I even call him? Xiao Long stood there looking smug, telling his little creatures, now, babies, remember, don't bite anyone. The elders were too stunned to say anything else. Finally, they pivoted. We never said we didn't recognize you, it's just that there are procedures that need to be followed. Since you skipped them, that's why the family head got so bent out of shape. Duongquan sighed. All right, fine, I'll let the son-in-law thing slide, but why the pushback on the 10,000 poison palace? The elders started arguing again. He's still not officially part of the family. How can we just hand over the 10,000 poison palace to some underage kid? Hearing that, the old man started to have his doubts, too. Yeah, that's right. We can't just give away something as important as the 10,000 poison palace. Duang Quan quickly threw out a solution. All right then, it's simple. Can you prove you've got what it takes? Xiao Long shot back. You bet I can, he declared with total confidence. To prove I'm worthy of the Duang family, I'll handle this the Duang family way. And that meant using poison. When they heard that, everyone grabbed their heads in terror. What? They started panicking. Are you planning on poisoning the Sichuan city lord? We're talking about sending a cure, not killing the guy. Even Duang Quan Duang's son looked at him, completely confused. He just looked back, clueless, and asked, F family head, what do you think? Deep down, Duang Quan thought, man, this kid is way too soft. Aloud, he said, no, the Duang family always uses poison. The next day arrived, and Xiao Long and Duang Quan were training. The old man told him, challenges are one thing, but from today on, you're starting on the Duang family's 5 poisons origin technique. Xiao Long was stoked and cheered out loud. But then he thought about the training and wondered, wait, is this just physical conditioning again? The old man replied, your body will naturally adapt to the martial arts as you train. Duang Quan continued, the Duang sect is all about being practical, so you're going to learn stuff you can actually use in a real fight. He laid out their legendary powerful weapon set. He went through them one by one. Hidden weapons, needles, coins, throwing stars, daggers, even swords and blades. There are tons of other hidden weapons, but these are the big 5. He asked, you know which of these is the easiest to use? Xiao Long hesitated and replied, probably the spikes or the throwing knives. Duang Quan noted his answer. Right? So which one is the hardest to use? Xiao Long looked at the little pouch and said, probably the powder, because you have to sprinkle it just right. The old man shook his head. Nope, you're wrong there. The hardest one to use is the hairpin. Xiao Long was shocked. The hairpin? Is it because it's so small and thin that it's hard to throw? Listen up, the old man explained. Since you've got to remember exactly where you toss that, it's better if I demo it while I talk. Xiao Long's jaw dropped when he saw Duang Quan whip out a calligraphy brush. With crazy skill, the old man dismantled it piece by piece, and in a blink, the thing vanished, turning into bits fluttering all over the air. Xiao Long was totally blown away watching that. It was light as a feather, all white and soft, and he never would have guessed that something so delicate could turn into sharp little blades raining down on the ground. Duang Quan stood there with his arms crossed, cool as a cucumber, while Xiao Long winced and pulled his legs up, terrified. Watching the scene, he whispered to himself, man, those little bristles are digging into my skin like needles. His eyes were wide as saucers, watching the shards dancing around in a lethal little show. Duang Quan explained that the Duang sect had this hidden weapon move called Rain of 10,000 Petals. It's the sect's secret technique, straight up blanketing the whole area with hundreds, maybe thousands of these tiny needles. By now, the kid was bugging out. Like, seriously? Does he have to fight some scrub while being surrounded by needles like that? Plus, he wondered, if there's needles everywhere, where's a guy supposed to stand? The old man nodded. Exactly. That's why you better keep it all mapped out in your head so you don't end up hurting yourself. Holy crap, Xiao Long thought, then asked, so, wait, I gotta memorize the spot for every single needle that bounces off or hits the dirt too? The old man nodded. Duh, he added that, if you're a 5 poisons master, you'd better be able to track at least 100 spots. Even Tong Huayanyi had mastered 1,000 spots back when she was a prodigy, and Xiao Long could only click his tongue. Cut to the sky over the peak of Thon Bin, crisp air, high energy. But Xiao Long, he was wiped out, face planted on the floor. Tong Huayanyi walked up and asked if he was holding up okay. He greeted the young lady back. When he asked what she was doing, she shot back fast. I heard you were planning on catching a Hong Fong, so I got everything ready. Before he could say he didn't need it, he cut her off. Oh, it's cool, I was gonna wait. But with this, I can handle it myself. She was shook. Wait? You're gonna wait for a Hong Fong? Xiao Long picked up the thread. You'll get it when we get there. Tong Huayanyi was still looking clueless. For real? Xiao Long started talking to her. Hey, do you know where the Hong Fong's nest is? She answered. I found one. It's close by. We can head there now. Then she hesitated. But you read the letter from the Sichuan city lord, right? He confirmed, yeah, absolutely. She asked him back. Xiao Long is still pretty young, so I'm a bit worried. Do you actually get what the letter was saying? He replied, of course, miss. That issue is super important for a man's masculine energy. Hearing that, she got all shy and told him to cut it out. Enough. Stop it. Then she asked, you seem to know a lot about this, huh? Yeah. The big problem the Sichuan city lord is dealing with? It's straight up impotence. She gave him props, saying Xiao Long was really mature for his age. He stammered, well, since I live alone. Suddenly, she took off fast. Let's go, hurry! Leaving Xiao Long scrambling to keep up, shouting, hey, Miss Tang Huayanyi. They headed into the deep woods where the grass was thick and wildflowers were popping up all along the path. Xiao Long got distracted by some little animal climbing around, to the point where Tang Huayanyi had to grab him by the collar to keep him moving. They finally stopped. Tang Huayanyi said, we're here. Xiao Long replied, right here? As she put on her gear, Tang Huayanyi asked, but Xiao Long, what's the point of finding a hive if there aren't any bees? He explained it to his fiancée-to-be. We're looking for the Hong Fong, but we aren't actually going to catch him. She was totally surprised. Huh? The two of them started scouring every crack in the rocks. He peered deep into a hole and told her, "The venomous bug we need usually hangs out in these little hives." Tong Huayan was confused. Poisonous bugs in a beehive? He nodded. Yup. And when he spotted one, Xiao Long cheered, "Nice! Looks like this hive's got one." With a quick move, he snagged the little guy with some chopsticks and shouted, "Gotcha, little punk." Tong Huayan stared, bug-eyed, and asked, "Xiao Long, that bug, is it?" He finished the thought. "Yeah, we didn't come to catch the Hong Fong. We came for this little guy," he said, pumped. "This thing is going to help solve the problem for the Sichuan city lord." Tong Huayan stared at the critter in his hand and asked, suspicious, "Xiao Long, is this thing a blister beetle?" Hearing her guess, he held the wiggling bug right in front of her face and grinned. "Yep, that's the one." Inside, he thought, "They call it a blister beetle here?" He brought it closer so she could get a good look. It looked pathetic, with its watery little eyes and trembling body. He explained, "You usually find these inside Hong Fong nests. In the Central Plains, they're called blister beetles, but where I'm from, we call them leaf-biting bees. They're part of the Maloider family." Tong Huayan was shocked, but why would a blister beetle live in a Hong Fong nest? "That, I don't know." He happily explained their life cycle is pretty wild. Then he started spilling the facts he knew. The way Maloider bugs reproduce is super weird. Usually bugs guard their eggs or make a safe spot for them to hatch. Not these guys. Their eggs are tiny, yellow, and oval. They can pop up anywhere, from rock faces to leaves. You can even find them in the middle of nowhere. They just lay them and don't care. Somehow, by pure magic, the larvae hatch and crawl to the highest spot they can find. When they hit the top, they clump together and pretend to be a flower. Don't look up leaf-biting bee larvae on the internet, though. When a cute little bumblebee flies by looking for nectar and sees them, she goes, "Oh, sweet," thinking it's a real flower, and she keeps doing her pollen-collecting thing. Meanwhile, those 7 bugs pretending to be a flower turn straight-up evil, knowing exactly what she's going to do next. Their nasty little hands reach out for the bee, and the second she gets close, they latch on tight, ruining the bumblebee's hive from the inside out. He pointed at the beetle in his hand and said, "I don't know why they picked bumblebees, but I heard it's the best spot for the larvae to grow up." Tang Huayan hesitated. "For real?" She hunched over, looking bummed. "Poor little bumblebees." Xiao Long gave her a reassuring smile. "It's just the way nature works, can't change it." She remembered something else and said, "But wait, isn't this the kind of poison that causes blisters? I heard if you eat enough of it, you're dead." He laughed and confirmed, "Yeah, it can definitely cause burns." He described the injuries from the orange goo the beetle secretes, explaining that when it hits your skin, it causes blisters just like a real burn. She looked at the pathetic little beetle and her face started turning red. She bit her lip, covered her mouth, and whispered, "And this actually has that effect?" He replied, "Yep, till the toxin gets flushed out of the body." Seeing the look on her face, he squinted and teased her. That look alone could get a man going. Huang An spun around and bolted, her face burning red, shouting with her eyes shut tight as she ran. "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's just get back to the 10,000 Poison Palace." Wei Xiao Long shouted in surprise, "Hold up, let me catch a few more of these critters first." A little later, Wei Xiao Long had bagged more earth slugs. Then he said, "All right, let's head back to the 10,000 Poison Palace. I've already taught the warriors how to concoct the medicine." He looked at the folks in front of him and drawled, "Now, listen up close." He held up one finger to signal, "First, dry out the earth slugs and grind them into a fine powder." The crowd's expressions turned dead serious. Mental math was racing through their heads as they analyzed his breakdown. If you consume 3 fen, that's about 11.75 milligrams of toxin. It's a guaranteed death sentence. That's for every kin, or 3.75 kilograms of body weight. If you take 3/10 of a fen, that's 1.25 milligrams of poison. Half the people who eat it are going to drop dead. He looked at everyone and laid it out. So mix it at a dosage of 1/10 of a fen. That's 0.375 milligrams, or about 10 drops of water, which is 0.351 milliliters. After laying it out, he asked, "You guys catch that?" Everyone was stunned into silence, their minds reeling. Everyone was thinking the same thing. My head is about to explode. The head honcho pulled down his face mask and spoke slowly. "Your explanation is crystal clear and your math is top tier." He stressed every word. "We will definitely pull this off." Wei Xiao Long shot back happily. "Yaha, I'm counting on you all." That night, under a full moon, a voice echoed through a brightly lit room. "I never imagined earth slugs could be this effective." After hearing his granddaughter recount the slug hunting trip and the scene in the lab, her grandfather said, "Looks like I need to reevaluate the poisons we've got here at the Tang Clan." Huang An nodded obediently. "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing." He gave a soft, dry cough into his hand and asked, "Is he still sharp with the math?" Huang An replied, "Yeah, he split 1 fen into 10 parts and said it's exactly the weight of 10 drops of water." Hearing that, his expression turned heavy. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together and said in a low voice, "Honestly, it brings back memories of seeing him when he was just a brat." His brows knitted together. He continued, "I thought I knew everything there was to know about toxins, but that kid, he's constantly surprising me. The more I look into him, the more I realize he's a damn goldmine for the Tang family." Suddenly, he turned to his granddaughter with a curious look. "So you feeling a bit more for him than you were at the start?" Huang An stammered, "Grandpa, seriously." Her face flushed a deep pink and she couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. She balled up her fists to cover her mouth and hide her bashfulness, whispering, "I just feel like I was way too quick to judge before, so I feel kind of bad about it." Her grandfather closed his eyes, sensing her heart, and advised, "It's all right, just treat him better from now on." Then he asked, "But how are you going to test if the medicine actually works?" Taken aback, she widened her eyes. Actually, she was thinking back to earlier. She covered her burning face with her hands, feeling the heat radiating off her skin, and stammered, "The elders were just being arrogant." Just thinking about the look on Wei Xiao Long's face when he dropped that line, the clan was definitely going to put them in their place. She told her grandfather everything. He asked, "Wait, what?" Then broke into a loud laugh. "Haha, now that's a character." Huang An stood there silent, her face still bright red. Meanwhile, everyone was gathered in the main hall, all eyes locked on the warrior standing in the middle. The elders were watching, some resting their chins on their hands, others standing with arms crossed, waiting. The warrior set a hexagonal wooden box in front of Wei Xiao Long and said, "Wei Xiao Long, here is your medicine." Wei Xiao Long looked at the box on the table and asked, "Oh, what's this?" The warrior clasped his hands and explained, "We mixed in some licorice powder and honey to sweeten it up, make it easier to swallow." Talk about thoughtful, he thought. He popped the lid to find a glossy black pill resting on red velvet. "You follow the recipe exactly like I asked, right?" The guy replied carefully, "Of course, Master Wei Xiao Long. We followed your dosage instructions to the letter." The elders started whispering among themselves. One sneered, making a big deal out of nothing. Another crossed his arms, unimpressed, like they actually cooked up something special. The man at the head of the table kept his eyes shut, his voice booming with authority. "Silence!" He looked at Wei Xiao Long and asked, "The medicine is made. So how are you planning to prove it works?" Wei Xiao Long blinked. "Prove it, really?" A heavy hand slammed onto the table with a loud thud, and a voice roared out, "Of course you have to prove it." The pot-bellied elder was the one who slammed the table. He stood up and yelled, "How can we send some unverified poison to the Sichuan Clan leader? If something goes sideways, it'll be a disaster." The guy next to him chimed in, "Exactly." Wei Xiao Long looked at the warrior and asked, "Well, guess we don't have a choice." The warrior nodded, "Right," and started digging in his pocket. The elders watched like hawks. The warrior walked over to the elders and plopped a hexagonal box, just like Wei Xiao Long's, in front of the pot-bellied elder. The elder sniffed, then picked up the pill to inspect it, sneering, "You want us to test this? Who knows what kind of junk is inside?" The guy next to him whispered, "Watch this kid. He's not just an outsider, he's got something shady up his sleeve." Wei Xiao Long just gave a knowing smirk. Huang An's grandpa was enjoying the show, but a call of grandpa snapped him back to reality. He turned around confused. "What's up?" Wei Xiao Long asked, "Didn't you say everyone who trains in Tang Clan martial arts is immune to all poisons? Is that not true?" The old man nodded. "That's right." Wei Xiao Long clapped his hands like a giddy kid, turning up the heat. "But why do you look so worried then?" The grandfather scratched his head, feeling cornered. Now that you mention it, yeah, I am a bit worried." Seeing the plan falling into place, and watching the heavy looks on everyone's faces, Wei Xiao Long cleared his throat. "Come on now, you're all clan elders. You've reached the level of being immune to 100 poisons." He pushed further. "Surely you aren't afraid of a little earth slug toxin, right?" The elder actually crushed the pill, his grin radiating fake confidence. Wei Xiao Long and his crew couldn't hide their excitement as they watched one after another pop the pill in their mouths, even throwing insults. "Who the hell is scared of low-level poison like this?" Another one chimed in. "Exactly. You really underestimated us." One elder swallowed his pill and threatened him loudly. "If this medicine does nothing, you're going to pay for it. We'll restore order to this clan ourselves." He shut his mouth, chewed the pill to bits, and swallowed. Total silence filled the room. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. As time ticked by and nothing weird went down, some guy couldn't take it anymore. He smirked, pointed at Xiao Long, and barked, "See? Nothing happened, you clown." Before he could even finish, he looked like he'd been struck by lightning. His own disciple suddenly lifted his head high. The elders kept their eyes glued to the floor, the whole vibe turning dead silent and super awkward. That day, the family code got a massive reset. Under the scorching sun, a voice rang out, "Send this medicine to the sect master of Sichuan, it's the real deal." A moment later, the elders bailed with the weirdest looks on their faces, completely rattled. Xiao Long watched them scramble away, red-faced and clutching their robes, and muttered, "Just like Gramps said, hit them where it hurts with that poison talk, and they'll fall for it every time." Gramps chuckled back, "Haha, they've still got some pride left, so they couldn't do anything else." He smiled and added, "But don't go hating on them. They're just doing it for the family." Xiao Long was confused. "Really?" Gramps closed his eyes, peaceful as ever. "They're family, after all." Xiao Long nodded obediently. "I get it." Just then, Huayan rushed in, looking totally stressed. "Xiao Long, big trouble." Seeing her like that, he asked, "What's up, kid?" She doubled over, catching her breath, and managed to say, "We're?" She straightened up, got her breathing under control, and spit it out. "There's something wrong with our pets." He was shocked. "Wait, what?" Suddenly, Gramps grabbed him by the collar, his voice dropping into a deadly growl. "Our what, grandson-in-law?" Gramps looked absolutely furious, his eyes practically spitting fire. "What do you mean, our?" He hauled Xiao Long up by the collar, veins popping, and barked, "Do you two have a kid or something? Looks like I haven't taught you kids a proper lesson yet." Huayan stood frozen, both mortified and embarrassed. "It's not a kid, it's the centipedes." The centipedes Xiao Long was raising. Xiao Long finally snapped out of it, looking genuinely worried. He tried to say something, but he couldn't get the words out. Gramps let go of his collar. Xiao Long stepped up to Huayan, anxious. Wait, you mean the centipedes? She rushed to explain, I've seen you training so hard lately, so I asked my big sister to help look after them. Hearing that, he thought, my babies are in trouble. In his panic, his hand accidentally brushed against her chest. He said, let me take a look. A frustrated voice snapped at him from right next to Gramps. Hey, Xiao Long, hands off. A moment later, they found the centipedes lying quietly on the ground. Ignoring the bright red handprint on his face, he whispered, you said they started moving suddenly? Hua Yin gripped her hands tight. They were fine all morning. I just hope they aren't hurt. He looked at the adorable centipedes on the ground and noticed their skin looked translucent. The shells looked weird. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He chuckled. Hua Yin, you don't need to worry about this. Watching the centipedes slowly shift, he explained, they're just molting like snakes. When they grow, they have to shed their old skin. Maybe now's the time. Gramps asked, surprised, molting? Xiao Long leaned against the tank and nodded. Yup! Suddenly, one of the centipedes rubbed its head against the dirt, making a raspy scratching sound. Hua Yin gasped, Xiao Long, look! She cheered as the centipede wiggled its head out, revealing fresh orange-gold skin. Once it fully crawled out of the old shell, the old man sounded genuinely impressed. Whoa, that's wild. Hua Yin was locked in, watching closely, when she suddenly shouted, Xiao Long, the other two are starting to molt too! Another one slowly crawled out of its shell, the new orange-gold skin looking so soft you'd want to touch it. The last one shed its old coat, and the whole bunch started moving. Seeing all three lying there peacefully, he said happily, they all made it. Hua Yin's eyes sparkled as she looked at them. They look way bigger than before. She turned to Xiao Long. What are their names? He froze. Names? He hadn't thought of any. His face went serious. He put a hand on his chin, thinking it over, and looked at the three centipedes on the ground. Thinking he was being a genius, he shouted, how about Wu Yi, Wu and Wu San? Hua Yin heard those goofy names and immediately shook her head. Absolutely not. Imagining those little centipedes eventually flying through the clouds and crossing massive mountains, she turned to him. If a centipede lives 1,000 years, it becomes a dragon. They need names that sound powerful, something fitting for a dragon. He couldn't help but laugh. Haha, come on. How are these little guys going to turn into dragons in 1,000 years? Gramps heard the argument and chimed in. Well, 1,000-year centipede is called a dragon anyway. I'll just call them heaven dragons. Hearing Gramps' tone, Xiao Long realized exactly where Hua Yin got her attitude from. So that's who taught her, he thought. He looked down at the three of them, carefully thought it over, and spoke up. All right, for the names. Once he decided, he turned to Hua Yin. Let's call them So Huang and Ban. She repeated them surprised. So Huang Ban? He explained. The one that finished first is So first. The second one looks like a female, so I'm calling it Huang, fragrance. And the third one has such a shiny shell, I'll call it Ban, glossy. Hua Yin stared at the three of them, slowly repeating the names he'd come up with. So Huang Ban. They were both buzzing with excitement watching the centipedes. She said softly, usually doesn't the father name the kids? And just like that, the three little centipedes had new names. Xiao Long walked down the street, his staggering gait drawing all sorts of stares. As he walked, he thought, another day gone and these centipedes are still stuck to me like glue. Man, I'm exhausted. He sat down next to a crate by the road and sighed, feeling his underlayers still a bit damp. Still not totally dry yet, but I can at least move. He sighed again. Ugh, still feels weird. Suddenly, the centipedes crawled out, one bumping its head against his cheek and squeaking happily, Eek! He cracked a smile, thinking, you guys have put on some serious weight. You've gotten huge. He sprawled out on the crate, looking up at the sky, the red marks from the friction still on his cheek. The centipede next to him squeaked softly, like it was apologizing, sorry for being heavy. Another one chimed in, Eek! He sighed, reminiscing. At first, you were only the size of a sausage, but now you're as big as my arm. He felt happy watching them grow, feeling them move around him. These guys must think my waist is too cramped now. They're just clinging to my arms and waist. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted in his ear. Haha, look at that, I told you I was right. He sat up straight, following the sound, and saw two guys, one tall, one short, walking down the street. The shorter one had a mole on his face and was clutching a little red bag. He grinned at the guy next to him, the Sichuan Tang Clan, as expected. We need to keep a close eye on the dude on the right. Stay sharp, let's roll. He gave the centipede crawling on his body a little pat, hearing that loud laughter ringing in his ears. Man, making money is just too easy. Haha. He glanced over, wondering, what's going on? Looking up at the sky, he figured it was actually a pretty nice day out. White clouds were drifting by, slow and easy. Back at the Sichuan Tang Clan estate, things were the usual, dead quiet. The clan leader cleared his throat. Xiao Long, this is some seriously good news. He looked at Xiao Long and asked, didn't you guys just send over those custom meds to the city lord of Sichuan? Xiao Long nodded. Yeah, that's right. Thinking about how that guy looked, fat, happy, and bawling his eyes out, the leader gave a quick nod of approval and announced, word is, the city lord had a great reaction to that medicine. He sent over a ton of rewards and a thank you note. The two of them were stoked, and Xiao Long asked, for real? Hua Yin's dad let out a big laugh. You're barely a son-in-law and you're already making me bank. You've done a lot for us. Xiao Long rubbed the back of his head, feeling kind of shy. Haha, it's nothing. Suddenly, the old man got all serious. He stroked his beard, looked him dead in the eye, and said, I'm gonna hook you up with some spirit medicine, and I don't care if you try to act modest and turn it down. Xiao Long was taken aback. Spirit medicine, you mean? He remembered what the guy had told him before. Back then, he said spirit medicine boosts internal energy. Hua Yin chimed in, Dad, what kind of spirit medicine? He said it was no big deal. He looked at both of them and spelled it out, golden-haired bee king bile. Xiao Long immediately thought of bees making honey and mused, wait, bee honey? He heard that if you want to be a top-tier fighter, internal energy is the name of the game, so he decided to take it. He happily shouted, thanks, father-in-law. Huayan's face went stiff, all the fun draining out of her. She spoke up, Dad? She didn't sound happy or sad, just asked, you call that a reward? It's just honey? Her dad saw the look on her face and got all awkward. He stammered, that's not. Before he could finish, she grabbed Xiao Long's hand and yelled, furious, Xiao Long's work here isn't something you can just blow off. Even if the golden-haired bee king is a mid-tier poisonous bug, its bile is the lowliest of spirit medicines. You can't be stingy with Xiao Long's reward. He earned this! She narrowed her eyes, demanding a better reward for him, at least something that'd boost his internal energy for a whole year. Her dad looked down, lowering his voice, trying to explain that even spirit medicine costs a fortune to refine. She clenched her fists, her eyes burning with rage, gritting her teeth because compared to what Xiao Long put in, that was just cheap. On the other side, her dad couldn't meet her eyes and started coughing, thinking to himself that once a daughter grows up, she's basically gone. Xiao Long broke the tension, looking at him. Father-in-law, what exactly is a golden-haired bee king? The old man turned back, cleared his throat, as he thought about that massive gold beehive in the trees. He watched the bees buzzing back and forth, explaining, the golden-haired bee king is a mid-tier poisonous insect that lives in the forest. It's basically a giant bee. It's about the size of a small dog. Experience shows that eating its bile can boost your internal energy by 2 months. But the thing that really caught Xiao Long's attention was the size. His eyes lit up with excitement. As big as a puppy? That's sick. Seeing him so pumped, Huayan pinched his cheek to make him chill out. Xiao Long, hold up, I'm still mad. Just then her dad jumped in again, feeling kinda awkward. Huayaner, that's not what I meant. I figured Xiao Long would want to hunt the golden-haired bee king himself, that's why I suggested it. Xiao Long heard that and thought, wait, what? Hunt it myself. He jumped up, hyped. Father-in-law, you want me to go hunt the golden-haired bee king directly? The old man nodded, yep. His breathing got heavy, his face turning red from the rush. Hunt it myself? When I was a YouTuber, I went after honey loads of times. He rushed toward the door, shouting, let's go. Father-in-law, I'm a pro at getting honey. The old man let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd be into it. Huayan sighed as she watched the two of them take off, their chatter still echoing in her ears. Xiao Long asked out of curiosity, what does the golden-haired bee king look like? Her dad answered coldly, it looks like a bee, obviously. Once they left the Sichuan Tang Clan, the mission to get the honey began. On the road, he thought, since this is secret intel from my father-in-law, surely nobody else is after it. But when they arrived, he saw 2 groups already screaming at each other. The guy with the scar spoke up, we got here first, so the bee king's honey is ours. The guy in black fired back just as hard. The hell? We bought this intel fair and square, so it's ours. Xiao Long's crew was shocked. Wait, what? The Scarface guy's crew pushed back. You bought intel? So did we. Did you buy it from that frizzy-haired dude with a giant mole on his face? The guy in black couldn't hide his surprise. How'd you know that? Doesn't matter. We ain't backing down. Xiao Long's face went still. He suddenly remembered those 2 dudes he saw on the road and wondered if it was them. It clicked, they'd been selling the same info to everyone. Huayan's dad was listening to the argument, shaking with rage. He clenched his fists, bit his lip, and cursed under his breath, those bastards. He roared, you dare insult the Sichuan Tang Clan right in front of me. Everyone whipped their heads around toward the voice, looks of shock all over their faces. One guy stammered in panic. What? The Sichuan Tang Clan? Xiao Long felt totally drained. So much for my honey hunting plan. He thought back to the reminder his father-in-law gave him before they left. Xiao Long, this is your first time out, so be super careful. And remember, you're part of the Tang Clan now, he replied respectfully. Yes, sir. The old man looked at the crew lined up below and said seriously, take them with you. You need to learn how to lead people. Xiao Long was surprised. Wait, you want me to bring them? He looked at Huayan, hesitating. But, Miss Huayan. Before he could finish, the old man laughed. Haha, kid. Huayaner is your girl. You're her partner. Xiao Long blushed, totally embarrassed, stuttering. Partner? Huayan laughed and gave him an encouraging smile. You'll do great, Xiao Long, she added, and I'll help you out, making him blush even harder. He answered, I'll do my best. Back at the scene, the air between the Tang Clan crew and the other guys was thick with tension, everyone staring daggers at each other. Xiao Long was sweating it, wondering what to do. He turned to the guy next to him, the captain of the blood poison team, Yuet Jiang, and asked for his take. How do we handle this? Should we split the loot with them? Yuet Jiang rubbed his chin and lowered his voice. Split it how? Who the hell are they to come demanding a cut from the Sichuan Tang Clan? He crossed his arms stiffly, clearly not feeling it. Tang Huayan nodded, agreeing. She didn't know who these jokers were, but they had some serious nerve. She shot a glare at the group across the way, her eyes flashing with pure killing intent, daring to sell info that the Sichuan Tang Clan already snatched up. When the leader heard the name, he realized who she was. Wait, is that the Tang Clan's poison flowering Wet Hue? The guy behind him started freaking out. The Tang Clan's direct line of poison flowers is actually here. The leader immediately cupped his hands, his teeth gritting as he calculated the risk. He bowed his head. The Fengyun sect didn't know the Sichuan Tang Clan was involved in this. We're out. We're pulling back. When the folks around saw him fold like that, they were stunned. Maybe they caught on to why, because they followed suit, bowing and backing off. The Yunhu sect is tapping out too. Another guy cursed, fuming, damn it, I ain't letting this slide. Then he bailed. Seeing these guys bolt like they'd seen a ghost, Wei Xiao Long was shook. They're just running? Like that? He was skeptical. Is the Sichuan Tang Clan really that terrifying? Seeing them vanish, he asked if it was all over. Nuizhang stayed calm. Don't count on it. He guessed they were definitely still lurking somewhere close by. These guys don't quit that easy. He turned and signaled his subordinate, Cao Bai, find out where they're hiding. Cao Bai cupped his hands to his chest, bowing respectfully, yes, great master. Seeing Wei Xiao Long looking all twitchy, Tang Huayin tried to soothe him. It's all right, Wei Xiao Long. He kept his eyes locked on the forest ahead, muttering, my bees. Right then, Tang Huayin, Wei Xiao Long, and Wei Zhang were huddled behind a boulder. In front of them was a giant tree with huge hollows at the base, and a few big bees were hovering around. If you looked close, these were black and yellow bees with thick, fuzzy hair. The swarm kept flying in and out of the tree trunk, the sound of their wings buzzing away. Wei Xiao Long blurted out, that's it, the golden-furred bee king. Tang Huayin was impressed, my first time seeing one. It's huge. He sounded pumped. Isn't it kind of cute? Tang Huayin nodded. Yeah, that fur looks super fluffy, Nuet Zhang added proudly. That's exactly why they call it the golden-furred bee king. After watching for a bit, Wei Xiao Long guessed, wait, this colony seems kinda small. Like only a few hundred? Can bees get that big? Tang Huayin asked, confused by the term. He patiently explained, oh, that's just how we refer to the whole swarm. Usually a hive has like 5,000 to 7,000 bees. She was shocked. You can tell just by looking from out here. Wei Xiao Long answered with total confidence. Just gotta watch how many are going in and out of the nest. You can get a solid estimate. Just then, footsteps sounded behind them, making them turn. Cao Bai dropped to one knee and reported, Great Master, I've located the 4 sects. Where are they? Quet Zhang asked. Cao Bai hesitated, then explained. He went through how he tracked them. Just like they thought, they were currently huddled around a fire, waiting. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Those bastards are definitely on the other side. Can't see exactly what they're doing, but they're definitely going to make a move. Nuet Zhang rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Maybe they're waiting for nightfall to pull that honey-snatching trick of the Tang Clan. Wei Xiao Long got curious. What's the Tang Clan method? Seeing his interest, he explained, if you burn mugwort leaves and let the smoke drift into the hive, the bees mellow out. Then we can just waltz in and grab the honey. Wei Xiao Long nodded, impressed. Wow, that's actually pretty smart. Cao Bai hesitated. But the wind is blowing towards us right now. The whole group looked up, saw the wind was exactly as he said, and they all let out a collective, oh crap. While everyone else was starting to sweat it, Wei Xiao Long suddenly smacked his palm with his fist, excited. Got it! Cao Bai rushed to ask, you figure out a plan. His face flushed with excitement as he laid it out. If the wind's blowing towards us, that means we can mask our scent. Tang Huayin thought about it and nodded. True. Wei Xiao Long jumped up, pointed at the tree, and yelled, I'll be right back. Hearing that, Tang Huayin freaked out. Wei Xiao Long, wait. Seeing him bolt, she grabbed his clothes to hold him back. No way, Wei Xiao Long. The golden-furred bee king is a high-level toxic beast. It's super dangerous. Instead of backing down, he got even more determined. Just this once. I just want to try and touch it, then I'll be right back. Suddenly, a huge rock came rolling right toward them, making them both scream, ah! The rock kept rolling until it smashed into the golden-furred bee king's nest and stopped. Both of them watched in horror. Wei Xiao Long whispered, oh man! From inside the tree, the bees swarmed out in seconds, radiating pure bloodlust. Tang Huayin grabbed him and dragged him in the opposite direction, yelling in a panic, Run! We gotta get out of here! Wei Xiao Long got his neck choked by her grip and squeaked out, ugh! The quiet forest went absolutely wild, and the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. High up, the mist was still drifting and the sky was turning to dusk. Wei Xiao Long sat cross-legged on a rock, sighing, man, is there really no other way? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to keep his cool and think. Gotta go against the wind to light the fire, but I'm stuck between those 4 sects and the bees. Thinking about those clouds of fluffy fur, he bit his lip, thinking the golden-furred bee king has got to be different from the bees I know. He opened his eyes and rubbed his chin, recalling how Tang Huayin had to drag him away earlier. It still gave him the creeps. Even 30 meters away, I could hear their wings. Regular wasps aren't like that. Suddenly, someone called from behind, Wei Xiao Long, over here. He turned around and saw it was Tang Huayin. His face lit up. Oh, Miss Tang Huayin! She brought along a few centipedes. 2 were chilling on her shoulders, while she held another one out to him, saying with a smile, looks like they're all fed. They kept buzzing around, so I brought them here. Seeing the centipede moving, he was touched. Thanks a lot, Miss Tang Huayin. The centipedes crawled onto him. Wei Xiao Long said gently, they've calmed down a lot. Tang Huayin sat down next to him, and even though they didn't say a word, the vibe was pretty warm. After a long while, Tang Huayin turned to him, breaking the silence. Find anything new yet? He hesitated. I just wanted to get a better look. She gave him an apologetic look. Sorry for rushing you so much. Wei Xiao Long, just take your time, don't sweat it. Hearing that, he felt the pressure mount, so he just gave a silent smile, thinking to himself, yeah, she's definitely rushing me. Suddenly, Tang Huayin looked forward and cried out, hey Wei Xiao Long, look over there, by the tree base! Way off under the tree, 2 monkeys were fighting, while the swarm of bees was buzzing all around. A chaotic racket erupted. She said, monkeys? Are they throwing hands? He was totally stunned. Monkeys? One monkey was posturing, waving its limbs to scare off the competition while screeching its head off. The other one wasn't backing down, putting up a real fight. Huang An saw the whole thing and covered her mouth, gasping, "Oh my god, they must be losing their minds." Wei Xiao Long just watched quietly when suddenly a scent drifted past his nose. Wei Xiao Long called out to Huang An. He looked around and muttered, "Something smells off." He had a gut feeling that the scent was coming from the golden-furred bee king's hive, and he cautiously guessed, could this scent be? His face went dark when he realized what it might be. No way, pheromones. He quickly pointed toward the tree base, shouting in a panic, "Lady Huang An, we gotta bail. The bees are gonna snap and swarm this place any second." Even though she didn't get what was happening, Huang An nodded. "Huh? Got it." She scrambled up, scooped him into her arms, and bolted just like before, which left Wei Xiao Long kind of shook by her lightning-fast reflexes. Just as they leaped into the air to escape, a massive explosion rocked the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Huang An hugged him tight as they hit the ground, skidding across the dirt. She froze, eyes wide, staring at the carnage in front of them. The swarm of bees was pouring out like a tidal wave. One of the two monkeys was already shredded, while the other was just lying there, whimpering its last breaths. Deep, bone-crushing gashes covered the monkey's arms, and the swarm was swarming in, ready to feast. Seeing the two monkeys turn into an all-you-can-eat buffet for the bees, Huang An blurted out in pure terror, "That was too close for comfort." He nodded in agreement. "No kidding." She turned to him, curious. "But Wei Xiao Long, how did you know the golden-furred bee king would launch an attack? You told me to clear out before we even heard them." Remembering the scent from the tree base, he stammered out an answer. "Oh, it was the smell?" She pressed, "What kind of smell?" Huang An thought for a sec and said, "Now that you mention it, it smelled like night-blooming fragrance." He was shocked to hear the name. Seeing her expression calm back down, he wondered to himself, does Manhwa actually have the knack for picking up pheromones? To be sure, he asked if she knew what that scent was earlier. Huang An smiled, "Oh yeah, I do." She added that the smell from before was exactly like the night-blooming fragrance. Before she could even finish, he lunged forward, grabbing her shoulders, totally hyped. "That's it!" Huang An got all flustered. "Oh, Wei Xiao Long, you're way too excited." He buried his face in her shoulder, tearing up, feeling the intimacy between them. Her face turned bright red, though she couldn't figure out why he was crying. The centipede hideout in his chest poked its head out. Wei Xiao Long lifted his head from her chest, grinning. "I've got it figured out, a way to wipe out all 4 factions and score that honey." Under the bright moonlight in the dead of night, everyone was huddled around campfires, each group roasting their own grub, with some people keeping a sharp eye on the perimeter. A guy tilted his head back, downing some booze, his face flushed and buzzed, sniffing the delicious aroma of grilled fish. After finishing his drink, he wiped his mouth and laughed loudly. "Hey, that hits the spot!" A guy across from him leaned in, curious. "So when do you think we're actually going to go snag that honey?" The guy thought for a bit and replied, "Honestly, who knows? 3 days ago they were running around like headless chickens, now it's dead silent." He took a wild guess. "Maybe they're up to something." The guy with the scar chimed in, "Yeah, probably." Suddenly he asked, "Wait, does the beehive actually make any bank? You've been at this your whole life, why even ask that? If that beeswax is for royalty, it's worth a fortune. Only the royals get that stuff. They'll just take the honey and toss the hive. The rest of the comb is ours for the taking." Thinking about that, he gave a wicked grin. "And if things go south, heh." The other guy started rubbing his hands together, copying the laugh. Heh. Remembering the girl with the icy cold glare, he muttered, "And that poison flower and the martial arts tri-flower, we gotta watch our backs so they don't cause any drama." Thinking about how hot she was, he chuckled. "Not bad at all, that vibe." Ha. The guy opposite him licked his lips, looking hungry. "Yeah? Just thinking about it makes me itch for it." Another guy joked, "Who knows? Maybe one of us will end up being their son-in-law." A nasty sound echoed. "Oh right, gotta pay up after getting saved, I guess." Suddenly, a weird scent filled the air, making him freeze dead in his tracks. The crew started grumbling, getting all worked up as they stood up. "Where's that smell coming from? Is it some kind of poisonous flower?" Gotta be. Its scent was wild, super sweet and intoxicating. When they got closer, everyone's jaw dropped and they just stared, going, "Whoa, what the heck is that?" Someone finally clocked it and yelled, "It's the queen bee. The queen's leading the swarm in a total blitz. We should probably dive in now, right?" He led the way, pushing through the thick grass, hyped out of his mind. "Let's go grab that royal honey." In his hand, he was clutching something wrapped tight in cloth. The 3 of them moved in, moving slow and careful. When they reached the tree and saw the pitch-black hole, the whole squad got cold feet. Nuet Zhang tried to keep his cool and cleared his throat. Wei Xiao Long, this doesn't look safe. Let me take point." One by one, they crawled inside. Once they were in and got a look around, they couldn't help but gasp. "Dude, look at the size of that hive." Hanging above them was this massive, shimmering gold honeycomb with perfectly built cells. It was straight up impressive. Nuet Zhang started lighting a fire to make smoke and said, "Looks like we got lucky. The swarm seems to have flown out." Wei Xiao Long caught a weird sound and glanced over, suspicious. What's up?" Nuet Zhang squinted, trying to get a better look, his voice showing he was getting uneasy. "No honey? No way. The cells were totally empty." Tang Huayan looked serious. "Is it really true, Wei Xiao Long? Like you said, there's not a single one left?" "This never happens. It's super sketchy." Wei Xiao Long suddenly caught onto something. The hive didn't even have a single egg in it. Nuet Zhang shot back. What's that got to do with the moonlight honey being gone? Wei Xiao Long laid out his theory. The bees probably knew they were bouncing, so they swallowed all the stored honey to fuel up for the trip. He kept going, maybe they sensed us humans hanging around. Tang Huayin sighed, oh, so that's the deal. To back up his hunch, he checked a nearby cell and added, yeah, when a swarm decides to relocate, they stop laying eggs because they don't have the time or energy to babysit larvae anymore. Suddenly, he froze when he spotted the back of a bee. It was huge. He gave Nuet Zhang a wicked grin and asked, hey, if you stopped resting and just kept spamming your Lightfoot technique, how long could you actually keep it up? The old man was caught off guard but replied, if I'm pacing myself, maybe half a day. He looked curious. Why the sudden question? Right then, the voice of Cao Bai rang out from outside. Wei Xiao Long, man, he stammered. The queen bee. Remembering what he just saw, he freaked out. The golden swarm is coming back. You gotta get out of there, fast. Wei Xiao Long didn't waste a second. He ducked his head, looking like he was trying to grab something. He hesitated. Wait a sec. Nuet Zhang yelled out. We gotta move, Wei Xiao Long. Just leave it. Tang Huayin saw him dragging his feet, grabbed his collar, and snapped, Wei Xiao Long, hustle up! Cao Bai was still losing it outside the hole. Hurry it up! Wei Xiao Long sprinted after them, hiding something in his chest as the moonlight stayed bright in the sky. The three of them made it back to their crew, panting and wrecked. Phew! Someone nearby let out a huge breath. That was way too close! Tang Huayin gasped, damn, lucky we bailed before the swarm got back. The thing inside Wei Xiao Long's chest poked its head out for some fresh air. Tang Huayin was shocked. Wei Xiao Long, what the hell are you holding? He flashed a grin and lifted up the giant bee. It's the queen! Since the honey was gone, I figured I'd just bring back the one who makes it. Wei Zhang freaked out. The queen bee? Tang Huayin stared at the bee, trying to act all cute and looked hesitant. Wei Xiao Long, don't tell me. Suddenly, both Wei Zhang and Tang Huayin's faces went pale. The bee in his hand let out a piercing screech. Wei Xiao Long didn't even flinch. Before long, the swarm is going to realize their queen is Miaya and come hunting for us. Behind them, the swarm started gathering into a massive black cloud. Wei Xiao Long didn't even realize it and was just having a blast. Let's bounce. And just like that, the high-stakes life-or-death chase was on. The group scrambled away in a panic with the queen bee in tow, the buzzing behind them sounding like a literal rumble. It had been a few days since the chase started. Looking into the queen bee's sparkly eyes, Wei Xiao Long tried to chill her out. Keep it cool. I'm taking you somewhere where nobody will bug you. Meanwhile, the group had cut down on rest time to push their limits. Man, looking at them now, they looked like total trash. While they were taking a breather, Wei Xiao Long looked off into the distance and shouted, We're here! Everyone looked up, desperate. One guy moaned, Ugh, I can't run anymore. On the way, a few of the Poison Blood team had fallen behind. Wei Xiao Long made a mental note. Next time I'm back, I'm going to study some real Lightfoot techniques. Suddenly, someone face-planted hard and screamed. Boss! The guy next to him blinked. Wait, someone else dropped out? The group, already running on fumes, looked back, worried. The guy was just sprawled out on the ground. A teammate yelled, Dulong went down! Long story short, Huang Dulong of the Poison Blood team got left behind. Wei Xiao Long urged everyone, keep using your Lightfoot technique, get moving! Deep down, he guessed that if they put enough distance between them and the queen, they might actually survive. Cao Bai gasped for air. Wei Xiao Long, are we actually going to make it? Wei Xiao Long wasn't even sure. Maybe 3 days later, even though they gave it their all, Quet Zhang couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. He coughed, breathing heavy, and said to the two in front, Sorry, Wei Xiao Long, this is as far as I go. Wei Xiao Long and Tang Huayin looked like absolute wrecks, hair all over the place. Wei Xiao Long stared at him, panicked. Master, Grandmaster! Tang Huayin was quiet for a second, then offered, Wei Xiao Long, let me carry him. Wei Xiao Long shook his head, looking a bit shy. Miss Tang Huayin, no way, I can do it myself. Suddenly, Tang Huayin rubbed her face with both hands. She pulled herself together, looking brighter, and gave him a determined smile. I can do this! The Tang family never ever quits. At the main gate, the two guards, looking sharp and armed to the teeth, were on full alert. When they heard footsteps from a distance, they squinted, confused. Huh? As the figures got closer, one of them did a double take. Yo, the young lady's back! Seeing the two looking totally dead on their feet with dark circles under their eyes, Wei Xiao Long stumbling while helping Tang Huayin. The guard couldn't believe his eyes and just stared. Young lady? The whole Tang estate went into chaos. They immediately fired a signal flare to call the direct family members. The grandmaster and the head of the family heard the flare, threw the doors open, and bolted outside. The clan head asked anxiously, Is something wrong? One of his men immediately reported, Young Miss Tang Huayin is back. As soon as he saw his daughter looking worn out, being supported by a servant, with Wei Xiao Long standing nearby looking just as wrecked, the clan head couldn't believe his eyes. Is that really her? He asked. He pulled his daughter into his arms and cried out in distress, Wei Xiao Long, what the hell happened? Wei Xiao Long quickly knelt down and stammered, Please, stay calm. Father-in-law, Miss Tang Huayin is just exhausted after 10 days of non-stop travel. As if remembering something, his voice turned serious. But this isn't the time to talk about that. We need to get to the training grounds now. The Supreme Clan head, startled, asked, What? Why the training grounds? Wei Xiao Long didn't answer right away. He reached into his shirt and pulled something out. Holding the queen bee up with both hands for everyone to see, he announced, This is the queen of the golden-furred bee king. The rest of the swarm will be here soon. We have to get to that ancient tree at the training grounds immediately. The Supreme Clan head couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid's got guts, he's going to do big things. Meanwhile, the Duong Clan head didn't look too happy. He grilled him, wait, what? Weren't you supposed to go get honey? You actually caught the queen bee? Before Wei Xiao Long could answer, the Supreme Clan head grabbed him by the shoulder and said, all right, let's move. Wei Xiao Long let out a startled shout. Huh? The old man used his movement techniques to scoop up Wei Xiao Long, leaping into the air, which made Wei Xiao Long scream in panic. Oh, for heaven's sake! Meanwhile, the people on the ground were busy shielding their faces from the dust and wind. Wei Xiao Long was being lugged through the air, his head spinning. Suddenly, he yelled out in alarm. Ah! The Supreme Clan head shot a worried glance his way. What is it? Looking at the familiar black and gold mass in the distance, Wei Xiao Long warned, Grandpa, the swarm is catching up fast. The old man didn't seem fazed. That many? Did you seriously drag the whole hive here? He picked up the pace. Just hold on, we're almost there. The sudden surge of speed made Wei Xiao Long cry out again. With a rough landing that sent rocks flying, the Supreme Clan head put him down. He brought him to the massive ancient tree and announced, we're here, Wei Xiao Long. Wei Xiao Long quickly clutched the queen bee and bolted toward the tree. Looking up at the giant trunk, Wei Xiao Long said, Golden-furred bee king, this is the place I was talking about. This is your new home from now on. The bee in his hands just buzzed, confused. He pointed to the large hollow in the tree and asked, how's this? Is this okay? But all he got in response was a low buzz. The golden-furred bee king flew cautiously toward the tree. After taking a good look, it turned its head back to Wei Xiao Long and seemed to smile. Seeing that, Wei Xiao Long cheered up. Looks like you like it, right? As the swarm drew closer, the Supreme Clan head shouted, Wei Xiao Long, get out of there! The swarm is coming! Wei Xiao Long turned his head, nodded, and replied, understood, Grandpa. As the swarm darkened the sky with a deafening roar, everyone on the ground looked up, their faces filled with shock and worry. The golden-furred bee king saw the swarm and immediately flapped its wings in excitement. It quickly led the colony into the tree trunk it had just finished scouting. The Supreme Clan head watched the scene, marveling, man, I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. Wei Xiao Long watched them too, letting out a soft sigh. Seeing the bees moving in and out of the hollow, he finally relaxed. The golden-furred bee king had been successfully relocated. A bee stuck its tongue out to drink from a wooden bowl of water. Watching the bees gather to drink, he felt satisfied that he'd given the exhausted bees some sugar water to help them recover. They say that breaking bread together builds bonds. It's a lucky thing there was something like sugar around, isn't it? The Duong clan members stood to the side, watching. They're really digging in, one remarked happily. Actually, if you look close, they're kind of cute. Watching the queen bee drink the sugar water, he thought to himself, this should lower their guard a bit. If they start seeing me as their master, even better. Suddenly, he shouted, ah, that's right. The clan head asked, what is it? Wei Xiao Long asked sheepishly, what about Miss Tang Hua Yin? The old man gave him a sarcastic look. Oh, so you finally remembered? Recalling his daughter's exhausted state, he scoffed. She was so worn out I had to hand her over to her mother. I can't believe you actually made her use movement techniques for 10 days straight without a break. Wei Xiao Long couldn't face him, looking awkward. Yes, I'm sorry, father-in-law. We only slept about 2 hours a day. The rest was all running. Just then, the Supreme Clan head remembered something. He asked, Wei Xiao Long, what about that group you brought with you? He looked concerned. Where's the blood poison squad? Wei Xiao Long froze, sweat breaking out all over his face. He guessed sheepishly, they're probably passed out somewhere on the road. I guess I'll have to go round them up. The Supreme Clan head just closed his eyes and chuckled. As ordered, the blood poison squad was safely retrieved and brought home. In Tang Huayin's room, warm sunlight poured through the windows. After hearing Wei Xiao Long's story, Tang Huayin looked happy, noticing the golden-furred bee king had regained its strength. How lucky. Wei Xiao Long smiled back. Indeed, Miss Tang Huayin. Thinking of the bees now gathering nectar in the Duong Mountains, he added, they're busy collecting nectar from the poisonous flowers in the Duong Mountains right now. She nodded. Oh my, don't they look just adorable? Suddenly, a frantic voice from outside interrupted their conversation. Master Wei Xiao Long! Master Wei Xiao Long! Wei Xiao Long glanced outside and asked, yeah, what's going on? The man was in such a rush he barely kept his composure, gripping the doorframe as he urged him. You need to come out, quick! The golden fur bee swarm is acting really strange. They're looking for something. Hearing that, Wei Xiao Long fell into deep thought. He immediately ran outside with Tang Huayin following close behind. High up, several golden fur bees were already waiting. Seeing the bees fluttering above his head, he asked in surprise, seriously? At the sound of his voice, the whole swarm turned toward him, their wings buzzing loudly. When they started clinging to his head and body, he asked in confusion, hey, what are you doing? Tang Huayin was getting worried. Wei Xiao Long, are you okay? The bees were insistently pulling at his arms. Seeing them biting onto his clothes, he asked anxiously, why are you doing this? Suddenly, his feet lifted off the ground, and he could only laugh helplessly. The people on the ground looked up as Wei Xiao Long was carried away by the swarm into the distance. Tang Huayin gasped, calling out in surprise, Wei Xiao Long! The swarm dragged him to the giant tree and dropped him off. As the sound of wings buzzed in his ears, he landed and stammered. Huh? Seeing what was right in front of him, his eyes went wide with shock. He stammered at the swarm. What's wrong with your hive? What the hell is going on here? A bee flew behind him and shoved him hard, pushing him inside. He just went with it, walking in while laughing. All right, I get it. You want me in there. Stepping inside, he took a look around and blurted out, Whoa. Looking at all those neatly stacked golden honeycomb cells, he couldn't help but lose his train of thought. The hive was pretty much fully built, and the honey collection was already underway. A bee slowly flew up close. He glanced over at it, totally confused. Wait, that was the queen bee. She looked at him with such affection. She flew over, landed on his arm, and gently fluttered her wings. He asked quietly, You want me to lift you up? In response, she flapped her wings even harder. But then the whole swarm rushed in, piling onto his face until his features were completely buried under a mountain of bees. He felt his head spinning, thinking, These guys are stuck to me like glue, I can't even move. He bowed his head and lifted the queen as she wanted, her big, round, sparkling eyes locked onto his. The queen bee slowly closed her eyes and stretched her front legs out to touch his face. Seeing that, Xiao Long freaked out. Whoa, hold on a sec! But it was too late. The queen pressed right up against his face, making him flush bright red instantly. He groaned internally. Man! Feeling something soft touch his lips, his whole body felt like it was on fire. His vision went hazy and his head started spinning. He instinctively gulped, realizing with a jolt that something was flooding into him. The swarm swirled around, witnessing Xiao Long getting straight-up force-kissed by the queen bee. When their lips finally pulled apart, there was even a little air bubble between them. He scrambled to let her go, panting heavily. Huff-ha! He covered his mouth, face beet red, and pointed at her, stuttering, You queen bee! That was my first kiss, for crying out loud. What the hell are you doing? His whole body started feeling like it was slipping out of his control. Panic set in. His legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. He hit the floor with a thud. His eyes lit up and he glared at the queen bee, teeth gritted in anger. When he saw her looking at him with what looked like a smile, he wondered, What did you give me? After that intimate moment with the queen bee, Xiao Long was curled up on the ground, his face twisted in agony. He coughed harshly. Ugh. His face felt like it was burning up, white foam was bubbling from his lips, and a weird, itchy sensation was washing over his whole body. He tossed and turned, but nothing could stop the agonizing feeling. His eyes went blurry and fluid started leaking from his nose and mouth. He could hear his heart thumping like a drum. He reached a hand out toward the queen bee, coughing again. What on earth did you feed me? As his vision started to fade, he saw her looking at him with this innocent expression. Before he completely blacked out, he heard Huayan's anxious voice calling out, Xiao Long, are you okay? Then he saw her calling for the supreme clan leader. Grandpa, something's wrong with Xiao Long. The old man replied with a serious look, saying it seemed he'd ingested a spiritual medicine that was way too potent. Everything went black and he heard Huayan scream in a panic, Xiao Long, wake up! Then the old man said, I'll channel my energy to help him. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw Huayan holding a towel, ready to place it on his forehead. When she saw him wake up, she cheered, Xiao Long, you're awake! He sat up, rubbing his head, and looked around, asking, Where am I? She replied, In the medicine hall of the Tang sect. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and filled him in. When you were dragged off by the golden-haired bee king, the clan leader and I rushed over. By the time we got there, you were already out cold, so we brought you here. When she asked, Do you remember what happened? He hesitated, then clutched his face as he remembered the scene. His mind was a mess. My first kiss? Seeing him like that, Huayan asked worriedly, Xiao Long, are you okay? Is there anything feeling weird in your body? Seeing him stay silent, she suggested, Should I go call for help? He quickly stopped her. No need. It's just... He trailed off and let out a long, heavy sigh. He gathered his thoughts and said, The queen bee fed me her own food. That's probably why this happened. Huayan asked curiously, What exactly did you eat? He didn't seem entirely sure, saying, I don't know the exact name, but if I had to name it, I'd call it royal jelly. She repeated the strange name, looking confused. Royal jelly? He nodded with a smile. Yeah. The worker bees live their whole lives collecting nectar and pollen, and they just eat that. But the queen? She asked. And the queen? He replied immediately. From birth until death, she only eats the royal jelly that the worker bees produce. It finally hit him. The stuff the queen bee forced him to eat was actually royal jelly. Huayan realized, so that's her lifelong food. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his voice got excited. But royal jelly has some special properties. She asked, What kind of properties? He replied enthusiastically. Normally, worker bees only live for about a month, but the queen eats royal jelly and lives 60 times longer than that. Isn't that crazy? She was shocked and tried to calm him down. Xiao Long, calm down! She blushed, clearing her throat to hide her embarrassment, and said, Ahem, right, I get it now. Curiosity satisfied. She went on to explain that the inner energy technique Xiao Long was using, the 5 poisons origin technique, was only a beginner-level method, so it couldn't fully absorb all the power from the spiritual medicine. Huayan let out a sigh of relief. But the Bee King's nectar is equivalent to 2 months of internal training. Does that mean you got 60 times the effect? Are you saying you've gained 10 years of internal energy? When she congratulated him on such a stroke of luck, he was stunned speechless. 10 years of internal energy. Suddenly, Huayan started to hesitate. There's more, she said, hiding her blushing face behind a towel. Take a look in the silver mirror. It seems like the royal jelly had some other effects. Hearing that, his eyes went wide and he repeated, Other effects? Xiao Long touched his face and wondered, A silver mirror? Sure enough, looking at his reflection, he touched his cheek in shock and muttered, Something's weird. He slowly realized, does royal jelly really do this? What happened to the country boy from Hainan? Xiao Long ran his fingers over his cheek in awe. His features had become more refined and his skin was soft, just like a woman's. A thought occurred to him, and cold sweat started dripping down his face. His cheeks turned so red he forgot to take his hand off his face. Imagining himself as a girl, he smiled brightly and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Wei Xiao Long." He grabbed his face in a panic. "Is this really just what the queen bee eats?" He quickly ducks his head, fumbling to undo his pants, holding his breath and praying not to make a sound. Then, he checks to make sure his little buddy is still down there. After checking, he flops onto the floor, staring up at the ceiling and letting out a sigh of relief. Thank God, it's still exactly where it needs to be. He remembers what Tang Huayin said, that if the grandmaster hadn't channeled that energy, things could have gone sideways. He thinks to himself, maybe I should thank him. I almost bit the dust, but I got saved. Wei Xiao Long walks down his usual path, but it feels weird. Everyone is straight up staring at him. Seeing the girls giggling, he wonders if his internal energy leveled up or something, making people look at him all strange. He bolts like he's being chased by a ghost, muttering to himself, "Gotta get out of here first," leaving the girls' laughter echoing behind him. At the Sichuan Tang family's mess hall, or the Sichuan nest as they call it, Wei Xiao Long stands outside the door hesitating, just sneaking a look inside. The table is loaded with legit, mouth-watering food. Everyone's already seated and the servants are bringing out the dishes. When the madam happens to turn her head, she spots him. After giving him the once-over, she chirps, "Oh, my son-in-law is looking way brighter, isn't he?" Then she asks, "Feeling better, honey?" Wei Xiao Long bows his head and offers a respectful salute. "Yes, mother-in-law. I'm sorry I made you worry." She claps her hands, thrilled. "Don't worry about it. Getting a lucky break like that is something to celebrate." She turns to tease her daughter. "My goodness, look at that skin. Tang Huayin is definitely going to love that," she says, making Tang Huayin turn beet red. "Oh, mother!" She stammers, trying to change the subject. "Sit down, Wei Xiao Long." Amidst the madam's cheerful laughter, he replies gently, "Yes." Everyone takes their seats to dig in. The servants are bringing out the final dishes. As they pour the tea, the patriarch asks with genuine concern, "Wei Xiao Long, you feeling better now?" He nods obediently. "Yes, father-in-law, I'm sorry for the concern." He then adds respectfully, "Thank you, sir. I heard you checked on me while I was out." The supreme patriarch smiles. A stroke of luck like that is cause for celebration. The patriarch jumps in, "So, tell us what went down." "I heard about that royal jelly thing from Tang Huayin. What actually happened?" He doesn't know where to start. Habitually rubbing his face, he opens his mouth. Well, thinking back to his first kiss, he shuts his eyes and says, "I think because the gold-haired queen bee was happy with her new hive, she tried to pay me back. Long story short, I got dragged into the hive and suddenly got fed that royal jelly." He finishes, looking pretty stoked. "I think that's how the whole thing started." The madam covers her mouth, gasping. "That is wild." The supreme patriarch marvels. "Whoa, even a high-level insect beast knows how to show gratitude." He then suggests, "Is there any way to get more of that royal jelly? If we can get our hands on more, it would be a huge asset to the Tang family." The patriarch adds, "The gold-haired queen bee's honey was already useful enough. The royal jelly would be an absolute game-changer." The madam, fixated on the beauty benefits of the jelly, jumps in excitedly. "Son-in-law, is there any way to find more of that stuff?" Feeling all eyes on him, he clears his throat awkwardly. Tang Huayin turns and asks, "Yes, seriously, Wei Xiao Long, can we find more?" He closes his eyes and gives a tiny nod. "Yeah." But in his head he's thinking, if these were normal bees, I'd have to build separate hives, queen chambers, and use worker bees to farm the royal jelly. Recalling how Master Kalbai ran for his life from that swarm, he can't help but think, young Master Wei Xiao Long, that reality is way different from what they're picturing. He wonders if he tried that with the super smart gold-haired queen bee, he'd probably end up being turned into a human honeycomb. Thinking back to the innocent look on the queen's face, he gets lost in thought. The royal jelly is meant to feed the larvae, but she fed it to me directly. He doesn't know if there's a difference. After a minute of silence, he speaks up. "Look, I'll be real with you guys. It's probably not going to work." Hearing that, the supreme patriarch immediately asks, "Not going to work? Why not?" The madam presses son-in-law, "Why can't we?" He replies, "Even if you could get it, who's actually going to eat it?" The patriarch starts guessing, Does it taste bad or smell weird?" He shakes his head gently. "It's not like that." Then he drops a bombshell answer. "That royal jelly is secreted from the queen bee's mouth. It seems like it has to be transferred directly from the queen." To avoid any confusion, he clarifies, "It's kind of like kissing. It requires lip-to-lip contact. The queen's secretion has to go straight into your mouth to be transferred." The supreme patriarch's jaw drops, shocked and confused. "What, you had to make contact with the queen bee?" The madam is stunned too. "Wait, what does that even mean?" The patriarch just sighs, his hopes dashed. "Well, I guess we can't get any more then. Unless you're Wei Xiao Long, who the gold-haired queen bee actually likes. Nobody else can do that." Suddenly, the sound of chopsticks hitting the table snaps everyone's attention. Tang Huayin doesn't look at him, but her voice drops. "Mouth-to-mouth contact?" She quickly covers her mouth with her hand, glancing at him skeptically. "Wei Xiao Long Oppa, did you have a mouth-to-mouth duel with that queen bee?" In the quiet of the fading moon, a lonely crescent moon hung overhead, casting a pale, ghostly silver light over the world. A hand covered in thick, gnarled scars belonged to none other than the legendary martial arts alliance leader Chu Trong Hawk. His mind right now was a tangled mess, his thoughts chaotic like they were about to explode. The wooden door creaked open, and a graceful figure, elegant as a fairy descending from heaven, stepped inside. On her delicate oval face sat a tiny red mole. Shyly she lowered her head, her porcelain-smooth hands carefully carrying a tea tray. Chu Trong-hak glanced at the beauty for a split second and spoke nonchalantly. "Did you prepare the famous West Mountain White Dew tea?" He clasped his hands behind his back, his voice full of pride. "Nothing beats that rich, unforgettable flavor of home." The beauty gently poured the tea and answered softly, "Yes, sir. It is the premium West Mountain White Dew, the famous specialty from my hometown, Nanchang." Hearing this, the alliance leader nodded slightly and said kindly, "Thank you, my dear. I will definitely enjoy every drop of this tea." The beauty stood by his side, her bright eyes fixed on his every move. Chu Trong-hak lifted the teacup to his lips, slightly opening his mouth to take a sip. Just then, a frantic, hurried voice rang out from outside. "Reporting to the alliance leader, subordinate strategist Jia Cat Hao has an urgent matter to report." That panicked tone made the alliance leader freeze. He set the teacup down and said in a stern, commanding voice, "It's late, what could possibly be so important? Come in!" Jia Cat Hao, a handsome young man, walked in with swift, agile movements. He saluted, his tone filled with apology. "Forgive me, alliance leader, for disturbing you in the dead of night." He rushed to report the situation. Turns out some top-secret intel just hit the wire from Sichuan. His subordinates knew this was major, so they brought it to the boss immediately. The sovereign just waved it off, calm as ever, and said, "It's all good. If the strategist came all this way himself, it's gotta be serious. Spit it out." Zhuge Ho stepped forward, his hands slipping into his sleeve, digging around like he was looking for something. Finally, he pulled out a scroll of parchment and laid it on the table. "The blood-hand Rakshasa, Zhuo Yang, has met his end," he reported solemnly. "The Tang clan has recovered his head, along with the legendary blood-hand venom manual that shook the martial arts world." The sovereign couldn't hold back his rage and slammed his fist onto the table. With the sound of jade teacups shattering into pieces, he barked, "What?" That hit made his hands shake uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, the sovereign demanded, "How the hell could anyone recover that twisted blood-hand venom technique, let alone Zhuo Yang's head?" Zhuge Ho quickly lowered his head. "My lord, it seems Zhuo Yang took a fatal blow from the 10,000 Venom God King a while back. He vanished off the grid after that, eventually drifting all the way to Hainan to go into hiding and heal up." As if remembering something juicy, Zhuge Ho added with a smirk, "And get this, there's a crazy twist to the story. According to the latest intel, that big baddie Zhuo Yang got taken down by a young prodigy working with some mystery poison user." The sovereign frowned in shock, clearly skeptical. "You serious? A young prodigy and a mystery poisoner?" Zhuge Ho sat down across from the sovereign, unfurling his feathered fan with a mysterious flair. "Sounds like a wild, suspenseful drama, right? But trust me, this is the kind of tea that's going to keep you hooked for a long, long time, my lord." The beauty standing quietly in the room listened to Zhuge Ho drone on, and couldn't help but get curious. Back at the Tang clan's main hall in Sichuan, all the elders from every branch had gathered. After hearing the report, one silver-haired elder nodded. "It's true, master." Another elder, known for his short fuse, snapped, "Are you telling me someone actually had the guts to leak Tang clan secrets to outsiders?" Another elder chimed in, "Yeah, way out of line. I can't believe someone would dare tarnish the Tang clan's reputation like this." Xiao Long noticed the vibe was completely different from last time and whispered to Huayin, "Hey, how come your old man isn't trying to rip my head off today?" Huayin chuckled. Obviously, he wouldn't. Seeing Xiao Long's confused face, she explained, "When the family's honor is at stake, even the elders can't just sit around and do nothing. Besides, it's all just family business at the end of the day." The Tang clan leader closed his eyes, thought for a second, and made his move. "I've already sent the beggar sect to verify the intel. We'll have news soon. I'm heading to Yongchuan Prefecture myself." An elder asked worriedly, "How do you plan to handle them, sir?" The master already had a plan locked and loaded, laying it out step by step. "Start with the soul-extinguishing venom, the blood-melting venom, and the gut-twisting poison." As he spoke, he described the scene of bodies igniting, organs melting, leaving the enemies writhing in agony, begging for death. Then he declared, "And finally, I'll treat them to a cup of 7 treasure soul-severing poison so they can head to the afterlife in a hurry." "Lufa Valley?" Xiaolong gasped, his voice cracking. The Tang master spun around, radiating intensity as he ordered Yuezhang, "What are you standing there for? Gather the venom elimination squad. We're leaving now." Yuezhang bowed low, looking panicked. "Yes, sir." The squad assembled at breakneck speed, standing in perfect lines in the courtyard, eyes locked on the master, awaiting orders. Before taking off, the master threw a side-eye at his son-in-law. "Kid, leave the heavy lifting to us. You just stay here and get your strength back. I'll handle the rest." Zilong quickly bowed respectfully. "You can count on me, father-in-law. I know how things work. Please take care." The master laughed, his voice booming with pure dominance. "Careful. Ha, those worms are the ones who need to be careful. Let's see how many times I can bring down retribution on their heads." With that, he led his massive aura-heavy team out of the Tang clan. Watching the shadows of the masked men in black, Xiao Long couldn't help but ask Huayin, "So are those the legendary venom elimination squad?" "I've been at the Tang house for a while, but this is the first time I've seen them." Huayin covered her mouth, smiling mysteriously. "Yup, they handle all the dark, dirty work in the martial world." She emphasized the point. Basically, they're professional hitmen, hence the fancy name Venom Elimination Squad. Xiao Long felt a chill run down his spine. Just dirty work, he thought. Probably a lot worse than that. Suddenly, a suggestive cough came from behind them. Ahem. Both jumped and turned around to see who it was. Xiao Long quickly bowed. Junior Xiao Long pays his respects to the elders. The lead elder leaned on his cane, his voice raspy like leaves rustling. Ahem, no need for formalities. I hear our son-in-law has stumbled upon a rare stroke of luck. Xiao Long kept his cool, not wanting to sound cocky. Yes, elder. He was racing through his thoughts. Did word about the golden-furred bee king and the queen bee already reach these old guys? The elder coughed again, clearly struggling. Ahem. I've come to ask you for a favor, son-in-law. Xiao Long was still lost. A favor? What kind of favor? He probed. Is this about the honey from the golden-furred bee king you guys heard rumors about? Before he could finish, the elder waved his hands frantically, looking a bit guilty. Oh, no, absolutely not that. Do you really think we'd be greedy enough to come after your scraps? The elder behind him chimed in, trying to look righteous. Exactly. All spiritual treasures in this world go to those fated to have them. How could we ever force it? Xiao Long saw them dancing around the point and got impatient. So what is it exactly? The two elders exchanged an awkward look, as if it were hard to say. After clearing his throat to build up some courage, the lead elder stepped closer, placing a bony hand on Xiao Long's shoulder with a look of deep mystery. The old man leaned in close, whispering into Xiao Long's ear like he was scared someone might eavesdrop. Listen here, kid. Doesn't my son-in-law have those special pills, the Qi Dan pills? I heard you're the one who brews them, so the decision is totally up to you. Ahem! By now, it finally clicked for Xiao Long. He let out a long, knowing smirk. He pulled out 3 glossy Qi Dan pills, tossing them lightly in his hand with a cocky grin. Haha, I'm still getting used to things around the Tang family. Plenty of stuff I'm still figuring out. If you elders could look out for me a bit, a small thing like this is nothing. Just then, the Grand Supreme Tang Patriarch walked out from the inner hall. Seeing the scene, which was suspiciously way too friendly, he barked. What are you lot doing huddled up here? It's loud enough to wake the dead. The authoritative voice cut through the air like a knife, making the laughing group freeze up like statues. About 5 seconds later, the elder who was just about to reach for the pills started choking on his own spit, letting out a pathetic hack. Everyone scrambled to help, pounding his back. Another grabbing his shoulders, acting like they were putting out a wildfire. We're just chatting, bonding with our son-in-law, they claimed. The Grand Patriarch, seeing them acting like this, finally nodded with a satisfied laugh. Ha ha ha. Looks like you old fools finally realize how valuable our Xiao Long really is. Hua Yin stood off to the side watching this pathetic display of sycophancy, sweat soaking through her back. The elders kept bowing and scraping, nodding frantically. Absolutely, Grand Patriarch, you're spot on. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed from afar. Grand Patriarch, sir, we've got a major emergency. It's bad, really bad. The Patriarch spun around, his face hardening. What in the hell is so urgent? You sound like someone died. The man didn't hesitate, blurting out, Grand Patriarch, the city lord of Sichuan. He's at death's door, just barely hanging on. The crowd went pale, absolute horror washing over their faces. One elder couldn't stop himself from blurting out, What? The Sichuan city lord? Xiao Long quickly pressed. Tell me, did he follow the instructions and the dosage I gave him? The messenger stammered, knowing he couldn't hide it anymore. Well, honestly, after the city lord saw how godly those pills were, he went out and added a few more concubines to his harem, and then decided to up the dosage way beyond the limit. Xiao Long felt sweat pouring down his face, screaming internally. Oh my god, this suicidal idiot. The Grand Patriarch groaned, rubbing his temples in pure frustration. Forget it. I have to get over there right now. Before taking off, he looked at Xiao Long. Xiao Long, you're the only man left in the Tang household right now. Keep the women folk safe, you hear me? Xiao Long replied dutifully. Yes, sir, I'll keep that in mind. The Patriarch immediately unleashed his movement technique, turning into a flash of blue light and vanishing from the estate in a blink. Xiao Long watched him go, wondering what the hell was so serious that the old guy had to lose his mind over it. As the sun set, the main hall of the Tang estate lit up with lanterns. Hua Yin sat next to Xiao Long, asking softly, Xiao Long, now that you've finished the 10 poisons technique, how is your training going? Any progress? Xiao Long hesitated, sounding a bit unsure. It's a lot less of a headache than when I started, I guess. He thought to himself, if the 5 poisons technique felt like one massive flow of energy cycling through my body, the 10 poisons is like running 2 currents at the same time, like a dual-cylinder engine. Hua Yin couldn't hide her excitement. Looks like you've already started building a resistance to basic poisons, she added, glowing with pride. And you can even channel that energy outward or into objects now, right? Xiao Long asked in genuine shock. Seriously, is it really that strong? After a moment of hesitation, he bit his lip and nodded. All right, I'm gonna give it a shot. His eyes locked onto the wooden dummy in front of him. Xiao Long stood up, gripped the throwing knife between his thumb and index finger, and focused every ounce of his energy until he felt like he was the weapon. He whispered the mantra, shifting his inner energy, pushing those 2 streams of power to sync up. A faint blue glow began to swirl around his feet, quickly enveloping his entire body. Xiao Long slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were now glowing with an eerie, mystical blue light. Once the energy floods the meridians and muscles, he thought. Just as a sharp whistling sound echoed in his head, he planted one foot firmly. He kicked off with the other, hurling the knife at the dummy with terrifying speed. The blade, shrouded in sharp blue energy, tore through the air like a streak of light. Boom! The impact was deafening. The knife slammed dead center into the dummy's stomach, shredding the cloth into bits like falling snow. Miss Hua Yin, I think I cracked it. Xiao Long's voice rang out with joy, shattering the silence. Hua Yin smiled back, her eyes curving into crescents. Xiao Long, you're a genius. You perfectly channeled your internal energy into a hidden weapon. Hidden in the dark, the black-clad spies were absolutely terrified. Their eyes went wide as they watched the knife tear through the air, piercing the wooden target and burying itself deep into the stone wall. They traded nervous glances, whispering, "Have we been compromised?" One of them hissed, trembling, "We need to silence them." The guy next to him quickly shut him down. "No way, it was just a lucky shot." The third guy, clutching the stolen manual, whispered so low it was barely audible. "It's just a copy anyway, but we've got the blood hand poison palm. Mission accomplished. Let's get out of here before things go sideways and we get caught." He couldn't help a smug, raspy laugh that sounded like a crow. Haha, these idiotic Tang family mortals, with their pathetic security, it was way too easy to sneak in and snag this treasure. Suddenly, a strange scent wafted past, and he frowned confused. "Huh?" He whispered a warning to his crew. "Something's off. This smell is weirdly sweet and thick." The whole group started scrambling, looking everywhere, trying to figure out where that scent was coming from. Just as they looked up, the creeps were terrified to find a giant hornet glaring at them with eyes blazing with fire. Its savage expression looked like it wanted to tear them to shreds. A buzzing sound roared like thunder, filled with murderous intent. In the pitch-black night, a scream tore through the silence, echoing across the training grounds and chilling everyone to the bone. Wei Xiao Long jumped in shock. What just happened?" Tang Huayin's eyes were sharp as a hawk's as she scanned the source of the noise. "Looks like we've got uninvited guests." Sure enough, behind the ancient trees near the shooting target, a group of shadowy figures emerged, looking as spooked as if they'd seen a ghost, all screaming in unison. "Oh crap, why is there a demon hornet here?" Seeing their weird outfits and sneaky behavior, Tang Huayin immediately pegged them as the intruders. For the sake of the Duong family, she didn't hesitate, surging forward with a burst of energy to attack. She didn't forget to bark an order to the guy next to her. "Wei Xiao Long, what are you waiting for?" "Fire!" Wei Xiao Long stood there dumbfounded, calling out after Tang Huayin's retreating back. "Watch yourself, miss." The leader of the shadow crew saw things going south and screamed at his gang. "Damn it, fall back!" Another one had his ears stung by the hornet and let out a blood-curdling shriek. "Get this damn thing off me. Help, someone help." Pathetic! The two cold-blooded companions didn't even care about their teammate, using their Lightfoot skills to scramble away for their lives. Tang Huayin moved like lightning, closing the distance with a voice as cold as ice. "Don't you dare move." Channeling energy into her wrist, a pitch-black whip covered in sharp steel thorns suddenly appeared in her hand. Tang Huayin put her back into it, lashing out like a dragon toward them, but the agile shadow figures leaped into the air, dodging the thunderous whip's strike. This shocked Tang Huayin, who thought to herself, "They actually dodged my black dragon lash." The one who got stung knew he couldn't get away, so he decided to make a desperate stand and counterattack. He roared like a wild beast, swinging his sword straight at Tang Huayin. "Eat, steal, die." Wei Xiao Long, stuck outside the fight, could only scream to warn her. "Miss, be careful," his voice dripping with frantic worry. The shadow guy swung his sword like a maniac, ignoring the hornet still latched onto him. But Tang Huayin was a martial arts master. She gripped both ends of the thorn whip with ease, effortlessly swatting away the lethal blow while giving him a look of pure contempt. Then she countered in a flash, whipping the spiked weapon right into the guy's face, leaving him stunned and terrified. Not giving him a second to breathe, she unleashed a flurry of lashes, each strike carrying a razor-sharp wind. That was when the hornet finally let go of the unlucky guy, circled around once, and buzzed off into the night sky. Wei Xiao Long saw the intruder lying motionless like roadkill and rushed over. "Miss, are you hurt?" Tang Huayin calmly retracted her whip and replied, "I'm fine, don't worry about it." Suddenly, the shadow guy writhed, let out a groan, and stopped breathing, his whole body emitting black smoke as his mouth hung wide open. Wei Xiao Long was totally freaked out, stuttering, Who is this guy? Is he dead?" He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Holy crap, what the hell was that? Tang Huayin leaned over to inspect the intruder who dared to crash the Duong estate. Seeing his skin pale as a corpse and other weird signs, she knew for sure he'd bitten down on a poison capsule to off himself. Looks like he was hiding some massive secrets. Torches lit up all over the Duong estate like it was broad daylight. The alarm bells rang non-stop. "Intruders spotted. Catch them alive." After gathering the elite squad, Tang Huayin gave the order with a stern voice. "Split up and track them down. Don't let a single one of them escape. Wei Xiao Long, you and Captain Chubai come with me." In the quiet night, deep inside the bamboo forest, torchlight flickered like fireflies, blinking in and out. Shouts echoed constantly, "Catch them! Catch them!" The Duong crew kept hot on their heels. Chubai yelled while running, "They can't have gotten far. We have to round up these rats no matter what." Feeling like the pursuit was too slow, Wei Xiao Long glanced at the golden centipedes in his pouch. He made up his mind. "All right, let's go! Activate my thrusters!" But as soon as his foot hit the ground, he took a bad step and plummeted straight into a deep hole, terrified out of his mind. "Ah, ouch, oh god!" Chubai heard the pathetic cries for help, turned around in panic, shouting, "Master Wei Xiao Long!" He and a trusted guard rushed back, teaming up to haul Wei Xiao Long out of the pit while asking him, "Are you all right?" Wei Xiao Long crawled up, breathing a sigh of relief and whispering a quick thanks, thinking he was totally screwed for a second. But then he felt something was off. He turned back to look down into the deep hole again and muttered, In front of him was a sea of green and red snakes, all heads swaying and pointing right at him, making his skin crawl and cold sweat pour down his back. Yo, what the hell is that, a snake pit? Tsubai went pale, looking like he'd seen a ghost. He stared into the pit for a long moment and stammered, "Looks like a nest of venomous snakes." Snakes usually gather where the yin energy is thick, especially this time of year when they're twice as aggressive. You better watch it. Unlike everyone else's terror, the golden centipede seemed super excited. He muttered to himself, "Look at all these snakes. Their eyes are bugging out looking at me, and they're even hissing like they're trying to act tough." The Duong clan members were confused. That's weird, striped water snakes aren't usually this aggressive. He then looked at everyone, feeling sheepish. "My bad, guys, I slowed us down. Looks like it's about to pour. Let's move out." Tsubai answered immediately. "Understood, Wei Xiao Long." Continued, "Understood, Wei Xiao Long." Having wasted precious time, the Duong crew went all out, running like the wind to catch the intruders. Suddenly, a light flared up ahead. The leader up front shouted, "There! Get him!" Tsubai quickly looked behind him, pointed in another direction, and ordered, "Split up. Hit him from that side, too." The three shadow figures looked grim and on edge, watching the Duong crew closing in through the dark night and the pouring rain. Just then, a massive bolt of lightning cracked, ripping the silence apart. The two sides faced off, the difference in numbers clear as day. The leader growled out an order, "Tighten the circle. Fight to the death." Tsubai stepped up, his voice hard as iron. "Listen up, rats. You've got nowhere left to run." With that, he and his men reached into their robes, pulling out their ready-to-go weapons. The intruders didn't flinch, drawing their own blades to face the fight. The two sides locked horns for a few tense seconds before the guy leading the charge let out a war cry and lunged forward with everything he had. The other side knew that fighting to the bitter end was their only shot at surviving this mess. The leader swung his blade at the masked dude, but the guy parried it with his short sword, like he'd been doing this his whole life. "Task, a bunch of pathetic ants trying to play hero," the guy with the horse face sneered, spitting out his words with enough venom to start a war. His goons weren't backing down either, roaring like wild animals and carving a path through the fight. Their pressure was so intense it almost knocked the old master off his feet. A younger guy in the back panicked and screamed, "Look out, master!" But honestly, it was like throwing a pebble into the ocean. Just when things were looking grim, a flash of cold steel cut through the pouring rain, lightning fast, and went straight for the masked thug, scaring the living daylights out of him. Luckily, the thug finally woke up and did a slick backbend to dodge it by a hair's breadth. The young guy went all out, launching 3 flying daggers with expert precision. It was that legendary triple shadow death strike from the Tang sect. 3 icy glints chased him down, forcing the thug to backpedal like a stray dog in a field. He gritted his teeth and hopped back, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike aimed at his feet. But one of the daggers seemed to have a mind of its own, anticipating his every move with pinpoint accuracy. Thwack! It buried itself deep in his chest. Blood sprayed everywhere, soaking his clothes. He clutched the wound, his face turning ghost white as he let out a low, guttural hiss like a dying beast. Jubai ground his teeth so hard they almost shattered. He spat out, "You dirty, conniving piece of trash." He stared daggers at the guy, his voice dripping with frustration. "I guess even a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes. The rain must have washed the poison off my blades." Just then, a creepy, bone-chilling voice echoed through the area. "Look at all you little pests gathered together. How cute." Jubai tensed up, his senses on high alert as he shouted, "Who the hell is out there?" A figure descended from the sky like a boss, landing with such force that a massive boulder nearby crumbled into dust. It was some old creep with a face like a demon, his eyes glowing blood red, giving off a vibe that made everyone's skin crawl. Feeling a pressure like a mountain crashing down on them, Jubai turned pale and yelled to his crew, "Bad news, guys. A real heavy hitter is here. Get out of here fast!" A ghostly red glow started radiating off him, followed by a wheezing, twisted laugh that sounded like nails on a chalkboard. The old man looked down at the thug, gasping for air on the ground, and asked, "Did you get it?" The guy scrambled to pull an old book from his shirt, trembling as he handed it over like it was the Holy Grail. "Master, it's just a copy from the Tang sect." Xiao Long had been lurking in the shadows watching this whole time. He froze, remembering the crazy warnings the old family head used to rant about. Only a total psycho would want this garbage. Xiao Long's face went pale. Wait, his mind was racing. Is that the messed up knockoff book that accidentally read last time? This is straight up toxic. He panicked and started screaming at the guys in front to warn them. "Jubai, watch out. That's the Bloodhand Poison Manual." Just the name is bad news. Jubai heard the name and looked like he'd seen a ghost, breaking out into a cold sweat instantly. "What? That disgusting piece of trash?" He gnashed his teeth, his face turning purple with rage. "Damn it, these sick, twisted freaks, they're straight up insane." Seeing the old man's arrogant attitude, Jubai completely snapped and started tearing into him. What kind of freak even wants to touch that twisted, evil garbage? "You got a name, you turtle-headed coward?" The old man didn't even blink at the insults. He just flipped through the book with a smug smirk, just as I thought. Since it's a copy, it's got the moves, but none of the real deep-level secrets. But this will do just fine. He tossed the book aside carelessly and ordered the wounded thug. "Shui Ying, go ahead. Use the blood sect's techniques. It's a bit rushed, but this is the perfect chance to show the world we're back." The blood sect is invincible. So the thug's name was Shui Ying. He bowed immediately, eager to please the master. "I live to serve, master." Then he lowered his hand toward the guy lying face down on the ground, who was barely clinging to life. Suddenly, blood started rising off the guy's body like steam, and a sickening metallic stench filled the air. Xiaolong watched this nightmare unfolding, his eyes wide as he grabbed his head and screamed, "What the hell is that? Oh my god!" Jubai was totally baffled, muttering to himself in disbelief. Right there, energy was swirling in the thug's palm, sucking up all the blood around him. Is he actually drinking a living person's blood? Clong! A sword dripping with bloody poison clattered to the ground. Shuiying grabbed his wound, which was already closing up thanks to that dark, twisted magic. The old man let out a mocking laugh. "Not bad, kid, not bad at all." His claws were long, sharp, and glowing with that gross blood-red energy. He puffed out his chest to introduce himself. "Listen up, you brats. I am the Blood Sect Elder, the Blood Eagle Claw, Chu Janae." "Seriously? That name is way too long. It sounds like something you'd name a neighbor's puppy." The old man stared at Xiao Long, eyeing him up and down. "You look pretty tasty, kid. Very good, very good." He rubbed his claws together, the sound making everyone cringe, while drool dripped from his jagged teeth. He licked his lips like a starving demon. "It's been way too long since I've tasted the blood of someone with a soul root like yours. This is going to be a treat." In the middle of the pouring rain, both sides stared each other down. It was do or die. Chu Jian'e shoved the book into his shirt and barked an order at Shui Ying, who was just getting back on his feet. "Grab that brat for me! Nothing heals my strength better than the blood of a youth." "Ha ha ha!" Shui Ying bowed low, shouting, "As you wish, master." With murderous intent, both of them charged straight at the Tang Sect guys. Jubai panicked, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Form the 5 poisons fire formation. Don't let that old bastard lay a single finger on Master Xiao Long." Chu Jian'e leaped into the air, moving like a spider on a wall, laughing coldly. "Try and stop me, you ants!" His body radiated a heat like a furnace, and as he dove down like a hawk, a massive explosion rocked the earth, followed by terrified screams that echoed everywhere. Wei Xiao Long held his hands over his head, dodging rocks flying past his ears, sweating bullets as urgent warnings echoed in his head. "Master Wei Xiao Long, get out of the danger zone now." A blood shadow appeared out of nowhere like a demon, clamping down on the kid's neck, leaving Wei Xiao Long stunned, wide-eyed and gasping for air. A brutal, bloodthirsty glint flashed in the attacker's eyes. The blood shadow spat out words that cut like a jagged blade. "Take a chill pill, kid. Looks like the Elder has his sights set on your blood. Talk about bad luck." Wei Xiao Long's face turned ghostly pale, choking for air. In that split-second, life-or-death moment, he gritted his teeth and let out a squeak. "Get 'em, my little darlings!" Instantly, a swarm of golden centipedes, shining like silk, erupted from his body like a disturbed hornet's nest, charging at the guy in black. Following Wei Xiaolong's order to bite his damn hand off, the lead centipede sank its fangs deep into the enemy's palm, chirping furiously as if trying to tear the dude apart. The blood shadow stared at the weird golden bug on his hand, totally bewildered, thinking, "Centipedes? What the hell is this?" While he was stuck in that what-the-heck moment, a cold dagger tore through the air, thwack, straight into his head, spraying blood like fireworks. Then a massive shockwave, heavy as a landslide, slammed into the blood shadow, sending him flying backward like a broken kite. Wei Xiao Long shielded his eyes from the blinding glare, keeping them squeezed shut. Only when he heard a familiar voice cutting through the rain did he shakily turn around. Wei Xiao Long saw the beautiful Huang'an, looking like a goddess, leading a crew charging toward them with fierce intensity. With Nuit Zhang and the Great Elder looking grim behind her, the kid jumped for joy, shouting, "Sister Huang'an, you finally came to save me." Huang'an and Nuit Zhang's faces turned dead serious when they saw the horrific scene. Seeing Sutran act surrounded by that black, demonic mist, tossing the Tang Clan fighters around like rag dolls was a nightmare. Huang'an rushed to ask, "The 5 poisons fire extinguishing array. What in the world is going on here?" Tsubai perked up, eyes sharp as lightning, turning to Huang'an and barking, "Miss, no time for small talk." Tsubai shouted an urgent warning, "Miss, it's bad. That old geezer from the Blood Sect actually had the guts to raid our mansion." Huang'an's eyebrows shot up, her eyes wide with shock. "What? The Blood Sect?" Seeing how dire things were, Huang'an blazed with intensity. "All units support the vanguard." Nuit Zhang took the order instantly, roaring, "As you command, miss." The old creep stroked his goatee, his voice dropping into a sinister growl. So that brat is the one who took down Trak Van Duong, the Bloodhand Poison King." His face twisted into a demonic, ugly scowl, licking his dry lips, his tone filled with greedy sarcasm toward the fallen Bloodhand Poison King. "Famous? Just trash, honestly. Can't believe he got taken out by a bunch of tiny bugs. How pathetic." Nuit Zhang shouted back like thunder, "Shut your damn mouth. Today this place is going to be your grave." Sutran Axi didn't even flinch at the threat. He tilted his head back and let out a wild, cackling laugh that pierced the eardrums like a banshee. "Haha, is that right? Let's see who's actually ending up in the dirt." The ground started shaking violently, like a massive earthquake. He went full beast mode with his dark magic, the demonic energy swirling so thick it was suffocating. His thinning hair stood straight up like a lion's mane. His voice sounded like a creepy hollow echo. "Let me see what you little pests can do." In the woods, Wei Xiao Long carefully bandaged his arm, whispering, "Just hang in there a little longer." He gritted his teeth and tightened the knot, a heavy sense of dread filling his chest. The situation was truly hanging by a thread. Watching Sutran Asi screaming and dancing around like a puppet, picking off his men one by one, they were burning out, while that blood sect demon just kept healing by drinking blood. If this keeps up, they're finished. Just as Wei Xiao Long was lost in thought, a figure shot by like a shooting star, slamming hard into an ancient tree. Wei Xiao Long jumped, terrified, and spun around to see Huang An gritting her teeth. Her delicate brows knotted so tight they could probably crush rocks. She was trying to hide the agonizing pain, and he scrambled over, voice trembling with worry. "Miss Huang An?" Suddenly, she hacked. A mouthful of hot blood sprayed out like a fountain. He panicked, grabbing her thin shoulders, his voice cracking with helplessness and fear. "Miss Huang An, are you okay?" Huang An tried to play it cool, forcing a weak, wobbly smile onto her pale face. I'm fine." She shakily raised her tiny hands, grabbing Wei Xiao Long's, looking him dead in the eyes with intense resolve. Wei Xiao Long. Even though she looked completely drained, she pleaded, "You have to go back to the clan. Bring reinforcements. We don't have the strength to handle these monsters right now." Wei Xiao Long scowled so hard his face hurt, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Watching Kutran still out there acting like he owned the place, he felt a crushing sense of uselessness. "I'm such a dead weight in this fight. I haven't done a single thing." Seeing things hit a breaking point, Captain Nuit Zhang turned back, his voice thick with emotion. "Master Wei Xiao Long, please. For the sake of the clan, for the entire Sichuan Tang Clan, please, you have to get out of here and get reinforcements." The Great Elder chimed in, voice raspy but firm. "We'll hold the line and fight to the death. You have to go now. We're running out of time." Wei Xiao Long went silent. His heart was a mess, not knowing what to do. After a long pause, he finally choked out an answer. I got it. I'll give it everything I've got to get back here as fast as I can," though inside he was still doubting himself. "But my movement skills aren't that great. What if I can't pull it off?" Huang An heard him, suddenly pulled him into a hug and whispered, "You can do it. I believe in you." Behind his back, where Wei Xiao Long couldn't see, hot tears were already streaming down Huang An's face, soaking her cheeks. She choked back tears, gripping his arms. "You've got this, okay? I've seen how hard you've been grinding this whole time. I've witnessed it all myself." Xiao Long froze for a sec, resting his chin on her soft hair as her voice flowed like a gentle stream in his ears. "Next time, let's head out together to hunt for those poisons, yeah?" "I still remember that promise." They pulled away, lingering for a moment. Huayan grabbed his broad shoulders, looking him dead in the eye. "Xiao Long, everything is riding on you now." Then she turned on her heel and bolted, running straight into the thick of the smoke-filled battlefield. Xiao Long stood there, dazed and frozen, watching her strong back retreat. His expression went blank, completely spaced out. He muttered to himself like a man possessed, "Damn it, can't waste another second." He gritted his teeth, spun around, and took off in the opposite direction, dead set on finishing this life-or-death mission. The sound of his footsteps splashing in the water echoed through the silent night. He was panting like a beast, sweat mixing with the freezing rain. Totally exhausted and stressed, he didn't see the loose pebble under his feet. He tripped, lost his balance, and face planted into the mud like a total klutz. His ripped body sprawled out on the wet ground, plastered in mud. He just lay there, motionless, like he didn't have a single ounce of energy left to get back up. The centipedes crawled out from his gear, letting out worried, high-pitched squeaks like babies crying. Xiao Long curled up and pushed himself back up, his head spinning as he mumbled to himself. "Weird. How can I be this useless?" He poked the chubby cheek of a centipede, lost in thought. He beat himself up, thinking, even if I push my internal energy to the max with light body techniques, it's going to take me like half a day just to get back to the clan. And the real heavy hitters of the clan are all out on other jobs. Even if I called for backup, they wouldn't make it in time. By then, it'd all be over. He looked up at the ink-black night sky. The rain just kept pouring down, stinging his pale face. The ice-cold rain soaking into his skin actually cleared his head a bit. The truth finally hit him. They must have sent him away on purpose just to save him. It felt like a sledgehammer smashed into his skull. His eyes went wide, stunned to his core. Why? Why me? He balled his hands into fists as a storm of questions raged in his head. Just because I'm the youngest, the weakest, so I need to be protected? Is this what they call the noble spirit of the martial arts world? What the hell am I anyway? He remembered the gentle, warm smile of the clan leader when he declared in front of everyone, "From today on, you're officially part of the Tang Clan family." The leader's voice echoed in his ears as he whispered those two heavy words. Family. He stared blankly at his own open hand, muttering to himself. I never really took those words seriously. I always thought I wasn't actually a real member of the Sichuan Tang Clan. Memories flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film. The smiling faces of his clan members appeared one by one, clear as day. They all see me as family, but I'm the one who's always been insecure and keeping to myself. A bitter, sad smile tugged at the corner of his mouth through his anxious expression. He asked himself, his voice dripping with self-mockery, how can a clan of assassins be this warm? Seriously, that's messed up. Xiao Long struggled to his feet, a look of pure, unprecedented resolve settling on his handsome face. He looked down at the tiny centipedes gathered around his feet and said softly, "Let's go, time to save your mama." The critters seemed to understand, chirping excitedly in unison. With that, Xiao Long turned into a blur, shooting forward with mind-blowing speed. Xiao Long clenched his fist, telling himself, I want to save them. I have to find a way. I have to do this. He recalled the sinister face of that old bald geezer. His mind raced with words like blood sect, blood healing, and the local beasts, poisons, and herbs, like those snakes or the purple toads. As soon as he imagined that tasty stuff, he stopped dead in his tracks, digging his heels into the mud. He stared at the hole in the ground, feeling a bit skeptical. Wait, the snake spirit's den? Sure enough, those red-eyed snakes were still writhing around inside. The big centipede on Xiaolong's shoulder suddenly jumped, squeaking frantically. He quickly bowed his head, stroking it to calm it down. Be a good boy, it'll be over in a sec. He gently set the sleepy centipede on the ground. Two little ones saw their big brother taking a nap and chirped along. Xiaolong whirled around and dove straight into the snake-smelling cave, leaving the confused, squeaking centipedes behind. The vipers in the cave all reared up, necks arched, staring at the figure at the entrance. Their expressions looked weirdly eager. Xiaolong kept a straight face and bluffed, "Watch and learn, amateurs. A real master works differently." According to the ancient manuals, this blood willow wood snake, or whatever the locals call these grass snakes, is one of the most toxic ones around. Xiaolong stood there like a statue in the snake pit as countless vipers sank their teeth into his limbs. Unlike snakes with big fangs in front, these guys had tiny ones tucked way back, so getting them to bite was kind of a pain. But when it comes to toxicity, these guys are the final boss of land snakes in East Asia. Xiaolong gritted his teeth, enduring every single bite as he muttered like he was casting a spell. "That's right, bite harder, you little monsters. With the Tang Clan's secret internal arts, I'll be fine." The centipedes peeked down from above, chirping anxiously. Xiaolong reassured them, "Don't worry, guys, no problem. I'll show you how it's done in a bit." He glanced down and stiffened again. His arms were covered in snake bites, and the skin around them was turning a bright, angry red. He nodded to himself. This should be enough, right? Xiaolong scanned the cave one last time and thought, time to bounce, I guess. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice a snake stealthily coiling around his neck. His throat felt weird as the snake tightened its grip. Xiaolong was totally blindsided, freaking out. What the hell is going on here? He looked up to see a swarm of snakes coiling around his legs like they were trying to crush him, all with those hungry eyes locked right on him. Xiaolong's jaw hit the floor. Man, this is some straight-up glitch in the Matrix. This is wild. He knew he had to keep his cool, but he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Game over, man. This ain't part of the script. Suddenly, the centipedes dropped from above, landing straight on Xiaolong's head. Two of them even swiped at the snake around his neck, knocking it to the ground to make room for these uninvited guests. Seeing them all hyped up, Xiaolong asked, sketched out, "Who the hell are you guys?" The snake that just got tossed onto the dirt hissed aggressively at the centipedes, posturing like it wanted a piece of them. The centipede on Xiaolong's head went absolutely ballistic, staring the snake down with pure hate. Then it launched itself off, bit deep into the snake's throat, and tossed it aside like it was nothing but trash. It kept the snake clamped in its jaws, swinging it around as a warning so the others wouldn't dare mess with Xiaolong again. Xiaolong was dripping sweat, stuttering, "Bin? Is that you, Bin the centipede?" Bin bobbed its head, chirping happily when he called its name. "Good job, Bin." After that brutal brawl, the snakes were finally keeping their mouths shut, too scared to make a move. Xiaolong reached up to pet it, mumbling, "You guys were worried about your pops, huh?" Yeah, thanks a bunch." Once Bin settled down on his head, Xiaolong smirked and told them, "All right, let's roll back home, guys." Meanwhile, over at Hua Yin's place, it was still pouring rain like crazy. She was wiped out, breathing hard. Watching that old monster Chu Zhene draining another person dry, Hua Yin couldn't help but worry. If this keeps up, we're totally screwed. As the old creep tightened his grip on Zhang's throat, Chu Zhenesa looked absolutely delighted, thinking, easy game, piece of cake. He roared cockily, "What, no other punk's got the guts to take a hit from me?" Hua Yin's crew was seething with rage, but she was still hoping Xiaolong had made a clean getaway. She grabbed her thorn whip, stepped forward, and barked orders. "Everyone, keep hitting him from a distance to hold him back. I'm taking him solo. Someone send a distress signal to the masters nearby, now." One guy nodded frantically. "Yes, miss!" But then a Tang Clan elder stepped in front of Hua Yin, trying to stop her. "Yinner, you should just retreat with Xiaolong." Hua Yin snapped back, "What did you just say?" The elder looked dead serious. "Do you really think a Tang Clan member can just bail and leave our own kin fighting for their lives while we run off?" Hua Yin shot back, "If we can't even save someone whose life is being treated like dirt, how can we even face the clan head?" Chu Zhene, fearless and twisted, watched them bicker and growled. "Get lost before I lose my temper. Stop that pathetic chatter. We Tang Clan folk live and die together. We don't ditch our own." "Shut your traps, you annoying little ants," the monster roared, his voice booming like thunder, cutting through the tension. He smirked, his evil eyes looking like he wanted to devour the whole Tang group alive. Wouldn't it be more fun to watch the prey struggle a bit longer? Imagining the Tang sect turning to ash, Chu Zhene stroked his goatee, plotting with a twisted grin. "If it's gonna come to this, I might as well go big. That's what the blood demon is for, right? Flattening the Tang sect and turning this place into a living hell. Isn't that the perfect debut for the blood cult's return? A little terror is exactly what this place needs." The Tang sect elder heard that and was so mad his hair stood on end, grinding his teeth. "You piece of trash. This old bastard really doesn't plan on letting anyone live." Hua Yin arched her brows, knowing there was no way out but to fight. She whipped her weapon with absolute resolve. "Fine. Even if I'm torn to shreds, I'm gonna peel the skin off this old monster today." The others shouted in agreement. "The young miss is right. We stand together to the end." Even knowing they were facing an unpredictable monster, their eyes burned with a suicidal, sky-high fighting spirit. Chu Zhene glanced at them like they were bugs, his mouth curling in deep, bone-chilling contempt. Just then, a clear, firm voice cut through the stifling atmosphere. Miss Huayin is right. True Tang warriors never abandon their brothers and sisters to save their own skins. Huayin was stunned, her jaw dropping. It was Xiao Long. Even though he looked like he'd been through hell, he was fired up, his eyes shining bright. She reached up to touch her cheek, struggling to find her voice, stuttering in shock. Xiao Long, why the hell did you come back? Her heart was racing like 1,000 wild horses. Xiao Long closed his eyes, his fingers stroking the centipedes on his body, explaining his sudden return like it was no big deal. Like I said, we Tang clan folks are born to protect our own. Without a second thought, he ripped his torn clothes off, tossing them aside like dead weight. Beneath the clothes, his muscular, sculpted frame was revealed, exuding pure power. He already had a plan in mind. Xiao Long yelled heroically, "And I'm Tang family too!" With that, he gripped his blade tight, slammed his feet into the ground, and launched himself at Chu Jinna like a damn missile. The old monster watched the kid fly at him, totally unbothered, like he was watching a pathetic ant flailing around. Huayin screamed in terror, "Xiao Long, don't be reckless." Chu Jinna mocked him. "I showed you mercy and let you live, and you're dumb enough to crawl back into the meat grinder to die? What an idiot." Xiao Long leaped into the air, swinging his blade with the ferocity of a tiger, letting out a war cry that shook the whole place. Watching this, Huayin's heart nearly stopped. She gasped, "Xiao Long!" Chu Jinna just flicked his sleeve, and an invisible blast of wind swept Xiao Long up in midair like he was a rag doll. The monster's other hand swirled with pitch-black energy, and he laughed creepily. "Oh, volunteering your own essence for the harvest? Ha ha, I love a good treat." Then he shoved a palm strike toward Xiao Long's gut, his eyes full of sick anticipation. "Let me see what a young guy's lifeblood actually tastes like." Xiao Long threw his hands up, blocking like his life depended on it. Chu Jinna's hands, with claws sharp as daggers, latched onto his wrists with a death grip. The old freak was so strong that Xiao Long let out a pained groan. The guy laughed like a maniac. "Stupid brat, didn't you know your blood flows through your arms too?" Blood started rising from Xiao Long's arms, getting sucked right into the old freak's dark arts. Feeling like his blood was being drained dry, Xiao Long gritted his teeth and let out a roar of agony. Huayin screamed in a panic, "Xiao Long! Someone save young Master Xiao Long!" Chu Jinna watched the boy's blood swirling in the air, cackling like a madman. "Incredible, it tastes so sweet. It's been ages since I've tasted the blood of a pure youth like this. Absolute peak quality, truly the best." Feeling satisfied, the old freak lowered himself and stomped hard on the ground. Debris flew everywhere, sparks showered out, and with a booming roar, he unleashed his signature blood wheel technique. The air around them turned scorching hot. A violent blast of energy sent the Tang clan members flying like autumn leaves. Huayin rushed to catch Xiao Long's broken body, crying out in pain, "Xiao Long!" Chu Jinna laughed coldly, "Haha, you pests are so damn annoying. Keep throwing your hidden weapons like a bunch of flies, but thanks to this idiot catching them all, I can finish you off in one go." Huayin shook Xiao Long's body, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiao Long, wake up, please, you have to wake up!" Chu Jinna arrogantly declared, "Don't worry, I'll send you off nice and easy, no pain at all." Hearing that, Huayin clutched Xiao Long tight, crying out in despair, "No way, absolutely." Suddenly, a wet coughing sound cut through the tragic silence. Xiao Long slowly opened his eyes, a weird, slimy white foam spilling from his lips. The old freak looked terrified, stuttering, What kind of freakish trick did you pull?" Suddenly realizing his hair and beard were falling out in clumps, Chu Jinna panicked. This is the toxin dispersion technique." The old freak trembled like a leaf, his voice thick with sheer terror. "No, this can't be. How could my protective cultivation? How could that toxin get past my defenses?" He clutched his head and shrieked in absolute dread. "This is unnatural. What the hell are you that you could actually pull this off?" Xiao Long just smirked with a sinister grin and whispered, "You're asking who I am?" He weakly pointed a finger at Chu Jinna, his voice booming like thunder. "I am your bane." Hearing that, the rapidly weakening Chu Jinna asked in shock, "What, my bane?" On Xiao Long's side, things weren't looking too hot. His vision was blurring and his consciousness was fading fast. Chu Jinna's face was as pale as a ghost covered in cold sweat. What kind of evil spell did I get hit with?" The old freak remembered the last few moments. "Ever since I used that brat's blood to circulate my energy, my own blood won't listen to me anymore. It's backfired." The old freak tried to stomp his foot, but he had no strength left. His body went limp as a noodle. Chu Jinna muttered, "My dream of a blood cult empire, it was right there in my grasp." His feet slid across the ground and the old freak howled in frustration. "I can't go down here!" His face twisted into a savage mask and he shrieked like a madman. "Die, all of you, just die." Huayin stayed sharp, gripping her whip tight. She swung it like a coiling dragon lashing out at him. Zip! The whip wrapped tight around the old freak's throat. Huayin's eyes went wide. She couldn't believe her own eyes. Looking at Chu Jinna's pathetic struggle, she secretly wondered, did that move actually work? How could a monster like him not dodge that attack? The old freak struggled in vain, dripping with sweat. Chu Jinna gritted his teeth and cursed. "You little brat! Eating you is disgusting. What the hell did you do to my bloodline?" He tried to yank the whip off. "I'll kill all you pests. The blood cult will rise again and rule the world." Huayin yanked the whip with everything she had, screaming, "Shut the hell up! Die, snap!" Chu Jinna's head was severed, rolling onto the dirt. The word cult died on his lips. Everyone stood there, frozen like statues, staring at his rolling head. Jubi asked in shock, "Did we actually win? Milady, we actually took out the blood cult head." Huayin was speechless, her eyes wide as she looked at Xiao Long, stuttering, Xiao Long, what on earth happened? In response, he only let out a voice as thin as a thread. Huayin, save me. The boy was drenched in a cold sweat, foam bubbling at his mouth as he struggled to get the words out. I think I need an antidote. I've been poisoned by the tigerhead viper. Huayin nearly lost her mind hearing that, screaming, Tigerhead viper? What kind of insane nightmare is this? When Xiao Long finally woke up, he snapped his eyes open, only to realize he was sprawled out on a bed with silver drool at the corner of his mouth, letting out a weird sound. Ah! The Tang Clan's elder saw him wake up and hurriedly warned, Your body is still trashed. Don't move around. Huayin's voice was also filled with worry. Xiao Long, be a good boy and just stay put for me. Xiao Long tried to twitch a muscle, but felt bone-deep agony, instantly groaning out loud. Oh, for heaven's sake. Only then did he realize his upper body was completely bare, lying face down on the bed. He could vaguely feel warm fingers trailing heat along his spine, leaving him incredibly confused and suspicious. What kind of awkward situation is this now? Huayin let out a sigh of relief, her tone a bit scolding. It's good enough that you're finally awake. The Tang Clan elder spoke up slowly. You know you've been in a coma for 10 whole days? Xiao Long jumped in terror, stuttering. 10 days? Huajin sat nearby, slowly telling him the whole story. After you passed out, thank goodness you showed up like a guardian angel, or we never would have been able to take that demon down. She continued, everyone scrambled like crazy to get you back to the clan for treatment. Recalling that scene, she still felt terrified. You were poisoned so badly. If we hadn't gotten back in time, you would have been toast. Xiao Long couldn't help but sigh to himself, damn it, I've got the worst luck in the world. Getting bit by a venomous snake twice? I almost punched my ticket to the afterlife. Once things had finally settled down, the Grand Elder's voice slowly echoed through the room. Looks like you're back to your senses, so I guess you're in the clear now, right? But hold on a second. Xiao Long forced himself to sit up, replying with utmost respect, Thank you, Elder. But before he could even gather his thoughts, the Grand Elder grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him so hard his head was spinning, demanding urgently, Wait a minute. Xiao Long, is that tiger pattern wandering snake actually venomous? And that blood cult elder, what kind of dirty tricks did you guys pull to take him down, huh? Xiao Long coughed a few times and replied, Ahem, let me explain everything from the beginning, Elder. He rubbed his head, which felt like it was about to split in two, and held up 2 fingers to make his point clear. Elder, first off, I want to confirm again that the tiger pattern snake is definitely venomous, and it's twice as lethal as your average snake, no joke. It's got 2 sets of toxins, one in its fangs and the other from a gland right at the back of its neck. Huayin's jaw dropped in shock. 2 types? The Grand Elder was just as stunned, his eyes widening as he asked, Huh? I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever heard of such a freakish thing. Xiao Long nodded in agreement. It's true. These snakes are absolute cowards. The second they spot a human, they scramble away as fast as their legs or scales can carry them. Plus, their fangs are tiny. That's why, until the 1980s, people were convinced these snakes were completely harmless. At this, the Grand Elder finally had an epiphany and hurried to ask, So you're saying that Blood Cult Elder's internal energy was disrupted because of this? But the Blood Cult is a bunch of freaks. Their bodies are like iron. They're supposed to be immune to all poisons. Xiao Long slowly shared his theory. Well, this is just my take on it, but it's highly likely that this snake's uniquely brutal toxin was the cause. Xiao Long stroked his chin and broke it down. Perhaps that's exactly why their blood, the core source of their twisted martial arts, was so severely affected, leading to that pathetic state he was in. The Grand Elder let out a knowing "oh," deeply impressed. He felt genuinely amazed by this newfound knowledge. So people really didn't know the tiger pattern snake was this dangerous? I heard its venom is 5 times more potent than a regular viper's. And if you add that evil icy energy into the mix, making the toxin even more terrifying and extreme, his voice grew unusually excited. I never would have guessed that right here in our little Sichuan region, such a legendary overpowered snake could exist. Huayin cheered him on. You're the man, Xiao Long. You've really pulled off a heroic feat this time. The Grand Elder cleared his throat solemnly. Oh, that's right. I recall Huayin mentioning something earlier. He crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Long with a knowing smirk. Didn't that blood cult elder call you their natural nemesis or something like that? Xiao Long turned beet red, thinking to himself, Man, that title sounds way too cocky. Did I really blurt that out loud back there? Hearing the elder's hearty, booming laughter, Xiao Long was so embarrassed he wanted the floor to swallow him whole. He quickly grabbed his quilt and covered his burning face. The Grand Elder seized the chance to pat his shoulder and tease him. Haha, yeah. If you can end up sealing away the demonic arts of those creeps for good, then Natural Nemesis is a title you've definitely earned. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's tone turned dead serious. Xiao Long, on behalf of the entire Tang Clan, I sincerely thank you for protecting our family. He clenched his fist and declared, They dared to pull such cheap shots while I was away. This time, I won't let them off the hook. I have to root out these pests once and for all. Xiao Long, who had long considered the Tang Clan his second home, didn't hesitate to agree. Yes, Elder, we have to wipe out these disgusting pests completely. Now that we know their fatal weakness, all we have to do is focus on gathering a large supply of that snake venom. Thinking of that cold-blooded traitor, Chu Zhenyi, and his pack of vicious hunting dogs, Xiao Long gritted his teeth and swore silently. These bastards! This time I'm going to wipe them out so thoroughly that not even their ghosts will have a place to haunt. Recently, the atmosphere at the Tang clan had been chaotic and noisy. Ever since the blood cult showed up, the clan had been on high alert. The Grand Elder grew busier by the day, sending out letters tied to carrier pigeons to beg for reinforcements everywhere. Countless top-tier martial artists of the Tang clan had been tragically wounded, and many had even died in vain at the hands of those demons. Because of this, sects from the Central Plains' righteous path were flocking to the Tang clan to join forces, determined to unite and root out the blood cult, which had been threatening to run rampant across the martial world. They weren't just kidnapping innocents to train in their twisted blood arts. 30 years ago, they had committed a mass slaughter, becoming the sworn enemy of the entire righteous faction. I fear this situation is even more critical than before. Seeing the utter shock on Xiao Long's face, the old man placed a wrinkled hand on his shoulder, comforting him. But this time, destiny has chosen a different path. His voice was filled with intense confidence. Because our Sichuan Tang Clan is the nemesis that the heavens themselves have destined to counter this blood cult. Xiao Long pouted in annoyance, thinking to himself, "Elder, are you just saying that to mess with me?" As if hearing his thoughts, the old man turned and laughed heartily, as if in reply. Then his voice dropped to a grave, serious tone. "Xiao Long, I have a request. Would you be willing to give me a hand?" Wei Xiao Long immediately turned around, not hesitating for a second as he replied, "Grandpa, just tell me what you need. As long as it's within my power, even if I have to give it my all, I won't say no." The Supreme Patriarch solemnly declared, "The folks from the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance, I'm afraid they'll be arriving at our doorstep soon." Wei Xiao Long gasped in surprise. "Wait, are you saying that people from the Martial Arts Alliance are going to be working with us this time?" The old man continued, "That's right. I want you to show them that deadly poison you've been cooking up. Now that we've found the blood cult's fatal weakness, we obviously have to share this secret with the rest of the martial arts world." Knowing how critical this was, Wei Xiao Long didn't waste a second, immediately agreeing, "I get it. If it's for the sake of martial arts justice, the Tang family definitely can't back down." The Supreme Patriarch was clearly satisfied, nodding with a smile. "Haha, I knew you'd say that." Then the old man added, "By the way, Wei Xiao Long, I've got some good news for you." Wei Xiao Long asked, curious, "Oh, what kind of news, Grandpa?" The Supreme Patriarch led Wei Xiao Long to a secret spot, then whispered mysteriously, "The renovation of the 10,000 Poison Palace is complete. From now on, you'll be in charge of it." Wei Xiao Long sounded a bit skeptical, asking in shock, "Wait, are you for real, Grandpa?" Wei Xiao Long's eyes lit up, his heart racing with excitement. The day he'd been waiting for was finally here. The old man dropped another bombshell. "Just like you wanted, I've also prepared a specialized poison chamber for you to raise your venomous creatures. If you want to raise those world-famous tiger-patterned snakes, you need the perfect setup." Wei Xiao Long was overwhelmed with gratitude, blurting out, "Wow, thanks, Grandpa. I really appreciate your generosity." Watching the carrier crane vanish into the horizon, the old man smiled and whispered to himself, "Just remember, you're doing this for the whole martial arts world. Give it everything you've got. Don't let me down." Wei Xiao Long smiled back. "I understand, Grandpa. I won't let you down." After that, Wei Xiao Long followed the Supreme Patriarch's directions to the place he mentioned. The sight before him was grand and magnificent. He was absolutely stunned. Beside him was Lady Tang Huayin, a beauty beyond compare. Wei Xiao Long thought for a moment and decided to name the place Poison Garden, a place meant to cultivate all the world's poisons. Lady Tang Huayin asked, looking a bit confused, "The Poison Garden?" Wei Xiao Long smiled as he explained that this place was built to collect rare, exotic beasts and every kind of poisonous insect in the Central Plains. Still a bit puzzled, Tang Huayin asked, "So are you saying you want to collect every single poisonous creature in the world?" Wei Xiao Long's expression turned dead serious. "Of course! Eventually I want to collect all 10 of the most legendary poisons in the Central Plains. After all, I already promised Lady Tang Huayin." Tang Huayin's face flushed red like the evening sunset. She covered her mouth, acting shy. "Well, I'll be cheering you on." Just then, Tang Huayin spotted a crowd gathering in the distance and rushed toward them, shouting, "Look, there's a huge group of people over there. Let's go check it out!" Wei Xiao Long called out after her, "Wait, Lady Tang Huayin, hold on." As they approached, a burly man stood waiting with his arms crossed, speaking proudly, "Oh, so the young master has finally arrived?" Wei Xiao Long recognized him and couldn't help but ask, "Is this the former vice captain?" The big guy laughed loudly. "That's right. It's me, the former failure of the Poison Squad. It's an honor to meet the young master." Wei Xiao Long was still suspicious. "The Poison Squad, is this?" Tang Subai nodded. "Exactly. This is the new squad established by the Patriarch under your command. From now on, we'll be your right-hand men in finding and raising poisonous creatures. Please, young master, take full command of us." Wei Xiao Long looked at the crowd behind him, his face flushed with excitement. Thinking about his unlimited potential, Wei Xiao Long thought to himself, "They even have staff to take care of the poisons. The family is really sparing no expense to train me. This is a massive turning point for fulfilling my grand ambition." The scene shifted. The carrier crane delivered the secret letter to its destination. A woman in clothes white as snow opened the letter with delicate hands, carefully reading every line. After finishing it, she whispered a Buddhist prayer. Amitabha, is the demonic blood cult really returning to the martial arts world? She looked up at the deep blue sky and sighed. Just when the Central Plains was finally at peace, it looked like another bloody storm was about to brew. On the main road, Chu Trong Hawk's group was carefully moving forward. The silver-haired old man turned back and announced, "Advisor, we're almost there. We can rest at Zhang Road today." Jia Cat Hao let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could stop sleeping under the stars and on the hard ground, thank goodness. Remembering Chu Trong Hawk's sour mood, Jia Cat Hao told himself he had to bring back some useful intel at least. If he could find even the slightest clue about the blood cult, the trip wouldn't be a total waste. Finally, the group arrived at Tang Family Manor. The silver-haired old man called out, "There it is! We finally reached Tang Family Manor." Some of the Tang family guards noticed them and quickly asked, "Are you noble guests from the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance?" Jia Cat Hao nodded. "That's right. I am the advisor for the Martial Arts Alliance." The guards bowed respectfully. "Thank you, noble masters, for traveling such a long way to visit us. Please, wait a moment." Another guard rushed inside to report their arrival. Suddenly, the first guard lowered his voice. "Advisor, please stop." He looked serious and cautioned them. "Before you enter the Tang family manor, there are some things you need to be extremely careful about." Jia Cat Hao asked curiously, "Things to watch out for? What do you mean?" The silver-haired man wondered if the Tang family had built some kind of sacred sword-cleansing pool. Legend has it that these sacred grounds are untouchable places hidden outside the gates of major sects, where pilgrims must leave their weapons behind to show absolute respect. The guard stammered, his voice shaking. "This might freak you guys out, but listen to me. Even for the tiniest living creature, you are absolutely forbidden from taking its life here in the Tang Manor." Jia Cat Hao stood there, stunned, and asked skeptically, "Has the entire Tang family converted to Buddhism?" The guard emphasized again, his tone solemn. "You'll understand once you go inside, but you must keep this in your hearts." Jia Cat Hao just let out a soft, suspicious grunt. Tu Long and Tang Huayin bowed in unison, their voices echoing. "Greeting to the master strategist. It's an honor to welcome you." Jia Cat Hao smiled and bowed back, his tone perfectly polite. "Miss Tang Huayin, long time no see." Tang Huayin smiled slightly and replied, "Yeah, it's been a full year since we met at the Martial Arts Assembly." Jia Cat Hao then probed, "So where is Senior Duonglin Quan right now?" She bowed her head slightly, her voice sounding a bit apologetic. "Grandpa has left the mountain gates, traveling the pugilistic world to track down the blood sect. Please forgive our rather simple reception." Jia Cat Hao quickly waved his hand, showing he wasn't bothered. "Not at all, not at all. Checking on the state of the martial arts world is a top priority. No need to be so formal." His gaze then landed on the person next to Tang Huayin, and he couldn't help but wonder. "And who is this handsome young master next to you?" Tu Long smiled, stepped forward, and bowed. Meeting the master strategist for the first time, he introduced himself formally. "I am Wei Xiao Long." Hearing that, Jia Cat Hao felt even more suspicious. "Gui, he's not part of the Duong clan?" Tang Huayin's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she pointed at Wei Xiao Long, stuttering, This is my sweetheart." The crowd around them immediately erupted like a disturbed beehive. "Sweetheart? The three flowers of the martial world actually has a sweetheart? This is just against the natural order." They wailed in despair, tears streaming down like a summer downpour. "Where the hell did this punk crawl out from? Arrogant and wild. The world is so unfair." Jia Cat Hao quickly covered half his face with his fan and coughed a few times. Let's get moving, shall we? I'm afraid if we wait any longer, these heroes might try to spar with Master Nui here." Suddenly, a strange sound tore through the noisy atmosphere, grabbing everyone's attention. Jia Cat Hao looked up, asking suspiciously, "Hey, do you guys hear something weird?" Someone with sharp eyes quickly pointed to the sky, shouting in shock, "Up there! Look at that swarm of bees coming this way!" The crowd was terrified, gasping in unison, "Isn't that the legendary golden-haired bee king? Why would such a dangerous, venomous creature appear at the Duong estate?" The crowd went into a frenzy. Some rushed to shield Wei Xiao Long and Tang Huayin, while others cautiously retreated to protect Miss Tang Huayin. "Oh wait!" Wei Xiao Long shouted, trying to stop them. "Everyone, put your swords away!" He patted the person in front of him, calmly explaining, "It's definitely just the Duong family's new rules." The man was still uneasy, his tone tense. "Young hero, get out of the way, quick! The golden-haired bee king is extremely deadly. Just one sting is enough to end a man's life." Wei Xiaolong was so pressured his face turned red, and he finally managed to get the words out. "It's the golden-haired bee king, yes, but it's fine." Feeling that wasn't enough, Wei Xiaolong channeled all his internal energy. He let out a resonant shout from his Danian. "The golden-haired bee king is a venomous creature I'm raising. Everyone, calm down." The man gaped in shock, asking, What? You're raising them?" To prove his point, a golden-haired bee king swooped down, affectionately rubbing its head against Wei Xiaolong's cheek, making adorable chirping sounds. Then, one by one, they swarmed in, circling Wei Xiaolong as if paying tribute. Wei Xiaolong gently stroked them, asking in a soft voice, "Did you little guys come to find me?" He sighed. "I guess it's been a while since I went into seclusion." Then, he warned them sternly, "Now I'm warning you, don't you dare spray venom on my guests." That guy stood there like an idiot, thinking to himself, he treats the golden-haired bee king like a child? The tense, fiery atmosphere of the young martial artist suddenly deflated like a wet pancake. After that harrowing interlude, the group followed Tang Huayin into the reception hall. Jia Cat Hao walked along in deep thought. I really couldn't have guessed that this guy would be Miss Duong Nanyi's partner. Even if he's an outsider, it seems he can be considered a son-in-law of the Duong family. Suddenly, rowdy sounds echoed from ahead. Jia Cat Hao grunted suspicious. A big guy pointed at a glass jar and yelled, "Wouldn't a venomous creature like this be more fitting for the Duong estate?" The girl next to him held up a gecko to argue back. What are you talking about? Look at it. It sparkles like jade. Jia Cat Hao felt a headache coming on, whispering, what is it now? He quickly pulled Wei Xiao Long's sleeve, asking curiously, young master Wei Xiao Long, why are those martial artists surrounding a weird creature like that? Wei Xiao Long glanced over and let out a soft, ah. After hearing the gist of the story, he explained, they've all been influenced by the half-lure venomous creature form. Jia Cat Hao was even more confused, pressing half-lure venomous form. Did they break some kind of sect rule? Wei Xiao Long frowned, rubbing his chin and thought, calling it a rule break is technically right, but this happened a few days ago. In the middle of the night, Tang Huayin stood to the side giving pointers. Feel the internal energy flowing outward. Wei Xiao Long waved his hands around, asking excitedly, like this? Tang Huayin shook her head, responding softly, no, Wei Xiao Long, not like that. Suddenly, an urgent voice tore through the quiet night. Young hero Wei Xiao Long, Tsubai led two subordinates over, all three of them bowing low with very troubled expressions. Seeing this, Wei Xiao Long asked curiously, Senior Tsubai, what's wrong? Tsubai hesitated, his voice trembling slightly. I am so sorry. Wei Xiao Long gathered his courage, and Tsubai continued. This time, more than half of the 4 spirit fish we worked so hard to catch as food for the lakeboard snake have... Wei Xiao Long let out a soft ah and asked, they're dead? He showed sympathy, sighing, that's hard to avoid, I guess. The 4 spirit fish are very sensitive. If they get too stressed, the mother fish might even eat the fry. Tsubai shook his head violently, delivering the shocking news. No, those martial artists use them as bar snacks. Wei Xiao Long thought he heard wrong, quickly rubbing his ears. Tsubai emphasized it again. They ate them as bar snacks. Wei Xiao Long felt like he'd been struck by lightning, his mouth hanging open in shock. What? No way! You're telling me they ate the 4 spirit fish as bar snacks? Why would they eat them? Tang Huayin explained quietly. The 3-finger dish is a specialty from Hanam. They usually dip the live fish in sauce and eat them. Wei Xiao Long stood there like a statue, his face turning pale. Tsubai bowed again, sincerely apologizing to young hero Wei Xiao Long. Tang Huayin added, some of them are from Hanam. In the Venom Pavilion, they said they missed the taste of home, so they just ate them like that. Wei Xiao Long stood there dumbfounded, screaming internally. Those 4 spirit fish fry I worked so hard to catch to feed the lakeboard snake have all been eaten by these people. This cannot keep happening. I have to cherish and protect these creatures that need raising. With that youthful look still on his face, Xiao Long dropped the bomb. From now on, every expert in the Tang Clan needs to stay close to a specific type of venomous creature. Zhugeho, a guy with a mind as sharp as they come, nodded in understanding. So that's why this place is reeking of toxins, he figured. He went quiet for a second, lost in thought. Zhugeho couldn't take his eyes off the kid. This brat's got a vibe, he told himself. He's definitely not just some random nobody. In the dead quiet room, the 3 of them, the brooding Supreme Patriarch, the rowdy Xiao Long, and the calculating Zhugeho, sat around the stone table, the air thick with tension. After hearing the whole deal, the Supreme Patriarch let out a weary sigh. Who would have thought it'd turn out like this? Zhugeho let out a hearty laugh that echoed through the room. I knew it! Just like I suspected back in the day, that mysterious young hero the Tang Clan had met on Hainan Island. It was this kid, Wei Xiao Long, all along. The Supreme Patriarch stroked his beard, grinning even wider. Tell me, isn't our little Xiao Long the absolute treasure of the Tang Clan? Xiao Long sat there like a statue, letting the 2 old-timers hype him up while thinking, man, the mysterious hero thing is a total reach, isn't it? That golden-haired bee king really blew my mind, Zhugeho said, though his voice suddenly dropped, sounding heavy with worry. But I've still got one thing keeping me up at night, that freaky blood cult. They've totally vanished off the map. Zhugeho sighed again, his tone grim. We can't just sit around and watch them get stronger. The Supreme Patriarch shot a secret look at Xiao Long. Hey Xiao Long, bring out that treasure of yours. Xiao Long nodded obediently, though Zhugeho was totally lost, wondering what kind of game these two were playing. To dial up the drama, the Supreme Patriarch flicked his sleeve, and a dome of light instantly encased them like an invisible protective bubble. Just to be safe, the Patriarch explained, I'm setting up a sound barrier. Zhugeho's jaw dropped. A sound barrier too? This thing must be the real deal. Xiao Long pulled out a fancy porcelain bottle and set it on the cold stone table. This is it. Zhugeho grabbed the bottle and gave it a shake, but he still couldn't figure it out. Skeptical, he pressed, what kind of crazy stuff is this that even needs a sound barrier? The Supreme Patriarch replied calmly, it's a power-draining poison. Zhugeho was still confused. If it was just some basic toxin, why all the theatrics? The Patriarch glanced at Xiao Long, his eyes saying everything. Xiao Long got the message and gave a little nod. Zhugeho flipped out when Xiao Long confirmed it. Wait, so this poison is specifically meant to wreck the blood cult? Zhugeho jumped out of his chair, yelling, are you serious? Is there really such a twisted poison in this world? The Patriarch just let out a big booming laugh and nodded. Huh, that's right. You're pretty shocked, huh? Zhugeho frowned, looking dead serious. If this was for real, it was an earth-shattering discovery. The blood cult guys usually don't even flinch, but this poison was on another level. Zhugeho thought back to everything Huayin had told him. So, he continued, according to Huayin, this stuff turns anyone who gets hit by it into a total weakling, like a normal person off the street. Huayin had taken out a poisoned blood cult elder in one single hit. Hearing the Patriarch confirm the whole story, Zhugeho couldn't help but marvel. One hit, you said? The power is just like the legendary draining poison. Listening to the incredible process, Zhuge was blown away. Huge thanks to the venomous lord. Seriously, I'm embarrassed. I had no idea something this genius existed. Zhuge bowed with total respect. With this ace up our sleeve, the alliance leader can finally get some sleep. The supreme patriarch couldn't hide his pride. Ha! If you're gonna thank anyone, don't thank me, thank this kid. Xiao Long was the one who dug up this treasure. The patriarch's eyes crinkled as he gloated. This kid actually used himself as a test subject, infected himself, and then baited that blood cult elder into biting him. Because of that, the guy spent 10 days writhing in hell. Xiao Long rubbed the back of his head, feeling awkward from all the high praise. Whoa, I didn't think I'd get this much credit, he thought. Suddenly, Zhuge slapped him on the shoulder, making him jump. Huh? You're too kind, senior. Zhuge spoke up, his eyes steady. Young Master Wei, you just name it, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. If there's anything you want, I'll personally bring it to the alliance leader. Xiao Long paused for a long time, then stammered out his request. Well, if it's not too much to ask. Xiao Long blushed, feeling shy. Could I maybe get some notes on venomous creatures? Zhuge just stared at him, totally blindsided. Wait, what? Notes on poisons? Not martial arts manuals, rare herbs, or a mountain of gold. The Supreme Patriarch couldn't help it and burst out laughing, his voice shaking the room. Zhuge covered his mouth with his paper fan, thinking, wow, this kid is a total weirdo. In the whole history of the martial arts world, I've never seen a freak like this. Instead of answering directly, Zhuge asked a different question. If that's the case, even if it's not exactly what you're looking for, would you be interested in the legendary mysterious lizard? Out in the quiet wilderness, the stream bubbled away like a melody. Tian'er turned around and bowed. Uncle, it looks like everyone's here. This is Gongjia Mountain, Sichuan. Tian'er had done his homework. Just like the ancient map said, the massive waterfall and the giant turtle-shaped rock were coming into view. The peak of Gongjia Mountain was already in sight. Zhuge walked to the edge of the stream and dipped his hand into the clear water. Feeling the water, which was as cold as melting ice, Zhuge sighed. No doubt about it, this is meltwater from thousand-year-old snow, bone-chilling. Then he gave the order. Everyone, we're stopping here. Tian'er, keep close and be careful. Tian'er answered excitedly, Yes, uncle. Understood, Lord Zhuge. The followers shouted back in unison. In a flash, Zhuge tapped into his top-tier movement technique, his toes barely touching the water as he glided off like a ghost. Two shadows moved fast, one after the other, closing in on the waterfall, crashing down from the jagged cliff. Finally arriving, Jia Hao rested a hand on the damp rock, eyes locked on the raging torrent. While checking the layout, he muttered about the turtle-shaped stone. If you go upstream behind that waterfall, there's a cave entrance hidden by the fish-shaped rock. Tianyi shouted in excitement. Damn, it's exactly like what the old scrolls said. Their eyes met, both on the same page. Jia Hao said in a low, serious tone, I'm heading into the cave first, you stay right on my tail. Tianyi bowed his head. You got it, uncle. Jia Hao took slow, heavy steps into the gloomy abyss. His footsteps echoed through the dead silent cave, chilling to the bone. His face was dead serious, one wrong move and the whole plan could go up in flames. When they reached a spot where the light suddenly broke through, Jia Hao brushed some vines aside and let out a sharp gasp of surprise. Turns out there was a natural skylight above, with light pouring down from way up high. He let out a long breath. Looks like we made it. Tianyi couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought this creepy dark cave would hide such a godly view? Truly incredible. Jia Hao scanned the area and stated flatly, this place is perfect for rare herbs to thrive. He carefully swept the area, then shouted, Found it! Right in front of him stood a lush green shrub speckled with blood-red flowers. The energy was so thick you could feel it just by breathing. This was the legendary 100-year snow ginseng, a herb that feeds on pure icy energy. Tianyi was hyped. Now all we gotta do is trade this snow ginseng for the Black River beast from the Namkung clan's Wu Zhenggui. Jia Hao nodded in agreement. Facts. With this in our hands, the Namkung girl's cold pulse condition should finally have a shot at healing. In exchange, we'll get a Black River beast that's at least 200 years old. He sat down and took a look at the snow ginseng, saying, It's a deal then. Jia Hao reached out to pluck the herb. Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air, freezing him in his tracks. Something was flying at him at insane speeds. He freaked out as something shot out from a crack in the dark rocks. It was fast as lightning, zooming straight for his elbow. Tianyi yelled out, Uncle, you okay? Jia Hao watched the thing zip by, leaving a trail of white frost in its wake, and barked a warning, I'm good, but stay sharp. That thing was freakishly fast. Tianyi watched the frost getting thicker and thicker in the cave as the mysterious object launched another attack on Jia Hao. He quickly held up his fan to block, frowning hard as he stared at it. There's a thin layer of ice on the fan. Jia Hao suspected it was some kind of toxic cold energy. Tianyi trembled as he stepped closer. Uncle, what the hell was that thing? He stayed silent, digging through his memory for a second, then finally spat out one word, stone lizard. Tianyi looked shocked. What? Jia Hao recalled the weird look of the green and gold creature and explained, a green stone lizard. Little Dragon heard that and couldn't help but shout, a green one. He thought to himself, a natural green color, isn't that supposed to be ultra rare? The Supreme Clan head asked curiously, lizards are harmless, so what's the big deal? Little Dragon's eyes lit up like high beams. He was actually drooling now, looking obsessed as he laughed, haha, no biggie, no biggie. Then he whispered to himself, a stone lizard with poison in its eyes, that's a damn treasure right there. The Supreme Clan head gave a fake laugh. Haha, I don't really get what you're saying, but sure, whatever you say. Jia Cat Hao coughed awkwardly, thinking to himself, man, this guy is a total weirdo. He decided to be nice and said, if I hear anything about other toxic creatures, I'll hit you up first. Little Dragon's eyes sparkled like stars, and he started sucking up. Whoa, thanks, bro. The Supreme Clan head just stared, totally speechless. The next day, father-in-law finally rolled back into town. As soon as he kicked the door open, his booming voice filled the place. Good son-in-law. Everyone's already here in the hall. Sounds like you guys are hashing something out. Little Dragon looked back and quickly replied, yes, father-in-law. Tang Huayin also greeted her father sweetly. He rushed over, looking him up and down, poking and prodding Little Dragon's face to check him out, asking with worry, you good, son? His face was all squashed, but he still managed to say, yeah, I'm all right, father-in-law. Then Little Dragon held up his arms, covered in snake bites, and started acting a bit dramatic. I just woke up after being out cold for 10 days. My arms are going to be scarred forever, but hey, at least I kept my head. The clan head turned bright red with rage, panting as he started cussing everyone out. The hell? Those blood cult freaks. Suddenly remembering something, he shut his mouth and quickly turned to his daughter. Tang Huayin, girl, you all right? Tang Huayin, sweat pouring down her face, hurried to calm him down. Dad, chill out. She then happily broke the good news, I'm safe and sound. Little Dragon saved me and the whole family. The Supreme Clan head chimed in, yup, Little Dragon really pulled off a miracle. He added, wait, didn't that elder say something when he got beat? Your natural predator is me or something like that? Tang Huayin corrected him, no, he said I was. Little Dragon blushed hard. It was just a little luck that my plan worked, that's all. Ha ha ha, but hey, we accidentally found the blood cult's fatal weakness too. Gia Cat Hao finally spoke up. Chet son, I've been standing right here the whole time, you know. The clan head finally noticed Chet's son, asking, oh, you doing all right, brother? The two of them shook hands, happy to see each other, though the clan head sounded a bit hurt and whiny. Ever since you got that fancy government job, you've been cold as ice. Guess you only show your face when big crap goes down. Gia Cat Hao gave a sad smile. My bad. Oh, for real? Guess that's on me then. Seeing this, Tang Huayin explained to Little Dragon, those two are best buds from back when they had nothing. Little Dragon's jaw dropped. Oh, so that's how it is. He just shook his head, totally at a loss for words. Zhuge Ho patted the head of the house on the shoulder. Come on, man, take a seat. We've got some heavy-duty stuff to hash out about that blood sect. He let out a loud laugh. Fair point, brother. The Tang Clan head waved his sleeve, his voice booming with authority. Let's get this meeting started. You two, sit down. I want the full scoop. Xiao Long nodded respectfully. As you command, father-in-law. Once everyone settled in, the Tang head turned his eyes to Zhuge Ho and asked, calm as can be, so what's the word on that rat? Hearing the word rat, Xiao Long jumped in his seat, shocked. A spy? His mind started racing. Could it be an undercover agent? You mean some mole snuck in here? The Tang head gave him a sideways glance and didn't even bother answering. Clearly, he had bigger fish to fry. Those blood demon sect freaks infiltrated the Tang clan, and they were after the Blood Hand Poison Claw manual, right? The patriarch asked, his tone dead serious. Zilong scrambled to reply, yes, father-in-law, that's exactly right. Those guys seem obsessed with that scroll. Then which piece of trash had the balls to leak the secret of the Blood Hand Poison Claw to those blood demon cultists, and even had the nerve to confirm it was hidden here in the Sichuan Tang Clan? Xiao Long shot up, terrified. This is huge. Are you saying there's someone in our own family or among our disciples who's actually selling out the sect to the blood sect? The tension, which had been thick enough to cut with a knife, suddenly vanished. Everyone just sat there, looking clueless and blinking at each other. Zhuge Ho threw an arm around his neighbor and chuckled. Looks like you need to school your naive son-in-law a bit, Khan, old buddy. He's still a guest, so it's natural he's a bit slow on the uptake. The Tang head could only stroke his long white beard and force a smile to save face. Xiao Long stood there like a statue, screaming internally. Am I the only one who doesn't get what's happening here? Am I an alien or something? Huayan stepped in to break the awkward silence. Xiao Long, it's impossible for us to have a mole in the Tang clan. Xiao Long, still skeptical, pushed back. Are you sure? The Tang head finally explained, we investigate even the family history of the servants we hire, going back 3 generations. If they're clean, we take their entire family into the Tang clan under our wing. He sounded convinced. When their wives and kids are all living under our roof, who would be stupid enough to play spy for outsiders? Xiao Long almost rolled his eyes. They're controlling people to the point of insanity, but then it hit him. If it was airtight and the intel still leaked, he broke into a cold sweat. Then who is that cursed rat? The scene shifted elsewhere. A woman was being choked by Chu Zhongshu, lifted off the ground like a helpless chicken. Her face was twisted, gasping for air, foam bubbling from her mouth. Her eyes were bloodshot as she begged for her life. Chu Zhongshu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with pure hate. The truth is out, you traitor. You're a spy for the Martial Arts Alliance, aren't you? Zhuge Ho raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping low. In the Alliance, only a handful of people know about this. Looks like the Alliance leader finally caught the right snake. As things reached a breaking point, an uninvited guest appeared at the Sichuan Tang Clan gates, shattering the calm. The man held his head high, shouting arrogantly at the guards, I've arrived at the Tang Clan! Traveling all the way from Hebei without using any Lightfoot skills? Either he's a beast or he's got a weird flex. Interesting. Without missing a beat, he slammed a fist into his own chest like a drum, showing off his massive rippling muscles. He bellowed for all to hear. Tell your patriarch. The head of the Pang clan, Pang Wuhuan, has arrived to pay his respects. He thumped his chest again, laughing loudly, waiting for the guards to report him. Pang Muen of the Pang clan is here. A signal flare shot into the sky. Seeing it, Xiao Long and Hua Yin scrambled toward the front gate, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone was curious, wondering what the hell was going on. Should we head out and greet them? Xiao Long asked. Hua Yin turned back with a gentle smile. My father and the elders are still talking business. Her eyes sparked with confidence, but then she said, blushing slightly, You're the future son-in-law of the Tang clan, act like it. Xiao Long felt a little jittery. Xiao Long reached the main gate and opened it with a smile, thinking it was just a guest from another clan. Nothing to sweat over. But the guard next to him looked like he'd seen a ghost. The moment the gate swung open, Xiao Long locked eyes with Pang Muen and his goons. Their piercing stares made him shiver. Pang Muen looked surprised and a bit confused. He put his hands on his hips and instinctively smiled when he spotted Hua Yin. She cupped her hands in a respectful bow. Long time no see. Pang Muen laughed. Last time I saw you, you were just a kid. You've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Hua Yin forced a polite, awkward smile. That was a year ago, wasn't it? Realizing how much time had passed, Pang Muen's face turned serious and he turned his focus to Xiao Long. And who's this little guy? Feeling the Pang head's gaze, Xiao Long started sweating bullets. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Hua Yin looked awkward. Xiao Long hurried to introduce himself. I'm Xiao Long, the Tang clan's son-in-law. Pang Muen stared at the young man, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, he pinched Xiao Long's cheek and asked, So you're the fiancé? Caught off guard, Xiao Long didn't know what to do. Hua Yin covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and nodded. Immediately, Pang Muen's eyes turned razor-sharp. Xiao Long started sweating again, frantically looking away. Pang Muen was fully locked onto him. He reached down toward Xiao Long's lower half, his eyes scanning him intently. Without a second of hesitation, he grabbed him right in the crotch. Xiao Long's face turned bright red like a tomato. Standing nearby, Hua Yin was frozen in shock, her mouth hanging wide open. Pang Muen chuckled, satisfied. I was wondering if you were a bit too young, but it looks like you've got the goods down there, man. Xiao Long was gasping for air, looking from Pang Muen to Hua Yin, having no clue what just went down. Pang Muen slapped Xiao Long on the head, gave him a thumbs up, and grinned. Not bad, kid. In a few years, you're going to be a legend. Tang Hua Yin blushed like crazy, quickly turning away to cover her face. She suddenly remembered that the Peng family folks never gave a damn about stuffy rules or etiquette, and their head honcho had a real unique way of sizing people up. Peng Muen put a hand on Xiao Long's shoulder and started grinning. His goons all locked their eyes on him too, looking shocked and thinking, damn, this kid's something else. One dude even propped his chin up, leaning down to take a curious peek at Xiao Long's junk. Xiao Long's eyes were full of confusion. He looked away, feeling a bit bummed out, but then he told himself, maybe this is just how they roll. Like some kind of bro code way of showing respect. Thinking that, he looked back at Peng Muen, his eyes lighting up as he smiled to thank him for the compliment. Peng Muen let out a boisterous laugh, thinking to himself that this kid was way different from those soft, useless rich brats from the other clans. He slapped Xiao Long hard on the back and introduced himself. I'm Peng Muen, head of the Peng family. The slap was so heavy it nearly sent Xiao Long flying. You're welcome. Glad to have you guys at the Tang sect. While they were chatting, Tang Hua Yin was standing on the sidelines just sweating bullets. Clan head Peng, I've actually got a question. Tang Hua Yin spoke up, snagging Peng Muen's attention. He turned to her, curious. Oh, what's on your mind? Her eyes went wide with wonder. You guys came all the way from out there to help the Tang sect, but how on earth did you get here so fast? Hearing that, Peng Muen's expression turned dead serious. The truth was, they hadn't come to help at all. He shot back, is the Tang sect in some kind of trouble? Looking totally caught off guard, he gave Xiao Long the once-over and asked, what the hell is going on? Sweat beaded on Tang Hua Yin's forehead. She was totally flustered by Peng Muen's sudden arrival. Seeing her look, Xiao Long was just as lost. A little later, once the crew got back to the estate, Peng Muen looked genuinely surprised to hear about the blood cult showing up. After settling down at the tea table, the vibe finally calmed down, and Tang Hua Yin let them know that the blood cult goons had been wiped out completely. Peng Muen rested his chin on his hand, studying her intensely, then let out a soft sigh. Deep down, he was feeling pretty ticked off, blaming himself for not getting there sooner. Sitting nearby, Zhuge Hu just sat there in silence with a little smile. The clan head broke the silence, asking, I'm not sure what brought you all the way here, Brother Peng. Peng Muen snapped out of his thoughts, turned to the clan head, and came clean. To be honest, I was so caught up in hearing about the blood cult from Miss Tang Hua Yin that I forgot why I actually came. Truth is, I'm here to ask for the Tang sect's help with something. Hearing that, both Tang Hua Yin and Xiao Long locked their eyes on him. The clan head looked surprised, maybe even a little intrigued, and asked, Please, Brother Peng, tell us what's up. He held a hand to his mouth, signaled toward the door, and spoke in a serious tone, gesturing to his men, bring the kid in so she can meet the elders. Zhuge Hu was getting curious too, his eyes glued to Peng Muen. The grand hall doors swung open, and one of Peng Muen's men strode in with glowing, sharp eyes. Tang Hua Yin instinctively covered her mouth, shocked to see a little kid riding on the guy's back. Xiao Long was sweating bullets, his gaze locked tight on the man. The man walked up to the table, reached around to his back, and said, Little miss, hop down and pay your respects to the Tang sect elders. Right away, a sleepy voice mumbled from behind him, I'm still sleepy. The sight left Xiao Long dead silent, his mouth hanging wide open. Tang Huayin couldn't hide her shock either. From behind the guy, a little girl in white clothes climbed down, still sucking on a lollipop. The whole hall went quiet, every eye fixed on the adorable little girl. She politely greeted the elders and introduced herself. I'm Peng Yingying, then went right back to munching on a cookie. Peng Muin hugged her close, looking all sentimental, and happily introduced her to everyone. This is my little girl. That introduction floored both Xiao Long and Tang Huayin. Tang Huayin's eyes were wide as she thought, man, they look exactly alike, while Xiao Long was still standing there with his jaw on the floor. Seeing them like that, Peng Muin couldn't help but laugh and explain, since we look like twins, everyone has the exact same reaction. He patted his daughter's head, his voice turning somber. The reason I came to the Tang sect this time is because of her. While the kid was busy devouring her cookie, he put a hand on her shoulder. My little girl hasn't been well lately. I was hoping the clan head could take a look. The clan head looked serious and asked, are you saying your daughter is sick? Xiao Long's eyes were glued to the little girl immediately. He was shocked that such a lively kid could actually be sick. Watching her closer, he felt this weird energy radiating off her body. That night, Xiao Long couldn't sleep, just tossing and turning while his pet centipedes crawled all over him. He'd heard all of Peng Yingying's symptoms and thought them through carefully, but he couldn't pin down the cause. He closed his eyes, his hand mindlessly stroking a little centipede. He remembered the chat from a few hours back, when Yingying was sitting there and everyone was watching with dead serious expressions. Peng Muin said his daughter would have trouble breathing and break out in red rashes, and sometimes she'd even pass out cold, only to wake up a second later like nothing happened. He looked furious and completely helpless. I've searched everywhere, even dragged in masters from the medical sect, but they all say she's perfectly healthy. One guy even said something crazy, I nearly beat him to death for it. What was it? The clan head asked. Peng Muin replied, they suspect someone poisoned her on purpose. But there's no way someone like that exists in my Peng family. Xiao Long's eyes went wide and Tang Huayin looked like she wanted to snap. After checking Yingying's pulse, the clan head stood up and concluded it was definitely poison, likely something going on inside the Peng family. Peng Muin was stunned, frantically denying it and swearing that no one in his clan would do something so gutless. He buried his face in his hands, deciding he didn't want to talk about it anymore because he couldn't stand the thought of suspecting his own people. Zhuge Hu nodded in agreement. Nothing's clear yet, so let's not jump to conclusions. Poisoning doesn't always mean someone's out to get you. The clan head kept his eyes on the girl munching on her cookie. He decided to set them up in a guest house with a courtyard, asking them to stay a while so he could watch her condition and figure out if it was poison or some bizarre mystery disease. Looking grateful, Peng Muin thanked the clan head and agreed to leave his daughter there for a while. Back in the present, a thought flashed in Xiao Long's head. That girl wouldn't stop eating sweets. No matter how he looked at it, the symptoms looked just like a sugar crash from eating way too much candy. He realized a crazy amount of sugar seemed to be building up inside her body. He bolted upright, thinking hard, could this sickness cause those rashes? If the symptoms are that obvious, it really should be easier to spot, right? Just then, there was a frantic pounding at the door. His eyes went wide and a panicked voice echoed from outside. It's an emergency! Xiao Long rushed to open it, asking, what's the problem? The maid replied, trembling, young Miss Peng Yingying. She's fainted. Xiao Long was stunned. He threw on his coat and bolted toward where Peng Muin and his daughter were staying. When he got there, he saw Hua Yin and the Peng family guards already there, looking totally freaked out. Peng Yingying was out cold, her face flushed, struggling for breath in her father's shaking arms. Hua Yin explained to him that she'd just been sitting in the pavilion when she suddenly collapsed. The family head said grimly, since she passed out here, we can probably rule out a snake spy inside the Peng household. Hearing that, Peng Muin clenched his fists, clearly spiraling and not knowing what the hell was going on. Then, without a second thought, he slammed a massive punch right into his own jaw, leaving the guy standing behind him completely speechless. The hit was so brutal it knocked a tooth clean out. Peng Muin closed his eyes, offering a bitter, pained smile. He was beating himself up for even suspecting his own people, if only for a second. Now he was dead certain that if Peng Yingying passed out again, it had to be for some other reason. Seeing that, one of his subordinates couldn't hold it together and started sobbing into his hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Long just stood there with his jaw dropped, staring at the tooth that had just flown out of Peng Muin's mouth. Peng Muin's guards started punching themselves in the face too, torturing themselves for failing to protect the young miss, letting her faint right in front of them. Everyone was acting like it was their fault. The family head was so shocked he couldn't even speak, quickly waving his hands for them to stop. Xiao Long stepped in, raising his voice to get everyone to chill out. Hearing him, the bruised-up guys actually stopped, all eyes turning to Xiao Long. He held up a finger with a confident smirk. I've got a way to find the real cause of her sickness and prove everyone here is innocent. No more suspicion, period. Peng Muin and the family head locked their eyes onto Xiao Long, total curiosity burning in their gaze. Xiao Long casually sat down next to Peng Muin, staring him right in the face. Peng Muin's eyes went wide, taken aback. Xiao Long then calmly explained that the first step was to strip young Miss Peng Yingying of all her clothes. The words had barely left his mouth when both the clan leader and Hua Yin froze like statues. Peng Muin's eyes were literally sparking with rage. The clan leader was stunned into silence while Peng Muin glared at him, furious and confused, barking out, "What the hell did you just say?" Xiao Long, on the other hand, was totally clueless about why they were freaking out. This definitely wasn't part of the plan. He just repeated, "I said we should take Peng Yingying's clothes off." But before he could finish, Peng Muin grabbed him by the collar, seething. Xiao Long started sweating, realizing Peng Muin thought he was trying to pull something shady with his daughter. The guy's eyes were bloodshot. Xiao Long turned pale, stammering, "Wait, just hold on a second." Right then, a small centipede crawled out from Xiao Long's shirt, staring aggressively at Peng Muin. Realizing the little bug was ready to throw down, Xiao Long quickly ordered it to hide. He could feel Peng Muin's grip tightening and his sanity slipping. The situation was turning into a disaster. The clan leader was white as a sheet, frantically trying to talk him down, pleading that his son-in-law must have a good reason. Huayan chimed in, worried, "Master Peng, just at least hear Xiao Long out." But the man's hand only gripped his collar tighter. Xiao Long closed his eyes, forced to flash a strange smile. Peng Muin glared at him, fire in his eyes, though he looked just as confused as he was angry. Huayan, despite her panic, tried to smooth things over, insisting that Xiao Long was a good guy. After a tense standoff, Peng Muin finally let Xiao Long go. This kid had actually dared to suggest something so invasive regarding his daughter, a girl who wasn't even of age yet, so he decided he'd hear what kind of logic this kid could possibly have. Once he was dropped, Xiao Long gasped for air, feeling like he'd dodged a bullet. He sat down on the floor facing Peng Muin, his tone serious. "Just stay calm and hear me out." Peng Muin crossed his arms and closed his eyes, signaling he'd listen. Xiao Long held up a finger, sincerely explaining, "I meant we need to remove her current outfit and change her into something else. It's very possible the source of her fainting is hidden in the clothes or personal items she's carrying." Peng Muin went dead silent. He stood there stunned, realizing what a massive misunderstanding this had been. He bowed his head, fists clenched, ready to punish himself again for doubting the boy. Seeing that, Xiao Long waved his hands frantically, telling him to take it easy. He added that it was totally understandable he'd be shocked given the situation with his daughter. With a warm smile, the head of the Peng family thanked Xiao Long from the bottom of his heart for understanding how irrational he'd been. Xiao Long looked Peng Muin straight in the eye, serious as ever. "From now on, the Tang family will be in charge of caring for the young miss. All contact with the Peng family is restricted until further notice." The family head and Huayan were surprised. Peng Muin pointed at himself, confused, asking if he was included in that. Xiao Long nodded with a confident grin. "Because if she still has these episodes while under our care, it proves the cause has nothing to do with the Peng family. It's a method called a controlled environmental adjustment, a technique usually used by people who keep poisonous insects and amphibians." Back in his past life, Xiao Long used to take his little chameleon out of its cage. He'd always wished the lizard could talk to him, tell him if it needed a little more vitamin D in its diet. If only these creatures could tell us where it hurts, everything would be so much simpler, but that's just not how it works. So the keeper has to systematically change environmental factors, like habitat and food, to pinpoint what's actually making the creature sick. Back in the present, Peng Yingying was still lying there, face red, breathing hard. Xiao Long planned to use this exact method to diagnose her. He wanted to completely reset her living environment and then slowly reintroduce the old elements one by one to find the culprit. They couldn't just sit around watching her faint over and over without knowing why. The clan leader stroked his beard, intrigued, nodding in agreement that Xiao Long was right. With a little time, they'd get to the bottom of this. He couldn't help but secretly praise his son-in-law for such a brilliant idea. Xiao Long's eyes went wide, a little spooked by the sudden praise. Meanwhile, Huayan closed her eyes and let out a huge sigh of relief. Peng Muin finally understood the plan, his whole body trembling with emotion. The old man hugged his daughter tight, eyes brimming with tears, begging Wei Xiao Long to take the best care of his little girl. Wei Xiao Long's eyes flashed with confidence. He tapped his chest and gave a firm smile. "Master Bong, trust me on this." What nobody knew was that he was used to taming all sorts of wild, freakish creatures. Taking care of a little kid was a total walk in the park. The next morning, Peng Yingying woke up sobbing, her eyes all puffy and red. Turns out things weren't as easy as Wei Xiao Long thought. The kid started wailing at the top of her lungs. Seeing that, he totally panicked, which just made Peng Yingying scream even louder. Wei Xiao Long just stood there, pulling at his hair, completely lost since the kid hadn't stopped crying since she woke up. Just then, Tang Huayan and her mom headed out to grab some supplies for Peng Yingying, leaving Wei Xiao Long alone to deal with the brat. He shuffled over to the bed and asked, all flustered, "Hey, you sleepy or hungry?" He really had no clue what to do, but after a few minutes, the crying wouldn't let up. Wei Xiao Long finally threw his hands up in defeat, giving a strained laugh. "Are you crying because Master Bon isn't here?" He pointed outside and rushed to explain, "Your dad's just out getting meds. He'll be back in a flash." Still teary-eyed, Peng Yingying puffed out her cheeks and snapped, "I want candy." Wei Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat. Turns out the whole performance wasn't about missing her daddy, she just wanted sugar. Peng Yingying burst into fresh sobs, crying that she was all out of candy and felt lonely. Wei Xiao Long suddenly remembered that while changing her clothes yesterday, Tang Huayan was shocked to find secret little pockets all over her outfit, just for stashing sweets. With a gentle smile, he tried to soothe her. "Hey, calm down, kiddo. You just woke up, so no candy yet. Eat some porridge first and I'll make you some treats later, all right?" Peng Yingying stopped dead in her tracks, surprised. For real? You're really gonna make me candy? Wei Xiao Long held up a finger, promising, if you finish your porridge and behave, I'll make you some special candied hawthorn just for you. Her eyes lit up. She closed them, gave a sweet smile, and decided to take his word for it. She pumped her fist, acting like a little boss, insisting that the Bong family always kept their promises. If you break your promise, you have to let me slap your face. Wei Xiao Long hung his head, secretly wondering what the hell they were teaching kids in the Bong household. In the middle of the day, Peng Muwen was hiding out in a secluded bush at the corner of the estate, his heart heavy with worry. In the distance, Peng Yingying was playing with a bee. As Tang Huayan walked by, Peng Muwen felt a sting in his eyes. He could only watch his daughter from afar. Because of the rules forbidding contact with Bong family members, he couldn't get close. Suddenly, Wei Xiao Long spotted him, covered his mouth in shock, and whispered, "What the hell are you doing here?" Hearing Wei Xiao Long, Peng Muwen jumped instantly on guard. Without a second thought, he grabbed Wei Xiao Long and dragged him into the bushes, eyes full of anxiety. "How's Peng Yingying?" Taken by surprise, Wei Xiao Long landed flat on the ground, eyes wide and confused. He scrambled up and answered, "She's eating well and behaving like an angel." Hearing his daughter was eating well, Peng Muwen's jaw dropped. Wei Xiao Long added, "She even polished off a whole plate of pork from the Ha clan." Peng Muwen was stunned. He couldn't figure out how Wei Xiao Long got her to eat. Wei Xiao Long just shrugged. She did it all on her own. That just made Peng Muwen even more mind-blown and confused. Right then, a figure in a red dress appeared. Both of them in the bushes locked eyes on her. It was Tang Huayan. She smiled kindly and bowed respectfully to Master Bong. He gave a grateful nod back. "Thank you for looking after my daughter," Tang Huayan said calmly. Peng Yingying was asking where Wei Xiao Long big brother went. Hearing the big brother part, Peng Muwen froze, jealousy flaring up like crazy. Wei Xiao Long, on the other hand, just felt awkward. Peng Muwen's eyes turned murderous. He hadn't even had a decent conversation with his own kid yet, so how the hell did she get all cozy with this brat? Seeing the look of pure rage on his face, Wei Xiao Long's jaw dropped. "Since when does my daughter call you big brother?" Peng Muwen roared. Without waiting another second, Wei Xiao Long gritted his teeth and bolted. Peng Muwen clutched his head, about to lose it. Tang Huayan turned to Wei Xiao Long and asked cheerfully, "Are you heading to the practice field again?" The guy ran while explaining that after messing around with the Golden Queen bees, Peng Yingying was much better. He noticed the bees seemed to really like the kid, too. A few minutes later, he reached the field. Peng Yingying was happily playing with a bee, cradling it in her arms and chirping a greeting to him. The bees started swarming around her. One climbed on her head, another licked her cheek, making her giggle from the tickles. Wei Xiao Long stood there with his arms crossed, a smile creeping onto his face, remembering how quickly he and Peng Yingying had gotten close thanks to these little critters. A bee climbed onto his head, snapping him out of his trance. He realized the Golden Queen bees were only into Peng Yingying because she'd spilled sugar syrup all over herself while snacking. "Don't tell me they think she's a snack," he thought to himself. As for Peng Yingying, once she knew the bees liked her, she nagged him every single day to go visit them. Just then, the queen bee poked its head out of the tree hole. Peng Yingying, playing with the swarm, turned to Wei Xiao Long, pointed at the tree, and beamed. "Look, the queen bee is over there!" Wei Xiao Long sat on a bench, smiling. "Don't bother the queen bee, kid. She's busy." The girl obediently closed her eyes and nodded. In that moment, Wei Xiao Long felt a strange sense of happiness. He thought to himself, maybe this is what having a little sister feels like. Raising a kid isn't so bad after all. Lost in thought, he heard Peng Yingying reach out and call, "Big brother, look, there's another bee." Hearing that, Wei Xiao Long jumped, quickly covering his mouth, and warned her nervously, "Peng Yingying, be careful. Some of those bees are super mean." Before he could, she let out a sharp cry after getting stung by a bee. Xiao Long panicked and dashed toward her, frantically asking, "Are you okay?" A small, angry welt had already puffed up on her arm. Xiao Long said with concern, "You've got to be more careful. Come on, let's head to the infirmary first." Yingying looked at the sting on her arm. It didn't look too bad at first glance, but Xiao Long grabbed her hand, insisting they get some meds on it just in case. Bee venom can be straight up dangerous sometimes. Yingying gloomily closed her eyes and nodded. Right at that moment, Xiao Long noticed something was way off. Yingying started gasping for air, her face flushed red, and her whole body began trembling with a sudden chill. In a blink, she went limp and collapsed. Xiao Long's reflexes were insane. He managed to catch her frail body before she hit the ground. He was stunned. Peng Muwen's words flashed through his mind. Sometimes she struggles to breathe, large red rashes appear on her skin, and she even blacks out. It finally clicked, and a spark of anger flared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the cause of Yingying's long-standing spells was anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction that kicks in when the immune system goes into overdrive. Normally, when toxins enter, the immune system attacks to wipe out the threat, causing localized inflammation. The body releases histamine to dilate blood vessels, letting white blood cells and antibodies rush in to crush the invaders. But the problem starts when the body overreacts to things that shouldn't be harmful at all. A massive, uncontrolled flood of histamine causes blood vessels all over the body to suddenly widen, leading to a dangerous drop in blood pressure. When that happens, oxygen can't reach the brain and vital organs, causing them to shut down. In extreme cases, anaphylactic shock can be lethal. Without wasting a single second, Xiao Long hoisted Yingying onto his back. His face hardened, and he bolted with everything he had. He knew they were running out of time. As he ran, he whispered gently in her ear, "Ying Ying, just hold on a little longer." A few minutes later, thanks to his incredible speed, Xiao Long reached the patriarch's estate. He shouted in panic, "Patriarch!" Ying Ying passed out. The door flew open, and the patriarch stepped out. By now, Ying Ying was as red as a tomato, and her breathing was getting weaker by the second. Xiao Long carefully held her, his teeth gritted in sheer worry. Right after, Peng Muin rushed out as well. Seeing his daughter unconscious, he asked frantically, "What happened?" Xiao Long quickly explained, "She's having a severe asthma-like attack." Peng Muin tremblingly took his daughter, his eyes filled with terror. He immediately channeled his internal energy into her body to stabilize her circulation. The patriarch sat silently on the side, watching. Gradually, Ying Ying's breathing evened out and the red rashes started to fade. In just a few seconds, all the critical symptoms vanished. Seeing that, Xiao Long let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground, marveling at the wonders of internal energy. In modern medicine, treating anaphylactic shock requires epinephrine, steroids, antihistamines, and sometimes even intubation. But in this world, it seems internal energy can solve just about anything. The patriarch's eyes were locked on Ying Ying, his expression turning grave as he realized these symptoms were identical to the previous times. He turned to Xiao Long and asked, "You were with her. Did you see what caused this reaction?" Peng Muin looked over curiously, hoping for answers. "Xiao Long, do you know the cause?" Xiao Long sat up straight and nodded firmly. "I saw it clearly." He confidently held up one finger, revealing that Ying Ying had collapsed right after getting stung by a bee. Hearing this, both Peng Muin and the patriarch were stunned, their jaws dropping. They couldn't believe a tiny bee could trigger such a severe reaction. The patriarch stroked his beard in deep thought. While rare, he had heard of people passing out from bee stings. However, that didn't explain her previous fainting spells. Peng Muin agreed. If it were just bee stings, his daughter wouldn't have survived until now. He was confused. It seemed they still hadn't found the root of the problem. The patriarch sighed. Just as he was about to say they couldn't find a connection, Xiao Long suddenly smiled and nodded to himself. "I've found the cause." The patriarch looked shocked and asked in disbelief, "Are you serious?" Xiao Long smiled with conviction. "It was Ying Ying getting stung that helped me discover the real cause." Peng Muin was so stunned he couldn't even speak. "Well, hurry up," he urged. "Explain it clearly." Xiao Long nodded, ready to break it all down. Beads of sweat formed on Peng Muin's forehead out of anxiety, while the patriarch narrowed his eyes, full of doubt. Xiao Long's gaze shifted to Ying Ying. He closed his eyes, smiled, and dropped a line that left everyone speechless. "First, we have to take her clothes off." As dusk fell, Huayan closed the bedroom door. She turned around, her eyes sincere as she confirmed that everything was exactly as Xiao Long had said. At first glance, the rashes on her body weren't easy to spot, but if you look closely, you could see old marks fading while new ones appeared. Standing behind her were Xiao Long, still sporting a bump on his head, along with the family head and Peng Muin. The family head crossed his arms with a satisfied smile. As for Peng Muin, his eyes lit up with joy, secretly acknowledging that Xiao Long had been right all along. Just then, the lady of the house cracked the door open, signaling everyone to keep quiet since the young miss hadn't woken up yet. Everyone nodded gently. Peng Muin brought his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. He admitted that things were indeed as Xiao Long said. Besides the rashes, there were other telltale marks. Xiao Long, still rocking the bump on his head, quietly observed him with eyes full of sorrow and confusion. Peng Muin finally asked, "Why has my daughter been fainting all this time?" "Bee venom poisoning," Xiao Long stated firmly. Peng Muin was confused. He clearly remembered the family head saying that wasn't it, and besides, how could a bee sting go unnoticed? The Peng family courtyard was all stone floors with not a single flower in sight. Where would a bee even come from? He questioned what basis Xiao Long had for that conclusion. Xiao Long silently admitted that Peng Muin had a point. A normal sting would be easy to spot. But he didn't doubt himself because her symptoms matched anaphylactic shock from bee venom perfectly. As he slowly opened his eyes, his pupils glowed. In his mind, knowledge like a massive library filled with books on venomous creatures surfaced. His gaze became unusually serious. He knew what he was looking for, a different creature with venom similar to a bee's, containing melodin or peptides that cause swelling and breathing difficulties. His line of thinking took him to the forests of Hebei province, China, with its temperate climate. A few venomous creatures flashed through his mind: white-lipped pit vipers, Chinese scorpions, Chinese red ants, and red-chested ants. Xiao Long tapped his chin lightly, deciding to rule out snakes and scorpions. By now, Peng Muin and the family head were focused entirely on him. Their eyes were full of confusion, not understanding what he was doing. "You keep picturing Ying Ying munching on her sweets. You gotta figure out a spot where she's constantly getting jumped by that thing. A light bulb goes off in your head. Ying Ying's a total sugar addict. You remember she's got this secret pocket sewn into her clothes just for her candy. A grin spreads across your face as it all clicks. You double down, voice rock solid. It's definitely bee venom, trust me." Huayan stares at you, still looking totally lost. Peng Muin is getting heated, barking that there isn't a single bee in the entire Pan estate. Xiao Long turns to them, flashing a confident smirk. Anyone from the Tang sect knows that poison doesn't hit everybody the same way. For some folks, a tiny hit is lights out, while others can handle 10 times that and not even blink. Peng Muin's jaw drops, sweat beating up on his forehead even though he hasn't got a clue what you're on about. The clan leader holds out his hand, nodding in agreement. Xiao Long's spot on. The same poison messes with people differently. Xiao Long holds up a hand to explain, like we've seen, Ying Ying's super sensitive to bee venom. Hua Yin and the crew listen in silence, nodding along, while Xiao Long's eyes shine with confidence. He points to his head and says, one thing's for sure, she's incredibly vulnerable to bee venom. But since there aren't any bees in the house, there's only one answer left. Pan Muwen is locked onto the kid, sweat dripping down his face more and more. Somewhere in the estate, a queen bee lies on the ground, looking tenderly at another bee nearby. It is a bee-type thing, but a super rare one. Night falls, and a few hours later, Xiao Long is crouching by some rocks. Hua Yin holds up a torch to light the place with the clan leaders standing behind them, eyeing the young guy with major skepticism. You sure it's here? Pan Muwen asks, sounding curious. Xiao Long grins, eyes lit up with confidence. Definitely this spot. Then he turns to Hua Yin. Can you bring the light a bit closer? Hua Yin nods and curiously moves the torch in. Xiao Long drops a piece of candy on the ground, and before long, a few tiny ants crawl out from a rock crack swarming the treat. Suddenly, one ant attacks another. The ant that got hit seems to be screaming for help. Using chopsticks, Xiao Long snags the aggressive ant in a flash, looking sharp. This little dude is the culprit. Pan Muwen and the leaders immediately focus on the ant. They're shocked because this thing is clearly just an ant, not a bee. Take a good look, everyone, Xiao Long says. These guys are distant cousins to bees anyway. Pan Muwen squints at the ant, still not getting what Xiao Long is saying. A few seconds later, his eyes and the leader's eyes go wide with pure terror. The little ant is acting crazy aggressive, and looking closer, they see a massive stinger on its tail. They can't believe an ant could pack a stinger that big. The leaders finally get what Xiao Long meant by distant cousins. Meanwhile, Pan Muwen is just standing there with his mouth wide open. Xiao Long looks at them, revealing that this critter, a legit needle ant, is the distant relative of the bee that kept knocking Ying Ying out. Pan Muwen's eyes are glued to the ant, and he's sweating buckets. The other leaders are floored too. So this was the real deal behind Ying Ying's mystery illness. This creature is part of the Hymenoptera order, known as an Asian needle ant or Pachycondyla chinensis. A lot of people are probably wondering, what does an ant have to do with stings? It's simple. These needle ants evolved from the same ancestors as bees, meaning they kept a lot of the same traits, including the venom. In fact, studies show that people who go into anaphylactic shock from needle ant venom tend to react the same way to bee venom. When Xiao Long picks the ant up with the chopsticks, it gets even more vicious. He points at it, grinning. I don't think this ant was trying to target Ying Ying on purpose. It probably showed up to hunt the spirit beasts that snuck into the Tang territory, since needle ants mostly feed on other demonic-type creatures. They remember that after the sting, one of the Pan family guys checked the wound. It looked like a normal rash, so they couldn't tell what actually bit her. When Ying Ying woke up, she just thought it was a minor scrape. Pan Muwen's jaw hits the floor. Now it's all clear. No one could have guessed Ying Ying would collapse because of some tiny basic bug. With a curious look, he turns to the Tang clan leader and asks, so can you whip up an antidote? I've got stuff for bee venom, but for someone as hypersensitive to toxins as Ying Ying, the regular meds won't cut it. Hearing that, Pan Muwen goes dead silent. The clan leader adds, but just knowing the cause is a huge step forward. At least now we can prep before she has another episode. Pan Muwen grinds his teeth in frustration, then lets out a helpless sigh. He turns to Xiao Long and offers a sincere smile. Thanks, kid. Xiao Long nods happily, don't mention it. Looking super confident, he adds, don't sweat it, Pan clan leader, there's a way to treat Ying Ying. It takes a bit, but it's definitely doable. All the clan leaders are stunned. Pan Muwen rushes to grab his arm. What way? Tell me quick! Xiao Long scratches his cheek, keeping his cool. It's a method called desensitization. Hua Yin's attention snaps right to him. She has no idea what her husband is thinking. Xiao Long starts explaining. Pan Muwen listens, still confused, and asks, so, we gotta take Ying Ying's clothes off again? Xiao Long breaks into a sweat, rushing to clarify. No way, it's a medical procedure where we inject tiny amounts of the venom into the patient over time. It'll gradually lower her body's sensitivity to the toxin. That's why the process takes a while. In the background, Hua Yin is glaring at him, ready to teach him a lesson. I'm sure once the treatment is done, Ying Ying won't be fainting from the venom anymore, Xiao Long says firmly. The Tang clan leader crosses his arms, looking surprised but totally on board. He realizes Xiao Long's method is legit. Even in the Tang sect, they've got similar techniques, introducing venom into the body slowly to build up a resistance. Pan Muwen clenches his fist and asks one more time. After the treatment, she's really going to be okay. The Tang leader smiles and nods. It'll take a long time, but it's totally possible. Hearing that, a massive smile breaks across Pan Muwen's face. He closes his eyes and slams a hand on Xiao Long's back. Thanks for saving my daughter. Taken by surprise, Xiao Long just scratches his head, feeling awkward. The whole scene makes the clan leader and Hua Yin crack up. Pan Muwen's eyes lit up. He grips Xiao Long's shoulder, buzzing with energy. I owe you big time, kid. I can't just let this slide. What do you want? He asked. Name it. Anything, and it's yours. Xiao Long felt totally awkward, sweat beating up on his forehead. He thought to himself, people in this world are straight up weird. Every time you help them, they start throwing massive rewards at you like you just saved their life. Xiao Long quickly cupped his hands and said, Master Pan, Ying Ying is basically my sister. Why would I ever expect a reward for that? Pan Muwen just burst out laughing and slapped him hard on the back again. Look, I ain't into that formal bull. Just spit it out, kid. The slap was so heavy, Xiao Long yelped in pain. He realized if he didn't say something right now, he was going to die from this guy's over-the-top hospitality. Just then, his eyes lit up and he started drooling a little. He asked, "So, Master Pan, you think you could take me to check out a certain mountain?" Pan Muwen looked totally confused. The next day, Pan Muwen, Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and Hua Yin were standing at Mount Ganga in Sichuan. They were all shook by the sheer scale of the waterfall, a view like nothing they'd ever seen. Pan Muwen smiled in approval. "Now that's a mountain, all right?" Xiao Long grinned back. "I heard there's a sick rock wall around here, too." Hua Yin stepped closer, her eyes glued to the falls, and smiled. Based on what the general said, this has to be the place. Xiao Long felt confident she was right. This was the waterfall and the cliff he'd been talking about. But the real problem was how to get into the cave hidden behind the crashing water. When he voiced his struggle, a light bulb went off in Pan Muwen's head. He suddenly remembered Xiao Long saying he was just starting to learn footwork, so he definitely didn't know the swallow gliding technique. "What's that?" Xiao Long asked, curious. Pan Muwen smirked, but then his face went dead serious with a mischievous glint in his eye. He grabbed Xiao Long by the collar and hoisted him up. Explaining is a pain. "I'll just teach you by doing." Xiao Long's eyes went wide with pure terror, and he started sweating buckets. Over on the side, Hua Yin gasped, covering her mouth. With all his might, Pan Muwen launched Xiao Long straight toward the waterfall. Hua Yin shrieked in panic. Xiao Long landed near the falls, and before he could even process what just happened, Pan Muwen was already standing right in front of him. He put his hands on his hips and laughed. "Not bad, kid, you've got some reflexes." Xiao Long dropped to his knees, thinking, "This guy is legit insane." Hua Yin rushed over, worried, and asked if he was okay. She helped him up, and looking ahead, she realized there was actually an entrance to a cave behind the sheet of water. Xiao Long was stunned. A secret entrance hidden behind a waterfall? That's some next-level mystery. Pan Muwen's eyes burned with excitement. He decided it was time to see what was inside. A few minutes later, the crew stepped into the cave. The sight inside left Xiao Long and Hua Yin speechless. It felt weirdly off. He acknowledged it, and Hua Yin nodded in agreement beside him. Before them were small rocks covered in glowing crystals, but everything around them was withered and dead. The inside of the cave was nothing like they'd expected. Xiao Long sat down by the crystals, studying them closely. The ground was covered in countless wildflowers in full bloom. It was weirdly beautiful and mysterious, like walking into another world, like a paradise. Pan Muwen and the others started wandering around, but Xiao Long's focus kept drifting back to the dead trees. To him, this place didn't look like paradise at all. It was more like hell. Hua Yin walked up behind him and remarked that even with the light coming through the hole in the ceiling, none of the trees were growing. Everything was just rotting and dying. Pan Muwen concluded that some kind of divine beast was altering the environment around it. He focused on the rocks, noticing a freezing cold mist radiating from the center stone. Pan Muwen gripped his sword and said in a low voice, "Stay behind me." He cautiously moved toward the rocks, the biting cold sending a shiver down his spine. He knew danger was close, and his eyes turned grim. Just then, a massive booming roar echoed from the deep cave. Xiao Long and Hua Yin jumped. Pan Muwen whipped his sword out, his gaze sharp. "Heads up, it's ahead! Don't move!" Unlike the tension the others felt, Xiao Long's eyes lit up with hype. To him, that roar sounded absolutely epic. From a crack in the rocks, a creature with glowing eyes slithered out, stared him down, and roared again. Xiao Long's jaw dropped. It was a massive fat-tailed gecko. The beast started crawling toward them, the cold air rolling off its body getting thicker by the second. It was about a meter long with cute round yellow eyes and a chubby tail. Xiao Long instinctively touched his cheek, his eyes full of love. The gecko was so damn cute he almost lost his cool. Hua Yin covered her mouth and giggled. "That green lizard is actually pretty beautiful." Hearing that, Xiao Long clenched his fist, unable to hide his grin. He knew she had the eye to see its real value. Meanwhile, Pan Muwen was breaking out in a cold sweat, but then he grit his teeth as he realized something. Right then, another roar echoed from the depths. "There's another one," he warned, his grip tightening on his sword hilt. Xiao Long wondered if they were a couple. He got so excited he looked like smoke was coming out of his nose, his imagination running wild with thoughts of them starting a family. He quickly told Pan Muwen they had to capture both of them alive, no matter what. The gecko in front glared at Xiao Long with pure killing intent, the freezing aura around it intensifying. Deep in the crack, the other gecko looked like it was injured. Hua Yin turned and asked if he was okay. Xiao Long's expression turned serious, all his focus on what was inside. He'd caught a faint glimmer of something, and he was sure of one thing. He stared at the gecko inside, looking worried. "I think it might be dead." The gecko outside roared again in anger, refusing to leave the entrance. Xiao Long decided to leave the surveillance to Captain Gu Fei. If anything went sideways, he had to report it immediately. Gu Fei, hiding nearby, gave a forced smile. "You got it, kid. If it does anything weird, I'll let you know right away." Xiao Long led the group out of the cave for a temporary retreat. As night fell, they lit a campfire by the waterfall. Hua Yin and Pan Muwen watched Xiao Long standing there, deep in thought near the entrance. They didn't know anything about the creature's habits, and one reckless move could hurt the one that was already injured. While the centipedes were playfully crawling all over Hua Yin, she brushed back her hair and gently called out for him to come eat dinner. In that moment, Xiao Long couldn't help but picture Hua Yin as his wife, whipping up dinner for him. He turned bright red, feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. By the campfire, Bai Muwen sat on a log and asked, "Any luck yet?" Xiao Long, sitting next to Hua Yin, pondered for a second and replied, "The gecko inside hasn't moved a muscle." Bai Muwen chimed in, his expression dead serious. When I checked, it didn't budge either, not even an inch. A living creature's gotta eat something, right? Xiao Long's eyes were glued to the fire. He found it super weird. Usually geckos or lizards will skip a few days of food when they're stressed, especially fat-tailed geckos, since they store all their energy in those chunky tails. If it wasn't eating, it was probably just living off its reserves. It was time for them to make a move. With a straight face, Xiao Long suggested they should head in and check on the gecko that wasn't moving. Bai Muwen couldn't help but chuckle, thinking they were finally about to scrap, but Xiao Long quickly set him straight. We aren't catching it. I think we need to see where it's hurt. If it's hungry, maybe it'll actually eat something. I need you to lure the guard gecko out. Bai Muwen looked a bit surprised by that. He flexed his massive biceps and let out a loud laugh. Wouldn't it be easier to just take it down in one hit? We could bag both of them that way. Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, knowing full well that gecko would be toast if it took a hit like that. He gave an awkward laugh. If you go at it like that, it's going to kick the bucket immediately. Bai Muwen laughed heartily, admitting the kid had a point. He slapped Xiao Long on the back, saying it was totally normal for a bookworm who spent all day hitting the books to be intimidated by his raw power. He nodded, agreeing that a gentle approach was the best way. Exactly, Xiao Long said. He grabbed a stick and started sketching out a plan on the ground. First, Bai Muwen would bait the healthy gecko out. Meanwhile, he and Hua Yin would sneak in to check on the injured one. Hua Yin tossed a few pebbles on the ground and added, "The poison squad can block the path to back you two up. Seems like the smartest play." Bai Muwen smiled and asked, "Anything else I should worry about? Just make sure it doesn't climb the wall to get over to our side." Got it. Bai Muwen pounded his chest, his eyes burning with intensity. I'm itching for a fight. With that, he charged toward the cave. Hey, slow down, sir! Xiao Long panicked and yelled after him. A faint smile touched Hua Yin and Xiao Long's lips. He knew that if the gecko was really sick, it might not have much time left. Bai Muwen swung his sword over his shoulder and headed into the cave with Xiao Long and the others. Seeing them come back, the gecko hissed, its eyes flashing with fury. Sir, you can start now. Xiao Long held a finger to his lips, whispering the signal. At that, a wicked grin spread across Bai Muwen's face. He drew his sword and channeled his inner energy into it, making the blade glow. His men drew their weapons in unison and started moving toward the rocks. Seeing them move to attack, the gecko let out a massive roar and lunged with everything it had. Luckily, Bai Muwen reacted fast and blocked it with his sword. The gecko whipped its tail against the blade, and the impact force made him grin in admiration. He couldn't believe a tiny thing like this had the juice to go toe-to-toe with one of the Bai clan's elite warriors. The beast backed off to gain momentum and charged again. Seeing that, Bai Muwen got even more hyped. His eyes lit up as he swung his sword to deflect the gecko's attack, leaving it totally disoriented. Now's our chance, Bai Muwen roared. In a flash, his men surrounded the cornered creature, and it roared in anger. Watching the tense scene, Xiao Long felt a bit spooked, but Hua Yin grabbed his shoulder and whispered, "Let's get out of here fast." A moment later, they had slipped away from the fight and reached the rocks where the sick gecko was lying. Is that thing really hurt? Hua Yin asked, worried. Looks like it, Xiao Long replied, his eyes wide as he observed it. He noticed the base of its tail was necrotic from a botched shed. It couldn't finish shedding, and now its eyes were completely clouded over. So, what do we do now? Hua Yin asked, curious. Leaning against the rock, Xiao Long explained, we have to treat it right now. Seeing there was no medicine around, he gave a confident, cheeky smile. I'm just going to peel the rest off for it. Hua Yin looked a bit flustered, giving him a playful glare. You've been way too into peeling stuff lately, huh? Xiao Long turned red as a tomato, but he knew it was the only way. As he took a step forward, the injured gecko stirred awake. He reached out a hand toward it and gently explained, I'm going to fix you up, just stay still. The gecko slowly closed its eyes. Xiao Long scooped it up, amazed to find that, just like the queen bee, it seemed to understand what he was saying. He explained to Hua Yin that these creatures shed their skin just like snakes. However, wild geckos usually eat their own shed skin, so you rarely find any trace of it. Hua Yin's eyes went wide. Xiao Long set the gecko on the rock and pulled out a kunai. He realized the skin was too tough to pull off by hand. With a little knife, he got to work. It looks like a gemstone. Hua Yin gasped in surprise. Xiao Long used the kunai to make a small slit in the old skin, revealing the beautiful, shiny new scales underneath. He gently peeled the skin off the gecko's leg like he was taking off a tiny glove. Hua Yin pointed at it, unable to hide her excitement. Xiao Long knew she couldn't help it, even back when he was a YouTuber. Peeling videos were always huge hits. Now, with just the head and tail left, Xiao Long worked super carefully, especially around the eyes, to make sure he didn't hurt it. All that gunk had built up in the gecko's eyes from the bad shed, causing an infection. With extreme care and a soft touch, Xiao Long managed to peel the skin off its head without causing any harm. Feel better now? He asked with a smile. The gecko's body shivered and it slowly opened its eyes. Hua Yin couldn't help but cheer, but Xiao Long kept watching, looking deep in thought. Something wrong? Hua Yin asked. Yeah, the kid honestly admitted. I'm not sure what to do about its tail. He broke into a sweat, knowing he'd have to cut the tail off to stop the rot from spreading, but in its current weak state, that might just kill it. Just then, Bai Muwen yelled from afar, Xiao Long, watch out! Hearing that, he and Hua Yin went on high alert. We lost the other gecko! Right on cue, the healthy gecko appeared right behind them, its eyes burning with pure hate. Xiao Long panicked and held up a hand. Chill out! He held the kunai up while holding the injured gecko with his other hand, quickly explaining, "I'm just trying to help your friend." The creature's eyes locked onto the kunai, filled with shock and confusion, but the second it saw the weapon, it lost its cool and let out a roar. A blast of frigid energy surged from its body, shoving Wei Xiao Long back. The kid realized with a jolt it was pissed. The gecko launched itself into the air. Hua Yin dove in, shielding Wei Xiao Long, and yelled, "Watch out!" Without a second thought, she shoved the old man aside. The beast slammed into the ground with insane force. Luckily, they both scrambled out of the way. Wei Xiaolong sprawled on the ground, still clutching the injured gecko for dear life. The other gecko locked onto them, roaring in fury. Wei Xiaolong held out his hands, looking terrified. "Wait," he pleaded, voice shaky. "You've got it all wrong, man. It's not what you think." Wei Xiaolong locked eyes with the male gecko, trying to chill it out. "Seriously, dude, appearances are deceiving. Just calm down, okay?" Suddenly, the female gecko in his arms made these weird noises that left him totally confused. The male gecko, eyes blazing with rage, was about to strike, but then it froze, looking plain confused. The two geckos started trading clicks and chirps, and before long, they were letting out little squeaks like they were straight up laughing. Wei Xiaolong stood there, jaw on the floor. Right then, Bai Muwen and his crew stomped back into the cave. Seeing the scene, he asked, voice tight, "Wei Xiaolong, you good?" He gripped his sword, admitting, "This gecko is fast and mean as hell. I didn't think it could slip right between my legs." As soon as the male gecko saw Bai Muwen's sword, it started gnashing its teeth and growling again. Before things went south, Wei Xiaolong jumped in the middle, throwing his hands up. "Lord Bai, hold up a second." With a confident grin, he turned to him. "I'm straight. Just back off a bit, yeah? I'm gonna try and talk to it." Bai Muwen stared, totally clueless about what the kid was trying to pull. "You think it actually understands human talk?" he asked. Wei Xiaolong looked at the gecko, trusting it, and replied, "I think it gets the gist of it. It probably won't try to kill us anymore." He turned to Hua Yin. "Hey, you think you could grab some dried grass?" Even though she was baffled, she gave a quick nod. She and another guy scrambled to collect some grass near the rocks, and a few minutes later, they had a decent soft nest built for the female gecko. Wei Xiaolong and Hua Yin sat down nearby. He said softly to the male gecko, "Don't sweat it. We aren't here to mess with your mate. I'm just going to clear off these stubborn scales and get that crap out of its eyes. You just keep licking its eyes for a bit longer." The male gecko crept closer, curiously licking the female's eyes. Wei Xiaolong crossed his arms and said, "All right, only one problem left." At that, both geckos and Hua Yin turned their eyes on him. "The eyes will heal, but its tail is half rotten. I don't think licking is going to fix that." The male gecko looked at its mate's tail, then looked back at Wei Xiaolong and nodded in agreement. Wei Xiaolong made a pair of scissors with his fingers. "We gotta chop it off," he said firmly. Hearing that, the male gecko broke into a cold sweat, face pale with fear at the thought of his mate losing her tail, and started growling again. Seeing that, Wei Xiaolong got a bit nervous, and the gecko suddenly lunged. Its eyes flared, ready to tear into him. Wei Xiaolong threw his hands up to protect his chest and screamed. A few hours later, Bai Muwen's men had a campfire roaring in the cave. Wei Xiaolong and Hua Yin were perched on a rock. Hua Yin was gently dabbing some special ointment on his cheek. Wei Xiaolong sighed, still bitter about it. "I was just trying to help, and it still bit me." Hua Yin chided him gently. "Hold still, you dork, or you're gonna have a scar." Bai Muwen, standing nearby with his arms crossed, just let out a hearty laugh. "Finally looking like a real man, kid. Congrats on your first battle scar." Hearing that, Hua Yin shot him a look so sharp it would have made even a veteran like him flinch. Wei Xiaolong felt a weight lift off his chest now that the whole misunderstanding was finally cleared up. The little hatchlings climbed all over Hua Yin, playing around. Seeing them completely unbothered by any killing intent, he realized the geckos never actually meant to hurt him in the first place. Just then, Gu Fei appeared and said, "This creature has something to say." Wei Xiaolong managed a weak smile, touched his cheek, and asked, "You ready?" The gecko nodded. Wei Xiaolong stood up, promising to do his best, but he had to ask one thing. He held up a finger. "What do you usually eat?" "If we're going to cut that tail, your partner's going to need some decent fuel to heal up fast." At that, the gecko did a little hop, turned around, and started walking off. Wei Xiaolong scrambled to follow. The gecko moved a few meters and stopped by a tiny plant. It yanked the plant out with its mouth and handed it to Wei Xiaolong. The kid held the little sprout in his hand, and Bai Muwen and Hua Yin crowded around, dying to see it. Hua Yin asked, "Mind if I take a look?" Wei Xiaolong handed it over. After a careful inspection, she said, "It's weak as hell, but I can feel a pulse of spiritual energy. I'm sure this is the seedling of that spirit herb that used to grow in this cave." Wei Xiaolong took the sprout back, looking stunned. Bai Muwen looked dead serious. "I've heard legends about this. They say spirit herbs only grow where spirit beasts hang out." Hua Yin looked at the hatchlings napping on the rocks and guessed, if that's true, maybe these little guys survived by feeding on the herb's energy. Wei Xiaolong clenched his fist, realizing that if they'd uprooted the herb, they might be in some serious trouble. He panicked and tried to replant it, but Bai Muwen stopped him. "No use, kid." He put a hand on his shoulder, explaining, "Once a human hand touches that herb, it's done for. It'll never grow back." The gecko definitely knew that, which is why it dug it up to show us. Even if you replant it, it's a goner. That hit Wei Xiaolong like a truck. Images flashed in his head of Jiakahu ripping those spirit herbs right out of the cave, leaving the little geckos crying their hearts out. He couldn't help but tear up at how savage people could be. Just then, Bai Muwen curiously asked Gu Fei the name of the herb that used to grow there. Gufei watched him for a second in silence before answering, "That's called frost ginseng." Bai Muwen mused on that, and then a bright grin spread across his face. "Well then," he said, "all we gotta do is find something that gives off the same energy as frost ginseng." Hearing that, Wei Xiao Long jumped up, eyes wide with hope. "There's actually something like that?" Bai Muwen nodded, revealing, "It's called frost jade. Like the ginseng, it's packed with pure icy essence." But then he rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. "The catch is getting your hands on it. Frost jade isn't exactly something you can just buy with cash." While they were deep in debate, Hua Yin stepped up, grabbing everyone's attention. She said firmly, "If you guys are talking about frost jade, I actually know someone who's got it." These words were like a spark, lighting up curious smiles on both Xiao Long and Bai Muwen's faces. Now that's some damn good news. Xiao Long eagerly leaned in, asking who had the ice jade. Caught off guard by his intensity, Hua Yin stumbled over her words, panicking. "Hey, cool it, will ya?" She was sweating bullets, struggling to find the right way to put it. Seeing her flustered, Xiao Long and Bai Muwen were left scratching their heads. Hua Yin swallowed hard, rubbed her chin, and finally came clean. It was actually a different kind of weed. Xiao Long's jaw hit the floor, while Bai Muwen looked even more lost than before. Hua Yin sighed, looking dead serious, while Xiao Long started freaking out, totally clueless about what was going down. Then it hit him. In this world, they sometimes used weed as a metaphor for girls. He instinctively face-palmed, wondering why his father-in-law had to be so damn cryptic. Bai Muwen crossed his arms and cut to the chase. "So who is this other weed who's got the ice jade?" Hua Yin regained her composure, held up a finger, and dropped the name. "She's one of the three beauties of the martial arts world, the one they call the Peony Queen. Her real name is Nonggong Shui from the Nonggong Clan. From what I've heard, she's got the ice jade, but she doesn't really have any use for it." Hearing the good news, a grin spread across Bai Muwen's face. Xiao Long was still reeling. Just then, the little gecko scurried over, chirping like crazy to get Xiao Long's attention. He turned around, curious, and saw its eyes were tearing up, looking absolutely miserable. "What's it saying?" Hua Yin asked. "It's begging us to hurry up and save its buddy," Xiao Long replied. He signaled to put the conversation on hold until they patched the gecko up. Hua Yin nodded in agreement. Xiao Long peeked through the rock crevice, saw the wounded gecko sleeping, and gently pulled it out of the nest to start a thorough checkup. The other geckos stood by, looking super stressed. Hua Yin asked, puzzled, "I thought geckos could just ditch their tails, so why is this one holding on to it until it's this messed up?" Xiao Long sadly admitted she was right, but explained that some gecko species just aren't built that way. Hua Yin's eyes went wide with shock. The tail-dropping thing is called autotomy, and it varies by species. Some can drop it but never grow it back, some can drop and regrow it, and others can't do either. So I can't just make assumptions, I have to check it out properly. Xiao Long started poking at the gecko's tail, searching for the right spot to detach it. He explained to a bewildered Hua Yin. Even though it looks like the tail could just snap off anywhere, there's actually a preset breakpoint. We just have to press the right spot to trigger it. Hua Yin was floored. She didn't know much about geckos since they weren't venomous, and she had no idea how Xiao Long knew so much. In her eyes, it was seriously impressive. The gecko was still fast asleep in Xiao Long's hands. He talked a big game, but the tail was severely necrotic, so he wasn't sure if the surgery would actually pull through. Still, he grabbed the tail, a look of pure determination in his eyes. He had to try. A few minutes later, the surgery started. Bai Muwen sat on a rock, realizing this was taking way longer than he expected. He watched Xiao Long like a hawk while the little gecko kept chirping non-stop. A while later, Xiao Long came out, carrying the sleeping gecko. "How is it?" the sect leader asked. Hua Yin beamed, and Xiao Long answered brightly, "Lucky for us, the surgery was a success. As long as we look after it, it'll be just fine." Hearing that, the little gecko couldn't hold back tears of joy, flashing a grateful little grin. Xiao Long sat down beside it, feeling happy for them. Bai Muwen watched the kid intently, thinking he was more of a legend every time he saw him in action. The gecko couple went back to their nest, the surgery was done, and Xiao Long and the others decided to hang around for a few days to keep an eye on them. A few days later, Xiao Long and Hua Yin curiously returned to the cave, sprinting toward the rocks. Nearby, the gecko couple was happily playing around. Seeing them doing so much better, Xiao Long couldn't help but smile. The two geckos looked back at them with soft eyes. He clenched his fist, stoked to realize they'd gone from scrawny strays to adorable little gecko pups. He thought to himself that if this had happened in his past life, it would totally blown up on social media. Xiao Long's focus shifted to the female gecko. Noticing she'd regained some of her strength, he decided it was time to bounce. Hearing that, both geckos looked a little bummed out. Xiao Long smiled and explained, "Don't worry, we aren't leaving forever. We're just gonna grab some food and we'll be back. Until then, you guys keep preserving that vital energy, alright?" The two geckos nodded like they understood. Xiao Long turned back, looking confident as he told Hua Yin time to head back to the Tang sect. He clenched his hand, thinking the time to snag that ice jade was finally here. A few hours later, they were back at the estate, chatting with the master. Once they were back at the Tang sect and the gecko drama was over, they caught up on some fresh intel, and the most jaw-dropping news was definitely about the blood cult. The sect leader interlaced his fingers, his face turning grim as he decided to spill the beans. After a spy who'd infiltrated the martial arts alliance got busted, the top fighters tracked down the owl the guy had been using. A guy with a mustache was hiding behind a tree, and when he peeked out, his eyes went wide with sheer terror. The owl had led them straight to the blood cult's lair, which was crawling with ninjas. By sheer luck, a squad that had just returned from the Martial Arts Alliance brought back some poison extracted from a tiger water snake. That toxin turned out to be the MVP of their raid on the lair. Pulling out a letter, the sect leader revealed that the Alliance leader had personally sent a handwritten thank you note. "He's really proud of you," he added. Xiao Long just gave an awkward, forced cough. The sect leader asked, "So, did you ever catch that mysterious gecko?" "I was thinking of dropping by the poison garden to see what the little guy looks like." Xiao Long broke out in a sweat, nervously replying, "Well, you could say we caught half of it." The sect leader looked pretty confused by the weird answer. Right then, Hua Yin stepped up with a serious look and decided to explain the whole deal to her old man. After hearing her out, the sect leader put his teacup down and started stroking his beard, deep in thought about the ice jade. Hua Yin leaned on the table and stood up to explain, "Because of that, we're planning to head to Anhui province together to visit the Nongong clan." After a moment of thinking, the sect leader calmly gave them the green light. To him, this worked out perfectly because he needed them to deliver something on the way anyway. It wasn't exactly the best time with the blood cult acting out, but having Xiao Long stick by Hua Yin's side made him feel a lot better about it. Xiao Long sighed, confused, wondering if this was just a low-key way of dumping another mission on his plate. Right before they dipped, the head of the house got all serious and told him to hold up. He closed his eyes and spilled the tea. "Word on the street is there's some sketchy stuff going down with the Namgung clan." Xiao Long and Hua Yin just stared at each other, eyes wide as saucers. That night near the Namgung estate, they were hanging around the Huangshan mountain range. Two guys were taking a stroll. The bald dude was tripping, sweating bullets as he asked his buddy, "You shitting me?" His buddy shot back, dead serious, "I'm for real, man. The Namgung Missy? She ain't normal." "Quit the bull," the bald guy snapped. "Don't go spreading nasty rumors like that." Suddenly, his buddy froze, locked onto something. Not far off, some guy was just sprawled out on the dirt. Seeing that, they both freaked out and rushed over, wondering why the hell someone was just face down on the ground. The friend checked for a pulse under the guy's head, but it was hard to tell if he was even breathing. Right then, the guy started smirking, which just made things weirder. He wasn't out cold at all. Blood was dripping from his nose, his face was flushed red, and he was panting like he'd just been getting busy. The two dudes looked at each other, totally confused. Figuring he was just wasted, they decided to haul him back to the village. Not far away, lurking behind a tree, a woman was watching the whole thing, radiating this super eerie vibe. Her shadow stretched out all distorted and massive, looking just like a spider hanging by its silk. It was late, and under the moonlight, a woman was practicing her swordsmanship. She was locked in, eyes burning with determination. With deadly precision, she slashed through the falling leaves one after another. Suddenly, her body spasmed, and she gasped for air, looking totally frustrated. Some leaves were still untouched. She needed to train way harder, she thought to herself. A young girl with braided hair, carrying a lantern, hurried over and called out to the woman, "Enter." She was Namgung Doan of the Namgung family. With a stern face, she said, "Don Duk Da, we gotta bounce right now, or we're gonna get busted. If we get caught again, father is definitely gonna tear you a new one." She admitted the swordplay was sick, but as the eldest daughter, Enner, had to look out for herself more. The one called Enner listened quietly, then slowly reached up to take off her wide-brimmed hat. Her eyes were full of sincerity as she admitted, "You're right. She was none other than Namgung Tuyet, the eldest daughter of the Namgung clan known as the Flaming Peony." Right then, she started coughing violently. Seeing that, Dawn's eyes filled with total worry. Namgung Tuyet clenched her fists, her face turning pale from the messed-up condition she had. Her internal energy was all out of whack. At first, the whole family thought it was a blessing. Because all her meridians were wide open, it meant she could stack up her inner power way faster than anyone else without hitting a single snag. But the old doctor treating her pointed out that having so many pressure points open meant her innate vital energy was leaking out way too fast. Her dad was stressing, asking if there was any way to save her. The old doctor thought for a long beat and said she needed yin energy, the pure, heavy kind. She had to use it before her innate energy ran dry. Otherwise, the lady's life was going to be cut short. Back in the present, Namgung Tuyet was gasping for air, her energy fading fast. Dawn rushed to her, asking if she was good. Tuyet gave a weak smile, telling her not to sweat it, and urged them both to head back. Her eyes landed on the lantern, and she felt a strange connection. She felt just like that flickering flame inside, a life waiting to burn out once the fuel ran dry. Looking up at the bright moon, she told herself she had to master the Emperor's sword technique ASAP, before her own life's flame sputtered out for good. Out on the vast Yangtze River, a boat was gliding along. Xiao Long, Hua Yin, and Gufei were on board. Gufei suddenly pointed at the water and yelled, "Xiao Long, look! A Yangtze finless porpoise!" Xiao Long was stunned. That was supposed to be an extinct creature. The dolphin popped up from the water, playing around. Even though he was usually into bugs and reptiles, seeing a legendary dolphin in the flesh was a whole different vibe. Hua Yin smiled and said, "If we keep cruising down the Yangtze, we'll hit Wuhan, where the Martial Arts Alliance is posted up." Xiao Long laughed back. "Per the old man's orders, we gotta stop in Wuhan to drop off that red-necked snake venom, then we can hop off at Anyang. That place is way safer." Hua Yin said at this rate they'd be there way ahead of schedule. Seeing her, Xiao Long sat down beside her, looking deep in thought. "Something's been bugging me, though," Hua Yin asked. "What is it?" If the cold jade is really that valuable, the Namgung clan isn't just going to hand it over. That truth keeps rattling around in my head. She laughed and told him to trust her. She explained the cold jade has special properties for the Namgung Missy. She needs it. But here's the kicker. The cold jade isn't something you can just eat. She pointed at Xiao Long, looking super confident. But what we've got, that's edible, so they're definitely going to trade the jade for it. Zilong reached into his shirt and felt his chest, nodding. She wasn't wrong, but he was still worried if this cold jade would actually be safe for his little lizards. He remembered they were cold-blooded and usually hated anything chilly. He wasn't sure about feeding them something he didn't fully understand. With a serious face, he asked Hua Yin, "You said before that the cold jade is packed with cold energy. What even is that? I've heard of yin and yang energy, but it's still super vague to me." Hua Yin turned toward him, eyes sparkling, and held up a finger. She smiled and started explaining why it matters for training, telling him, "You better listen up and keep this locked in your head. Yin energy is what creates yin fire. It's that heavy, sinking energy that pools in the low spots. Usually, yin energy chokes out life. All the dark, cold, creepy stuff is yin-based. So, the cold yin energy you're asking about? It's basically just a type of yin energy." Xiao Long's eyes went wide and he kept it simple. "So yin energy is just bad then?" "Not exactly." Hua Yin explained, "It's the opposite of yin energy, which creates ice. Yang energy creates yang fire. But if you've got too much yang energy, it kicks your life functions into overdrive, which makes you age fast and drains your battery." Xiao Long started picturing his lizards playing around with the ice jade. He realized they needed the cold energy because their own bodies were naturally cold. They grew by soaking up that yin energy. Wait, is it like charging a battery? Xiao Long scratched his head, confused. Aren't yin and yang supposed to be balanced, like guys and girls? He couldn't wrap his head around how they could be balanced if their bodies were pure yin. While he was busy scratching his head, Hua Yin was staring right at him, her face turning red as a tomato. She looked away, stammering, I don't know. She raised her voice, trying to shake off the awkwardness. "Look, we'll figure out how to balance our yin and yang later, okay?" Xiao Long's face went beet red, his mind spinning. Hua Yin just covered her face, too embarrassed to say another word. Right then, Gu Fei showed up, letting them know they'd arrived and telling everyone to get ready to disembark. Their ship had pulled into the Wuhan harbor. Once the boat docked, Xiao Long and Hua Yin hopped off. She introduced herself and let them know they'd brought the goods he requested. The guy with the ponytail held out his hand with a grin. "The general's been waiting for you two." As they crossed a bridge, Xiao Long couldn't help but be blown away by the sheer scale of the martial alliance. Not far off, a woman was yanking on some guy's ear, making him shriek in pain while sweat poured down his face. The guy begged the woman, Jian Feng, to let go, claiming he was just about to teach that other dude a lesson. With a look that could kill, she shut him down, making it crystal clear that dueling an ally was absolutely off limits. The guy turned to Chung Hu, looking sincere. "She's right, I jumped the gun without checking the facts first." Chung Hu shot back, "I was just doing my job, protecting the young lady's honor." Right then, his eyes locked onto something. He stood there, frozen solid, realizing the person who'd just arrived was none other than the poison flower Hua Yin. She turned around and recognized them too. The dude with the white scarf was John Long, the woman was Jian Feng, and Chung Hu was actually Kong Long. She smiled, saying this was the first time they'd all been together since the Dragon Phoenix tournament and started catching up. Chung Hu couldn't hide his grin. He hadn't seen Hua Yin in ages, and they started chatting up a storm. Xiao Long couldn't help but think, in the martial arts world, you only get titles like Dragon or Phoenix if you're seriously elite. These guys were clearly top tier. "I've got a question for you," Jian Feng said, hesitating. "There's been this weird rumor floating around about you lately." Hua Yin looked confused. "What rumor?" "People are saying you've already got someone special in your life." Hua Yin's eyes went wide. Xiao Long, standing right there, started sweating, feeling super awkward. "Is that rumor true?" Jian Feng pressed. With a forced laugh, Chung Hu jumped in. "Yeah, every martial artist out there is talking about it. I was even planning to challenge the person who started that baseless trash just to defend your honor. We're teammates. I can't let anyone drag your name through the mud like that." Xiao Long suddenly caught on to the vibes. The guy clearly had a thing for Hua Yin. Hua Yin quickly looked away, flatly denying the rumors. Chung Hu was fuming and ready to hunt down the gossip monger, but Hua Yin stepped in to set the record straight once and for all. She grabbed Xiao Long's hand, making him flustered, and proudly dropped the bomb. "I don't have a crush, I have a fiancé." She introduced Xiao Long to the group, and everyone just stood there, stunned. Jian Feng noticed how young he was, while Hua Yin offered a sheepish apology, saying she should have introduced him sooner. Once the intros were over and Xiao Long looked up, he immediately locked eyes with a murderous glare from Chung Hu. The guy marched up and asked, "You're Xiao Long, right?" Xiao Long answered, totally freaked out. Suddenly, Chung Hu dropped to one knee in front of him, leaving everyone in shock. He introduced himself as Yang Chung Hu, the Azure Dragon of the Yang clan. Xiao Long was starting to sweat bullets. Then, looking up with pure fury, Chung Hu growled, "Challenge! Yang Chung Hu challenges you to a fight." Jian Feng and John Long just sighed, looking pretty disappointed with his attitude. Xiao Long, drenched in sweat, asked, "Wait, you're really trying to duel me?" "Yeah, a one-on-one!" Chung Hu barked, his eyes flashing with rage. Jian Feng immediately grabbed his collar and yanked him back. Hua Yin angrily demanded to know what his problem was, while Jian Feng glared at him, telling him to get his act together. Xiao Long was just lost. He couldn't believe he was getting challenged the second he walked in. Why did he always run into these kinds of weirdos? Just then, a guy in white strolled up, asking what all the noise was about. It was none other than the strategist, Jia Hu. Zilong immediately bowed his head, showing deep respect to the advisor. Chung Hu turned ghost white with fear. Jia Hu smacked him over the head with his fan and snapped, "What do you think you're doing to these honorable guests?" After getting smacked, poor Chung Hu was so panicked he couldn't even speak straight. With a gentle smile, Jia Hu invited everyone to go to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion where the Alliance Master was waiting. Xiao Long nodded, still stunned. As Jia Hu, Xiao Long, and Hua Yin headed toward the pavilion, Chung Hu stayed behind, fists clenched, eyes still blazing because he hadn't gotten his fight. His friends just sighed, telling him it was probably best if he just let it go. There was a stunning river right next to the pavilion. Hua Yin decided to hang back in the guest hall, so Xiao Long went ahead with Jia Hu, nodding in agreement. A girl in the guest hall, looking a bit clumsy and anxious, pointed the way. "Please follow me. We need to see the Alliance Master first." Xiao Long clocked her immediately as a rookie. She clearly didn't have much experience. Jia Hu smiled and explained, "We only caught that spy thanks to Xiao Long here. This young lady is our new hire, replacing the old maid. She's still green, so she's a bit nervous." Xiao Long just gave an awkward laugh. The maid closed her eyes, gathered her courage, and announced, "Master, the strategist, and young Master Tang are here to see you." The massive doors creaked open. The Alliance Master was standing on the balcony, taking in the view. Jia Hu and Xiao Long bowed low. "I'm Xiao Long from the Sichuan Tang Clan." Hearing that, the master looked mildly surprised, then smiled warmly and invited them in. "You've traveled a long way. Sit, sit." Suddenly, the master's eyes narrowed, turning sharp and guarded. He pointed at Xiao Long and asked sternly, "Those little creatures on your wrist and belt, do they bite people for no reason?" Xiao Long was stunned and quickly replied, "Oh no, sir, not at all." The little centipedes were still snoozing under his clothes. Xiao Long was secretly terrified. The rumors about this guy being one of the 3 greatest masters in the martial world? Yeah, they were definitely true. Just one look and he could already spot the venomous creatures clinging to him. Once they sat down, the master cut straight to the chase. "Xiao Long, did you bring the venom from the striped lake snake?" "Yes, I did." Xiao Long smiled and pulled out 3 small vials. "I prepped as much as I could before the trip." Jia Hu was visibly impressed. "Back in Sichuan," he said in a calm voice, "I actually saw the process of extracting that venom. It's insanely complicated and takes so much work. I honestly don't know how I can thank you enough." The master looked at the young man and said, "I heard you've become the Tang clan's son-in-law." Xiao Long turned and gave a nod. When the master asked about his family, Xiao Long answered honestly, "I don't have one, sir. I'm all on my own, no place to call home." Jia Hu chimed in, "Master, I heard Xiao Long lost all his memories in an accident. Before the Tang family patriarch took him in, he lived all alone on Hainan Island, making a living by hunting snakes." The alliance leader crossed his arms, his eyes softening with a flicker of empathy. He realized Xiao Long must have lived a hell of a lonely and brutal life. Seeing that, Xiao Long scratched his head and gave a cheerful laugh. "Actually, I wasn't entirely alone." The alliance leader decided to change the subject. "The reason I called you here is that I want to reward you. I know you played a huge role in that whole blood cult mess recently." Xiao Long's eyes widened, looking a bit nervous. "I already told General Zhuge what I needed last time, sir." Zhuge Hu smiled and said, "What you uncovered, kid, was a major feat, enough to make sure those stinking leeches from the blood cult never dare to crawl back to the Central Plains again. A contribution like that deserves way more than some simple reward." Xiao Long quickly waved him off. "That was just something I stumbled upon while I was trying to save my own people. If that was the gift I was promised, then that's more than enough." Hearing this, the expressions of the alliance leader and Zhuge Hu turned deadly serious. The alliance leader placed his hand on the table and asked again, "You said you stumbled upon it while saving your own people?" He stood up, folded his arms, and then suddenly chuckled. "Now I get why I feel such a connection to you. It's because we're exactly the same." Seeing Xiao Long look confused, the alliance leader explained, "I'm not talking about how we look." His gaze turned cold, etched with deep pain. "I lost my entire clan and my loved ones to those blood cult freaks. I had to struggle and do whatever it took just to save the one person I had left. And on that path, I reached enlightenment and hit the peak of martial arts." The alliance leader stared straight at Xiao Long. "I heard you charged at a blood cult elder while you were poisoned, just to save the Tang family's people." "Yes, that's true," Xiao Long replied. A smile appeared on the alliance leader's face. 30 years ago, I did the exact same thing." He stepped toward Xiao Long, his presence imposing, yet his voice carried a deep sense of understanding. "Back then, I also charged into a death trap with nothing in my heart but pure desperation." He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, leaving him a bit flustered. As a reward, the alliance leader grinned. "I've decided to pass on my unique martial arts to you, the Iron Shell technique." Both Xiao Long and Zhuge Hu were stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The alliance leader laughed loudly. "I've never taken on a disciple. When I die, this technique dies with me. I have no intention of being your master, so the Tang sect doesn't need to worry." Zhuge Hu jumped up, drenched in sweat, and Xiao Long stood there, mouth agape, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thanked the alliance leader from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you, alliance leader. I swear I won't let your name down." Hearing that, a gentle, satisfied smile spread across the alliance leader's face. Night fell, and Xiao Long wandered around, clutching a thick, heavy manual to his chest. This was the martial arts technique the Alliance leader had personally gifted him, a secret he could only share with the sect elders for now. He knew that if this got out, he'd become a massive target for the blood cult. Just as he was thinking about telling Huayin the good news, he headed back to the guest hall. Right then, a deep, gruff voice called out, telling him to stop. Xiao Long turned around, curious, and couldn't help but shiver when he saw young Chenghu standing there, glaring at him with pure venom. Chenghu stepped forward, his voice heavy and serious. "I heard you cleared the Heaven Martial Pavilion. I'm here to get an answer regarding our duel." Xiao Long was secretly amazed by how persistent this guy was. Chenghu continued, "I want to know if you're actually worthy of Huayin. Prove it to me." Xiao Long answered nervously, "A duel like that is way too dangerous." Chenghu pointed at his spear, explaining, "Don't worry, I'll take the blade off." Xiao Long's eyes turned razor-sharp. He retorted, "I'm not worried because of me. I'm worried you'll get yourself killed." The air went silent for a few minutes. The two stared at each other without blinking. Xiao Long's words were like throwing gas on a fire. Chenghu grabbed his collar in a rage and roared, "What did you just say?" Right at that moment, something squirmed inside Xiao Long's shirt, and Chenghu looked confused. Suddenly, 3 small centipedes crawled out, ready to throw down with anyone trying to mess with their master. Xiao Long quickly grabbed the centipedes, shouting, "Don't you dare bite him!" Chenghu, who had been all puffed up and arrogant a second ago, fell to the ground in terror, his face deathly pale, sweating buckets. Xiao Long walked up to him coolly and smiled. "I told you it was dangerous." He crouched down in front of Chenghu, making the guy tremble even more. With eyes glowing and a cocky look on his face, Xiao Long stated clearly, "I've already spared your life once, you know." Chenghu panted, realizing Xiao Long wasn't joking. If he hadn't stopped those bugs, he would have been a dead man. Xiao Long stood up, his gaze becoming icy. To young Chenghu right now, Xiao Long looked like nothing less than a terrifying monster. "You okay, man?" he asked. Just then, Huayin's voice rang out from behind. "What are you two doing here?" Hearing her voice, Xiao Long jumped. Huayin walked over, her eyes flashing with a murderous glint. "Chenghu, were you trying to hurt Xiao Long?" Xiao Long quickly put a hand on Chenghu's shoulder and gave a forced laugh. "Oh, it's just a little misunderstanding. I got lost after leaving the pavilion, and luckily, brother Chenghu showed up to show me the way." Huayin went quiet, her eyes still full of doubt. She noticed the centipedes on Xiao Long were acting pretty restless. Seeing this, Xiao Long quickly thought on his feet and placed a small centipede on Chenghu's head, adding, "After we talked, I wanted to show him the centipedes, so I asked him to release some killing intent to see how they'd react. Who would have thought it'd end up like this? We were just messing around." Chenghu, still shaken, quickly played along. He stood up, threw an arm around Xiao Long, and laughed loudly. "Yeah, Xiao Long's right." Huayin's gaze was still suspicious, but she decided not to dig any deeper. She thanked Chenghu and said it was time to head back. Xiao Long nodded like crazy and hurried ahead. Chenghu let out a huge sigh of relief that was way too close to a total disaster. Once Xiao Long was a bit further ahead, he turned back and smiled. "That makes twice I've saved your life now, counting this one." After saying that, he and Huayin left, leaving Chenghu standing there looking totally dumbfounded, having no clue what just went down. The next morning, as the boats docked, Xiao Long's group prepared to leave. Huayin bowed to Chenghu and the others. "We have to be going now. Thanks for taking care of us." Long wished them both a safe journey. Right before they left, Jianfeng called out to Xiao Long, "Please wait a second." Then she put a hand on Chenghu's shoulder as a signal. The arrogant guy from yesterday now bowed his head to Xiao Long, his eyes full of sincerity. Jianfeng said, "I heard about what happened with Chenghu. Thank you for your generosity," she added. Xiao Long felt a little flustered. Thonho scratched his head, feeling pretty awkward as he said his thanks. He explained that after talking to Qian Puang last night, he'd finally realized how much of a bonehead he'd been. He clenched his fists, his eyes welling up. "I'm honestly blown away by your grace. It's wild how I treated you like trash, yet you still had my back. You're the only one who actually deserves Tang Huayin. Make sure you take good care of her, all right?" Wei Xiao Long gave them a sad smile. He knew they'd cross paths again at the Longpuang tournament. No point in turning friends into enemies. As their boat drifted away from the dock, Thon Ho and the others stood there, grinning and waving them off. The sky was clear with flocks of birds gliding overhead. By the time night hit, Wei Xiao Long and his crew crashed at an inn at the base of Hoang Mountain after a long day of traveling. They'd left Wuhan and finally made it to Enkan. Kofi suggested they post up here for the night since it was getting late and the path up Hoang Mountain was sketchy. Plus, it would take another half day just to reach the Nam Kung estate. Everyone was down for that and decided to crash at the inn. During dinner, Tang Huayin was still tripping out. She couldn't believe Wei Xiao Long had actually scored the Iron Shell Divine Skill, the legendary exclusive martial art of the Fist Emperor. "He said we look alike," Wei Xiao Long pondered. "Is that even a good thing?" Tang Huayin nodded firmly. She mentioned that while the training for the Iron Shell was supposedly brutal, once you mastered it, you could straight up block sword energy. It's the Fist Emperor's signature style. Some people say it's on par with the Shaolin Diamond Indestructible skill. And since it's an external technique, it won't mess with your internal energy. You'll be fine learning it. Wei Xiao Long was speechless, invincible to blades and arrows. He knew he'd stumbled upon a god-tier technique. Tang Huayin offered with a gentle smirk, "I'll help you train. I heard the first emperor used to whip himself every morning, so I can do that for you." Wei Xiaolong's jaw dropped at the mention of being whipped. Tang Huayin clenched her fist, sounding dead serious. Yeah, toughening up your skin with a whip is part of the process. Suddenly, an image of Tang Huayin in a maid outfit holding a whip flashed into Wei Xiaolong's mind, and he couldn't help but blush. Just then, an old guy came over and asked if they were planning to climb Huangtian Mountain. Wei Xiaolong turned around curious, while Tang Huayin nodded and asked what that was all about. The old man introduced himself as the innkeeper and followed up by asking if they were heading to the Namkung estate. Is there a problem? Wei Xiaolong asked, standing up, looking a bit confused. Tang Huayin suddenly remembered her dad talking about some nasty rumors going around, and she wondered if this had anything to do with that. The innkeeper leaned in, lowering his voice to reveal that, over the last few months, people climbing Huangtian Mountain had been vanishing into thin air. Even though they eventually turned up safe, their entire yang energy had been completely drained. Hearing that, Wei Xiaolong's face went pale with fear. Tang Huayin, on the other hand, was skeptical. She felt the whole thing sounded way too weird. What on earth does any of this have to do with the Namkung family? She asked. The old man cleared his throat, turning a bit red as he spilled that every single guy who woke up said the exact same thing. The person they spent the night with was none other than Lady Namkung Tuyet of the Namkung family. Tang Huayin was stunned and immediately snapped back. That's total crap. This is clearly a trap, a dirty smear campaign. Chill out, Wei Xiaolong quickly interjected. The innkeeper looked rattled, saying everyone else reacted the exact same way she did. Back at the Namkung estate, Tuyet was busy embroidering in her room when a maid burst in, telling her the family head wanted her in the main hall immediately. She was a bit surprised, wondering if her dad had figured out she'd been sneaking out to practice sword fighting at night. When she got to the hall, Tuyet was shocked to see a few guys kneeling before her father. Seeing her arrive, the Namkung family head gave a cold command for them to look up and confirm if she was the one they saw. Shaking with fear, one of the guys looked up while the others started begging for their lives. Tell the truth now, the family head growled, making Tuyet even more confused. He turned to her, asking sternly, Tuyet, have you been sneaking out to Hoang Mountain at night? These men are saying you've been draining their yang energy. Tuyet's eyes went wide with pure terror and confusion. Her face drained of color, and she couldn't hold it back anymore. She burst into tears. Explain yourself. Her father pointed at her, his voice harsh. She sobbed, I swear I've been practicing my sword work in the valleys of Hoang Mountain these past few days. But that's it. I haven't done anything else. Her father turned to the two men. My daughter claims she's innocent. You guys better have some solid proof for what you saw. The fat guy, tears streaming down his face, swore, Sir, we're only saying what we saw with our own eyes. We would never disrespect the young lady. The other guys started bawling too, totally clueless about what was happening, wondering if everyone had gone insane or was possessed by demons. Hearing that, the fat guy suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up as he jumped to his feet. A mole! There's a mole! The patriarch asked, curious, what mole? Pointing to his own chest, the guy revealed, the woman we saw had a mole on her chest. It's wild, I know. The father muttered to himself and turned to his daughter. Tuyet, is that true? She covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with horror. Seeing her reaction, the father couldn't suppress his rage. He couldn't believe this was real. Meanwhile, Tang Huayin and Wei Xiao Long left the inn and started trekking through the woods. Tang Huayin's face was still fuming. Kofi was trudging along in front, carrying all the luggage. Are you still upset about what the innkeeper said? Wei Xiao Long asked, curious. Nah, she denied. But then she spun around, snapping, it's just ridiculous to think Namkung Tuyet would be out there absorbing men's young energy. Seeing her blow up like that, Wei Xiao Long got a little timid. Tang Huayin sighed, her voice softening. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap, but those rumors are just straight up nonsense. She dropped a secret that left Wei Xiao Long stunned. Namkung Tuyet couldn't even touch men. With a sad look, Tang Huayin explained that Tuyet had a weird medical condition where if she didn't constantly absorb yin energy, her lifespan would be cut short. Because of that specific physical condition, yang energy was basically like poison to her. That's why she's always super careful not to let any guy get close, let alone spend the night with them. Wei Xiao Long thought to himself, confused, why does this plot sound like some crazy fantasy novel? Hope this ends well. A few hours later, they arrived at the Namkung estate gate. The guard eyed Wei Xiao Long suspiciously. What are you guys here for? Tang Huayin whispered, her eyes serious. The vibe inside the Namkung place feels off. If we say we're here to see Lady Tuyet without a good reason, they aren't letting us in. You gotta make something up. All right. Wei Xiao Long decided to roll with it. He stepped up to the guard, cleared his throat, and said confidently, his eyes shining, we're here to handle a business transaction. The guard didn't say a damn word. Seeing the plan hitting a dead end, Xiao Long started breaking into a cold sweat. Huang'an was low-key freaking out, having no clue what he was spouting. Right then, someone heard the commotion and opened the gate. When they saw who walked out, both Xiao Long and Huang'an were shook. It was Nonggong Dawn. She looked just as surprised to see Huang'an. Thanks to her, they managed to get inside. The second they met, Huang'an and Doan jumped for joy. It's been forever, girl, Doan beamed. It's been 2 years since the Seven Families meeting, right? Huang'an said with a smile. Doan turned to Xiao Long, looking confused. What was that talk about a deal earlier? Huang'an closed her eyes and let out a nervous sigh, while Xiao Long could only give a sheepish grin. Huang'an jumped in to explain, we're looking for the cold ice jade. I heard last time that Sister Twit had it. Dawn looked a bit surprised. Huangyan pleaded, we really need it, so we came to see if we could work something out. Dawn folded her hands and gave a gentle smile. Let's head to my father's hall and hash it out first. He'll be stoked to see you after all this time. Huangyan put a hand on Xiao Long's shoulder and grinned. I brought this along to trade for the cold ice jade. Xiao Long's eyes went wide. Dawn was stunned. You're trading brother Xiao Long? Shortly after, they were at the Nongong family's main hall. After hearing the whole scoop, the clan leader jumped up, stunned. Is that for real? His eyes were huge, totally floored. He couldn't believe they'd brought a spirit pill packed with such intense cold energy. Xiao Long, show him, Huangyan said. Xiao Long smirked, reached into his robe, pulled out the pill, and set it on the table. The clan leader's eyes were locked on it. Inside the pill, a tiny object was sparkling. Mind if I take a closer look? He asked, curious. Yeah, go ahead. Xiao Long nodded, though he was feeling pretty tense inside. This was the pill he'd been guarding with his life, keeping it tucked close to his chest the entire journey. He was praying they'd take the deal. The clan leader inspected the pill carefully, noting the purity of the cold energy was off the charts. With this, the kid can hold on for at least 10 years. Is it really that crazy good? Dawn asked, curious. Since it was such a rare treasure, the leader agreed to trade it for the cold ice jade. Huangyan and Xiao Long couldn't stop grinning. The family head pointed at the pill, curious. What's actually inside? Xiao Long just gave an awkward laugh. That's a top secret. The head figured it had to do with where the herb was found, so he decided not to push it. Xiao Long gave a little cough and thanked him, but he was sweating bullets, knowing that wasn't the real reason. He remembered a few days back, walking with his grandpa when he felt something cold inside his robe. Grandpa noticed him acting weird and asked what was up. He pulled the thing out, feeling totally confused. It was a dried gecko tail. Xiao Long showed it to his grandpa, saying there was this weird ice crystal-like thing inside that he'd kept as a souvenir. Curious, his grandpa checked it out and realized it was radiating cold energy. He said it'd be killer material for anyone training in ice-based martial arts. Xiao Long stroked his chin, thinking back to those geckos. He'd thought they stored nutrients in their tails like fat-tailed geckos, not straight-up cold energy. His grandpa suggested he try refining it into a spirit pill. Back to the present, Xiao Long thought to himself that this crusty gecko tail wasn't worth mentioning. Looking pumped, the clan leader went to tell his daughter he wanted to trade the spirit pill for the ice jade. She nodded, totally on board. The leader told them to go rest and promised to throw a banquet to welcome his VIP guests. He also clocked that Huangyan was tight with Twit, so he dropped, my daughter's been through a rough patch lately. Think you could stay by her side and keep her company? Huangyan agreed, and they headed off to the guest house with Dawn. On the way, Dawn cheered up. Thanks to you, Huangyan, my dad's finally in a good mood. The whole family had been living in fear for days. Huangyan asked about Twit, having caught wind of some rumors near Huangtian's son. Dawn's expression turned heavy. I didn't think you knew. I don't believe Twit did that stuff, but since there's 0 leads, she's been locked up and had to use the Virgin mark to prove she's clean. Huangyan was stunned. Xiao Long was totally lost. Huangyan explained that the mark was something ancient women used to prove their purity. You'd raise a gecko in a jar, feeding it cinnabar until its whole body turned red, then grind it into powder and rub it on a woman's skin. If she was still pure, that red mark wouldn't wash off. Xiao Long was speechless. He thought to himself, wait, isn't verifying a virgin the job of a Kirin? Why are we using a gecko? Just then, they reached where Twit was staying. Not far off, she was sitting silently, the red mark still visible on her arm. Huangyan smiled and said hello. Twit was shocked to see them. Dawn explained they had a cold energy spirit pill, and her dad wanted to swap it for the cold ice jade. Dawn handed the pill to Twit. The moment she touched it, she felt a massive wave of cold energy and was floored. She thanked them and handed over the cold ice jade. Xiao Long inspected the jade, grinning like he just hit the jackpot. Suddenly, Twit let out a heavy sigh. Huangyan said sincerely, I heard the rumors. I don't believe you'd do anything like that. Don't give up. Twit replied sadly, but there are so many witnesses. They even knew about the mole on my body. A light bulb went off in Xiao Long's head. This was a mystery, right up his alley. In his past life, he was basically the Sherlock of detective games. He smirked and asked Twit, do you ever bathe alone in the pond or go out at night? Twit stared at him, confused. Huangyan asked casually, you trying to figure out who was stalking her? Xiao Long's jaw dropped. He'd been read like a book. Twit shook her head, saying she never bathed outside, and the villagers were all like family. There was no reason for them to frame her. Dawn laughed. See, you guessed wrong. Xiao Long couldn't believe he'd failed so hard. He slumped to the ground in defeat. Right then, Huangyan suddenly smiled, clasped her hands, and declared, I've cracked the mystery. In my opinion, there's only one possible explanation for this. Everyone turned, eyes wide with curiosity. Huangyan stayed silent for a second, then her eyes lit up and she dropped the bomb. The culprit is a ghost. Both Dawn and Tuyet were stunned, sweat beading on their foreheads. Tang Huayin nodded in confirmation. Wei Xiao Long, on the other hand, was a bit confused. He thought Tang Huayin would give some deep, profound explanation, not just randomly start talking about ghosts. He rubbed his chin in thought, recalling the time he met the spirit of the green-spotted centipede after it died. He figured this situation wasn't exactly impossible. Did you accidentally touch or do anything weird lately? Wei Xiao Long reached out to ask Tuyet, like eating a spirit beast's inner core? Tuyet pondered for a moment and then replied seriously, I did touch an acorn in a tree branch recently. Wei Xiao Long and Tang Huayin broke into a sweat, feeling confused by her airheaded answer. This was exactly what they called her clueless charm. Suddenly, Tuyet's eyes widened, her hands clasped together as if she'd remembered something important. When I was training alone at night, she said, I felt someone's presence, like someone had been stalking me the whole time. Is this for real? Big sister? Dawn asked, worried. Tuyet nodded firmly. At first I thought it was you, but when I checked, there was no one there. She rested her hand on her chin, wondering if she was just being too sensitive, but Wei Xiao Long, observing her, knew this was a super sketchy situation. Just as they were lost in thought, a maid came sprinting over, gasping for air. Something terrible has happened. What is it? Tuyet asked anxiously. The maid clenched her fists and stammered. Another villager has gone missing. The family warriors have already started searching. Dawn was terrified. Tuyet hung her head, anger etched across her face. Wei Xiaolong calmly watched her, asking if she was okay. Suddenly, Tuyet's eyes lit up with determination. No matter what, she had to catch that ghost herself to clear her name. Don't go, big sister! Dawn grabbed her hand tightly. I'm begging you, if you sneak out alone again and get caught, this is going to be a massive problem. She thought for a second, then smiled and told Dawn not to worry. Then she turned to Wei Xiaolong and Tang Huayin and declared, this time we won't be going alone. What do you mean? Dawn asked, confused. Tuyet approached Tang Huayin, grabbed her hands, and gave a sad, pleading look. Would you two be willing to help me? Wei Xiaolong and Tang Huayin were shocked by the proposal. Night fell, and somewhere deep in the forest, a little owl perched on a branch. As it turned its head, it saw Wei Xiaolong and the others combing the area. Dawn trembled as she gripped Tang Huayin's hand, whispering, if I get caught this time, they're going to lock me in the training room for at least half a year. Hearing that, Tang Huayin could only manage a nervous smile. Dawn turned back to Wei Xiaolong. I thought you were helping me stop my sister. I don't know why you're suddenly acting all touchy-feely with me. Wei Xiaolong was dumbfounded and just gave an awkward, forced laugh. A while ago, Tuyet had pulled out a gold ornament. She explained it was a traditional Noragai tassel, designed with a centerpiece meant to hold a piece of ice jade. I'm not sure why you two need ice jade, but if you're looking for something to carry around with you, this isn't a bad choice. She snapped the Noragai in two. Even split, it could still be used as a token of trust between two people. She said this while staring straight at Wei Xiaolong. I promise to give it to you if you help me. Wei Xiaolong was stunned. Both his and Tang Huayin's eyes were glued to that sparkling piece of jewelry. Back in reality, Wei Xiaolong pondered deeply. He put a hand on his chest and said firmly, as I said, it's not because I want the Noragai, but simply because I want to protect Lady Tuyet's honor. You're lying, Dawn snapped, her face red with anger. Dawny, don't be so impulsive. Tuyet turned to look at her younger sister, gently advising her. While Tang Huayin just laughed it off, Dawn was almost losing her mind, not knowing what to do. A few minutes later, they stopped. This was the area where Tuyet had felt that presence. She decided to check the surroundings thoroughly, hoping to find a lead. What if the culprit really is a ghost? Tang Huayin asked, coming closer in concern. Tuyet drew her sword, her voice firm. I'll use this blade infused with anti-evil energy to hack it to pieces. Wei Xiaolong stood by, watching, feeling the tension hanging in the air. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. From out of nowhere, thick fog began to roll in, so dense that no one could see a thing. Wei Xiaolong looked around, panicked, shouting for Tuyet and the others, but there was no reply. He started walking in circles, terrified that they had been separated. Suddenly, his foot caught on something. He looked down closely and realized it was a spider web. He picked it up, feeling the threads were super thick, and realized the creature that made this must be massive. Aha! A sharp scream rang out. Wei Xiaolong turned back, panicked. That was Dawn's voice. He hurriedly called out to his little centipedes, Can you guys find your mother? The little creatures seemed to understand. They jumped off Wei Xiaolong and scurried away fast. He tasked them with protecting Tang Huayin while he took off into the forest, realizing they were being dragged deeper and deeper inside. He couldn't figure out why there were so many spider webs. Wei Xiaolong was panting, knowledge about spiders suddenly flashing in his head. Spiders are divided into two types, sedentary and wandering. The sedentary ones spin webs and stay in one place, while the wandering ones move constantly. This whole forest was full of webs spread out low on the ground. No way there's a spider species that spins webs like this. He figured this wasn't an ordinary spider. Crimson fog blanketed everything. As the fog began to clear, Wei Xiaolong set a serious face, deciding he had to find Dawn and the others fast. A few seconds later, he stopped. The trees in front of him were tangled in webs. He was stunned, not knowing what the hell was going on. Suddenly, he heard Dawn's voice. He looked up and froze. She was wrapped in a silk cocoon stuck tight to a tree. Wei Xiaolong turned around terrified and saw a woman sitting on a giant spider. The woman smiled, her eyes glinting with malice. It was Nam Chung Tuyet. With eyes blazing with sinister intent, Tuyet wore a bewitching smile. Wei Xiaolong stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe his eyes. The whole area was covered in the webs of a ground spider species he'd never seen before. It wove silk on the ground instead of in the air. Wei Xiaolong gritted his teeth, staring hard at the thing sitting on the giant spider. He finally realized that the thing in front of him in the shape of Nam Chung Tuyet was actually a shape-shifting spider demon. He watched how it intentionally let its shoulder strap slip, revealing a seductive shoulder to lure him in, and figured this must be the result of some evolutionary trait to hunt males. Wei Xiaolong blushed involuntarily, thinking to himself, you don't need to do that, I'm already hooked. Just then, Dawn woke up, trying to struggle out of the silk. She looked at Wei Xiaolong angrily, not expecting that even he had fallen for the trap. Without a second thought, Wei Xiao Long stepped toward the spider demon. Seeing that, it flashed a triumphant smile. With a look of pure obsession, Wei Xiao Long blurted out, "You're beautiful." Then he suddenly bear hugged it, leaving the spider demon completely stunned. Its eyes flashed with malice, ready to strike. But right in that split second, Wei Xiao Long gave the command. In a flash, a tiny centipede shot out from his shirt and sank its fangs straight into the spider demon's neck. It let out a pained shriek. Wei Xiao Long backed off, and the centipede quickly zipped back to him. With tears welling in its eyes, the spider demon reached out to Wei Xiao Long like it was begging for help. Its acting was so legit it was easy to get played. It clutched its neck and started stumbling around. Not long after, it collapsed to the ground. Wei Xiao Long was panting, eyes wide as he watched the spider lie there dead still. He wasn't sure if his pet's venom had fully paralyzed it or not. He grabbed a stick and poked its body cautiously. The centipede's venom is a neurotoxin that freezes the prey solid. He figured even if the venom was strong with the size of this beast, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. Feeling at ease, he started petting the spider, whispering, "Don't be sad, I saved you from getting wrecked by the villagers." Wei Xiao Long's eyes lit up with hype, and without a second thought, he wrapped his arms around the spider. He was having the time of his life. It was bright red with 4 big spots on its back and fur as soft as velvet, a seriously fire spider. He hyped himself up, low-key wondering what this beauty looked like up close. He decided to check out its fangs. Maybe they were as huge as a Goliath spider's? Thinking that, he got curious and flipped the spider's belly over. Just then a blur rushed in, a total freakout, followed by an angry scream and a massive kick that slammed right into Wei Xiao Long's face. Before he could even process what the hell just happened, his body went flying like a leaf, smacked into a tree and hit the ground hard, out cold. Tang Huayin was stunned, putting her hand over her face, panicking as she realized she'd lost control of her strength in her rage. A few minutes later, Wei Xiao Long shakily stood up, looking totally confused. Tang Huayin quickly asked, "You okay?" She explained, her voice still trembling. The mist around this forest was definitely being pumped out by that spider. Breathing it in jacked up a man's desires, like some kind of aphrodisiac. I breathed some in too and felt super weird, so I had to use my internal energy to push it out before coming to find you. Wei Xiao Long calmly replied that he didn't feel anything strange, then rubbed his chin and concluded, "So that's why the villagers were acting like they were possessed. It's this mist. Could it be some kind of pheromone?" He said that while innocently poking the spider, asking Tang Huayin, what kind of monster can spit out toxic fog like this? Seeing Wei Xiao Long still messing with the spider without a care, Tang Huayin couldn't help but get freaked out. But then her face turned bright red like a tomato. She mumbled an apology, confessing she thought he was getting seduced by the spider. Wei Xiao Long was lost, but then realized in a way she was right. He was genuinely charmed by the spider's beauty. "I was just trying to see what it looked like," he explained, still petting the spider's fuzzy leg. "Its legs are all fluffy, so cute." Tang Huayin was breaking out in a sweat, begging him to stop. She suddenly remembered something, a bright red body, 4 big spots on the back, fur as soft as velvet. Right then, a coughing sound echoed out. Both of them jumped and turned around but saw no one. Wei Xiao Long wondered if the spider made that noise. The voice sounded again. "It's Doan, you're still tied up in the webs." Damn it, he had totally forgotten about the girl. They hurried to get her down. Dawn's face was pale, her breathing weak, but she was still hanging in there. He realized she was just paralyzed. Hearing that, Tang Huayin let out a sigh of relief. It was getting dark, and Wei Xiao Long said now all they had to do was find Tuyet. Tang Huayin was sure that once the mist cleared, they'd find her soon. But before that, Wei Xiao Long decided to do one thing. He started using the spider's own webs to tie it up and drag it away, deciding to bring it back to the clan to study. Not long after, Tuyet showed up. Seeing Doan lying motionless on the ground, her eyes flooded with tears and rage. This spider didn't just mess with her honor, it dared to hurt her little sister too. She drew her sword, ready to end the monster. "Hold up!" Wei Xiao Long shouted in a panic, and without a second's hesitation, he ran to stand in front of the spider's body. Tuyet froze, pointing her sword at him, her voice ice cold. "Move!" But Wei Xiao Long stood his ground. Seeing that, Tuyet couldn't help but be confused. Wei Xiao Long pointed at himself, acting all bold. "I'm the one who caught it, so now it's mine." Tang Huayin was stunned by his sheer nerve. Tuyet looked down at the ground in silence, then looked back up, her eyes blazing with anger. "What did you say? Killing a creature like this is a waste. You already killed a salamander with a poison spell earlier, and now you want to kill this spider too?" "Hold on, Tuyet," Tang Huayin called out, hugging Doan tight. "She's still alive, just paralyzed." Hearing that, Tuyet's eyes filled with relief and shock. "For real?" she asked. Tang Huayin nodded, telling her to chill out. "I get how you feel," Tang Huayin added. "But if the host gets killed, the camouflage breaks and it changes into another form. There won't be any way to clear Miss Doan's name then." She looked at the spider, her tone serious. "Think about it. If you bring this spider back for your family to see, your name will be cleared. Besides, Wei Xiao Long is the one who caught it, found the medicine, and saved Miss Doan's life. He helped prove your innocence, so you shouldn't go swinging your sword around so reckless." Both Wei Xiao Long and Tuyet were blown away by Tang Huayin's sharp reasoning. Tuyet sighed, thought it over, and sheathed her sword. She turned to apologize to Wei Xiao Long. "Forgive me, I didn't think about the kindness you showed me." Wei Xiao Long waved it off, saying it was no big deal. He smiled and gave Tang Huayin a thumbs up, secretly impressed she could think so clearly in a situation that tense. Watching the spider carefully, Tuyet asked Wei Xiao Long what he was going to do with it. He explained he planned to spare it and take it back to the Tang sect. Then he reflexively reached out to pat Tuyet's head, his voice full of feeling. "You're so cute." Hearing that, Tuyet was stunned, her face turning red as a tomato. She misunderstood him, started fidgeting with her fingers, and said nervously, But you already have Miss Tang Hua Yin." Tang Hua Yin sighed, her eyes tired as she explained, "Wei Xiao Long didn't mean it like that. He's saying the spider itself is cute. It's red, has soft fur, and has those unique abilities. That's why he thinks it's adorable." Hearing that, Tuyet's eyes flashed with fear again. Wei Xiao Long was busy petting the spider and turned back to look at her, confused. He asked what they were talking about, but they both quickly changed the subject. Early the next morning, Nam Kung Duan was safely escorted back to the clan. Everyone was shocked to see such a massive spider. The Nam Gung clan head whipped out his sword, absolutely losing his mind that this thing had ripped off his daughter's face and trashed the family name. Xiao Long jumped in to de-escalate, explaining that the misunderstanding was cleared up and the rumors would be squashed soon. Hearing that, the clan head finally chilled out. Xiao Long realized he and Shui were basically two peas in a pod. I mean, their father and daughter, after all. The clan head reached out, swearing that what the kid did basically saved the lives and the dignity of both his daughters, and the Nam Gung clan would never forget it. Because of that, he'd grant whatever Xiao Long wanted. Xiao Long grinned and pointed at the spider, saying, "I'm taking this guest with me." The clan head didn't mind, but said he was still a bit uneasy about one thing. He was tripping out because the thing was still wearing Zhue's face. He figured if it could swipe his daughter's look once, it could easily turn into someone else. So he insisted it at least take on a different form. He never wanted to go through the paranoia of not knowing who his own daughter was again. Xiao Long rubbed his chin, thinking. He got the point. Even though he'd locked down ownership of the creature, the whole image rights issue was still a mess. He was wondering what to do when suddenly all hell broke loose. He rushed over to Gu Fei to see what the drama was about. The crowd was totally fired up, and Gu Fei gave him the lowdown. 3 old geezers showed up looking like they wanted blood, screaming that the spider was a devious thing that had impersonated the young lady. They demanded to know why the hell they hadn't killed it yet. Gu Fei stepped up, stern as hell, and told them to watch their mouths. "This guest is under the protection of our clan. You dare talk trash about our property?" The old guys freaked out and started begging for mercy. Zilong crossed his arms, now that the air was clear, and it seemed like everyone who needed to see the spectacle had seen it. He told Gu Fei to shut the gates since he didn't want the creature getting hurt if this kept up. Gu Fei nodded and barked at the guards to lock it down. Just as the guards were slamming the gate shut, a weak voice squeaked out, "Wait up!" It was some bald old man with a cane, wheezing and looking absolutely desperate. He had a coughing fit and begged, "Can I just get a quick look?" "Orders are orders, Pops. We can't do anything about it," the guard said, sweating bullets. The old man kept pleading, "Just a sec, please." The guard scratched his head, clearly torn. "It's not allowed, man." "Nah, just let him look," Xiao Long said with a smile. "He came a long way despite being in rough shape. He's got to have a reason." The old man's eyes lit up with shock and gratitude. He thanked Xiao Long and shakily approached the demon spider, watching it like a hawk. Everything went silent, and the old man's eyes welled up when he realized it was really her. The spider looked back at him, eyes wide with surprise. Are you going to kill it like everyone said?" the old man asked. "Not a chance," Xiao Long said calmly. "This is a precious creature. I'm taking it back to Sichuan to raise it right at the Tang Clan. Even if its diet is a bit weird, it's just a lost guest. It's all fate, not the little guy's fault." The old man's eyes filled with tears of joy. He'd never heard anyone talk like that. "I believe you," he said. Without skipping a beat, the old man started untying the ropes binding the spider. Everyone watching totally panicked. "That's dangerous, old-timer," Xiao Long said, worried. Once untied, the spider nuzzled into the old man who was petting it with so much love, its eyes glowing with happiness. Xiao Long sighed. "I guess for you, this isn't surprising at all." From the start, he'd felt a familiar vibe coming off the old guy, the vibe of a kindred spirit. No doubt about it, he was a total nerd for exotic creatures. The old man revealed its name was Yao Hua. He explained that over 20 years ago, after losing his whole family to a plague and hitting rock bottom, he found this little thing, which was only the size of a fist back then. They'd been inseparable ever since. When he was still in his prime, he used his own yang energy to keep it fed. But as he got weaker and couldn't provide the yang energy anymore, all the drama started. It ended up doing something terrible to the Namgung young lady. He turned around, voice full of regret. "It was all my fault." Xiao Long watched amazed as the old man couldn't stop the tears, admitting he'd been wandering around in despair, lost on what to do. But now, with a decent guy like him taking it in, he could finally have some peace. "I'm begging you," he pleaded. "Please take good care of it." Xiao Long bowed respectfully to the old man, promising to raise it right. With teary eyes, the old man turned to Yao Hua. "I'm too old to look after you anymore. Please go with him and live a long life." Yao Hua and the old man hugged, the creature's eyes tearing up too. The whole scene hit Xiao Long right in the feels, and he couldn't help but tear up too. He was blown away that a demon beast could actually understand human speech and show emotions like that. He wondered how long they'd spent together, realizing the old man truly cherished it like his own flesh and blood. He reached out. "Old-timer, wait. Why don't you come with us to Sichuan? It'd be way better if we all went together instead of splitting up like this." The old man refused, eyes glassy. He was super touched by the offer, but he didn't have the strength left for a trip that long. "Besides," he said, My family's graves are here. I can't leave them. Xiao Long scratched his head, grinning. Then could you share some tips on how to raise Yao Hua? This is my first time dealing with a creature like this. The old man promised to answer whatever questions he could. Xiao Long blushed, feeling awkward. What's got me most curious is the yang energy. How exactly do you provide it? The old man held out his finger, and Yao Hua started sucking on it. Let me show you. He explained it was as simple as sticking a finger in there. Even just sleeping together seemed to be enough to transfer the energy. Suddenly, Yao Hua's form started shifting. Everyone's eyes were glued to it. The old man revealed that when yang energy is transferred, it turns into the form it thinks is the most beautiful in the master's eyes. Yao Hua morphed into a stunning woman, the spitting image of the old man's late wife back when she was young. I just wanted to see this face one more time before I kick the bucket, he said, his voice sounding relieved. Then he looked at Xiao Long. Want to give it a try? Xiao Long leaned in toward Yao Hua, pondered for a sec, and stuck his finger in its mouth. A moment later, it started shifting again, and Xiao Long's eyes popped open in shock. He was on edge, wondering what it would turn into, betting for sure it'd be young Lady Hua Yin. The spider changed, and when the new form emerged, everyone, including the old man and Xiao Long, was left totally speechless. Gu Fei and the head of the Nongong family were staring, eyes wide with pure shock and terror. It had turned into a wooden doll. The old man was completely bewildered. This shape was unmistakable. It was exactly how the flower demon looked right before it first took human form. Panicked, he grilled Xiao Long. Why? Why isn't it taking the form of Hua Yin, Miss Xiao? Breaking out in a cold sweat, Xiao Long felt his head spinning. Look, you get it, right? The reason the flower demon could hold Nongong Shue's form was because, to the villagers, she was the hottest woman around. But now it's looking right at Hua Yin, easily the most legendary beauty in the Central Plains. You literally fed it your own yang energy, so why didn't it shift into her? It makes zero sense. You're completely lost. This is a total disaster. Xiao Long whipped around and took off running, his mind racing. If word of this reached the Tang family, they'd definitely call it a betrayal. Could it be? Is your obsession with poisons actually stronger than your crush on Hua Yin? No way, you're not buying that. There's got to be another reason. Just then, Nongong Duan's room door flew open, and Xiao Long burst in, gasping for air. Hua Yin was there, looking pretty confused by his frantic state. He stammered, I need to ask you for a favor. With a super serious look, he gathered his guts and asked, Can I get a hug? That totally out-of-pocket request left Hua Yin blushing like crazy. Xiao Long rushed to wave his hands and explain, though in the back of his head, he thought, hey, maybe a misunderstanding like this isn't all bad. She stood up, clenching her hands, and nervously admitted, Did you finally figure it out? Ugh, I didn't mean to keep it a secret. I just read about it in a book, but I wasn't 100% sure, so I didn't want to say anything. Xiao Long was completely lost. Hua Yin let out a big sigh and just laid it out. It's about that spider. It's one of the 10 most lethal creatures in the Central Plains, the human-faced spider. Xiao Long froze. He couldn't believe his ears. The flower demon he'd been babying was actually a human-faced spider, one of the top 10 deadliest, most infamous monsters out there. He felt like an idiot. Hua Yin fiddled with her fingers. I swear I never meant to lie to you. I just wanted to be sure because of that promise we made back in the day. It finally clicked. That's why she'd been acting so hesitant. Remembering their promise, she stepped forward and without a second thought, wrapped him in a tight hug. Xiao Long hadn't even processed it when a sleepy voice drifted from the bed. Ahem, do I need to clear out so you two can have some privacy? It was Duan, now awake. Seeing her, Xiao Long panicked, making the girl nervously look the other way. 2 days later, Xiao Long's crew said their goodbyes to the Nongong family. Shui waved them off, giving them a huge thanks and swearing she'd never forget the favor. Thankfully, after absorbing Xiao Long's yang energy a second time, the flower demon finally shifted into Hua Yin's form. He figured they wouldn't have to deal with weird stares anymore. He whispered gently to the flower demon inside the cage. You doing all right? Just hang in there a little longer. I'll let you out as soon as we get where we're going. Gu Fei asked Xiao Long about the game plan. He explained, I was going to head straight for Mount Ganga, but now that we've got the flower demon, I'm not sure if we should swing by the Tang place first. Hearing that, the flower demon in the cage shook its head frantically. Seeing the worry in its eyes, Xiao Long couldn't help but feel touched. He never expected it to be so concerned for him, such a kind, gentle soul. He made a mental note and promised to get them there as fast as possible. Plan locked. They'd head to Mount Ganga to pick up the geckos, then head back to the Tang sect with the flower demon. The boat drifted downstream under a blue sky full of seagulls. 2 men were chatting. One asked, Hey, did you hear the news? Apparently, the Alliance leader personally led the Azure Dragon team on a long-distance mission. The other replied, Word is, the guys they nabbed in that recent raid on the blood cult spilled the locations of all their other strongholds. The one with the ponytail added nervously, I even heard that fight had almost 0 casualties. Rumor has it some high-level pros set up a toxic fog that only affected the blood cult members. Hard to believe. Xiao Long was stunned. They were talking about him. What kind of legend pulled that off? The ponytail guy wondered. His friend replied, The Alliance is keeping their identity secret to avoid retaliation. Whoever they are, that person is a total hero. From here on out, I'm officially a fan. Hearing that, Xiao Long felt a rush, suddenly missing his past life as a YouTuber. Before long, they reached Mount Ganga. Hopping off the boat, the group approached the waterfall area. Xiao Long explained honestly, Look, my parkour skills are trash, so I can't jump across on my own. How about Miss Hua Yin and Captain Gufei go ahead and bring the little ones back? He knew nobody was going to toss him across the gap this time. Gufei scratched his head, not sure if the geckos will follow them without Xiao Long around. Hua Yin agreed. Gufei's right, maybe it's better if you come with us. How about I try to set up a vine line to the other side? While they were still brainstorming, one of the warriors suddenly pointed at the sky, eyes wide, shouting at Xiao Long to look at the flower demon scaling the cliff wall like it was nothing. Get down here, Xiao Long shouted in a panic. Right then, the spider decided to show off. It shot out a strand of silk and pulled off a gorgeous jump, soaring right over Xiao Long's head and landing gracefully in front of them. Everyone was frozen. The flower demon reached out and it suddenly clicked for Xiao Long. He wondered if that was ballooning, and was the flower demon trying to say she could fly because she's a spider? Most people don't know it, but spiders, even without wings, can fly by catching the breeze. They can travel dozens, even hundreds of kilometers that way. It's called ballooning. Sometimes when you're walking and suddenly feel like you've run into a random spiderweb hanging in the air, that's the aftermath of this move. Xiao Long's eyes popped open as he realized the flower demon could balloon too. An idea popped into his head. Not long after, the flower demon grabbed Xiao Long, jumped, and hit that ballooning move. They made it to the other side of the waterfall safely. Xiao Long was stoked that it actually worked, so he couldn't help but hug the flower demon, shouting, "You're incredible! How are you this ridiculously versatile?" Hua Yin walked up, looking pretty uncomfortable. Since the flower demon is wearing my face, this whole situation feels like I'm the one being hugged. It's a bit weird. Hearing that, Xiao Long scrambled to let her go, looking nervous. He told them to hang tight for a sec and headed into the cave alone. Sunlight streamed through a hole in the ceiling, lighting up the pair of geckos waiting right in front of Xiao Long. You flashed a grin that grabbed their attention. The two geckos turned back, looking a bit shocked to see you. They hopped around and Wei Xiao Long rushed over, totally stressing out, asking if they were okay or if they'd gotten hurt anywhere. The pair started affectionately licking his face, which made him crack a smile. He realized they'd gotten way more clingy while he was gone, and he was stoked to see them looking so healthy. He pulled out the cold jade bead, promising to take damn good care of them if they came with him. The gecko stared at the bead, then gave a smile. Wei Xiao Long decided to name them. The female would be Snow and the male would be Ice, cradling them in his arms. He said, "Time to head to your new home." And just like that, Snow and Ice officially became part of the family. It was already dark by the time they hit the Tang Clan estate. The guards were pretty caught off guard seeing Wei Xiao Long, Gufei, Hua Yin, and another Hua Yin. Looking closer, they realized it was a spider, and they couldn't wrap their heads around why the creature looked exactly like Miss Hua Yin. Wei Xiao Long cleared his throat, declaring with total confidence, informed the elders. The proud official son-in-law of the Tang Clan has returned. He paused, then corrected himself, or rather, he'd brought back one of the 10 great venoms. Hearing 10 great venoms, the guards freaked out and scrambled to report it. They fired a signal flare into the sky to let everyone know Wei Xiao Long was back. Moments later, the clan leader, his wife, the Grand Elder, and the other elders all rushed over. The Grand Elder remembered Wei Xiao Long saying he was going to find food for the divine lizard, so he skeptically asked why he'd dragged back a spider. "Wei Xiao Long, where the hell have you been and what have you been up to?" The clan leader grilled him. The eyes of the clan leader and his wife went wide. That spider looked exactly like their daughter. With a cheerful grin, Wei Xiao Long explained, "We just happened to run into it while passing through the Nangong family estate." That answer left the elders totally confused. In their entire lives, they'd never heard of anyone just happening to find one of the 10 great venoms, let alone capturing a human-faced spider, which was notorious for being vicious. The Supreme Elder stepped up, looking proud. Wei Xiao Long always does the insane stuff. That's exactly why he's worthy of being a Tang's son-in-law. The clan leader roared with laughter. "It's official. From today on, Wei Xiao Long is officially our son-in-law." Hua Yin's mother chimed in with a smile. Now the promise between Wei Xiao Long and Hua Yin is finally kept. Wei Xiao Long's jaw dropped in shock, wondering how she knew about that, while Hua Yin just turned bright red from embarrassment. That didn't matter, though. The real point was that he was now part of the family. The Supreme Elder looked at Wei Xiao Long with a calm gaze. "Starting tomorrow, you're going to the river to catch a live goose." He chuckled, adding, "You didn't know you had to prepare the goose for your engagement yourself? You might not be old enough to marry yet, but we can at least hold the engagement ceremony first." Wei Xiao Long's eyes popped open. He was speechless. The clan leader held up a finger. "Once this is done, even if you stop liking Hua Yin later, you're not escaping." Hua Yin's father stepped in nervously, shamefully asking his father to drop the subject. In the middle of the chat, a radiant smile spread across Wei Xiao Long's face, grabbing everyone's attention. He bowed respectfully. Seeing that, the elders couldn't help but smile with pride. Hua Yin gripped her hands, her heart racing. With a confident grin, Wei Xiao Long announced, "As a member of the Sichuan Tang Clan and the official son-in-law of this house, I look forward to your guidance." Back at the Tang Clan, the first thing Wei Xiao Long did was get the kids settled in. Yao Hua picked a massive tree by the village well to live in. As for the lizards, since they acted like dogs, he didn't want to split them up. Instead of tossing them in the venom garden, he let them stay right in his room. Once things calmed down, Wei Xiao Long sat down to talk with them. "You guys like it here?" The geckos nodded happily. "You too, Yao Hua. If you're hungry, just come straight to me. You know the way, right?" he asked. She smiled, pointing a finger at the webs strung up everywhere. Wei Xiao Long looked around, curious. Turns out she'd rigged up a web network everywhere. If any creeps showed up, she'd punish them and send a warning signal. Wei Xiao Long's eyes lit up with joy. You mean if some shady character sneaks in, I just have to touch the web and you'll be there in a flash? She clapped her hands in delight. The geckos looked at him like they were saying they'd protect him too. Wei Xiao Long covered his mouth, unable to hold back a few happy tears. They were so reliable. He was so stoked he wanted to just pull them into a hug. With the new digs ready for the new family members, the engagement ceremony kicked off. The clan elders gathered around. The betrothal gifts were exchanged in a simple ceremony like a vow. Still, there was a tiny misunderstanding during the gift prep. While Wei Xiaolong was waiting in the hall, Huayin showed up, carrying the geckos. Wei Xiaolong was stunned and confused, but her eyes were dead serious, and he realized she wanted these geckos to be the betrothal gift. He couldn't help but wonder, were they just meant to be simple decorations? He was sweating bullets. This was definitely a problem. He had no clue how he was supposed to offer geckos as an engagement gift. He knew she loved them, but he never thought she'd be this blunt. With a serious look, he said, I'm sorry, this is going to get complicated. Why? She asked, totally confused. Wei Xiaolong grabbed her hands, looking deep into her eyes. Betrothal gifts are meant to promise an eternal love. As pretty as those geckos are, the gifts should be something timeless, like jade, to really represent that promise. Huayin turned red, looking like a ripe tomato. Wei Xiaolong gently explained, even wild geese represent a lifelong bond, and every gift carries a deep meaning. He added, once we're engaged, everything I own is basically yours. She turned away, trusting him, deciding to follow his lead completely. Suddenly, she spun back, her gaze sharp and confident. From now on, call me Huayin. Don't call me Miss Huayin anymore. We're engaged, no need to be so formal. That sudden suggestion made Wei Xiaolong's face burn bright red. While the geckos were still playing around like nothing was happening, he just awkwardly nodded. The next day, as the sun came up, the two were summoned to see the clan leader. He asked kindly if they'd rested well. Wei Xiaolong secretly wondered if he'd called them in to drop some advice. With a serious face, the clan leader revealed, I called you here because there's something to discuss regarding Wei Xiaolong's ultimate technique. Wei Xiaolong immediately locked in, his head spinning. Huayin whispered to him that the ultimate technique was actually the process of absorbing toxins to build up the Tang clan's internal energy. Xiaolong finally caught on. The clan head was talking about the 10 poisons body. The grandmaster smirked and said, it's a huge win that you brought back that human-faced spider. Since it's the weakest of the 10 great poisons, it's the perfect one to kick things off with. Xiaolong rushed to ask, so, am I starting the great ultimate technique now? The master shook his head. You said you wanted to use the 10 great poisons for the technique, but I've got a different suggestion. Xiaolong couldn't help but look shocked. The master stayed calm, explaining that after checking the poisons the kid brought back, he remembered a secret the family had buried a long time ago. He gave a knowing smile and asked, you know what the 5 poisons actually mean? Xiaolong froze, wondering if he was talking about the 5 poisons origin technique he'd already been studying. The clan head nodded, holding up his fingers one by one, centipede, lizard, scorpion, snake, and toad. He explained that these 5 are the bedrock of the 5 poisons origin technique. With a dead serious look, he dropped a wild idea for Xiaolong to level up the legendary 5 poisons origin technique. The clan head laced his fingers together and explained that in the Tang sect, they split poisonous critters into 2 buckets, regular venomous beasts and spirit beasts. Regular ones are just everyday toxic critters, but spirit beasts? They've got mystical power, real intelligence, and even internal cores. The gold-haired queen bee, those snowy geckos, the green-spotted centipedes, and even that human-faced spider, they're all spirit beasts. The grandmaster let out a laugh and clarified. The standard 5 poisons origin technique is capped because it only sucks up toxins from basic beasts, but the OG version, the true 5 poisons origin technique, can actually absorb toxins from spirit beasts. He pointed out that with the green centipedes and the gecko pair, he's already got 2 types of spirit beasts ready to go. If he can track down the venom of a spirit-level snake, scorpion, and toad, he'll have everything he needs to master the legendary technique. Xiaolong looked confused and asked, but didn't you say the fat-tailed geckos aren't poisonous? The Grand Elder stroked his beard and explained he'd double-checked them. They pack a venom that drops people into a state of extreme cold. That freezing aura they give off is their poison. So Xiaolong was standing at a crossroads. Path 1, soak up the venom from the centipedes and geckos to max out the 5 poisons origin technique. Path 2, absorb the spider's poison and grind it out to collect all 10 toxic beasts for the dual-core 10 poisons body. So can I use the 10 great poisons to finish the 5 poisons body? Xiaolong asked, curious. The elder shook his head. The geckos didn't make the cut for the 10 great poisons list. He rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. He realized that if he settled for the lower-tier stuff like the centipedes and geckos, he'd never be able to complete the path of the 10 poisons body using the 10 great poisons. It came down to this. Take the easy route, what he called the kitty poison path, to hit the spirit level 5 poisons body, or stay on the grind for the 10 great poisons to reach the absolute peak of the 10 poisons body. Xiaolong felt like he was picking a skill tree in a video game. He remembered all too well from his past life that in RPGs, the skill tree you choose decides if your character becomes a total scrub or a god-tier legend. The elder warned him with a heavy tone, think hard about this. The 5 poisons origin technique is incredible, but the 10 great poisons. If you don't have insane luck, even I'd struggle to find them, let alone tame the things. Xiao Long was totally spiraling, no idea what to do. He was torn between the easy fast track of the 5 poisons and the brutal uphill climb of the 10 poisons, a road that would let him reach heights no one else could touch. A few hours later, Xiao Long was still zoned out. Hua Yin noticed him, her eyes full of confusion. She called out to him, "If you're only doing this because of some promise, you don't have to trap yourself with the 10 poisons body. The 5 poisons origin technique is already top tier. It's a legendary martial art on its own." Her eyes glinted with worry. Don't let the pressure force you into a rushed decision. No matter which path you pick, you're still just Xiao Long. Hearing that, Xiao Long turned around and answered with a sincere look. Even the clan head said the prep work is the same for both paths. The only difference is the final poison. I've decided to take my time and think this through properly. A few days later, Xiao Long was still just lying in bed. Even though 2 days had passed since the great ritual prep started, he still couldn't make up his mind. Just then, Hua Yin swung the door open, looking totally shocked. "What's going on?" Xiao Long asked, curious. With sweat dripping down her face, she spilled the beans. The green-spotted centipedes were about to molt again. Xiao Long vaulted off the bed, his eyes wide as saucers. Not wasting a single second, he rushed to the pavilion where the centipedes were kept. When they saw them, both he and Hua Yin felt a soft touch. Their skins were already hardening like rock. Xiao Long remembered they'd been growing fast lately, but he didn't expect the second molt to hit this soon. "Is their look going to change again?" Hua Yin asked, curious. Xiao Long gave a confident nod. This time, those green spots are going to start showing up on their bodies. His eyes were burning with excitement. Just thinking about them looking like his mom's pets made his heart race. Hua Yin smiled gently, pumped to see the glow-up. "I bet they'll be even cuter than before," Xiao Long said. But then his eyes bugged out. He suddenly realized this wasn't exactly something to celebrate. What if they didn't have time to dry off their bodies by the time the great ritual started? He clutched his head, feeling totally stressed. Normal centipedes take a whole day to dry, and based on the last molt, this was definitely going to take even longer. He'd been stuck between choosing the centipede venom or the spirit flowers for the first dose. But if this mess happened, he wouldn't be able to use the centipede venom at all. Xiao Long racked his brain. He knew that if he tried to force the venom extraction now, things were going to go south fast. But he couldn't just sit on his hands and wait either. He imagined the spirit flower, the geckos, and the centipedes in a fighting ring with the spirit flower throwing hands. That was the moment he realized why he'd been torturing himself for the past few days. 2 days later, the great ritual finally went down in the great ritual hall, buried deep within the Tang sect's myriad poison palace. He considered calling it off because of the centipedes, but the prep for the ritual was so complex and meticulous that canceling was totally off the table. The process was insanely high effort. Hundreds of vats were used to boil different herbs and extract their essence. After that, those essences were cooled down and funneled into one massive giant vat. Next, a precise mix of various poisons and the blood of venomous beasts was added. Handling hundreds of ingredients, each with its own vibe, and keeping them all perfectly balanced was a nightmare of a job. Just one tiny delay and the whole brew would be trash. So, sitting around and waiting was never an option. You made up your mind, didn't ya? You're actually going to take on the venom of the demon flower, one of the 10 deadliest poisons out there. Xiao Long squinted into the vat, seeing the liquid was thick, dark, and straight-up nasty. The head elder stepped up and gave him the word. "We're starting the ritual right now. Strip down and get in there." Xiao Long snapped out of his trance and gave a quick nod. He ditched his clothes, climbed into the medicinal vat, and slowly sank in. His eyes went wide. This feeling, it was weirdly familiar, just like that herbal bath from way back when. The great patriarch grinned. "We're adding a drop of demon flower venom now to spark a reaction, then we'll toss in the other herbs so your body starts soaking up the toxins." He let out a booming laugh, casually dropping that this whole process was usually pain beyond imagination. "Luckily for you," he added, "the demon flower venom has a numbing effect, so it won't be that painful." Hearing that, Xiao Long couldn't help but freak out a little, sweat starting to bead up on his forehead. The clan leaders headed off to grab the rest of the supplies, leaving Xiao Long all by his lonesome. A bit later, Hua Yin walked in, carrying a few geckos and the centipedes. She flashed him a sweet smile. The little guys are awake. They had just finished molting. They had new spots and their bodies were practically glowing. The centipedes started messing around. Xiao Long thought Suo, Mira, and Gray looked even cuter than before. They were super curious, crawling all over the side of the vat he was soaking in. Their change wasn't too crazy. They looked like soft little stuffed animals now. Oddly enough, they were somehow even more adorable. The centipedes turned their focus to the liquid in the vat. Xiao Long chuckled, thinking they must find it weird to see their dad just sitting in that stuff. Knowing it was dangerous, he told them to go hang out with Hua Yin. She smiled and called them over, but Suo wasn't having it. It kept its eyes glued to the medicinal broth. When it tried to crawl down, its feelers accidentally dipped into the water. It started writhing in agony immediately. Xiao Long's eyes went wide with panic. "Hua Yin!" Suo's feelers touched the mix. "Get it rinsed off, now!" Hua Yin's eyes went huge with shock and worry. Without missing a beat, she scooped Suo up. While it was thrashing around, its mouth opened, and a drop of drool fell right into the vat. Xiao Long watched, horrified, as the liquid reacted violently and started changing colors. "The venom's leaking into the vat!" Hua Yin realized, looking terrified. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, and a second later he let out a blood-curdling scream. Xiao Long, stay calm! Hua Yin yelled out, panicked. The liquid was burning his skin like acid, turning his face bright red. He'd never felt pain like this. It felt like his skin was being peeled off while his whole body was being scorched. He remembered the warning not to move, even though every fiber of his being wanted to jump out. Using every ounce of willpower he had, he tried to hold it together. Foam started bubbling out of his mouth. This pain was way past his limit. Seeing that horrific sight, the demon flower and the geckos were left completely stunned. Hua Yin covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Just then, the Supreme Elder and the clan patriarch rushed back. They saw what was happening and bolted toward him in a panic. Hua Yin sobbed as she explained, "The centipede! It accidentally dropped some venom in! Help! Help me!" Xiao Long wheezed, collapsing. The Supreme Elder grabbed him, supporting his head with one hand, trying to calm him down. "Stay with me, kid?" "Xiao Long, take it slow. Don't you dare pass out on us," the patriarch shouted. But Xiao Long couldn't take it anymore. His hands went limp, and his strength just drained away. The look of terror on the patriarch's face said it all. Everyone was panicking, wondering if Xiao Long was actually going to make it. Slowly, his eyes drifted shut, and Xiao Long felt like he was sinking deep into the abyss. Eventually, he opened his eyes to see Suo sleeping right next to him. A weird pulse of energy was flowing from the creature into his body. A few hours later, "Gramps, Xiao Long's awake!" When Xiao Long fully opened his eyes, Hua Yin couldn't hold back the tears. She was so relieved he was okay. Xiao Long touched his head, realizing he was still in the same spot. "You okay, man?" Hua Yin asked, sounding worried. The Great Elder explained, "Luckily, I was able to guide your inner energy straight through your Baihui point in time, so you cleared the danger zone. The ritual ended safely, too. Even though it wasn't the demon flower venom, you finally managed to absorb a substitute." Xiao Long rubbed his forehead and sighed. He finally realized Suo did all that because it wanted its dad to learn the 5-poison body. He worriedly asked if Suo was okay. "Its feelers touched that poison, you know." Hua Yin and the Elder looked a bit surprised. She explained, "I washed its feelers off the second it happened. I was so scared back there, I didn't know if you were going to live or die." Xiao Long stared at her, feeling a ton of guilt. She pouted and looked away. Xiao Long panicked. He knew he messed up. Right after the engagement, the first person he should have been looking for was his fiancée, but his instincts had dragged him to the centipedes instead. His head started throbbing again. Seeing that, Hua Yin asked with concern, "Is the pain coming back?" But right then, the only thing that mattered to Xiao Long was knowing for sure that Suo was safe. The Elder and Hua Yin were speechless. They couldn't believe he was more worried about a centipede than his own life. Seeing he wasn't fully back to normal, the Elder decided to call for the physicians. 2 days later, the great cultivation ritual finally wrapped up. Once the vat was bone dry, Xiao Long went to see the Supreme Elder. The old man asked, "Han, you really good? Or should we take a closer look just to be sure?" Xiao Long assured him he was totally fine, looking completely at peace. The Supreme Elder said, "Either way, like it or not, you've started down the path of the 5 poisons origin God technique. I'm going to hand over the corresponding martial arts manual." Xiao Long listened in silence, his eyes wide with amazement. The Supreme Elder revealed there were 5 types of techniques: centipede venom claw, poison sand life-taking hand, scorpion tail chain kick, centipede slithering body art, and toad explosive palm. He stroked his beard and explained, "Each technique covers a different style, from claws and strikes to kicks, movement, and palms. These arts let the practitioner reach a state where the human is the poison and the poison is the human, a true fusion of the body and the toxin." Xiao Long's eyes lit up with pure excitement. The Supreme Elder could tell he was digging it. Xiao Long nodded, admitting that while he was surprised, they weren't just standard poison arts or assassination moves like he'd originally thought. The Supreme Elder coughed, praising him for being sharp. "The truth is, this martial art didn't actually come from the Tang sect." He closed his eyes and dropped a massive bombshell. The 5 poisons origin God technique and these 5 arts were originally the martial arts of the 5 poisons sect, a sect that was wiped out a long time ago. 200 years ago, the Tang family's second young master, a genius back then, fell in love with the daughter of the southern barbarian Beast Palace's leader. Despite everyone going crazy against it, they ran off together, founded the 5 poisons sect, and cooked up a new style by mashing together the Tang sect's poison techniques with the Beast Palace's animal-style fighting. But their selfish little game didn't stop them from getting hunted down. About 100 years ago, the 5 poisons sect finally got wiped out by the combined forces of the Beast Palace and the Tang clan. After that, they both agreed to seal away their secret techniques, and what the Tang family took back was the 5 poisons returning origin divine art and the 5 poisons technique. Since the essence of both clans' martial arts was all tangled up, it caused a lot of drama, but in the end it was passed down to the Tang family. Word is, the old sect leader of the 5 poisons stood his ground all by himself against the combined assault of the Beast Palace and the Tang clan. No doubt about it, this is some legendary martial art, and the Grand Elder thinks it's perfect for someone with a knack for poison like Wei Xiao Long. The clan leader was stoked, convinced that with this dedication, the kid would definitely hit some major milestones. And just like that, Wei Xiao Long took his first steps on the path of mastering the 5 poisons returning origin divine art. Stepping out of the poison hall, he stretched out and took in a deep breath of fresh air. How long had it been since he'd seen the sun? Only now did he feel like he was actually alive again. Just then, one of his little centipedes darted toward him. His eyes went wide. It was Suo. The little guy couldn't hold back tears of joy seeing his dad was safe and sound. Wei Xiao Long realized it had been waiting for him this whole time. Don't be sad, it's not your fault, buddy. Look, see, I'm totally fine. Suo hyped up, jumped right into his arms, burrowed into his shirt, and started messing around. Wei Xiao Long thought its freshly shed skin felt a bit prickly. Wish it would crawl on his clothes instead of his skin. Suo seemed to get the hint immediately. It climbed out of his shirt and started running along his arm. Wei Xiao Long was stunned, wondering if Suo just read his mind. No way, he told himself, just a coincidence. He figured stuff like that just happens when you've had a pet for a while. He felt like a total goof for even thinking that Suo, just a simple venomous creature, could pull off something so wild. But then Suo's eyes lit up with pure fury. It was actually mad at him. Wei Xiao Long panicked, having no clue what was going on. He didn't say a word, just thought about asking it to hop onto his head. Suo obeyed instantly. Then Wei Xiao Long hid behind a tree and ordered it to find him. It pulled it off without breaking a sweat. It happened not once, but 3 times in a row, and Wei Xiao Long was legit freaked out. Suo let out a sigh, acting all confident, like their hearts were linked by some weird energy. Meanwhile, Tang Huayin was getting a bit worried about Suo. She'd been looking for it because it was nowhere to be found. She walked up to the other 2 centipedes, asking if they knew where Suo had gone. Ever since it shed its skin, it had been wandering off so much it was impossible to keep track. She groaned in frustration. Just then, Wei Xiao Long came jogging over, huffing and puffing with Suo on his back, his eyes full of shock. He leaned on his knees to catch his breath. "Are you okay?" Tang Huayin asked, then immediately turned to scold Suo. "I told you not to wander off. You're supposed to tell Mom before you go anywhere, not just." Wei Xiao Long cut in, pointing at Suo. It understands human speech." Tang Huayin answered calmly. "Suo has always understood people, that's nothing new." Wei Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, frantically explaining, "No, it's not like that. It understands me even when I'm just thinking in my head." That actually caught Tang Huayin off guard. With Suo on his back, Wei Xiao Long decided to go see the Grand Clan leader to get to the bottom of this. Tang Huayin offered to tag along. A few minutes later, Wei Xiao Long put Suo on the table and explained that it could read his thoughts. Considering no other venomous creatures could do this, the clan leader figured it must be a side effect of the Grand technique. But the Grand Elder stroked his beard and said solemnly, "That's not it. In the history of the Tang Clan, plenty of people have absorbed the venom of spirit creatures. If these supernatural abilities were a thing, there would be records of it, but I've never seen or heard of such a thing." "Then what could be the reason?" Tang Huayin asked. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before concluding, "This has to be because of the 5 poisons returning origin divine art." The clan leader cut in. The technique was made to absorb poison, and Wei Xiao Long is the only one who has absorbed a spirit creature's venom using this specific art. The Grand Elder smiled. "I suspect this secret might be tied to the non-man beast palace, where they treat fierce beasts like their own limbs. It's very possible their secret was embedded into the 5 poisons returning origin divine art." But the clan leader stroked his beard and said there was no way to find out why. "Why not?" Wei Xiao Long asked, confused. The Grand Elder explained that they would never spill their most guarded secrets. If they found out someone mastered a martial art affected by their secret technique, no telling how they'd react. "Is there any way to avoid this?" Tang Huayin asked, worried. The Grand Clan leader closed his eyes, thought for a second, and replied, "Won't be easy unless we happen to owe them a huge favor." A moment later, Wei Xiao Long stepped out of the sect leader's palace, feeling pretty let down. He had been daydreaming about forming a crew with his pets, like the musicians from the town of Bremen in the fairy tales. While he was spacing out, team leader Ko-Fi walked up with a grin, happy to see him looking better. "Glad I caught you. We've got a bit of an issue at the poison garden. Want to come help me out?" Wei Xiao Long was surprised to hear there was trouble. Wei Xiao Long thought it over and decided he should handle the garden problem first before worrying about the non-man beast palace. He realized he'd completely forgotten about the garden while stressing over the engagement ceremony since he got back. "I want to come too," Ko-Fi said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh, and there's someone I want you to meet." Wei Xiao Long's eyes popped open with curiosity. Standing behind Ko-Fi was Peng Ying. The little girl ran over and hugged him tight. Wei Xiao Long took her hand, deciding to just bring her to the poison garden since she wouldn't let go. He turned to ask why Peng Ying was here. Ko-Fi smiled and explained, "She's here for treatment and will be staying at the Tang sect for a while at the request of the Bong clan leader." Peng Ying looked up, her eyes sparkling, and asked, "Big brother, you've been back for days. Why haven't you come to see me?" "I've been waiting for you." Wei Xiao Long was a bit surprised, noticing she had lost a front tooth. He gave a sheepish laugh and patted her head. "Sorry, I thought you had already gone home. Were you bored all by yourself?" She pulled out a small bag and said clearly, "Not bored at all. I've been playing with Clicky." Wei Xiao Long curiously opened the bag and Ko-Fi leaned in to get a look. Inside was a click beetle, known for making a clicking sound when it flips over. It's a pest that messes with potatoes, but for kids, it's just a cool toy. "Is that a firewood beetle?" Ko-Fi asked, confused. "Nope, it's a Clicky," Peng Ying insisted. Xiao Long couldn't help but crack a smile, drifting back to his own childhood. He used to call these little critters click beetles too. This was the very first bug he ever raised in his past life, the gateway creature that hooked him into the world of exotic beasties. He knelt down in front of the little girl, noting that Ying Ying seemed really into bugs. She nodded like a bobblehead. Yeah, and I like queen bees too. Xiaolong's eyes lit up. This kid was basically a mini-me. An idea popped into his head. What if he trained her in the ways of venomous creatures? He scooped Ying Ying up and asked with a grin, "Hey, want your big brother to teach you all about bugs? They're super unique and a total blast." Ying Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the two of them started chatting away like old friends. Gufei just stood there with a pained smile, wondering how on earth he was supposed to report this back to the head of the Peng family. They reached the exotic garden, and Ying Ying's focus instantly locked onto a turtle. Xiaolong pulled open one of the drawers, revealing a striped snake inside. He turned to Gufei and asked, "How's the breeding for those rodents coming along? We won't be short on them after a couple more litters, right?" "Estimated to hit over 1,000 in about 2 months, Xiaolong nodded. That sorted out the food situation for the striped tiger snakes. So what's the bottleneck now? Meanwhile, Ying Ying had fished the little turtle out of its cage to play with it. Gufei scratched his head, explaining, "The cricket population we're raising for feed isn't growing at all, so some of the other creatures are starting to go hungry." Xiaolong rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He wondered if they were going to start cannibalizing each other, just like that mess with the baby rodents. You could never have enough crickets. After weighing his options, he came to a conclusion. They needed to find an alternative food source. Just then, Ying Ying burst into loud sobs, catching both Xiaolong and Gufei off guard. He rushed to comfort her. "What's wrong? You okay?" Between her tears, Ying Ying whined about a weird smell. She held out her hand, and a nasty, funky odor wafted up from it. "Big brother, can you check my silk pouch?" Xiaolong asked, surprised. He used a pair of chopsticks to open the pouch, and his eyes went wide. Just as he suspected. The kid had made the exact same mistake he used to make when he was little. He sighed and told her to look closely. These weren't click beetles, they were something else. Ying Ying stopped crying, and Xiaolong used the chopsticks to pick out a different beetle. Gufei recognized it immediately as a grain weevil, or more accurately, a mealworm beetle. Once fully grown, they let off an incredibly foul smell if you touch them because of the stuff secreted from their scent glands. They look so much like click beetles that people mix them up all the time. Click beetles make that sound with their bellies, but these mealworm beetles don't. Xiaolong explained, "Don't get them mixed up next time, all right?" Ying Ying clenched her fists and nodded, looking determined. "Still, you did a great job," Xiaolong smiled with pride. But wait, was he actually saying he needed these things? These stinking gross insects? Gufei looked confused. Xiaolong held up the silk pouch, his eyes burning with resolve. He revealed that from now on they were going to start farming the mealworm beetles Ying Ying had caught in the venom garden. They might not look like much, but they were actually the most common food source for insects and lizards. Xiaolong smiled, thinking the timing couldn't be better. If they replaced crickets with mealworms, rice, the food supply is finally looking solid. Thanks to Peng Ying Ying, that mess is basically sorted. Still, he's got to hit up the cricket farm to get to the root of the real problem. Kofi nods, stoked. At the cricket farm, Wei Xiao Long rests his chin on his hand, scoping the place out. The setup and the breeding conditions seem totally fine. But when he cracks open one of the jars, his jaw drops. Crickets missing legs, that's a straight-up sign they've been snacking on each other. That's exactly why the population isn't growing. Kofi is freaking out, swearing up and down he's been feeding them plenty. Wei Xiao Long shoots him a reassuring grin, dropping the news that he ran into the same headache back on Hainan Island. Sometimes this stuff happens regardless of how much food you toss in. He starts deep in thought. It's wild, man. He's a total pro when it comes to poisons, but he's clueless about mass breeding regular, non-toxic bugs. This is a real head-scratcher. Just then, a guy from Kofi's squad named Hong Qian awkwardly steps forward. He scratches his head looking shy and says if they need a cricket expert, he happens to know just the person. Kofi explains that besides him, Hong Qian is the only volunteer on the poison squad. Wei Xiao Long is kind of surprised the guy volunteered, but he feels like he can trust him more now. Hong Qian spills that he hits up the cricket fighting scene now and then to kill time and make some beer money. He explains it's basically a gambling ring where people bet on these bugs tearing each other apart. Since the big shredded crickets go for top dollar, they get pampered like kings right inside the gambling den. They've even got a lady there who specializes in cricket care. Huang Qian paints the picture. She's got long hair, she's wrapped in bandages, and she looks pretty weird. But word is there's nothing about crickets that she doesn't know. Night hits, and the streets of Duangjia are lit up by red lanterns. People are pouring out to party, the women are looking fancy, and the dudes are all hanging out knocking back drinks. Before long, Wei Xiao Long's crew, Him Kofi, Tang Huayin, and Huang Qian, head out to the city's gambling hall. Wei Xiao Long figured they'd use their martial arts to zip over there since it was a hike. But nah, they told him to dress sharp and take a carriage. He was just zoning out when the driver barked that they'd arrived, snapping him back to reality. Kofi steps up and shouts, "Miss Tang Huayin, direct descendant of the Duan clan, and her fiancé Wei Xiao Long are here. Show us the way." Hearing Duan clan, especially direct descendant, the gambling boss goes pale. His eyes pop out of his head, and he and his goons scramble to bow down, acting all respectful. He introduces himself as the boss of the Golden Phoenix Casino, babbling on about what a massive honor it is to have them there. He rushes them inside through the velvet curtains, and this loud, chaotic betting world explodes in front of them. Wei Xiaolong's eyes lock onto a group of fighters crowded around a table, going nuts. A match is about to go down. Some guy bets all his winnings from the last round. The two crickets lock eyes and then launch at each other. As they scrap, the crowd goes wild, cheering non-stop. Wei Xiao Long is pretty shook. He didn't expect a cricket fight to be this intense. Right then, one cricket chomps hard on the other's belly, and the loser bolts in terror. The champ puffs its chest out, and its owner is grinning from ear to ear. The warriors' fight is over. Immediately, a few guys start bragging, flashing their heavy bags of cash. The boss lets it slip that the winning crickets get auctioned off instantly, sometimes pulling in 30 taels of silver. Wei Xiao Long is floored. The number makes his eyes light up, and a sly grin creeps onto his face. He decides that, maybe he'll just pivot to selling crickets later. A few minutes later, they head down some dark stairs, and the boss unlocks the basement door. He can't believe they're actually here to meet a low-level cricket tender. Even though people ask to see her sometimes, he says, totally unimpressed. She's nothing special. Her only job is just feeding the bugs and cleaning up. The boss points at a woman with her back turned, saying she's the one. He adds with a sneer, she's useless, that's why I stuck her with this job. Always moping around, looking all gloomy. Since she doesn't turn around, he starts yelling, "Get up, we've got important guests here. You don't even know how to greet them." Looking totally terrified, the girl stands up and mumbles an apology. Wei Xiao Long watches her closely and is shocked. Her eyes are burning with pure rage as she stares right back at them. He steps up quietly and says, "We're from the Sichuan Tang Clan. We've got one question about cricket care. Mind if we pick your brain for a second?" She nods. Wei Xiao Long holds up a finger and explains, "I'm keeping some crickets in the same spot, but they keep eating each other. You know why?" She thinks for a second and says, "It's because they're hungry for meat. You're probably only feeding them grass. Crickets are omnivores. They need meat to stop them from eating their own kind." Wei Xiao Long is stunned. He never even thought of that. They were cannibalizing just because they lacked protein. A weird vibe seems to radiate off the woman. He thinks to himself, this girl is a total pro. He's got a recruiter like yesterday. He smiles and looks at Tang Huayin, who gets the hint immediately. She pulls out a bag of coin, holds it out and asks, "Boss, can I buy this woman from you?" The boss is confused. He doesn't get why they'd want her, but with a cocky laugh, he slaps her on the back and says they can take her right now. Suddenly, the woman lunges and swats Tang Huayin's hand away. The bag of gold flies into the air, leaving everyone speechless. The boss grabs her hair, fuming. "Do you even know who these people are?" He starts roughing her up, trying to force her to go, but she just screams that she doesn't want to. "Stop!" Wei Xiao Long shouts, panicked. Tang Huayin sincerely promises her they'll treat her well and would even bring her whole family to the Duang estate if she wanted, but she still says no. The boss gets even more pissed. Kofi just stands there watching in silence. Wei Xiao Long tells the boss to chill and asks if the girl owes him money. "Not really," the boss says. "About 5 years ago, she just showed up asking to work for free. She's no good with customers, so I just give her chores. Consider it a free meal for her." Wei Xiao Long sighs, not getting why she wouldn't want to leave with them. Kofi rubs his chin, deep in thought, and says, "This girl reminds me of myself before the Duang clan took me in." He turns to the boss and offers, "How about you let us take her for just one day? We'll feed her and try to talk her into it." The boss laughs loudly, telling them to do whatever they want. Kofi kindly asks the girl if she wants to step outside and get some fresh air with them. She looked down at the ground and gave a small nod. "All right, I'll be back to pick you up tomorrow, Gufei Shu." Xiao Long let out a sigh of relief, and Huayan smiled. A short while later, they brought the woman to the Tang family's guest house in the capital and invited her to eat. Xiao Long was surprised to learn the Tangs owned a building right there. Gufei explained, "This place is like a branch office for the Sichuan Tang Clan. 2 inns, 8 pharmacies, and 5 restaurants in this alley all belong to the family. I'll show you our trade guilds and security bureaus later." Xiao Long's jaw dropped. The whole alley belonged to the Tangs? His grandfather and father-in-law were always just training martial arts, so he'd always wondered how the family kept the lights on. He definitely hadn't expected this. "Miss," Gufei asked curiously, "can you tell us now why you don't want to leave? If you're in some kind of trouble, we can help." The woman hadn't said a single word yet. Xiao Long whispered to Huayin, "She hasn't even touched her food or tea." Huayin nodded. Gufei could sense that she was carrying some deep-seated grudge. "Don't worry," he said. "Just tell us. Remember, you're on the turf of the Sichuan Tang Clan." The woman placed her hands on the table, slowly stood up, and bowed to Xiao Long, leaving him stunned. "My name is Song Ruo from Song Family Village, not far from here." Huayin was shocked that she finally spoke up. Xiao Long asked calmly, "Is there a reason you don't want to leave the gambling den?" The woman stood straight and brushed the hair covering her face to the side. In that moment, everyone was frozen in shock. She had a beautiful face, but half of it was ruined by horrific burn scars. Who could be heartless enough to burn a woman's face like that? Gufei thought to himself. She decided to speak the truth, her voice filled with bitterness. "I have to get my revenge, no matter what it takes." She gritted her teeth, tears of sorrow and rage streaming down. "I'm not leaving this place until this debt of hatred is settled." Song Ruo began to recount her past. The story started on a peaceful day in Song Family Village, where she and her younger sister Song Nian lived in a small town. Having lost their parents young, Song Ruo had raised her sister all on her own. Both were well known in the village for their beauty and skin as white as jade. People called them the Jade Sisters. That day, Song Nian asked sadly, "Big sister, can you take the day off today?" Song Ruo smiled and explained, "The next village isn't far. I'll help out with the festival and be right back. Just wait for me. I don't want to be alone. I want to go with you. Song Nian cried out. It was her birthday that day. Patting her sister's head, Song Ruo apologized guiltily. She couldn't let her sister suffer any longer. That was the promise she made to their parents. She pointed to a jar with a few crickets. Stay home and play with them. Wait for me to get back. Song Nian pouted, her eyes still teary. Cricket fighting is only fun with two people, after all. Song Ruo sighed, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a sachet. It was the birthday gift she'd been hiding. This is what you wanted last time, right? The sachet was a small bag filled with fragrant herbs. Song Nian gasped, recognizing it instantly. She knew it must have been expensive. I got a bonus for helping out last time, Song Ruo explained. I'm giving this to you now, so please be patient and wait for me. Song Nian took the sachet, thanked her sister, and promised to cherish it. Seeing her sister happy again, Song Ruo decided to leave. I'll be back early, just wait for me. Song Nian waved happily. Watching her sister, Song Ruo felt her own heart fill with joy. However, there were more guests than expected, so things ran late. As night fell, the workers lit the lanterns and told Song Ruo to be careful. She rushed to get going. Song Nian must be hungry by now. Thinking about celebrating her sister's birthday with good food, she hurried off without grabbing a lantern. In the dead of night on the empty village path, Song Ruo accidentally bumped into a man. Sorry, she said. Watch where you're going, the man grunted. Her eyes went wide in shock. The man turned and bolted, leaving a trail of scent behind him. It was the exact smell of the sachet she had just given her sister. She felt an uneasy chill. Outsiders rarely came to the village, but she brushed it off and kept heading home. A few minutes later, she arrived. I'm home, she called out, but only a terrifying silence answered. She must be exhausted and fell asleep, she thought. She lit a small candle and opened the door. The scene before her left her speechless. The house was trashed. Her sister was lying on the floor, her clothes torn, and the candle had fallen. With tear-filled eyes, Song Ruo rushed to her sister, her heart overflowing with fear and pain. What the hell happened here? The candle quickly caught fire, setting the house ablaze. Villagers noticed and screamed, "Fire! Song Ruo's house is on fire!" Not long after, a figure emerged from the sea of flames. It was Song Ruo, carrying her sister in her arms. She was gasping for air, and before she could even say what happened, she collapsed and lost consciousness. Everyone panicked, shouting for a doctor. In her delirium, the only thing Song Ruo could see was her home, her memories sinking into the fire. Xiao Long finally understood why Song Ruo had those scars. She choked back tears as she continued. When she woke up, over 2 weeks had passed. An old couple had been taking care of her, her body wrapped in bandages, the burns still searing deep. The old man cried, explaining that he'd asked the security bureau to hunt down that bastard, but it was useless. The woman felt guilty, admitting she didn't know how to face Song Nian's spirit. All Song Ruo could do was cry in silence. Like everything fading into the late autumn chill, her own heart was dying. Her only communication with the world was the small whimpering sounds she made whenever they changed her bandages. Time passed, winter went, spring arrived, and the crickets began to chirp again. The image of her sister in the burning house haunted her. Her sister's final plea echoed in her ears. "Big sister, catch that bastard and avenge me." In the middle of the night, Song Ruo would jolt awake, her eyes wide with terror. She would go out to the garden and sit down, the crickets chirping loudly. Hearing it sounded like Song Nian's voice, bringing her mind back to reality. Song Ruo clenched her fists, her eyes burning with a fire of vengeance. She had to find and kill that piece of trash. All that was left in her now was the hatred that had seeped into her very bones. The next day, she told the old man about her plan, which terrified him. He begged to know where she was going when her wounds hadn't even fully healed. Song Ruo was resolute. "Every night, I hear Song Nian screaming in pain. As her sister, I have to take revenge." The old man was even more distressed. How could a frail woman like her seek revenge when she didn't even know what the enemy looked like? His wife tried to talk her out of it, but every night, the sound of the crickets only hardened her resolve. She finally slipped away in the dead of night, leaving only a blessing for the old couple. Song Ruo gripped her small pouch tight, whispering to her sister's spirit, "Song Nian, just hold on a little longer." She headed straight for the city, the very place that bastard went to. She didn't know his face, but just like the jagged red scars on her body, his voice was burned into her mind, a mark that would never fade. She hit up every stranger she saw, and yeah, nobody looked at her with anything but judgment. 2 years later, on a rainy night, she rolled into the Golden Phoenix Casino, right when the crickets were shivering from the cold. She begged the owner to let her duck out of the rain, but all she got was cursed at and kicked out. Right then, some guy walked by, looking all annoyed at the stink coming off her. He snapped, "You're ruining my vibe, get lost." When she heard that voice, Song Ruo went ice cold. She hadn't forgotten she couldn't have. She finally found him. Xiao Long and Hua Yin were dying to know what happened next. Song Ruo told them how she tracked down a beggar and found out that Trash was a regular at the casino. She wanted to shadow him and just end him, but the old man warned her he was a martial artist. She couldn't take him out like that. He told her to just poison his drink or his food. She tried, but it was a bust. The cheap poison she got from some alleyway didn't do jack. So she ended up begging for a job taking care of the crickets in the basement. Every time she heard them chirping, it brought back Song Nian's face, and the pain tore her apart until she was half mad. Song Ruo gritted her teeth, tears streaming down, voice trembling with pure rage. "I'm gonna kill that bastard. I'm not leaving this place until it's done." Xiao Long whispered to Gu Fei and Hua Yin, looking worried. Her situation was clear, but her head was clearly spinning. She was supposed to be tending to the crickets, but the sound of them kept making her black out. She was totally losing it. Huayin saw it differently. To her, it just showed how deep Tongruo's grudge really went. Once she got her revenge, she'd be fine. If we help someone with a grudge that deep, she'll never turn on us and will be a total asset to the Tang sect. Gu Fei agreed with her. He told Xiao Long that before his own parents' killers were dealt with, he used to mutter to himself under the rain just like that. But once the Tang family stepped in and handled it for him, the weight was finally lifted. Gu Fei looked at Tongruo. Now he got why he saw so much of himself in her. Xiao Long watched Gu Fei, who just nodded back with a confident smirk. He tapped his chest and vowed, "We'll help you settle this score. Once we do you promise to join our family?" Tongruo's eyes went wide. "You guys would really help me?" She swore that if they pulled it off, she'd serve them until her last breath. "Don't sweat it, leave it to us." Xiao Long reassured her. Then his eyes sharpened, his voice going cold. "Who exactly is this guy?" Tongruo hesitated, looking nervous, not sure if she should spill it. Finally, she balled her fists and said, "It's the third young master of the Great Fire Sect, Kim Dae-sung." Xiao Long puffed out his chest, declaring, "I'll handle Kim Dae-sung and wreck him completely." Huayin freaked out. "Are you sure it's the third young master of the Great Fire Sect?" Tongruo nodded. Xiao Long asked, looking confused, "Is there a problem?" Gu Fei turned and dropped the bomb. The Great Fire Sect was a major upright sect in Sichuan, second only to the Tang family. With sects like Yimei and Qingcheng in the mix, Xiao Long was shocked. He had no idea they were that powerful. If what Kim Dae-sung did is true, his sect doesn't matter. But we have this old oath with the Great Fire Sect. My great-grandfather owed them a huge debt. So even if they commit a massive crime, we're technically bound to let them off the hook at least once. Xiao Long's eyes popped open in fear that meant Kim Dae-sung could basically do whatever he wanted. Huayin added that in the martial world, oaths were everything, especially family ones. They were sacred and had to be followed. Is there a problem?" Tongruo asked, panicking. Xiao Long forced a smile to calm her down. "Nah, no problem at all." He told her not to worry and to go get some rest. Tongruo's eyes filled with grateful tears. She could finally avenge Nian. A little later, she collapsed from pure exhaustion. Huayin noticed how suddenly she let her guard down and suggested taking her to the Tang Manor to sleep. Gu Fei crossed his arms, knowing this was about to get real messy. Xiao Long nodded, knowing he'd have to talk to his grandfather and father-in-law, hoping they'd get it. The next day, at the Tang Hall, the vibe was intense. The clan leader said flat out that the Great Fire Sect was a respectable name, and their leader was a man of honor. But even a good man could have a rotten kid. The leader sighed, stunned that Xiao Long would want to stir up trouble for some woman despite knowing about their sacred oath. Xiao Long pleaded with his father-in-law, but the leader was unmoved. It was a sob story, sure, but their ancestors' oath was tied to the Tang family's honor. If they started making exceptions, their reputation was toast. The leader finally stood up and dropped the hammer. "I forbid any Tang family bloodline or poisons from being used to help that woman." Xiao Long gasped, trying to argue, but the leader wasn't having it. Just as Xiao Long was about to push it, Huayin grabbed his hand, winked, and told her father, "We hear you, father. We'll follow your orders." Xiao Long looked confused, but Huayin just smirked. She'd found the loophole. Tang bloodline and Tang poisons were off limits. That meant as long as they didn't use the sect's official resources and Xiao Long acted on his own, the family wouldn't be implicated. Plus, she reminded him that Xiao Long didn't even have Tang blood. The leader turned his back and chuckled, asking why they were still standing there. Xiao Long was stunned. Realizing this was the leader's way of giving the green light, Huayin hurried them out. They had work to do. Xiao Long clenched his fists. He had his shot, and it was time to prove his worth as the Tang sect's son-in-law. He imagined catching Kim Dae-sung and thought, "Man, this feels like some initiation into the mob or something." The next morning, Gu Fei brought a scroll to Xiao Long. Even though they got the go-ahead, he said, "We've got to keep the family name out of this at all costs. I'll dig up Kim Dae-sung's location undercover. I'll leave the rest to you." Wei Xiao Long replied, "First step, we got to lock down his spot and his routine." He hit up Song Yuk's room, and when he walked in, he saw Tang Huayin chilling with her over some tea. He greeted them and checked in on her. "You getting some good rest?" Song Yuk was already rocking her Tang sect gear, hair all tied up neatly. She gave him a nod, thanking him for the help. Seeing she was looking way better, Wei Xiao Long couldn't help but feel a little hyped himself. He pulled out a bag. "I brought some burn meds from the Tang sect. I honestly don't know how I'll ever pay you back." Song Yuk thanked him again. Wei Xiao Long sat down and hit her with a real talk. "Can I ask you a few things about those crickets?" Song Yuk nodded. Just as Wei Xiao Long was about to grill her, Gu Fei burst through the door, breathing like he just ran a marathon. "Captain Gu Fei, did you confirm the intel?" Wei Xiao Long asked. "Ran into a guest on the way back," Gu Fei said, looking stressed. Right behind him was a guy with long hair, a long beard, and a hat. The guy's eyes scanned the room and locked onto Tang Huayin. He tipped his hat with a grin. "Miss Tang Huayin, long time no see." Tang Huayin jumped up and bowed respectfully. "It is an honor. I am Tang Huayin of the Sichuan Tang sect. Nice to meet you, Senior Ge Huang." Seeing Wei Xiao Long looking clueless, Tang Huayin whispered, "Show some respect. This is Senior Ge Huang, one of the 3 emperors. He's a legend, just like the Fist Emperor." Wei Xiao Long's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "One of the 3 emperors? Like the head of the whole martial arts alliance?" He quickly scrambled to greet him. "I'm Wei Xiao Long. Nice to meet you, Senior. I heard the Fist Emperor taught you his moves." "The Fist Emperor told me about you, so I came to see what kind of kid you really are." Song Yuk gasped, realizing this was the old beggar who'd helped her back in Chengdu. She rushed to apologize for being disrespectful earlier. Don't sweat it. Gai Huang waved a hand. I'm just a retired old man now. Senior, are you here at the Tang sect because of the Great Fire Sect situation? Tang Huayin asked, curious. Gai Huang laughed. The poison flower, you're sharp as a tack. Tang Huayin panicked, thinking he was there to stop Song Yuk. How could I stop this girl after hearing what she's been through? Gai Huang rested his chin on his hand. Since there's no solid evidence, I can't jump in directly, but I'm here to lend a hand. Helping without jumping in directly. Wei Xiao Long stepped closer. Gai Huang smirked. I'm bringing the info. I'm honestly curious to see how the Fist Emperor's successor handles this. He dropped the bomb that he'd had his guys digging into events from a few years back. Kim Dai-thon is straight-up scum, a total predator who's been assaulting women and killing without a second thought. He's only walked free because of his sect's influence. Gai Huang suspects he's got at least 5 cases on his hands, 2 of them back in Chengdu. Apparently, even the Great Fire Sect sees him as a total headache. The more Wei Xiao Long heard, the more his blood boiled. This was way worse than he thought. Ever since the trouble at the Song family estate, Gai Huang said while stroking his beard, Kim Dai-ton has been moving way more low-key. He doesn't go out except for his casino runs every 3 days, which is exactly why I told Song Yuk to use poison. Wei Xiao Long cleared his throat, thinking the only way to get to him was at the casino. Maybe he should try poisoning him too. You absolutely cannot use Tang sect poisons. Tang Huayin shut that down fast. Wei Xiao Long turned to Song Yuk. Out of all those people, how do you even know which food or drink belongs to that jerk? Song Yuk kept it real, saying he's got these super specific, annoying demands every time he orders, so that info always leaks to the kitchen. Whenever a dish has crab or shrimp in it, he makes sure they're kept out of his portion. That's why she laced it with the fake poison. Gai Huang recalled the guy complaining that his body broke out in hives just from a taste. From his story, Wei Xiaolong realized Kim Dai-ton had a massive life-threatening shellfish allergy. He suddenly remembered tropomyosin, that protein in crab and shrimp. A wicked grin spread across his face. He turned to Gu Fei. Captain, do me a favor. Hit up the pharmacy and get me some powdered gold worms. Gu Fei looked totally lost, having zero clue why he'd need that. Wei Xiaolong just gave a sketchy smile that had everyone looking at him like he was crazy. He held up a finger and declared, I'm gonna take him out in style. He crossed his arms, picturing a fat, juicy gold worm, and decided to call this operation Delicious Death. He knew the root cause of that allergy was the tropomyosin. That protein is in almost every animal, but the version in invertebrates is way different from what humans have, which is what triggers the freakout. The kicker? Goldworms are packed with a crazy high amount of tropomyosin, way more than shrimp or crab. Gu Fei came back with a bag of powder. Wei Xiaolong went straight to work. He prepped the goldworms, boiled them, and tossed them in a sizzling pan. Moments later, a plate of fragrant, stir-fried goldworms was on the table. He flashed a grin and told them to dig in. Song Yuk, Gai Huang, and Tang Huayin stared at the plate like it was a death trap, not believing he actually wanted them to eat it. But Wei Xiaolong insisted it was fire. Trusting him, Gai Huang was the first one to take a bite. Seeing that, Tang Huayin closed her eyes and popped one in. The flavor blew them away immediately. It was delicious. They couldn't wrap their heads around how a bug could taste that good. Seeing their faces, Wei Xiaolong couldn't help but look smug. Of course it's good. It's basically bug candy because it's so rich and fatty. In his past life, this was actually a pretty popular snack. Gai Huang admitted it tasted great, but still wondered how this was going to kill Kim Dai-ton. Wei Xiaolong smiled confidently, bringing up the crab and shrimp allergy again. What's harmless to some people, he explained, is straight up deadly to others. Just like the shellfish, these worms have the same toxin for him. Tang Huayin clicked, oh, it's like how Biwan has that crazy reaction to bee stings. Wei Xiaolong added, if they ground the worm powder into a fine dust and mixed it into other food, it would just boost the flavor, and nobody would ever suspect a hit. Gai Huang stroked his beard, nodding along. He finally got the whole delicious death thing. Wei Xiaolong said the more they use, the better the odds, but the real question was, what food should they hide it in? Song Yuk raised her hand, keeping it cool. How about the injomi rice cakes? We eat those at the casino all the time. She explained that injomi is made from glutinous rice with red bean paste, topped with syrup and a coat of soybean powder. If they mixed the gold worm powder into the soybean powder, it would be impossible to spot. A perfect plan clicked in Wei Xiaolong's head, a chewy, sticky rice cake loaded with gold worm powder and dripping in syrup. This is the perfect dish to trigger a fatal anaphylactic shock. It's tailor-made for a murder. Song Ruo clenched her fists, her eyes burning with pure resolve. Let me whip up that inchomi for him. Only by doing it myself can I finally be free of this grudge. Cai Huang nodded, agreeing that revenge was a dish best served by her own hands. His final meal, a dish of inchomi dusted with insect powder, is a fitting end for a piece of trash like him. Xiaolong decided to get the casino owner to let Song Ruo handle the cooking for the day. Huayin also suggested they join the gambling tables to keep him pinned down there. A smile broke across Xiaolong's face, his eyes glinting with malice. The plan was becoming flawless, a trap Kim Dai-thon would never crawl out of alive. A few days later, Kim Dai-thon strutted into the Kim Fung casino, a fat wad of cash in his hand and his goons flanking him. The owner rushed over to bow and scrape. With a snobbish sneer, Kim Dai-thon brushed off the offer of booze and women at his usual table. Young master, the owner stammered. That table, it's already taken by some VIPs. Kim Dai-ton looked confused, but as he stepped inside, his eyes went wide. Sitting at his regular table were Xiao Long and Lady Hua Yin, busy placing bets. Kim Dai-ton's gaze locked onto Hua Yin's beauty instantly. He recognized her. It was the poison flower of the Sichuan Tang sect. He rushed over, flashing a smarmy, respectful smile, acting surprised to run into her. "Who are you?" Hua Yin asked, her voice ice-cold. Kim Dai-ton felt a flicker of nerves, quickly introducing himself as the third young master of the Great Fire Sect, reminding her he'd visited her a while back. Just then, Xiao Long cut in. "I win." He looked at Hua Yin with total confidence. "My lady, what did you think of my skills?" "Truly breathtaking," Hua Yin replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Kim Dai-ton felt rattled, turning to his guard to ask who the hell Xiao Long was. His guard muttered, "Word is the poison flower has a fiancé, and it's probably him." Kim Dai-ton panicked. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He wondered how such a weak-looking runt landed a girl that hot when he couldn't even manage it. His eyes filled with venom. He flashed back to that woman from the Song family a few years back. She hadn't been half bad. Just thinking about it made him salivate. If she hadn't put up such a fight, he wouldn't have accidentally offed her. Too bad her sister wasn't there. Rumor had it she was even prettier. With that thought, he swaggered over to the table, sat down, and blustered, "It's a real honor to meet the poison flower's fiancé. Care for a round with me?" Xiao Long didn't say no. A sinister grin spread across Kim Dai-thon's face. He figured this was his golden ticket to crush and humiliate the guy right in front of everyone. A short while later, Kim Dai-thon's arrogant mask had completely shattered, replaced by pure shock. Xiao Long kept winning, and Hua Yin didn't stop cheering him on. Kim Dai-thon had no clue what was hitting him. He'd been losing for a straight hour and had burned through half his cash. Xiao Long swept up the money and smiled. "Getting late, we should get going." Seething, Kim Dai-thon ground his teeth, his knuckles turning white. He tried to keep his cool, telling himself it was just a bad streak, and ordered his servant to bring some grub. His eyes drifted to a few men eating nearby. One of them bragged that today's enchomi was especially fire. Curious, he asked the servant, who smiled and offered to get him some. The food was brought out, and Kim Dai-thon shoveled a piece into his mouth. It was legit delicious. The more he chewed, the crispier and tastier it got. But before long, his face started twitching in agony. He tumbled off his chair, clutching his throat. A familiar sensation rushed over him. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Long and the others rushed over. The guard freaked out, shouting that the young master had collapsed after eating the enchomi. Xiao Long shoved the guard aside, acting like he was going to help. Foaming at the mouth, eyes watering, Kim Dai-thon grabbed Xiao Long's shirt, begging for his life, but his eyes bulged in terror as a wave of malicious energy radiated from Xiao Long's body. He stared down at Kim Dai-thon and asked, "Do you like the enchomi?" With a cold face, he added, "For the crimes you committed at the Song family village, I hope you suffer for eternity, even in the next life." "How? How do you know?" Kim Dai-ton frantically grabbed Xiao Long's collar. Xiao Long batted his hand away. "You seem to be in a world of hurt. If the patient keeps thrashing around like that," he said, "I won't be able to channel my energy to hold him steady." Everyone rushed to hold Kim Dai-thon down. He slowly suffocated, the lingering taste of the meal the very last thing he'd ever know. The next day, Xiao Long and Hua Yin met the elderly couple who had been looking after Song Ruo. The old man bowed, begging them to take good care of the girl. Xiao Long reassured them that she was part of the Tang family now, so they didn't need to worry. As the wind picked up, Song Ruo walked silently toward a grave. Before heading back to the Tang house, they'd stopped by her old village. Luckily, the Kim Dai-ton mess had been swept under the rug. Usually there'd be an investigation into potential poisoning, but since he was a disgrace his own clan wanted to dump, they seemed to have gone the extra mile to keep it all under wraps. Tears welling up, Song Ruo placed her hand on her sister's grave. She couldn't hold back the sobs, wondering if she'd taken way too long to get back. Tortured by guilt, she wept for not coming home earlier that day. As she repeated her late apologies, Xiao Long was shocked to notice that even the crickets seemed to be crying right along with her. Hua Yin felt the sadness too. She remembered Song Ruo saying that the sound of the crickets reminded her of her sister's voice. Xiao Long wondered, under the sunset and this mournful cricket song, what could her sister possibly be saying to her? But the only thing Song Ruo could do now was drown in her regrets. As the sun dipped below the alleys of the Sichuan capital, not far away, a man in a hat was grabbing a bite. It was Kai Huang, enjoying the food Xiao Long had prepped. He couldn't help but smile. Even if it looked a bit rough, it was seriously rich and tasty. Xiao Long's wild revenge plan proved he was one of a kind. Suddenly, he realized two people were watching him from the shadows. His face hardened. "Come on out," he called out. "Only thieves skulk around like that." Realizing they'd been busted, the two looked flustered as they stepped out and dropped down behind Kai Huang. "Still got sharp senses, I see," the man admitted. "What are you doing in this neck of the woods?" The man was one of the 5 emperors, the master thief Zhang Zhihao, and the girl was his student, Zhao Wanlian. "A thief?" Zhang Zhihao crossed his arms, looking offended. "After all this time? Is that how you greet me? If you aren't a thief, what do you call yourself?" Cai Huang looked confused. "Master thief sounds way better," Zhang Zhihao said with a sheepish grin. "Plus, my apprentice is right here, so could you show a little respect?" Uyan Lian gave the emperor a formal greeting, which just gave him an even bigger headache. Dealing with this punk was already exhausting enough. Now he's got an apprentice in tow, which just spells more trouble. "What brings you all the way to Sichuan?" Cai Huang asked, curious. "I've got something to ask you." Huang Qihao explained, looking worried. I'm hunting for whoever knows the most about silkworms in the entire Central Plains. He pointed to his wrist. My sacred treasure, the heaven silkworm, recently snapped. I used to believe it would last forever, but I guess everything has a lifespan. Tradition says I have to pass the heaven silkworm down to my apprentice once she finishes her training. But at this rate, I won't have anything left to pass on. Cai Huang rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. He actually knew someone who could help. Huang Qihao was dying to know who it was. Cai Huang smirked, his eyes lighting up with confidence as a picture of Wei Xiao Long popped into his head. In all of the Central Plains, when it comes to bugs, nobody out there can touch him. A few days later, as the sun hit the venom garden, a sharp scream from Wei Xiao Long cut through the silence. One of Ko-Fi's underlings was lashing his back with a whip over and over, shouting, "Try to take a little more!" Not far off, Tang Huayin and the little centipedes were watching quietly. Wei Xiao Long was putting himself through the iron shell technique, a wild martial art based on the poison emperor's venom. This style has a brutal logic. The closer you are to death from being beaten, the tougher your body becomes. The trick is to tighten your muscles and focus your energy to harden your whole body the exact second the blow lands. You got this! Tang Huayin and the centipedes cheered him on. The real work was just starting. The underling gripped his whip tight. Huang Yi watched that whip with eyes wide and excited. It suddenly remembered the feeling of being stroked by Tang Huayin's feathers, and it didn't hesitate for a second. It bolted out of its owner's arms. The moment the whip cracked through the air, Huang Yi jumped out to block it. "Watch out!" Wei Xiao Long, his back already covered in whip marks, panicked. Luckily, he managed to grab the little centipede just in time, taking the full force of the massive strike on his own back. He gently set the centipede down and panted, knowing he'd just dodged a bullet. Tang Huayin ran over, worried sick. She scolded Huang Yi lovingly for being so reckless, then vented. "Can we just have one peaceful day? Does Huang Yi always cause this much trouble?" Wei Xiao Long asked, surprised. Tang Huayin sighed. "This kid is a handful. She never sits still. The second she opens her eyes, it's chaos. Last time, she almost started a riot just chasing a butterfly." Hearing that, Wei Xiao Long couldn't help but jump, terrified the little thing might have been badly hurt. Just then, the eldest centipede, Shu, crawled over to give Huang Yi a piece of her mind. Wei Xiao Long couldn't help but smile at the scene. Anyone who's ever had pets knows that even within the same species, every single one has its own vibe. Huang Yi is clearly the curious, wild one, while Chu is the big sister, always calm, acting like the boss and making sure the others stay in line. Then there's Bon Ni, the quietest of the bunch. She looks cold on the outside, but she's the biggest sweetheart underneath. She just sleeps a ton. He just hopes they grow up strong so they can become great venom masters like their mom. Seeing Tang Huayin gently call the little ones over, Wei Xiao Long gave a warm smile. Right then, Tong Nuok and Kofi showed up. Kofi gave Wei Xiao Long a respectful nod while Tong Nuok held a jar. Seeing they were both up early, Wei Xiao Long praised them for being so hard-working. He couldn't help but notice the Venom Squad uniform looked damn good on Tong Nuok. Tong Nuok gave a shy, awkward smile and thanked him. When he asked about life at the Tang sect, she said everyone treated her well and the work wasn't too rough. She happily popped the lid off the jar, saying it was what he asked for. It was packed with crickets. Ko-Fi honestly admitted it might be a bit much, saying it was all because Tong Nuok was so meticulous. Tong Nuok looked a little embarrassed at that. Wei Xiao Long smiled, thinking that being too good at your job can sometimes be a crime. He declared confidently, "In that case, I'll be bringing in new members for the Venom Garden soon." Ko-Fi asked, surprised, "Are you planning to go catch new venomous beasts, young master?" Wei Xiao Long nodded, explaining the best way to handle the surplus of crickets was to use them as bait. Hearing that, Tang Huayin jumped in. "Wei Xiao Long, we should wait for word from the Martial Arts Alliance before doing that. If we want to head out and capture venomous creatures, we need official permits. With the blood cult situation so tense, getting approval won't be easy. I heard the Alliance leader personally led troops to raid the Great Dong border, but there's been no word since." At that, Wei Xiao Long and Ko-Fi's eyes turned cold. In the middle of the tense vibe, a servant came rushing in. Tang Huayin asked why she was in such a hurry. The servant said the clan leader needed to see them both in the main hall for something important. They rushed over, the atmosphere in the room feeling unusually heavy. Wei Xiao Long thought to himself that the clan leader was usually slammed, so something big must have gone down. The mysterious smirk on the father-in-law's face made him even more curious. The clan leader spoke up, beaming. "Good son-in-law, I've got the news you've been waiting for." He pulled out a scroll, his voice full of energy. "Word from the Martial Arts Alliance is in. The expedition was a massive success." Joy and shock lit up Wei Xiao Long and Tang Huayin's faces at the same time. The clan leader explained that the Alliance leader had raided and leveled the Blood Cult's border base. Half the cultists were wiped out or captured, and the rest scattered. They both realized exactly what that meant. They were so happy they nearly jumped for joy. The head of the house confirmed what they wanted. "We can finally go hunt for venomous creatures. The expedition is approved." Wei Xiao Long excitedly admitted he hadn't even thought of a destination yet. The clan leader folded his hands, his voice stern. "I have a place in mind for you." He locked eyes with Wei Xiao Long. "For the Tang sect Venom Squad's first expedition, there's no place better. A place overflowing with venomous life, where even the entrance is guarded by beasts on the level of a golden phoenix. It's a land known as the paradise of Yunnan's venomous beasts. A few days later, the group had crossed Sichuan, heading toward the far southwest edge of the Central Plains to reach the tropical jungles of Yunnan. Deep in the Ilau Mountains lies a valley known as the Venom Ravine. Out there, the roar of beasts drowns out the voices of men, a land of jagged limestone and countless mysterious creatures. To Wei Xiao Long, this place was heaven on earth. That night, lying in bed next to his sleeping pets, he couldn't stop buzzing with excitement about the secrets this place was hiding. You gently caught a centipede and whispered, "Just hang in there. I'll bring you guys plenty of new friends soon." A few mornings later, the elite exploration team was all set. Managing the poison creatures was handed over to Tong Ruo, who'd just been officially named vice captain. Little Dragon, Gufei, and the rest had their gear packed and ready to go. Just as the group was about to head out, a scene played out that was both hilarious and a total headache. A little centipede was clinging onto Little Dragon's leg, whining. Then not just one, but the whole crew, from the venomous lizards to the flower demon, all swarmed him, refusing to let him leave. "Come on, let me go so I can actually get moving." Little Dragon forced a smile, but they just answered him with stubborn, growling protests. He tried to bargain with them, saying he was only going out to find them new friends, and that the other Poison Squad members would be there to keep feeding them yang energy. At that, the flower demon didn't say a word. In a flash, its vines lashed out, wrapping tight around Little Dragon until he was yelping in pain. Huayin could clearly see this pack of beasts wasn't about to let their master out of their sight for even a second. "This isn't working." Old Man Tai spoke up, watching Little Dragon struggle in that mess of vines. "The others might be fine to travel, but the flower demon, that's a problem. It's got the shape of Lady Huayin, but that massive spider body is going to attract way too much attention. We can't explain that away." The flower demon stared quietly at Old Man Tai, and then, as if it had made up its mind, all eyes, curious and confused, pivoted toward it. The demon's body started shifting. In a heartbeat, its massive spider form vanished into thin air, leaving only the exact likeness of Lady Huayin. It sat down nonchalantly and flashed a smug, self-satisfied grin. Little Dragon and Old Man Tai stood there with their jaws on the floor, baffled by how that hulking body just disappeared. "Where'd my beast's beautiful form go?" Little Dragon panicked, shouting in his head. He stepped forward and swiped his hand through the air, feeling the smooth spider shell hide of the flower demon still right there. "It's a concealment art," Old Man Tai noted, his experience kicking in instantly. Little Dragon was over the moon. With this trick, nobody would ever clock that the flower demon was a spider monster. Huayin sighed, smiling in spite of herself. "Fine, if that's the case, let's all just go together." She walked up to the pack and warned them in a stern voice. "Since you all had the guts to ignore the master of the house and cause a scene, you're listening to every word I say for the whole trip, you hear me?" Little Dragon stepped up, raised his hand, and announced excitedly, "We're ready to roll." And just like that, the Poison Squad's first expedition officially kicked off. As the group neared Mount Ma, they ran into a massive line of people waiting. "Why is it so packed?" Little Dragon wondered. "It's a checkpoint." Gufei explained that ever since the blood sect started making moves, these checkpoints have been popping up like weeds, and apparently, getting through is a total nightmare. Suddenly, a female guard at the gate spotted Old Man Tai, and her eyes flashed with shock. "Please hold for a second," she demanded. Her gaze locked onto the flower demon, who looked like it was hovering midair. "We're toast." Little Dragon muttered under his breath. He realized that since the spider body was cloaked, it looked like the thing was just floating in the air. But instead of worrying, the guard's face lit up with straight-up awe. She blurted out, "This is the legendary walking on air technique." She was convinced Lady Huayin had mastered some elite god-tier martial art. Unbelievable. She really earns her rep as one of the three flowers of the martial world. Everyone around was whispering and fawning over it, and in that moment the flower demon just gave them a grateful, humble smile. Just then, Huayin glared daggers at it. "Apologies, our lady's just feeling a bit shy today." They hurried out of the scene, leaving the crowd completely bewildered. "What did you do to the flower demon, huh? People are gonna get the wrong idea." Huayin practically screamed. "Keep it cool, all right?" Little Dragon tried to calm her down. To avoid any more heat, Huayin had to disguise herself as a man and wear a veil for the rest of the trip. See, people in the Central Plains are still pretty superstitious. They think being a twin is a bad omen. Despite a few minor hiccups on the road, they finally made it to Yunnan in one piece. After the long haul, Little Dragon and the crew were beat. Ahead of them, a gorgeous landscape of rivers and mountains came into view. Old Man Tai spoke up. "This is Mount Ilau. A little further and we'll hit the Poison Valley." Suddenly, Little Dragon turned back, chin in his hand, his expression hardening. "Something's not right," he muttered. "What do you mean?" Gufei asked, curious. Little Dragon's voice dropped. "It's too quiet here." He scanned the area carefully, from the cave crevices to the treetops. Everything was buried in a deathly silence, not a single sign of life. The Grandmaster frowned, his look turning grim. "I've felt this before. It's exactly like when we were hunting the Lord of Blue Poison." Hearing that name, Little Dragon froze. The Grandmaster nodded, confirming that around the lair of a truly beastly monster, even the bugs know to shut up. Everything else had either bolted long ago or ended up as dinner. He decided to go scout ahead and told the rest to fall back to where the two rivers meet, since there were still some signs of wildlife there. After the Grandmaster took off, Huayin checked things out and confirmed he was right. In the area they'd just passed, birds and bugs were still everywhere. Gufei felt like there was some kind of invisible border cutting through the area along the river. Little Dragon was deep in thought. There was definitely some monstrous thing lurking in Mount Ilau, but to hold down a territory that huge, it had to be insanely dangerous. He crossed his arms and sighed. Weird, he whispered. What's weird about it? Hua Yin asked. Little Dragon explained that for a beast to dominate a zone this big, it'd have to be massive, just like the blue poison beast. But he couldn't find a single footprint or mark from a creature that big. He couldn't wrap his head around how it even hunted if there wasn't a single prey animal left in its territory. Its size and its habitat just didn't match up. A while later, the grandmaster and his scouts returned. He said the situation was a mess because they couldn't find anything at the entrance to Mount Ilau either. He guessed the Poison Valley might be empty too, and decided the group should rest up and keep looking tomorrow. Even though he was burning with impatience, Little Dragon knew the old man was right. They couldn't go back empty-handed. Night fell, and the group lit a campfire for dinner. While Little Dragon was messing around with his centipedes, Hua Yin brought over a plate of food. Eat something, she said softly, then turned to the centipedes. Centipede pack, come on now, let your father rest and come hang out with your mother. Little Dragon smiled his thanks. Seeing him glued to the map, she asked. He explained he was checking the terrain, convinced that the mysterious creature's lair had to be right in the heart of this area. While they were chatting, a dragonfly buzzed nearby. The thing that killed Huang Ni locked onto it instantly. Without a single second of hesitation, it shot toward the dragonfly like a black lightning bolt. This sudden savage strike caught both Wei Xiao Long and Tang Huayan completely off guard. Huang Ni, Wei Xiao Long scolded softly. You scared the hell out of me. Don't go jumping around like that. Tang Huayan realized it was just trying to catch the dragonfly. Wei Xiao Long figured it was probably near the river, hence the dragonflies. But then he froze. Just a moment ago, this place was totally empty of them. His eyes went wide as he stared at the swarm of dragonflies hovering in the distance. Stop wasting time, Wei Xiao Long said, turning to the Grand Elder. Do me a favor and head back to the spots we checked earlier. See how many dragonflies are there now. Still confused, the Grand Elder asked what he meant. Wei Xiao Long explained that while land creatures can hide, dragonflies can't. They're always flying around. If they feel threatened, they'll fly away for a bit, but they'll always come back once the danger clears. He rested his chin on his hand, looking totally confident. The reason we haven't seen any wildlife isn't because some monster claims this territory. It's because something swept through this area just before we got here. Following Wei Xiao Long's hunch, the team hit the road. The Great Clan Master warned them that the area ahead was deep jungle, so they needed to stay sharp. Wei Xiao Long's eyes lit up. He knew he had to catch up to whatever was moving ahead before it vanished. Usually he'd be whining non-stop, but this time he wasn't backing down. Just then, a weird sound caught everyone's attention. Kofi noted it sounded like bamboo rustling in the wind, but the kicker was, there wasn't a single bamboo forest in sight. The two scouts in front slammed on the brakes, signaled that there was a cliff ahead, and told everyone to watch it because something was down below. Before them lay a bottomless abyss, and the sight at the bottom made everyone stop breathing. Thousands, no, tens of thousands of freakish creatures were churning into one massive moving mass. Looking closer, the Great Clan Master realized with horror they were red ants. Could they be demon ants? He thought to himself. Kofi was stunned too. They were way bigger than any demon ant he'd ever heard of. Even the ancient texts of the Duong clan didn't have a record of anything like this. He turned to Wei Xiao Long, hoping he had a clue. Wei Xiao Long pondered for a moment. Even though he'd never seen them this huge, he was almost certain these were army ants. Army ants, a species usually found in Africa and America, famous for moving in massive, overwhelming colonies. Unlike most ants that build permanent nests, these guys migrate in insane numbers when they run out of food. Their march looks exactly like an army sweeping across the land, hence the name. They're vicious as hell, and once you provoke them, they don't stop until they've picked their prey down to the bone. The group held their breath, watching from the bushes. Wei Xiao Long was just about to signal for a quiet retreat when a dry snap echoed out. Someone had accidentally stepped on a twig. Wei Xiao Long and the guy who messed up went pale. When they looked back, thousands of pairs of eyes were locked dead on their position. Everyone was paralyzed. In that terrifying silent moment, the sea of ants began to churn, surging toward them like a black tsunami. Cold sweat dripping, Wei Xiao Long and the others just bolted for their lives. A few minutes passed and it was getting dark. They were pushing themselves to the limit, horrified to realize the ants were way faster than they thought. Along the way, a little deer was innocently munching on leaves, but the second the swarm spotted the prey, they swarmed it in an instant. Watching that gruesome scene, Wei Xiao Long's face went white. He suddenly remembered that demon ants track movement through ground vibrations. If they kept running like this, the ants would mark them as prey sooner or later. What do we do? The Great Clan Master asked, panicked. Suddenly, Wei Xiao Long's eyes locked onto a nearby river. An idea flashed in his head. Get across the water. The ants couldn't go underwater. Jump! The Great Clan Master immediately pointed toward the river. Without a second of hesitation, they all dove into the freezing water. By the time the bloodthirsty swarm hit the bank, the whole group was already deep underwater. A few seconds later, Wei Xiao Long poked his head up, smiling in relief as he saw the swarm turning back. We made it, Kofi wheezed, practically dead on his feet. Once the ants were long gone, they crawled back to the bank. Whew, that was close. Felt like I had one foot in the grave, Kofi said, sneezing and shaking. Wei Xiao Long collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. The great clan master stood up, his voice still trembling. What a freakish species! Ah, I'm the 10,000 poison master. I've been through hell and never known fear, but these demon ants actually scared the life out of me. We have to be super careful, Wei Xiao Long warned, his eyes full of anxiety. These things eat everything in their path. That explains why we haven't seen any other animals this whole time. The great clan master nodded, stroking his beard. A swarm this big definitely explains everything. Wei Xiaolong was a little disappointed, thinking to himself, so it's just demon ants, not some rare monster after all. Seeing that it was almost completely dark, the great clan master suggested, this place seems safe enough. We should catch our breath for a bit. Good idea. Wei Xiaolong nodded, then crept over to Kofi, a sly smile on his face. Master Ko, once night falls, let's go back and scout the demon ant swarm. Yeah? Scout what? Kofi jumped up. The demon ants, obviously, he replied, looking innocent as a lamb. Kofi started shivering, his eyes wide with pure terror. They just narrowly escaped death, and he couldn't believe this kid was seriously suggesting that. Are you planning to capture them all like you did with the phoenix beasts? Of course not. Wei Xiaolong waved his hand, laughing awkwardly. There are way too many. How could I catch them all? My plan is just to sneak in and grab a few for research. This kid is insane, Kofi and the other guy thought in unison. Wei Xiaolong stroked his centipede, which hissed with excitement. His eyes lit up as he turned to ask if the two of them wanted to come along. As night fell, the group once again plunged into the blood-red forest. The midnight kidnapping mission was a total success. Wei Xiaolong, the great clan master, and Kofi managed to snag 4 giant demon ants. Once they reached a safe spot and tied the monsters up, Kofi was panting, still shaken from having to be part of such a crazy stunt. I thought the ants would be sleeping at night? Wei Xiaolong laughed. Demon ants don't sleep, but hey, we still got 4 of them. Kofi grabbed the ant he'd caught, looking at it suspiciously. Are we actually going to be able to keep these things? Wei Xiaolong sat down, carefully observing the ants. After crunching the numbers, he concluded that taming them was a total bust. With a 3-day memory span and no queen to keep them in line, any training attempt would just be flushing effort down the drain. So, it's all for nothing? Kofi groaned, but Wei Xiaolong just hit him with a cryptic grin, insisting it wasn't a waste at all. He pointed to their freaky, twisted beauty, explaining that just showing off these wild beasts at the Tang Clan would be enough to shake the whole martial arts world to its core. Kofi facepalmed in defeat while Wei Xiaolong chuckled. This is the poison squad, brother. You gotta get used to it. The head of the clan cut in to ask about the next move, suggesting they head west toward Tuila or go deep south into the jungle. But Wei Xiaolong shook his head, his eyes burning with pure confidence. He revealed they'd first link up with Tang Huayin's group, then track the ghost ants again, or more accurately, stay one step ahead of them. Kofi and the rest were stunned. Wei Xiaolong cracked his knuckles, a wicked glint in his eyes as he spilled his ballsy plan. The real target wasn't the ants. It was the mountain of poisonous creatures the swarm was flushing out of their hideouts. He'd turned a death trap into a gold mine. Kofi was sweating bullets, thinking there's no way they're making it back in one piece. Meanwhile, a mischievous smirk was plastered on Wei Xiaolong's face. Whether they caught the ghost ants or not didn't matter. With this plan, he was going to scoop up every single poisonous creature in Yunnan. Night fell, and by the flickering fire, Tang Huayin stared, stunned, at the 4 ghost ants tied up tight, her eyes locked on those razor-sharp legs. She was shocked and pissed, unable to believe Wei Xiaolong was planning to race these monsters, let alone snatch up the other venomous critters fleeing from them. Weren't the golden queen bees enough for him? Now these ants too? Wei Xiaolong looked panicked and forced an awkward laugh. But didn't you say yourself that we got great results last time? That stopped Tang Huayin dead in her tracks. She remembered the clan head saying that it was that relentless race against the bees that helped her absorb most of the energy from the green-spotted viper's inner core. Wei Xiaolong added, now that the centipede swarm has molted twice and doesn't need the core anymore, this is the perfect chance for you to soak up all the leftover energy. The clan head stepped in, adding, if that's the case, shouldn't you be running along with her, Wei Xiaolong? Tang Huayin nodded aggressively, her eyes gleaming in agreement. She insisted that since Wei Xiaolong also drank the queen bee elixir, he needed the exercise to burn off that energy too. Sweat started beading on Wei Xiaolong's forehead, and he quickly turned to the clan head, begging, my lightfoot skills aren't that great, maybe you could carry me instead? The clan head laughed out loud and slapped his shoulder. I think you run just fine. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance, don't waste it. Wei Xiaolong could only grit his teeth. Right then, Tang Huayin grabbed his hand and gave him a sweet, sugary smile. You running with me tomorrow? Wei Xiaolong was speechless. Tang Huayin sighed softly, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered with a twinkle in her eye. This is your punishment for making decisions all on your own. The next day, the massive poison hunt officially kicked off in a way nobody saw coming. The giant ghost ant swarm swept through the forest like a flash flood, cornering a huge wild boar, and in the blink of an eye, the poor prey was swallowed whole, leaving no trace behind. Not far off, Tang Huayin, Wei Xiaolong, and Kofi were running for their lives. The predator unit was right behind them. Wei Xiaolong yelled, they're chewing through everything in their path, stay sharp! His eyes lit up and a wicked grin spread across his face as he explained the plan. Right now, we're 60 units ahead of the swarm. As they move, I'm going to shrink that gap to under 30 units and keep it there. Whenever we snag a poisonous creature, we'll pass it to the main group running parallel. They'll cage them and take them to the far side of the river, where the ants can't reach. And just like that, the death race was on. The plan worked better than anyone expected, as tons of other poisonous creatures were frantically fleeing from the ants. With a thrilled grin, Wei Xiao Long nabbed a venomous snake. He realized the Valley of 10,000 Poisons wasn't just a fancy name. He was going to catch them all. The hunt dragged on for nearly 2 hours and the iron cages were filling up. Wei Xiaolong, Kofi, and Tang Huayin were now sprinting for dear life while juggling all sorts of toxic beasts. Wei Xiaolong just caught a snake and immediately tossed it to a team member holding a wooden crate. "You still good?" "Yeah, I'm good," the guy asked nervously. Wei Xiaolong replied, "Look at all these poisons waiting for me. How could I be tired?" Up ahead, there was a massive python. Tang Huayin suddenly shouted. Wei Xiaolong's eyes lit up, his focus shifting instantly to a giant Burmese python coiled up in a tree. This was one of the 5 largest snake species in the world, huge yet chill and adorable and not even hard to keep. "This one isn't even poisonous," Ko-Fi asked, baffled. "That's true." Wei Xiaolong flashed a goofy grin. "But I still gotta catch it." Ko-Fi panicked. He had said the exact same thing when he saw the whip scorpion and the giant toad. "At this rate, we might as well just catch everything in the damn forest." Hearing that, Wei Xiaolong's eyes sparkled even more. He skidded to a halt, turned around, and declared, "Good idea. I'm gonna grab that snake too." "Wait, the ants are about to catch up," Tang Huayin screamed. "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Wei Xiaolong reassured her, bolted toward the python, grabbed it, and draped it around his neck. The ants were right on his heels, but he was grinning from ear to ear. He wasn't about to let such a beautiful creature become ant food. But Wei Xiaolong's luck ran out. He tripped over a root and face-planted right in front of the raging tide of ants. Tang Huayin and Kofi screamed in terror. Wei Xiaolong turned back, eyes wide with pure, soul-crushing fear. He just froze, watching the swarm charge forward. At the very last second, something yanked him by the collar. It was the spirit flower. Tang Huayin and Ko-Fi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Nice one, spirit flower. Get him to safety, fast. From now on, I'm forbidding you from getting anywhere near those ants." Wei Xiaolong just mumbled an apology. "What about the ants?" Tang Huayin asked, quickly changing the subject. "Lucky for us, they stopped on the other side of the hill." Kofi replied, "The sun's going down. We should take a breather." Wei Xiaolong was so embarrassed he couldn't even look up. Tang Huayin nodded, deciding they'd set up camp and wait for the main team. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes nearby, and Tang Huayin's eyes turned sharp with caution. A few seconds later, a spear came whistling out of nowhere, slamming into the ground right next to Wei Xiaolong. Everyone jumped in shock. Out from the bushes stepped some men holding spears, shouting, "Don't move! This is the territory of the Beast Palace. Whoever you are, state your names." Kofi immediately drew his dagger to defend them, while Tang Huayin rushed to speak up. "Please stay calm. We're from the Sichuan Tang Clan." Hearing that, a man stepped forward, leading a wolf with glowing, fierce eyes. "What are you Tang sect folks doing way out here in the Yunnan jungle?" he asked, sounding real suspicious. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto that spider silk necklace the venom flower had put on Xiaolong, and his face went stone-cold serious. "It ain't what you think," Xiaolong said, waving his hands to explain. The leader gritted his teeth, and a massive wave of internal energy surged out of his body. "What the hell are you playing at on Beast Palace territory?" he roared, his eyes blazing with fury. This guy was He Lang, a warrior from the southern barbarian Beast Palace. He tracked them down after hearing weird noises on his patrol. "We're leaving right now." But then he froze, like he just remembered something. "Wait up, He Lang. I've got something major to tell you." "What is it?" He Lang asked, turning back curious. "Can you come up to that hill with me for a sec?" Xiaolong asked, his voice sounding pretty tense. He Lang agreed. Once they reached the top, he went totally still. His eyes went wide, filled with pure horror. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Way off in the distance, a pitch-black mountain was moving and churning, devouring everything in its path. "Those are army ants." Xiaolong's voice was heavy. That weird rustling sound from earlier was them on the move. "I'm betting the Beast Palace is right in their path. If 10,000 Beast Valley really is just a long, narrow canyon, this is a death trap." Cold sweat started pouring down He Lang's forehead. He knew exactly what was up. If this was real, they were looking at total annihilation. "I gotta get back and report to the Palace Master immediately," he said, then firmly urged the Tang sect folks to come along so they could explain the details about these ants. While the flower demon was busy playing around with He Lang's wolf, Huayan smiled and said, "We'd be happy to." Xiaolong's eyes were glued to that sea of ants in the distance, his worry plain as day. "We need to get to the Beast Palace now, as fast as we can," he urged. That night, the giant ant swarm stopped to rest, and the whole area went dead silent like the calm before a killer tsunami. They'd stay put until sunrise, then keep on with their sweep. By the time the night was thick as molasses, Xiaolong's group finally hit the Beast Palace. The place was drop-dead gorgeous, like an earthly paradise where people and beasts lived in total harmony. He Lang smiled and said, "This is probably the first time the Tang sect stepped foot here in over 100 years. Huayan chimed in, "The southern barbarian Beast Palace's way of taming beasts really is one of a kind. Nothing else comes close." He Lang pointed to a big circular clearing at the entrance and introduced it as their training grounds. He described the 10,000 Beast Valley as being shaped like a gourd, with only one entrance guarded by massive towering cliffs, making the place an untouchable natural fortress. But with a trapper's eye, Xiaolong spotted a fatal flaw. If that one entrance got blocked, the whole valley would turn into a death cage with no way out. When they got to the main hall, Lang solemnly announced, "Palace Master, we have honored guests from the Sichuan Tang sect." A booming, authoritative voice called out, "Let them in." The second they stepped inside, a heavy wave of pressure slammed down on them. Three figures were sitting up high, flanked by huge black leopards with eyes so fierce they looked like they were ready to pounce. An old man with white hair and a face full of scars introduced himself as Manhwa, the Palace Master. Xiao Long and Huayan bowed to show respect, but Manhwa got right to the point. "I heard you came to Yunnan to hunt venomous creatures. I also heard from my warrior about the army ants. Tell me, what exactly are they, and why the hell are they showing up here?" Xiao Long nodded and started breaking down how crazy dangerous that swarm was, the sheer destruction they brought, and warned them they needed to evacuate like yesterday. But their reaction was the complete opposite of what he expected. A suffocating, murderous aura started radiating off Manhwa. He snarled in anger, "You're telling me, an old man, to give up a legacy built over 300 years just because of a bunch of puny ants?" A woman with brown hair sitting nearby put a hand on her chest, her eyes full of arrogance. "Palace Master, don't listen to this outsider from the Central Plains trying to stir up trouble. Just give me 500 flying wolves, and I'll wipe them out myself. No matter how many there are, they're just bugs." Xiao Long clenched his fists, adamant, "I'm not exaggerating. Even with your 500 flying wolves, they'd all get swallowed up in the blink of an eye." The woman was stunned, then got pissed. Lady Huang quickly scolded Xiao Long for being so blunt, but he stood his ground. "They aren't just any ants. If the beasts here get slaughtered, it'll be a total tragedy." The woman got even angrier. "What the hell does someone from the Central Plains know? Your kind even eats dog meat. How could you ever understand the bond between humans and animals?" That remark was like lighting a match in a room full of gasoline. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, his temper blowing up. Her judging all of them over some cultural difference was the last straw. A powerful wave of energy surged out of him. He could put up with a lot of crap, but he wasn't going to stand by while someone questioned how much he cared for his companions. It was time to show them. Without a second thought, he held out his hand, his voice cold as ice. "Everyone, come out." 3 giant centipedes crawled out from under his clothes, and the venom flower revealed her true form, a glowing red spider with a hell of a lot of presence. The snow and ice geckos appeared too, sending a freezing chill through the air. The whole hall went dead silent. Everyone, even the Palace Master Manhwa, was floored. Their eyes went wide with shock, and they couldn't even get a word out. Even the vicious black leopards were growling and backing off a few steps. Xiao Long stood there, proud as could be, right next to his companions, while everyone else just sat there in a daze. They finally realized these were legendary venomous beasts, and they realized the woman with him wasn't just some ordinary twin. Stroking his pet centipede, Xiao Long answered confidently, "That was pretty offensive of you to say. These aren't pets, they're my companions. I'd be heartbroken if they got sick or hurt, so obviously, I know everything about them." The woman looked stunned, and the old guy who raised the leopards asked back, surprised, "Companions? You mean they're going to stay with you for the rest of your life?" Another elder who raised cats jumped in, saying that even here at the Beast Palace, where the love for spirit beasts is absolute, nobody had ever used the word companion. Suddenly, the rage on Manhu's face vanished, replaced by a hearty laugh. He burst out laughing and said, "That's extraordinary." He explained that he'd thought it was weird for a woman to be keeping a young warrior on a leash. But if the one holding the leash is this beast tamer and her companion, it could only mean they'd both see each other as equals. Long Soul knew this was a total misunderstanding, but the elders were looking super serious. They figured that if a young warrior could call these creatures his companions, it just went to show how much love he really had for them. And if his advice was coming from such a genuine place, they shouldn't just brush it off. Tiger Tooth nodded in agreement. Buildings could be rebuilt, but lives, human or beast, couldn't be replaced. Long and Hoengan locked eyes. The plan was working. Everyone gathered at the main courtyard. Tiger Tooth barked out orders, and within a few hours, the whole crew was ready. Tiger Tooth walked up to Long, put a hand on his shoulder, and apologized for the chaos. They were in such a rush that they couldn't give him a proper send-off or pay him back for everything he'd done. The woman from before also came by to say sorry, admitting she was wrong to judge him. Long just laughed it off and told her not to sweat it. Turns out, this lady, Snowdrift, wasn't just an elder. She was the Palace Master's daughter. She was super curious, petting the centipede on Long's head, totally blown away by his ability to get these creepy crawlies to listen to him. She asked if he could hook her up with one if they ever had babies. Just then, these painful, bone-chilling roars echoed through the valley, freaking everyone out. What the hell was that? "Sounds like an elephant," Snowdrift said, looking confused. Long's eyes went wide with pure terror. When he looked back, he saw a nightmare, a massive swarm of demon ants surrounding and tearing apart a giant elephant. The poor elephant must have run this way trying to escape. The elders were frozen, completely speechless, no time left. Long screamed, "Get out! Evacuate now! The swarm is heading straight for us." Too late, Tiger Tooth gritted his teeth. They've reached the gates of Beast Valley. There's nowhere left to run. In the blink of an eye, the giant elephant was picked clean, leaving nothing but white bones. The sight made everyone shiver in pure dread. With no other choice, Tiger Tooth declared, grim-faced, "We have to fight." Hoengan nervously asked Long if the Grandmaster and the Bug Squad were going to be okay. He told her, confident as ever, that they were smart. They definitely made it safe to the other side of the river. Meanwhile, Kofi was sweating bullets, totally losing it, worried sick about his own team. Breaking through this sea of ants was basically impossible. Long went quiet, thinking this was the worst-case scenario. If they kept this up, the ants would swallow them whole. He had to figure something out. Just then, a giant spiderweb dropped down from the mountain peak, grabbing everyone's attention. It was none other than Flower Demon. Long was still stunned, but Hoan was already smiling. She remembered they had the spider. If they used its silk to cross the mountain, they could get to safety. Nearby, Tiger Tooth and the others were waiting. So what are the Southern Beast Palace folks gonna do? Long wondered. If it was just his crew, they'd be fine, but with this many people? It was a whole different story. You guys just go, don't worry about us. Tiger Tooth gave a confident smirk. In the wild, it's eat or be eaten. If we can't take these things down, then that's our fate. Long and Hoan were floored. He couldn't just bail on them. These people loved animals just as much as he did. He locked in, telling himself, there's gotta be a way to save everyone. I'm a YouTuber, I gotta think logically, he told himself. Long started carefully analyzing the ants' patterns and their path. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a huge grin spread across his face. I've got it! Tiger Tooth and the others were clueless. You really have a plan to deal with this swarm? Yeah. Long nodded firmly. It's gonna be a bit of a rough ride, but there's definitely a way. He smiled, pumped up. Want to hear it? The next day, the swarm finished digesting the elephant and started moving into the Beast Valley. Sticking to the plan they prepped all night, the palace warriors were set up in formation, waiting in the middle of the meadow. The demon ants started pouring in. Long held his breath, staring them down, waiting for them to get closer. The second the first few ants hit the liquid patches on the grass, he yelled, "Throw the torches!" Black Wolf immediately hurled a flaming torch. It curved perfectly and landed right in the oil pit. Instantly, a massive wall of fire erupted, trapping a chunk of the swarm inside. It worked! Long cheered. The vanguard of the hunting swarm was totally cut off. With eyes blazing with determination, he charged forward and yelled, "Their formation's a mess. Let's go, send in the water beetles." The warriors and the water beetles dove in to take down the trapped ants. They had to wipe them out to clear a path for Long to get to the main swarm. "Everyone, be careful," Long shouted, a twinge of worry in his gut. While the warriors were in the heat of battle, Long managed to break through and get right up to the main army of ants. But weirdly enough, they seemed to ignore him. He started making faces, screaming, and dancing around to provoke them. "Hey, you stupid bugs! I'm right here! It worked!" The ants went ballistic, turning around and chasing him like crazy. Behind them, Snowdrift and the others finished mopping up the stray ants. She watched his back, worried. She didn't know if his plan would actually pull through like he said. Long was running for his life. Everything was going perfect. He just had to keep leading them in circles around the meadow. But right then, he stepped on an oil slick and lost his balance. "Oh crap!" His eyes went wide with pure shock. Seeing their chance, the ants closed the gap and lunged at him. He panicked, realizing he'd slipped on the very oil they'd poured earlier. The ants rained down from above like a black storm. All he could do was squeeze his eyes shut and brace for the worst. Long got caught, Black Wolf screamed. Hearing that, Hoan and Kofi were stunned, their eyes filled with absolute dread. The black flood of ants crashed down on him, biting and clawing like crazy. Long screamed in pain, but he wasn't going down without a fight. "Flower Demon," he roared. The spider reacted instantly, firing a thick strand of silk right at him. Lucky for him, he grabbed it. With one violent yank, Flower Demon hauled him out of the lethal swarm. Kofi and Hoan breathed a huge sigh of relief, not stopping with the praise for the spider. Long slumped onto some rocks, completely out of breath. He looked down and saw one ant still stuck to his clothes, trying its best to chew through the fabric. Luckily, his body was tough as steel from training the iron shell technique. He silently thanked the martial art for saving his hide. Seeing him pull such a reckless move, Flower Demon and the centipedes chewed him out properly. He just gave a weak laugh, thinking that even if they didn't nag him, Hoan would definitely do it later. His eyes suddenly brightened as he looked toward the swarm. They were circling the rocks where they were standing. Tiger King and Black Wolf were straight up shook, couldn't believe those ants were actually moving in an endless circle. Just like the kid predicted, man. Only Little Dragon knew what was up. Their path got cut off and army ants? Their eyesight is trash. They just follow the pheromone trail left by the lead ant. Once those beast hunters wiped out the front line, the worker ants in the back were totally lost. They just ended up blindly chasing whoever was in front of them, stuck in this loop until they dropped dead from exhaustion. Smirking, the kid revealed it's called a death spiral or a deadly ant mill. Hearing that, Snowdrift was hyped and turned to the Tiger King. The big man just crossed his arms and nodded, letting his daughter go spread the good news. Everything was chill, and that's how a small fry warrior stopped the beast hunters from getting wiped out. 3 days later, the army ants were still stuck in that death spiral. The massive swarm just kept marching in those self-destructive circles, slowly fading away. The beast hunters moved in between them, taking out the stragglers. The Tiger King asked if this long nightmare was finally over, and Little Dragon gave a hesitant nod. The grateful palace master asked what Little Dragon wanted as a reward. He made a weird request, help him find the queen ant among the dying swarm. With a mischievous grin, he said he wanted to try raising it. He was honestly buzzed, remembering his childhood obsession with ant farms. The search started right away. Under Snowdrift's command, everyone spread out to look for the ant with a freaky oversized abdomen. It didn't take long before a warrior shouted out, Little Dragon rushed over and saw something straight out of a nightmare. A giant red ant was gasping on the ground, surrounded by heaps of dead baby ants. The monster had glowing red eyes full of malice, with a spear stuck deep in its head, but it wasn't dead yet. The group was stunned. The ants were eating each other, and this giant freak was at the center of the chaos. "Is this the queen?" Flower Silver whispered. "Gotta be," Little Dragon replied, but his gut was telling him something was way off. The sight had him totally tripped out. Everything he knew about bugs was screaming that something was wrong. Queen ants might eat their own eggs to survive in a pinch, but they never touch their young once the colony is steady. He could only come to one conclusion, and it was a nasty, unnatural one. This queen was straight up devouring its own offspring. While Little Dragon was spiraling, Flower Silver snapped him out of it, telling him to check the queen's head. Little Dragon's eyes popped when he saw something glinting right where the spear hit. It was a gold needle buried deep in its forehead, leaking a faint aura. Driven by curiosity, Little Dragon carefully approached the dying beast. He grabbed the needle and ripped it out. The giant ant let out one final, painful screech before collapsing silent forever. Little Dragon stared at the weird needle, stunned. He turned to ask Flower Silver if she recognized it. She studied it closely and explained that while the Tang sect uses gold needles, this one's shape and length were super rare. Looking closer, Little Dragon saw it was hollow, probably used to inject some kind of drug or poison. While he was still processing, a familiar voice called out, "Little Dragon, Flower Silver." The grandmaster and the rest of the clan were running toward them. Both of them let out a sigh of relief. The elder explained he'd run into the beast hunters and got the full scoop. Just then, the Tiger King stepped up to the grandmaster. After confirming who he was, he did something that left everyone speechless. The palace master and all his warriors dropped to one knee and bowed in respect. "My people owe the Tang family a huge debt," the Tiger King declared solemnly. Flower Silver thought to herself that a proud guy like him showing this much respect was unheard of. Once they stood up, the Tiger King insisted on taking the Tang family to the palace for a feast. But Little Dragon cut him off, urgency in his voice, saying he had a super important question for his grandfather right now. He held up the gold needle, explained where he found it, and asked the grandmaster if he'd ever seen anything like it before. The second the grandmaster saw the needle, his smile froze. His expression shifted hard, from relieved to shocked and then to pure horror. He grabbed Little Dragon's hand, his voice shaking. "Where did you say you found this? What's wrong, Grandpa?" Flower Silver asked, worried, feeling how heavy the situation was. In a dark, heavy tone, the grandmaster looked at his grandkids and the beast hunters, revealing a terrifying truth. It looked like an old enemy. Someone with a massive grudge against both the Sichuan Tang sect and the Beast Palace was still alive. The news left the Tiger King and his warriors frozen stiff. "Who could hold a grudge against both our clans?" the Tiger King asked, stunned. With a hateful look, the grandmaster spat out the name of their shared enemy, the Five Poisons cult. That name hit like a thunderbolt, leaving the Tiger King and his elders stunned, then erupting in doubt and fear. "No way," they shouted. "The cult we thought was wiped out 100 years ago is still around?" While the elders were losing their minds, Little Dragon suddenly remembered the stories his grandpa used to tell. He realized the secret technique he'd learned actually came from the very cult the Tang sect and the Beast Palace had teamed up to destroy long ago. The Five Poisons cult. The Tiger King finally connected the dots, a look of realization dawning on him. If it's them, they must have used a forbidden Beast Palace technique to overclock that queen ant. Seeing Little Dragon's blank stare, Snowdrift explained it was a dark art that forced a beast's potential into a frenzied state. It was a last resort move because one small slip-up could kill the animal instantly. The Grandmaster added how ruthless the cult was. They were straight-up savages, forcing beasts to mate with poisonous creatures to forge spirit pills and killing anyone in their way. He concluded that combining the Tang sect's gold needles with the Beast Palace's forbidden arts was the smoking gun. A cold fear started to spread through the ranks of the beast hunters. They whispered among themselves, worried that the tragedy from a century ago was about to go down all over again. Breaking the heavy silence, the Grandmaster placed a reassuring hand on Little Dragon's head. He acknowledged how dangerous it was, but his voice was full of pride. "The ant swarm is gone, but more importantly, this incident proved the Five Poisons cult is still out there. You did something incredible, kid." The Tiger King totally agreed. He patted Little Dragon on the head and said, if it wasn't for this young hero's help, the Beast Palace probably had no clue the disaster headed their way. Xiao Long was blushing hard from all the praise. Finally, the Grandmaster stood tall and announced loud and clear that since the Five Poisons cult wasn't totally wiped out, the century-old pact was still binding. Speaking as the head of the sect, he vowed that the Sichuan Tang Clan would put everything they had into backing the Beast Palace in the coming fight. With a look of pure steel, Manhwa clenched his fist, nodding solemnly to lock in the alliance. The Beast Palace would absolutely stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tang Clan. Once the big stuff settled, he turned to Xiao Long with a warm smile. "Young hero, you've done us a massive favor. I want to reward you and your family. Don't be shy, just name your price." Xiao Long was totally thrown off, wondering why he kept racking up these massive debts of gratitude. Spotting an opening, the Grandmaster leaned in and whispered to his grandson, "Ask Manhwa about the Five Poisons' divine art. With a favor this big, he won't dare say no." Xiao Long turned to Manhwa and said, "Master, I have a question. Ask whatever you want, kid." Back in the main hall of the Beast Palace, Xiao Long's two little centipedes were dancing around on the lake rug. He started to explain his unique situation. Unlike the other guys in the Tang clan, he'd picked up a secret technique from the Five Poisons cult that let him use his mind to command one of his venomous pets. Cutting straight to the chase, Xiao Long hit him with the big question. Did the Five Poisons divine art the Tang clan held contain the secrets to the Beast Palace's own beast heart technique? He explained his ultimate goal was to figure out how to forge that psychic bond and see if he could do the same thing with his other beloved animal companions. After a long silence, Manhu shook his head, looking pretty bummed. That's a real tall order, kid. Xiao Long couldn't hide his disappointment. Seeing that, Shui Piao stepped in to explain her father's predicament. She said, "It's not that the Beast Palace is stingy with our martial arts, but the Beast Heart technique is our most tightly guarded secret. It's a mental discipline that lets a martial artist sync their soul with beasts, but it's only passed down to the direct bloodline of the palace master. The fact that Xiao Long, the Tang clan's future son-in-law, had somehow gotten his hands on part of that secret had the elders sweating." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Manhu's eyes, and he looked like he just had a genius idea. He stared right at Xiao Long and asked something that seemed totally random. "If you're the Tang clan's son-in-law, what about your actual birth family?" Xiao Long was caught off guard and admitted he was a loner, no family, no relatives. To his complete shock, Manhu and Shui Piao were practically beaming. The palace master even cheered, saying that being an orphan was perfect. That just left Xiao Long even more confused about why that was a good thing. Manhu let out a huge laugh, complimenting Xiao Long's name and the love he showed for animals, declaring that it was more genuine than anyone else in the whole palace. Then, his face went serious. He stared straight at the stunned young man, pointed a finger at him with total authority, and dropped a bombshell. "Xiao Long, from today on, you're my son." The whole hall went dead silent. Xiao Long and his crew were frozen solid by the sudden announcement. Totally flustered, he could only stammer a question back. Manhu just gave a firm, decisive nod. He explained, "If Xiao Long becomes family, you'll have every right to learn all the Beast Palace's martial arts, including the top secret stuff." He added, "With the Five Poisons cult making moves, it's super important for our two great houses to get as close as possible." Turning to the Grand Ancestor, Manhu respectfully asked for his take. He admitted that the attempt to merge the two houses 200 years ago failed, but he believed that with a special kid like Xiao Long, they could finally fix those past mistakes. The Grand Ancestor stroked his beard, deep in thought, admitting it was a hell of an offer, but he wanted to leave the final call up to Xiao Long himself. With the elder's blessing, Manhu came back with an even sweeter deal. "If you become my adopted son, I'll personally teach you the secret technique to connect your soul with all beasts." It was all just too much. Suddenly having a new dad and a sister totally freaked him out. Noticing Xiao Long's hesitation, Manhu and Shui Piao locked eyes. Suddenly, Shui Piao got an idea. She chimed in excitedly, "Father, why don't we give Xiao Long the flying snake? He loves venomous pets so much that legendary serpent would be the perfect gift." The name flying snake meant nothing to him, so Xiao Long looked at the old master for help. The old master's face got real serious. He explained that she was talking about the mythical 100-sky divine snake, a legendary creature that could fly. He described it as the greatest venomous creature of all, a divine beast with 2 horns that could soar through the clouds. That description sent a jolt right down Xiao Long's spine. All his hesitation vanished, replaced by pure hype. His eyes were shining, his hands were balled into fists, and his mind was totally hooked on the image of such a majestic creature. Seeing Xiao Long was on the hook, Shui Piao went for the kill. With a confident, mischievous grin, she promised that if he became her little brother, she'd personally help him tame that legendary flying serpent. That promise was the final straw. Every bit of doubt in Xiao Long's heart just evaporated. Without wasting a second, he bowed respectfully and loud and proud called his new family, father and big sister. The palace master let out a booming laugh, stoked to welcome his new son. While Huayan and the Tang clan guys were still just staring at each other in shock, the whole hall was already buzzing with excitement. And just like that, an adoption ceremony went down right then and there, officially making Xiao Long a member of the Southern Beast Palace. That night, laying in his new comfy bed, Xiao Long couldn't help but crack a smile at how wild his life had turned. In his past life, he'd adopted tons of animals, but he never dreamed he'd be the one getting adopted. He felt like the people at the Beast Palace, with their deep love for animals, were genuinely good folks. Just like his family back at the Tang clan. His peaceful vibe was suddenly wrecked when his bedroom door swung open. He was stunned to see his new sister, Shui Piao, and a totally flustered Huayan standing at the door. Both of them were just wearing their pajamas. Before he could even wrap his head around it, Shui Piao just casually dropped that since they were all family now, they obviously had to sleep in the same room and hang out. She winked and explained that she'd always dreamed of doing this if she had a younger brother. When Xiao Long turned to Huayan, completely clueless, she just blushed and started stuttering. That's just how we roll at the Beast Palace. Fiancés always share a room." Xiao Long's head was spinning. For a split second, he thought it sounded like an awesome custom, before the full weight of what she meant hit him. His heart started hammering. Ignoring his internal panic, Shui Piao playfully yanked the blanket away and climbed into bed with a hesitant Huayan, pinning him right in the middle. While Xiao Long was screaming internally, trying to keep his cool, Shui Piao cheerfully suggested they start by talking about his pets. On a nearby table, the little venomous creatures just stared, baffled as they watched their master being literally crushed by his new family. The next day, Xiao Long walked with his father and sister, looking completely wrecked after a chaotic family meeting. When Manhu asked if he'd slept well, Xiao Long could only manage a twisted, awkward smile. Manhu announced it was time to start his training and teach him the technique Xiao Heng had always craved. But first he needed to check Xiao Long's internal energy. A wave of warm, surging power flowed into him to test his foundation. A moment later, he pulled his hand back, looking thoughtful. He concluded that while Xiao Long had managed to mimic the beast heart art, his version was both incomplete and way weaker. "What is the beast heart art, exactly?" Xiao Long asked, confused. Xue Piao explained, "It's an internal cultivation method that lets a martial artist link their spirit with beasts, growing stronger right alongside them. It also lets you understand the hearts of all creatures and give them specific commands." Deciding that showing was better than telling, Manhu signaled his daughter. Xue Piao took a deep breath and let out a sharp, piercing howl. In response, a pack of massive, ferocious wolves with glowing blue eyes emerged from the forest. The alpha wolf started growling at Xiao Long, but Xue Piao quickly snapped at it. "Don't be rude. He's my little brother now." The wolf immediately shut up, letting out a confused whimper. Once the pack calmed down, Xue Piao gave Xiao Long a wink. "Go on, try ordering them around yourself." She ordered the pack to attack Manhu with an aggressive formation. Instantly, the whole pack obeyed and lunged at him. Yet the palace master didn't even move. With just a wave of invisible force, he easily shoved the whole pack back without even touching them. The display ended with Manhu standing calmly among the wolves, who were now as tame as puppies. Xiao Long was dead silent, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe all 10 wolves had moved in such perfect unison. "They're all connected through the beast heart art," Manhu explained. He boasted that this technique allows the practitioner to become one with the beasts, borrowing their claws and fangs as their own. Once mastered, you can command thousands of fierce beasts at the same time. The epic explanation and the raw power he just witnessed totally won Xiao Long over. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with pure excitement. This technique was legendary, a total game-changer. Without a second thought, he dropped to his knees, performed a deep bow, and begged, "Please, father and sister, teach me the beast heart art." A radiant smile spread across Manhu's face. He laughed heartily and told his new son to get up. "Of course, my son, I'll teach you. Thank you, foster father." Xiao Long was over the moon. Manhu placed a hand on Xiao Long's back again, and a massive surge of energy flooded into his body. While channeling the technique, Manhu thought to himself, "I might as well use this chance to fix his 5 poisons cultivation." He realized Xiao Long's body was under insane pressure from constantly using his poison arts. During the transfer, Manhu began to explain, "The beast heart art isn't meant for controlling poisons. Its essence is connecting to something way more primal, the bloodline of the creature." This blew Xiao Long's mind. "It only takes a drop of blood, even saliva," Manhu added. "That's why you can command that centipede with your thoughts." The connection started the moment it bit you. Memories of that bite flooded back, and it all clicked for Xiao Long. Manhu declared the ritual complete. "Now you're fully synced with your little centipede. You can feel its heart and emotions completely." Hugging the little creature and feeling a warm, golden energy wrap around him, he was stunned. He could actually feel it. A wave of pure, unconditional love from his companion hit him, powerful and raw like the love you'd feel for a newborn baby. Tears started streaming down his face, and he hugged the tiny thing tight. Manhu nodded, satisfied. This is the true power of the 10,000 beast heart art at its peak. Ready for the next step, Manhu told Xiao Long to hand over his other little creatures so they could repeat the process. Even though Xiao Long was worried they might bite, Manhu assured him he'd be fine. However, this method was way weirder than anything Xiao Long could have imagined. "Lie down and open your mouth," Manhu ordered. Before he could even process what was happening, Manhu held 2 creatures right over his face. "The exercise is to use your heart art to feel their saliva as it enters your body." Xiao Long was horrified, but before he could protest, it was too late. The 2 creatures above him started drooling, drip by drip. He just grit his teeth in absolute disgust, thinking this whole thing had gone off the deep end. At the Nam-Man Beast Palace training ground, Xiao Long started his practice session with the 3 rabbit-eared centipedes. With his sister Xue Piao and Hua Yin watching, he signaled for them to start. "Centipede link formation," he shouted, ordering them into a new formation he'd dreamed up. The 3 tiny critters instantly scrambled toward the wooden post. From afar, Xue Piao and Hua Yin couldn't help but gush. "Oh, they're so cute!" Xiao Long, however, was panicking. This was the exact opposite of the intimidating effect he wanted. He groaned internally, thinking about the terrifying wolf pack, while his pets were just adorable. He tried to nudge them to be more aggressive, but when he saw their sad, pouty faces, he panicked, immediately scooped them up, and started showering them with praise for doing a great job. A month and a half passed since Xiao Long officially took up the beast heart art. Since his foundation was solid, he picked up the new technique fast. Naturally, Xiao Long didn't repeat that creepy spit drip method again. Instead, he finished the connection process by just letting all his pets suck on his pinky finger, a way more logical solution. That day, while walking, Xiao Long asked Xue Piao about news on the flying heaven god centipede. She said the scouts went out 3 days ago, so they should be getting word back soon. Just then, Gu Fei came running up, totally out of breath. "Young Master Xiao Long," he yelled, reporting that there was a message from the Great Patriarch. What's going on? Wei Xiao Long asked, totally caught off guard. Gufei was gasping for air, but he'd found it. He finally found the flying spirit snake. This news hit Wei Xiao Long and Hua Yin like a lightning bolt, and a grin of pure focus spread across Wei Xiao Long's face. No time to waste, he called out. Let's bounce, we're hitting up the Grand Patriarch right now. The Grand Patriarch was busy micromanaging his crew, getting all the medicinal herbs prepped. The moment he spotted his grandson, he was all smiles, eager to hear how the training was going. Wei Xiao Long didn't even sweat the small talk. He went straight for the jugular, asking about the flying spirit snake. The Grand Patriarch laid it out. He was overseeing the prep of a specialized realgar mixture based on a secret Tang sect recipe. It was the crucial piece of the puzzle for the capture. He warned them, though, even with the location pinned down, they weren't in the clear to move just yet. This snake's venom wasn't exactly on the list of the top 10 legendary toxins, but you'd be a fool to underestimate it. Before he could finish his thought, the Grand Patriarch's expression softened. He chuckled, telling Wei Xiao Long he'd snagged something pretty wild and wanted to show him. He pointed to a massive ceramic jar, and Wei Xiao Long couldn't help but get curious. As the Grand Patriarch cracked the lid, Wei Xiao Long and Hua Yin leaned in close to get a look. Their eyes went wide, absolutely stunned. Sitting at the bottom of the jar was this bizarre spider with a hard, flat abdomen sporting a pattern that looked exactly like an ancient, finely carved coin. "The gold coin spider!" Wei Xiao Long shouted, hyped like he'd just unearthed buried treasure. The Grand Patriarch grinned and confirmed it. This was an incredibly rare specimen that Wei Xiao Long had searched for until he was blue in the face in his past life. After the show and tell, the old man got back to the mission. He said the only thing left was to figure out a safe way to cage the flying spirit snake once they actually reeled it in. His face went dead serious. He was worried standard gear wouldn't hold up, since what they were hunting was a high-tier spirit beast, one with enough raw power to rip through anything they put it in. "You got any bright ideas?" the Grand Patriarch asked, shooting a look at his grandson. He was the expert here, after all. Just as Wei Xiao Long was deep in thought, someone spoke up. "Young master, we've got a problem. The gold coin spider is gone." He held up the empty jar, looking pale as a ghost. "My bad." Unlike everyone else freaking out, Wei Xiao Long was weirdly chill. He told the guy to calm down. The spider hadn't actually escaped. He asked for some spider silk and a couple of chopsticks, tied a bug to the line, and hung it over the jar. Almost instantly, the gold coin spider shot up from the dirt like a rocket, snatching its prey with terrifying speed. Wei Xiao Long explained, "That's just how trapdoor spiders roll. They dig tunnels to hide. Tell him not to sweat it." As the guy hauled the jar away, Wei Xiao Long watched him deep in thought. He was replaying how the spider dug its hole, creating its own fortress. It was perfect, just like a little bag, a safe little pouch. A light bulb went off in his head. Right, a bag made specially with that exact shape. That was the golden ticket. His eyes lit up and he clenched his fist, shouting, "I got it!" With that genius plan in mind, he raced to find the only one who could make it happen. His partner Yao Hua was napping on its web. He called its name softly, waking it up. Once he had its attention, Wei Xiao Long held up a small fabric bag and asked Yao Hua if it could weave something like that, but way, way bigger. His plan was simple but brilliant. Use Yao Hua's silk, a material so strong it had already proven it could handle an entire army of ants, to weave a massive cage to hold the spirit beast. Yao Hua caught the drift and got to work immediately. Before long, a giant, flawlessly woven white bag took shape. Wei Xiao Long was straight up amazed. He grabbed the bag, admiring the craftsmanship. "Sick, this is exactly what we needed." Yao Hua let out a happy chirping sound, looking super proud of its handiwork. The others couldn't help but look on in awe. Gufei tried to slice the bag with a dagger, but the sharp blade just threw sparks off the tough surface. "How hard is this thing?" he blurted out, stunned. "This is a straight-up miracle." The Grand Patriarch nodded in approval. With this last piece of the puzzle locked in, he declared that everything was a go. "We head out first thing tomorrow morning." "Understood." Wei Xiao Long shouted back, standing tall and proud between Yao Hua and Hua Yin. He turned to Yao Hua and gave it a pat on the head. "You crushed it, girl." Yao Hua looked like it was loving every second. The Grand Patriarch and Gufei laughed at the cute scene, while Hua Yin just stood there blushing as she watched. And just like that, the prep for catching the flying spirit snake was done. By the crack of dawn, the crew was on the move, led by the elite beast-taming warriors, marching straight toward the canyon where the snake was rumored to be. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." The Grand Patriarch spoke up, his voice full of nostalgia. "Back in my youth, I never had the chance to see the 24 poisons for myself. I thought they were ranked below the top 10 legendary toxins," Wei Xiao Long replied. "That's just a name, though." He explained that, just like there are 24 hours in a day, the Tang sect had assigned one deadly creature to each hour. Even if they weren't in the legendary top 10, these 24 poisons were still a list of 24 top-tier beasts that were absolutely lethal. After a while, the lead warrior yelled, "We're here!" Wei Xiao Long stared ahead, and his breath just about caught in his throat. Floating near a waterfall by the cliff face was a massive, dragon-like serpent. Its body was long and sleek, accented by shimmering turquoise fins, and on its head sat a pair of sharp, menacing horns. "Flying spirit snake," he could only whisper the name, completely in shock. The Grand Patriarch started reciting the old descriptions from the Tang sect scrolls. "It rides the wild winds of the canyon like it's swimming in water. Its body melts into the blue clouds. Its horns breathe out spiritual energy sharp as blades. It glides through the sky and mist so smoothly you can't tell where the sky ends and the sea begins. Then he dropped the bombshell about why this beast was such a big deal. The Tang sect ranked this beast at the very top of the 24 poisons. It rules the first hour of the day, representing the birth of heaven and earth. A truly ancient and powerful entity. Staring at the impossible sight, Wei Xiao Long's mind raced back to his past life. He remembered that flying snakes actually existed on Earth back when he was hyped to show his 1 million subscribers a real one. It was a paradise tree snake, and he'd explained it scientifically, that it didn't actually fly, but just glided by spreading its ribs to catch the wind. Viewers accused him of clickbait, but he'd insisted, all confident that everything in the universe followed the laws of physics. A snake couldn't fly like a bird, that's what he used to believe. But now, staring at a giant horned serpent soaring through the sky and completely flipping the bird to the laws of physics, he couldn't help but wonder what the hell he was looking at. The whole sight was so unreal it felt like his brain was just going to clock out. He turned to his grandpa and stammered out a super dumb question. "Gramps, ain't it a bit messed up for a snake to be flying?" "That's exactly why they call it the skybound god serpent," Tiao Long mumbled, trying to explain but tripping over his own words. Meanwhile, Huang'an was totally head over heels for its beauty. She picked up the little centipedes and whispered to them, hyping them up to hurry and grow big and legendary like the beast right in front of them. Unfortunately, her excited whispering totally tipped off the serpent. It whipped those blade-sharp eyes straight toward the cliffside. In a flash, that massive body got wrapped in this glowing blue aura, then suddenly shrunk into a streak of light and took off at a crazy speed. "It's ghosting us!" Tiao Long yelled, totally panicking. While he was losing his mind, the old clan head stayed creepily chill. "Don't sweat it," he reassured them. "It felt our presence, it ain't going far." He decided they should set up camp and send out a scout team to track it down. Once the serpent vanished, the group stood on the cliff, hashing out the next move. Twitfio drifted over to Tiao Long, noticed he was zoned out, and asked what was running through his head. He told her he was trying to cook up a plan to bait it down. Twitfio cracked a smile and started teasing him. "I thought a guy who can control an army of venomous pests would know the basics of hunting by now." Seeing him all flustered, she dropped a simple but deadly truth. No matter how high it flies, it's still a living thing. It's gotta eat, it's gotta sleep, and sooner or later, it's gotta land. And that was their opening. That simple logic hit Tiao Long like a bolt of lightning. He snapped back to reality. Right, every living thing needs to eat and sleep. He'd been overthinking it and missed the easiest fix right in front of him. His mind immediately jumped to the video games from his past life. The final boss always has a weak spot when they're chowing down or healing. Long was super grateful and gave his new sister a sincere thanks. Twitfio shot him a confident grin, promising to help him snag that skybound god serpent. They both laughed, but their good vibes didn't last long. Once night hit, things went south real fast. The hunting party was in total chaos. The warriors from the Beast Palace were lying all over the ground, groaning in pain. That's when they finally saw the true nature of their prey. Hovering above them in the moonlight, wrapped in this heavy, aggressive energy, was the god serpent. The group finally realized why it was dubbed the #1 of the 24 venomous beasts. Huang'an rushed to Tiao Long's side, asking if he was good. Even though he was shaken up, he told her he was fine. From high above, the serpent's glowing eyes stared down at them. It was a total flex of raw power. 3 days had passed since they set up camp, and thanks to the scouts, they had the skybound god serpent scheduled down pat. Every 3 days, it would drop down to Earth to munch on a special kind of fish, and its flight time only lasted 2 hours max. They'd rigged a trap based on that for the night. But the plan fell apart completely. This monster was way more paranoid than they thought. As soon as they made their move, it clocked them and shot straight back into the clouds. What followed was basically a one-sided slaughter. Its scales were hard as steel, making all their weapons look like toys. But the scariest part was its brute physical strength. The serpent kept slamming down like a living meteor, kicking up shockwaves that sent the warriors flying like dry leaves. It was a non-stop hurricane of rocks and debris that kept anyone from getting close. Even if its venom wasn't quite on the level of the top 10 ancient poisons, its crazy physical power and sharp senses were more than enough to earn it the title of the strongest beast of the 24. Seeing the casualties pile up, the old clan head made the call. "Too many people are hurt, pull back now!" Tiao Long didn't hesitate. He nodded and the group scrambled to drag the wounded away from the beast. Everyone had that look of pure fear mixed with straight-up rage. Their first attempt to capture the skybound god serpent had ended in a total train wreck. That night, the vibes around the campfire were heavy as hell. Huang'an was bandaging her own arm when Tiao Long walked over, looking worried. She told him it was just a scratch. Nearby, the old clan head was already splinting a warrior's broken arm. He took the L for the whole mess, admitting he'd totally underestimated the beast. "We were way too careless," he said. "If a low-tier beast is this tough, we should have been way more cautious with the one at the top." He turned to Tiao Long and asked, "So, what's the move now?" Tiao Long was deep in thought, realizing that all his knowledge from his past life was useless against this thing. Looking at all the bandaged warriors, he decided that another head-on attack was basically suicide. They couldn't sacrifice their own people just to bag a monster. He suddenly thought about how much easier it would be if that snake couldn't fly. "I remember now," he blurted out, grabbing everyone's attention. "I've got a theory on how that serpent flies. Every time it takes off, I feel this weird energy around it. Since it goes up without flapping wings or moving its body, I'm betting it's using that energy to lift itself up." Xiao Long was confused and turned to Huang En for the breakdown. She explained it was a high-level form of internal energy arts, using pure power to lift the whole body into the air. Pulling that off would take an insane, almost impossible amount of energy. So, that beast actually has that much internal power? Xiao Long asked, stunned. It ain't its own power. The Great Elder stepped in, sounding totally sure of himself, and spilled the secret to its strength. An internal core. I bet my life that beast has one of these pure energy orbs. That's what lets it pull off the impossible. That news rocked the whole group. Kofi and Twitfio were shocked, asking the Elder if that was actually legit. Xiao Long's mind instantly flashed back to the core he snagged from the blue-patterned beast. The thought got him all hyped up. This just gives us another reason to catch it, Kofi declared, and Twitfio was totally on board. The Elder added that if Huang En could absorb the core of a beast as strong as the skybound god serpent, her martial arts would skyrocket. But he also dropped a harsh condition. If they were hunting for the core, trying to catch it alive was going to be insanely difficult. If not, well, just the thought of having to kill such a gorgeous creature made Xiao Long's face drop. Noticing his sudden shift in mood, Tang Huayan asked with worry, "What's wrong?" "Killing it isn't the move," Wei Xiao Long declared, his voice firm. "We're going to capture it and keep it alive." The rest of the crew was shook by his call. Twitfio was the first to speak up. "Why blow a golden opportunity like this? This is the legendary spirit core of the sky serpent." Wei Xiao Long just gave a small smirk and explained, "Inner strength is dope, yeah, but you can build that up over time. Slaughtering a one-of-a-kind creature just to take a shortcut, that's a total waste. To me, a living creature is worth 10,000 times more than some orb." The patriarch smiled warmly. "Respecting life like this, that's the real hallmark of my grandson." He stood by Wei Xiao Long's decision, but then asked the practical question, "So what's the new play?" Looking down at his three sleeping buddies, Wei Xiao Long spoke softly. "Actually, I've got an idea." A confident, slightly mischievous grin spread across his face. Deep down, he'd already thrown down the gauntlet to the serpent. "I'm gonna bag you, and I won't even scratch a single scale." The plan went into motion right away. The group caught up with the snake as it was low-key heading to a quiet river to get a drink. Crouched behind a rock, Wei Xiao Long grabbed a pebble and chucked it hard at the beast. The sudden noise made the giant snake jump. It hissed in a rage, rearing its head up, eyes scanning for the troublemaker. Watching how it reacted, Wei Xiao Long started analyzing. In his head, everything clicked into place. Snakes experience the world in three main ways: picking up vibrations through their jawbones, tasting the air with their tongues, and tracking heat with their pits. From that, he drew a simple conclusion. If they could mask their scent and body heat, they'd be invisible to the serpent. The execution, though, it wasn't exactly cool looking. The whole squad, from the dignified patriarch to the elegant lady Tang Huayin, were wrapped from head to toe in thick white silk, looking like a bunch of mummies that just crawled out of a tomb. "Do I really have to wear this weird getup?" the patriarch grumbled, looking super embarrassed. "These suits are made from spirit flower silk. It's essential for the plan," Wei Xiao Long explained. "Still, they don't hide us perfectly, so everyone keep your distance." "I get the disguise part," the patriarch said, "but how does this help us catch it alive without hurting it?" Wei Xiao Long smirked and started laying out the whole strategy. He echoed Twitfio's advice. Even a mythical beast is just a living thing. It needs to eat and sleep. Based on that, he revealed the next step, a tactic that was both simple and ruthless. "From here on out, we tail it. Every time it tries to land to eat or rest, we're going to pelt it with rocks. We won't give it a second of peace. We won't let it swallow a single bite." This simple but brutal strategy left the Grand Elder and Tang Huayan stunned. Wei Xiao Long confidently explained the logic behind his plan. Because the spirit silk suits would make them nearly invisible, the snake wouldn't be able to find them to fight back while they kept the pressure on. No food, no sleep. Eventually, it'll be too exhausted to keep going. Even as the strongest of the 24 beasts, it can't beat the basic survival needs of hunger and fatigue. "This is going to be exhausting for us too," he admitted. "I'm counting on your stamina." That made the others just sigh in defeat. And so the harassment campaign began. 6 long, agonizing days dragged on. Just as the hunting party was about to hit their breaking point, they spotted the serpent reaching its limit, desperately heading to a small stream to drink. In a split second, a guard spotted it. A shout rang out, and a storm of rocks pelted the beast. The serpent roared in frustration and pure exhaustion. Its body was trembling uncontrollably. Its vision blurred, its head was spinning, and finally that massive frame just couldn't hold on. Conquered by hunger and complete burnout, the serpent passed out, falling from the air like a dead leaf before slamming into the ground. Below, the warriors cheered for the win. The mission was a success. They swarmed it, using the giant silk net to tie up the unconscious beast. They'd caught the sky serpent without a single scratch on it. And just as important, none of their warriors got hurt. Wei Xiao Long proudly looked at his prize, deciding to name this strategy the Heavenly Net. Once the serpent was secured, the group loaded the giant white sack onto a large wooden cart and started the trek home. The patriarch stood by Twitfio, looking at the cart, and sighed, noting that this miserable creature had caused them way too much trouble. Curious about the haul, Wei Xiao Long asked his grandpa if he'd checked the internal core yet. The patriarch confirmed, explaining that while the core wasn't huge, the energy inside was incredibly pure and concentrated. He estimated its power was equal to 120 years of inner cultivation, a totally insane treasure. Tang Huayan gasped. 120 years of power? The massive value of the core instantly made her change her tune. Along with Tuyet Fu, she urgently advised Wei Xiao Long, "Let's take the core. This isn't 5 or 10 years. It's 120. You're young. If you soak up this kind of power, you could take any martial art to the absolute peak. It's a once-in-a-lifetime shot." The patriarch chimed in too, agreeing that a high-quality core like this could grant rebirth, totally shifting someone's potential. With this, Wei Xiao Long, you could even surpass the 10 great legendary beasts. Wei Xiao Long stayed silent, weighing it seriously. He admitted the vision was tempting, but his gut was telling him to look at the creature itself. The sky serpent was an incredibly rare, beautiful thing. The thought of killing such a majestic beast just didn't sit right with him. Sensing his hesitation, Tuyet Fu and Tang Huayin pushed even harder. They begged him to pull the trigger on it. Under all that pressure, Wei Xiao Long could only ask for a little more time. But then their argument was cut short by a terrifying turn of events. The wooden cart carrying the snake suddenly shook violently, scaring the hell out of everyone. The cart was lifted right off the ground. Wei Xiao Long was stunned. The thing inside had definitely woken up. The warriors braced themselves, pinning the struggling silk bag down, realizing in horror that the beast's strength hadn't dropped at all. An angry, muffled roar echoed from inside that silk prison. The patriarch watched the chaos with a grim look on his face. He realized the snake was still full of life, not at all like a creature that had been starved for days. Wei Xiao Long sighed, adding that snakes are incredibly resilient and can go without food for an entire month. The family head pointed out that this puts them in a real pickle. Now that the snake's awake, it won't stop fighting back, and its thrashing has trashed the carriage, making it impossible to transport, he explained. While Wei Xiao Long's other pets are manageable, this divine serpent is way too aggressive and powerful. I'm not even sure we can find a safe enough place to cage it once we get back. Finally, the family head lost his cool, his expression turning cold and hard. He laid down the ultimatum. If it keeps putting up a fight like this, they'd have no choice but to kill it for its inner core, whether the kid likes it or not. The moment he finished, the thrashing inside the bag went dead silent. The eerie silence was only broken by a faint hiss. Then a strange mist started seeping out of the silk bag. Everyone stared in shock, witnessing something impossible. A glowing blue orb rolled out from a gap in the bag. The warriors were completely stunned. Finally, someone shouted, "Young master, get over here! The flying serpent has shrunk!" The once majestic, massive python had turned into a tiny, harmless-looking creature with big, teary eyes. It looked just like a stuffed teddy bear. This sudden change hit Wei Xiao Long like a truck. Instead of feeling relieved, he collapsed to the ground, his heart shattered. He screamed, not out of joy, but in mourning for the legendary beast that had been reduced to such a puny little thing. The family head quickly caught on, explaining that the creature must have voluntarily coughed up its own inner core to save its life, visibly stunned by its intelligence and ability to expel the core on its own. But Wei Xiao Long wasn't hearing any of it. He was scolding the little snake, calling it a complete idiot for giving up its power so easily. He insisted that if it had just held on a little longer, he could have convinced his grandfather. He picked up the core, trying to force the little creature to swallow it back down, begging it to take its power back. And just like that, totally out of the blue, they had hit the jackpot, walking away with both a legendary inner core and a fully tamed divine serpent. Since the beast had shrunk, they had no trouble hauling it straight back to the beast's palace. The next day, in the grand hall of the palace, Manhwa and the elders were all gathered to check out the loot. The inner core sat in a silk box radiating pure raw power. This is insane. Someone remarked, "Now I get why the head of the house valued it at 125 power points." However, as Manhwa took a closer look, his expression turned thoughtful. He pointed out that it was a real shame, as the energy in the core was celestial, while Wei Xiao Long's internal cultivation was based on palace energy. The two powers didn't play nice together. He told the kid with a hint of regret that he'd probably only be able to absorb about half of its potential. Still, Wei Xiao Long wasn't discouraged. He figured that even half of an inner core that strong was a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. Tang Huayin congratulated Wei Xiao Long on the incredible opportunity, and he happily grabbed the silk box holding the precious core. But the second his fingers touched the box, 3 tiny rabbit-eared centipedes bolted out from his cloak. Their eyes were glowing with a weird, wild, primal hunger. Before Wei Xiao Long could even move, the 3 creatures zoomed off like lightning, knocking the box right out of his hand. The glowing core rolled across the floor, and they swarmed it, their bodies flashing brightly as they went crazy fighting over the gem. Tang Huayin was totally blindsided by their behavior and rushed to stop them. "Suomira Gray, cut it out!" But the creatures, blinded by their greed, just hissed back at her defiantly. Wei Xiao Long was just as shocked and pissed off. "What the hell are you guys doing? You're gonna act out in front of your mother like that?" He quickly grabbed Mira and Gray, growling at them and telling them their dad was absolutely furious. Tang Huayin felt like things were going south fast. Pets fighting over stuff is normal, but this kind of aggression was the complete opposite of how those 3 usually acted. They were normally stuck to each other like glue. While she was still trying to intervene, a loud, dry gulp suddenly cut through the chaos. Wei Xiao Long's pupils dilated. He looked down in horror at the 3rd centipede, Suo, as a wild blue energy started erupting violently from its tiny body. Turns out, Suo had swallowed the inner core before anyone even noticed. That's a wrap for this video. If you guys enjoyed it, hit that like button to show some love for Jiao. Thanks and see you all later. A blinding blue light suddenly exploded in the room, making Tang Huayin scramble to cover her face in shock. She gasped, totally bewildered. What's that light? What the hell is going on? Even the veteran Duongvo Tang couldn't hide his stun, realizing this terrifying change meant the core had already been gulped down. Wei Xiao Long covered his eyes, thinking, this is exactly what I saw in my dream. A sudden sharp pain hit him like his brain was being ripped apart. Wei Xiao Long clutched his head, writhing in agony. Wei Xiao Long, what's wrong? But before anyone could touch him, Wei Xiao Long collapsed to the floor. Seeing Tang Huayin about to rush in, Duongvo Tan shouted to stop her. Wait, stay back, whatever you do, don't touch Wei Xiao Long. Then, as Tang Huayin stood there confused, the old veteran explained that the weird light coming off Wei Xiao Long's body matched the energy of the centipede larvae. He could feel a massive surge of energy. It was the aura of the insect king swirling around, but something was seriously wrong going on inside his body. If anyone touched him now, not only Wei Xiao Long, but everyone nearby would have their internal energy shattered. Don't go getting yourselves knocked out by a backfire, girl. Deep in his subconscious, Wei Xiao Long felt himself sinking into an endless void, his body surrounded by waves of deep blue energy. He roared in pain, feeling like his head was about to explode from something thrashing around like crazy inside. The pain kept ramping up until the young man's will was about to snap. He just wished he could pass out rather than deal with this torture. With shallow breaths and his eyes slowly changing, Wei Xiao Long could only reach out for help in pure desperation. Someone, please save me. In the deep blue space of his mind, Wei Xiao Long felt like he was drifting at the bottom of a freezing ocean. But right in his darkest moment, a blurry shadow suddenly appeared from behind, gently placing a hand on his head. It felt so strange. The moment that hand touched him, the gut-wrenching pain just vanished in a flash. Even though he didn't know who it was, the gentle way they stroked his hair made Wei Xiao Long's mind slowly calm down. Through the misty fog, he wondered if it was Tang Huayin Yi or Tuyet, his sister. But as the face came into focus, Xiao Long was completely stunned. Standing before him was a strange girl with blue hair and gentle eyes, wearing a warm smile. He could only manage a bewildered, "Who are you?" Before he could get an answer, the girl suddenly leaned in and wrapped him in a tight hug. A blinding white light erupted from where they touched, swallowing the entire space of his consciousness. The surge of powerful energy felt like it was rebuilding his entire body, dragging Xiao Long out of the depths of his pain. He groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying in a quiet room with sunlight streaming through the wooden windows. He panicked, wondering where he was and if what he just experienced was nothing but a dream. The image of that strange blue-haired girl was still burned into his mind, but his train of thought was immediately cut off by a heavy feeling on his head. He blurted out, "Huh?" He then realized a large, pale blue creature with a pretty cute look was clinging tightly to him, affectionately rubbing its head against his. The sudden appearance of this creature left Xiao Long frozen in shock. "Oh my god, I was dreaming of a beautiful girl, so why is it this thing now? The hell?" Xiao Long's frantic scream echoed through the room. The moment he woke up, he'd found this bizarre creature weighing him down. Hearing the commotion, Tang Huayin and Xuejie rushed in, their faces brimming with relief. "Xiao Long, you're awake?" But instead of responding to their concern, Xiao Long was in a total state of panic. He thrashed about, screaming for help. "Tang Huayin, Xuejie, save me. There's a giant centipede trying to swallow me whole." Seeing him acting like a total coward, Tang Huayin just let out a weary sigh and waved a hand to calm him down. "Chill out, Xiao Long, it's gonna be okay." Once Xiao Long finally calmed down, Xuejie gently pointed to the blue creature clinging to him and dropped a bombshell. That was actually Suo. The words left Xiao Long frozen for a few seconds. He stammered, unable to believe his eyes. "What? This giant centipede is Suo? How is that even possible?" Looking closer, the creature really did have some strange features. It looked more like a flying dragon than a regular centipede. After devouring the heavenly snake's core, Suo had undergone a miraculous transformation, officially maturing into a Suo. And here I thought it was just a centipede spirit. If I woke up and it was lying next to me, the show would have ended right there. Hearing the name Suo, Xiao Long was still bewildered. In ancient legends, these are flying centipedes that spread poison and death from the skies. They're known as living disasters, capable of blotting out the sun with toxic rain and devouring everything on the ground. Even crazier, the Suo holds one of the 10 spots among the 10 great poisonous beasts. It is the Poison Emperor, the king of all venomous creatures. Upon learning the terrifying history of the creature on his shoulder, Xiao Long was shocked to his core at first, but his usual goofiness immediately took over. Instead of being scared, he started imagining Suo transforming into a beautiful young girl, calling him father, and asking him for pocket money. "Of course! She's my eldest daughter, and she grew up so beautiful. I'm just so moved." Watching this ridiculous scene, Tang Huayin could only hold her head in frustration. Is this really what the legendary 10 great poisonous beasts are like? She reminded Xiao Long that he'd been in a coma for 15 days and really needed to worry about himself first. Seeing Xiao Long all cuddled up with the centipede, Xuejie couldn't help but worry, wondering if his mind had been damaged from connecting with one of the 10 great poisonous beasts, but Tang Huayin was very chill. She replied, "Nah, he's always been this much of a weirdo anyway." The cheerful atmosphere didn't last long, though. Tang Huayin suddenly changed her expression, becoming incredibly serious. She looked straight at Xiao Long and said in a low voice, "This isn't the time for jokes. Suo becoming a Suo is a good thing, but it brings some really bad news with it." Xiao Long still didn't grasp the gravity of the situation and laughed it off. I don't know how bad this news could be, but compared to Suo growing up to be this beautiful, it's probably nothing. Seeing his carefree attitude, Tang Huayin immediately put a finger to her lips. Shh, quiet you! She leaned into Xiao Long's ear, glancing behind him with a nervous look. It's not that simple. Your two little darlings are furious right now. You're gonna get it for playing favorites like this. Watch out. Xiao Long startled, turning around and immediately stiffened when he saw Shang and Ban. The two small spirit beasts that usually clung to him were now radiating a terrifying blood-red aura. Their eyes were sparkling, but they were burning with rage, staring at Xiao Long as if they wanted to eat their father alive. He stammered in terror. It turned out the battle between his spirit beasts wasn't just about grabbing his attention. The winner would earn the right to devour the core and become the Suo. Xiao Long remembered the image of Shang, the little girl in the green outfit, determinedly declaring, I get it now, elder sister, but I'm not planning on losing either. I'll eat the core and claim father's love all for myself. Meanwhile, little Ban was upset, claiming it was cheating. Back in reality, Xiao Long scrambled to hug the two girls, who were crying because they felt abandoned. Shang wouldn't stop blaming him. Ah, father, you can't do that. Sister, that's cheating. But little Ban, dressed in blue, triumphantly clutched the energy orb and replied, Cheating? This is destiny, little sister. Ugh, I know this is messy, but I can't even argue with that. Seeing the two little ones sobbing, Xiao Long felt incredibly guilty. Wait, is it Xiang Ban? Father is sorry, okay? Father loves Xiang and Ban so much too. Watching this, Tang Huayin stood by, smirking. Looks like their pride was hurt. Usually little kids are closer to their mother than their father anyway. That jab hit him right where it hurt, and Xiao Long wailed dramatically. Father already apologized, didn't he? It took a whole lot of groveling and sincere apologies before the two little tyrants finally calmed down. The next morning, to check the effects of the beast heart on Xiao Long's body after Suo devoured the core, foster father and grandpa Tang Wucheng took turns thoroughly examining his meridians. A brilliant green spiritual energy covered Xiao Long's body as the seniors probed his energy flow. After a while, Tang Wucheng stroked his beard, noting that the toxicity in his body had clearly spiked, likely because Suo's poisonous aura had become much more potent. His foster father nodded in agreement, explaining that the beast heart is a method that allows both the master and the spirit beast to grow together. Even though Xiao Long didn't swallow the core directly, that soul connection thing meant his body absorbed the spiritual juice just as if he'd refined the damn thing himself. Guess you could call that a massive stroke of luck. Once we're back at the manor, we'll run a full check. By the way, Xiao Long, while you were out cold, did you see any trippy visions or anything weird? His foster father's out-of-the-blue question left Xiao Long staring blankly. Visions? The old man got all serious, explaining that when your cultivation is still weak and you absorb a spirit beast's consciousness, you're basically asking to get your own mind eaten alive by it. And since Xiao Long was linked to one of the 10 great venoms, the old man was stressing out for his safety. Hearing that, Xiao Long flashed back to that gorgeous girl with the blue hair in his head who'd hugged him so tight. He thought to himself, could that really be Sir? But she didn't eat my soul at all. It felt more like she was patching me back together. Even with all these questions swirling about who she really was, after his foster father's strict warning to report any weird energy right away, Xiao Long and Hua An just bowed their heads and agreed. The room went dead silent as his foster father stood up, his eyes showing some serious resolve. Now that we've got the Sky Serpent and Xiao Long, it's time to handle the business I've been putting off for way too long. Senior Tang Wucheng just nodded in agreement, clearly knowing what was up. Seeing the two seniors acting all mysterious, Sis Shui got curious. Father, what business are you talking about? Tang Wucheng's eyes turned cold as steel and he growled, revealing their real target, the Five Venoms cult. I'm gonna pay their hideout a visit. Just hearing the name Five Venoms cult made Xiao Long's face go pale with pure shock. According to Tang Wucheng, the spot where this evil sect got wiped out 100 years back isn't that far from here. If there's even a hint of them crawling back to life, they couldn't just sit around and watch the tragedy repeat itself. He was worried they'd been lurking in the shadows all this time, breeding like a colony of toxic ants, just waiting for the right moment to unleash chaos. If they already hit the Beast Palace, we're probably next on the menu. Tang Wucheng warned them, his guard totally up. Can't let the bad guys hold the high ground, or we'll be stuck on the defensive. We're gonna hit them before they even get a chance to move. The journey straight into the Devil's Den starts right here. You gotta step into the Tiger's Den if you want to catch the cubs, right guys? Over at the main hall of the Southern Beast Palace, things were chaotic as the disciples scrambled to haul the last of the crates. Xiao Long was pitching in, struggling to carry a massive jar while the guards hollered that this was the last shipment. Before they launched their probe on the Five Venom sect, the group had decided to ship all the captured venomous beasts back to the clan just to be safe. But then Xiao Long realized something was off. He started asking around about where the Sky Serpent ended up. A disciple standing nearby explained that because of how dangerous it is, the Sky Serpent is being kept under watch in a separate area by the beast handlers. It was still in pretty rough shape, so they couldn't ship it back to the clan yet. Hearing the guards say it hadn't touched food in days and was just sulking in the corner, Xiao Long got curious. Right then, let me go check on it. As he walked, he figured this spirit beast had probably taken a massive blow to its ego. I mean, it's a big-time famous venomous beast, and it just lost 120 years of cultivation to Sir. Losing all that is like losing half your life. No wonder the poor thing is depressed. When he walked into the holding room, Xiao Long saw the sky serpent had shrunk down, curled up in the iron cage, looking all grumpy. He spoke softly. Hey, you alright? Instead of being friendly, it just shot him a nasty glare and gave a low, hostile growl. Seeing the beast was still super defensive, Xiao Long sighed, trying to chill it out by saying he had no intention of hurting it. He reminded it that the sky serpent was actually pretty legendary and stunning. He'd planned to take care of it properly, but it had to go full psycho and attack Huan and Huangdai, which is why everything went sideways. Xiao Long started playing some mind games. He advised the sky serpent to try and look at the big picture. With that puny, shrunk-down body, if it tried heading back to the valley on its own, it'd get torn to shreds by other beasts in a heartbeat. But if it stuck with his crew, it'd have plenty of friends in the same boat, like the two lizards, the venomous flower, and even Sir. Hearing the name of the rival who snatched its core, the sky serpent just stayed quiet, bitter as hell. Suddenly, a loud growl came from the spirit beast's stomach, and Xiao Long realized it had been starving for way too long. He quickly pulled a fiery red carp out of his bag and coaxed it. Man, you've got to be starving. Just eat this for now and we'll figure out the rest later. You know what they say, a hungry man or beast can't fight, so fill your belly before you go back to sulking. Even with the meal served right on a silver platter, the sky serpent stayed stubborn, turning its head and hissing with rage, which left Xiao Long feeling totally awkward, not knowing what to do. But right at that moment, Sir, now in her terrifying sky centipede form, suddenly radiated a crushing wave of deep blue spiritual pressure right behind Xiao Long. Sir's eyes glowed, basically warning it, eat the damn thing if you know what's good for you. Facing the insane power of the one who stole its core, it had no choice. It ditched its pride and started tearing into the fire carp like it was the best thing ever. Seeing that, Xiao Long shouted with joy. Oh, it's eating! It really was just starving. Outside, Huan and the two little spirit beasts